I'm in Hollywood chapter 654 to chapter 697. Eric listened to Kelly's words with a smile and did not respond. He just flipped through the thick stack of information in his hand. On the cover of the information was an unfamiliar combination of the word Qualcomm in bold font. Eric knew that this word was a combination of the word Quality Communications. If translated into Chinese, this company would have a famous name in the future, Qualcomm. At present, when the world's major mobile communication manufacturers were frantically fighting for patents on the second-generation communication technology standard, 2G, GSM standard, almost no one paid attention to this obscure wireless communication technology company. This also gave the company that developed the CDMA communication technology standard plenty of time to lay out its patents. Many years later, with the advent of the 3G era, all the world's electronics giants would suddenly look back and find that Qualcomm had formed a solid technical barrier through more than 3,000 CDMA patents. Every year, they could earn billions of dollars in net profits in the form of patent licensing alone. Powerful electronics giants such as Apple and Samsung might be able to reduce their corporate income tax to a very low level through various tax avoidance methods. However, no matter what tax avoidance methods they used, no matter what financial tricks they used, no matter which low-tax countries they opened their branches in, they could not avoid paying a high tax of about 5% on mobile devices that used CDMA technology. Under Eric's special instructions, Kelly had collected as much as 40 to 50 pages of information about Qualcomm. At present, Qualcomm was very inconspicuous in the industry, so it was not a hurry to take it down. It was almost time to get off work, and there were a lot of things to be done in the coming days. Eric closed the information and planned to study it in private. He looked up and asked the female assistant sitting opposite him, "Is it really okay for you to go to New York with me tomorrow and leave Nina in Los Angeles?" Kelly was a little grateful for Eric's thoughtfulness and consideration. She shook her head and smiled. "No problem, Nina is now in boarding school. Jenny will help me take care of her on weekends, and it's convenient for me to come back." Hearing Kelly mention Jennifer Garner, Eric smiled and said, "Is she still working as Nina's nanny?" Kelly blushed slightly. "Jenny already knows about our relationship. She's such a smart girl, how could she leave so easily?" Eric said with a smile, "Then let her continue to take care of Nina for a while. If you are satisfied with her in the future, you can provide her with several good opportunities." "I know." Kelly nodded. As Eric's personal assistant, it was a piece of cake for her to help an actor find a few opportunities. Eric added, "But Nina is still young after all. It's definitely not appropriate for you to always go on business trips with me in the future. Why don't you start training your successor now? You can transfer to work in the group in 2 years. In this way, your life will be more stable." A trace of reluctance surfaced in Kelly's heart. However, she quickly asked in a teasing tone, "Are you asking me to nurture Carolyn? Her recent performance at work is indeed outstanding, but I can't imagine that this girl can still work normally by your side." Kelly was clearly reminded of Carolyn's expression when she saw Eric in the studio that day. Eric also smiled and said, "People always adapt. As my assistant, there will be more and more things to do in the future. One person is definitely not enough. You can nurture both Carolyn and Melanie at the same time." "That was my original plan." Kelly couldn't help but joke, 2 at a time. "You're really greedy. Is it really okay for you to tease the boss like this?" Haha. After a 5-hour flight and due to the time difference, the commercial plane left Los Angeles at 9 a.m. When it landed at New York's JFK Airport, it was already 5 p.m. Before September 11th, due to the highly developed aviation industry, American airports were relatively open. As long as there was good communication, it wasn't too difficult to arrange for media reporters to enter the airport for interviews. Therefore, when the first Victoria's Secret angel walked out of the cabin, the cameras in the hands of the surrounding media reporters flashed crazily. Although Eric had already released a lot of news about the Victoria's Secret angels through various media channels in the early stages of the publicity process, this was the first time the 40 angel supermodels had appeared in front of the media together since the Victoria's Secret fashion show was announced. After 2 months of collective plasticity training, all the angels' bodies had reached their best state. The 40 perfect bodies that could be said to be the most beautiful and sexy in the world appeared in front of the public at once. One could imagine the commotion it caused. As the Victoria's Secret angels in leather jackets, t-shirts, jeans, and boots walked out of the cabin one by one, Eric, who was still sitting in the cabin, seemed to be able to hear the frantic sound of the shutters through the porthole. If Emily hadn't arranged for security personnel to receive them in advance, this group of stunning supermodels would definitely have been surrounded by reporters at this time. The 40 Victoria's Secret angels firmly attracted the attention of all the media reporters. As the angels boarded 2 buses not far away and left the airport under the protection of the security guards, all the reporters followed. The venue outside the commercial plane quickly became empty. Perhaps the reporters also realized that the most important person didn't seem to appear, but at this time, the attraction of these supermodels completely surpassed the behind-the-scenes boss, Eric. After the angel supermodels and the reporters left, Emily popped out of nowhere. At this time, Eric also walked out of the cabin with Katzenberg, Kelly, and the others to greet her. After exchanging greetings, the energetic Katzenberg made an appointment with Robert Iger to talk about some matters of the ABC television network during dinner time. He left the airport first with a few attendants. Eric also missed his son and daughter who he hadn't seen for a long time. He chatted with Emily about the recent schedule and cancelled the Victoria's Secret fashion show press conference tomorrow at the flagship store on 5th Avenue. He asked for a car from Emily and drove to East Hampton with 2 bodyguards. Perhaps to avoid embarrassment, Kelly went to Manhattan with Emily on the grounds of work. She planned to stay at the hotel where the Victoria's Secret angels were staying. Far away from the hustle and bustle of New York City, East Hampton always had a unique kind of tranquility and peace. Without the obstruction of high-rise buildings, the open field of vision gave people a feeling of boundless sea and sky. The car shuttled through the small path between the bushes and fences and drove into a manor near the sea. Several maids were already waiting for them. Eric randomly picked 2 small boxes from the pile of gifts and ordered the bodyguards and the maids to move the other things into the villa. He then walked toward the women and children on the lawn not far away. He didn't see Joanna. Only Virginia and Joanna's sister, Eva Pakula, were accompanying the 2 little guys. Virginia waved at Eric but didn't walk over. Instead, she squatted down and whispered a few words to little Kevin. She pointed at Eric. Eva seemed to want to say a few words to Hawaii as well. The beautiful blonde little girl had already run toward Eric. Perhaps seeing his sister's action, the little boy who was originally unwilling to move also followed. The 1-year-old little guy could already run slowly. Eric wasn't worried that the 2 babies would fall on the lawn. He squatted down and smiled as he stretched out his hand. Hawaii was the first to run to Eric. She blinked her beautiful big eyes that she inherited from her mother and stared at Eric for 2 seconds. Then she looked away and pointed at the box next to Eric. Her tone was neither unfamiliar nor joyful. She didn't have any emotions of reunion after a long time. She asked like a normal conversation between acquaintances, "Dad, is this a gift?" Faced with his daughter's somewhat strange reaction, Eric's smile froze. He thought that after not seeing them for so long, he would have to coax them for a while before they could call him Dad. But, what was going on now? However, noticing the little anticipation in his daughter's eyes, Eric reacted quickly. He picked up a small box next to him and stuffed it into his daughter's hand with a smile. "Here, this is yours." Just as he was about to pick up another small box to tease his baby son who was standing not far away, he saw Hawaii's small hand nimbly pull open the beautiful bow outside the gift box. She tore off the wrapping paper and took out a third-order Rubik's Cube that was slightly bigger than her palm. At this time, Virginia and Eva had already walked over with little Kevin. Eric was attracted by his daughter's series of actions. As a father, Eric clearly remembered that when his son was 1.5 years old in his previous life, although he could walk and talk skillfully, he was still in an ignorant state of eating and sleeping most of the time under the care of his mother. Hawaii, however, could effortlessly open a gift box tied with a bow. This was not something a 1.5-year-old girl could do. Seeing the little girl staring at the third-order Rubik's Cube in a daze, Eric smiled. This was in line with the normal reaction of a child. With that thought in mind, Eric said to his daughter in a gentle tone, "Xianxia, do you know what this is?" "A Rubik's Cube with cartoons drawn on it," Hawaii said without raising her head, giving Eric the feeling that she was not answering at all. Then, the little girl turned the Rubik's Cube in her hand and muttered to herself, "Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Winnie the Pooh, Tigger. Listening to his daughter's muttering, Eric raised his head and looked at Virginia and Eva in confusion. The two girls just smiled faintly and did not have the slightest intention of explaining to Eric. In front of him, Hawaii, who was muttering to herself, had already begun to turn the Rubik's Cube in her hand. Under Eric's widened eyes, Hawaii used only a little more than a minute to align all the third-order Rubik's Cube. Then, the little girl narrowed her slender eyes and looked at it. Under Eric's stunned expression, she casually threw the Rubik's Cube at his feet and turned to Eva Pakula, who had a snicker on her face. "Daddy is so bored, Eva, I'm hungry. P.S. There is one more chapter today." Although they lived in East Hampton, which was far away from downtown New York, Virginia and Joanna's lives were not as monotonous as those of many housewives. Virginia still maintained her working state as an actress and often went out to film. Eric did not object to this. Hawaii, Kevin, and Emma were taken care of by Joanna most of the time. After living in East Hampton for a long time, Joanna had also found her own circle and often brought the little ones to some neighborhood gatherings. In the process of finding a kindergarten for 3-year-old Emma, Joanna also became interested in education. After donating a sum of money with Eric's support, Joanna was now a board member of East Hampton High School. Currently, she was actively planning to build a public library in East Hampton. Although Eric was somewhat incompetent as a father, because of the increasingly convenient means of long-distance communication, he had actually always maintained close contact with his women and children. However, many things were still beyond Eric's expectations. Like now. It was already the afternoon of the next day. In order to spend more time with his women and children, Eric postponed the first public press conference of the Victoria's Secret show on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan in the morning. After the press conference, he only talked about some details with Emily Brighton, Edward Razek, and others on the phone. Katzenberg also called at noon and the two talked about some things about the upcoming broadcast of Survivor that would be broadcast tonight. Right now, it was 4:00 in the afternoon. Under the warm early autumn sun, on the spacious lawn of the manor, apart from a large pile of various toys, there was only Eric and the two little ones. Virginia went out shopping with Eva, and Joanna went to the kindergarten to pick up Emma as usual. Perhaps the maids all realized that this was the parent-child time for Eric and the children, so they all disappeared without a trace. Eric hugged little Kevin, who was leaning in his arms and gnawing on the teeth-grinding device with relish, but his eyes were looking at Miss Hawaii Williams, who was lying on the small table not far away and reading a children's book with a focused expression. "Half a year, it's only half a year," Eric sighed silently in his heart. "It's only been half a year since I last saw her. How did my cute baby girl who loved to listen to bedtime stories turn into a little freak?" What was even more hateful was that all the women had kept him in the dark. It was only yesterday that he found out that his precious daughter had become like this. Looking at his daughter flipping through the book, Eric really wanted to say out loud, "Daughter, can't you do something a 1.5-year-old child should do?" As a father, Eric naturally hoped that his child could be smarter than ordinary people, or even become a genius. However, he also knew that if a person was too talented, it was often not a good thing. Just like yesterday, although his daughter could clearly remember him after half a year and could even call him daddy, Eric felt that in his daughter's tone, this form of address was more like a symbol. Just like books, toys, cats, birds, and houses, the word daddy seemed to have become a simple noun in his daughter's consciousness. It was a terrible feeling. After thinking about it, Eric walked over to his daughter with his son in his arms and squatted down. He glanced at the book in front of Hawaii and tried to find a topic to talk about. "Xianxia, what are you reading?" The little girl raised her head and glanced at Eric before lowering her head again. She said in a tender voice, "Daddy, I'm just a kid. You don't have to put on an act in front of me, right?" Eric almost fell on the spot. "You still know that you're a kid? All right, Xianxia, don't read anymore. Play with Kevin for a while. How about the seesaw?" Hawaii turned her head to look at the seesaw and quickly said, "No." Eric patiently guided her, "Then what do you want to play? Don't always read books. After a long time, your eyes will spoil. When that happens, you'll have to wear glasses that are difficult to see." Hawaii tilted her little head and hesitated for a moment. She then picked up the children's book in her hands and handed it to Eric. Daddy, read it to me. Eric took the book and sat down on the grass. He continued to hug his son and said to his daughter, who was staring at him with her eyes wide open, "Hey, other than reading and listening to books, can we do something else?" Hawaii stared at the corner of the book that was exposed under Eric's body for a few seconds. She seemed to think that her little arms and legs would not be able to snatch the children's book back from her father. She pouted and said, "Daddy is so hateful." Then, she ran back to the villa. Eric helplessly stared at his daughter's small figure as she left. He had no choice but to pick up his son and follow her. In the evening, the women came back one after another. Eric went to the kitchen to help Joanna prepare dinner and talk about his daughter. "Haha, maybe Xiaxia also has Pandoran genes. That's why she's a genius like you." Joanna was not worried at all. Instead, she joked. Eric wanted to tell Joanna that he was not a genius at all. He was just a cheat. "Joanna, I think we should pay attention to this problem. Xiaxia's performance is too abnormal compared to her peers. This is not a good thing. Can't you feel it? Xiaoxiao's way of thinking has become more symbolic. I feel like her calling me daddy is no different from calling a tree. If this continues, Xiaoxiao will become very indifferent as she grows up. I'm sure you don't want that to happen, right?" Joanna added the mushroom into the soup and glared at Eric. "That's because I haven't spent enough time with Xiaoxia. I don't feel that Xiaoxia has any tendency to be indifferent when she calls me mommy." Okay. It's my fault, but," Joanna closed the lid and kissed Eric on the cheek. She smiled. "Xiaoxia's situation is a little special, but I've consulted an education professor at Columbia University. He gave me a lot of advice. I'll raise Xiaoxia well. Don't worry." Eric felt a little relieved. He then asked curiously, "Have you asked why Xiaoxia became like this?" Joanna nodded and smiled. "It's definitely because of your genes as her father. Xiaoxia's IQ is very high. Also, the Columbia professor I consulted said that it might be because I used to read books to Xiaoxia. Our daughter is too smart, and she's been stimulated by too much information for a long time. That's why she's like this now." Eric nodded and said, "I think you should stop reading bedtime stories to Xiaoxia in the future. I'm not studying anymore. According to the professor's advice, I just have to make sure that Xiaoxia is exposed to information that matches her age. Her condition will gradually improve." Joanna then asked, "Are you sure it's okay for you to not attend the Victoria's Secret fashion show today? I heard from Emily that this is your first public press conference." "I don't need any fame now. It's actually better for Firefly and Victoria's Secret to leave more exposure to the models." "Haha, I don't know about this. But tonight, there's a new show on ABC that you personally selected. I think it's called Survivor. I'm looking forward to it." Eric smiled. "You won't be disappointed." Night fell on the East Coast. ABC headquarters, 66th Street, Upper West Side, Manhattan. As the clock gradually approached 8 o'clock, Katzenberg, Tom Murphy, Robert Iger, and other senior executives of Firefly Group and ABC Television Network gathered in a conference room at ABC's headquarters building. In addition to these heavyweight executives, Eric's former assistant, Alan Fissman, who was directly in charge of the reality show project of Survivor, Mark Burnett, the director of Survivor, Charlie Parsons, and other show creators also appeared in this conference room. The large color TV in the conference room was playing the last few minutes of ABC World News. Everyone had different thoughts and was not in the mood to talk. Their gazes were all focused on the TV screen, waiting for the official broadcast of Survivor at 8 p.m., as well as the viewership ratings that followed. As time passed by, Tom Murphy, who was sitting next to Katzenberg, couldn't help but look at the primetime programs of the major television networks in his hand again. NBC's Seinfeld and Fox The X-Files were both highlighted with bright red stars. Seinfeld would be airing the second episode of the third season tonight. As a sitcom that was second only to Friends in terms of viewership ratings in recent years, Seinfeld had 21 million viewers last week. Although Fox The X-Files was airing its first episode at the same time as Survivor, the average viewership for the previous season was also 19 million. As a popular sci-fi drama with many die-hard fans, 20 million viewership was definitely not a problem for the premiere of the new season. Even if the other competitor, CBS, did not have a viewership competitor, a brand new reality show that had never appeared in the history of American television was being attacked by two powerful TV series at the same time. As the CEO of ABC, even after many years of ups and downs, Tom Murphy, who was 70 years old, was still full of worry. His fingers rubbed the program list for a moment, and gently pressed on the X-Files. Tom Murphy couldn't help but blame Eric. Why did he only take back Friends and leave The Millionaire and The X-Files to Fox, causing ABC's new show to be attacked by Fox? In the conservative Tom Murphy's heart, the format of Survivor also implied a very big risk. This reality show focused on reality without a script. Although many details were deliberately arranged by the production team, under the temptation of a huge prize of $1 million USD, the 16 contestants did compete without any rehearsal at all. In addition to the relatively regular physical fitness competition arranged by the program team, the contestants were also full of undisguised quarrels and disagreements, cliques, and intrigue. This was simply a display of the ugliness of human nature. Tom Murphy, who had worked in the media industry for most of his life, knew very well that the audience's mind was very difficult to understand. This kind of undisguised display of human nature in Survivor was likely to lead to two very extreme results. One was a show full of suspense and drama that satisfied the audience's voyeuristic desires. But in Tom Murphy's view, although this result would not make the show look too bad, it would not necessarily bring about explosive viewership ratings. The other, more embarrassing result was that this kind of undisguised display of human nature would cause strong disgust from the audience, and even cause the show to be boycotted. ABC World News ended very quickly. After a short commercial break, accompanied by a primitive indigenous percussion music, the camera on the helicopter quickly swept past the beautiful Malaysian island of Tiga. The music was slightly lowered, and the camera panned to a fishing boat. In the somewhat chaotic scene, two teams of people piled all kinds of supplies onto the bamboo rafts, and then collectively swam towards Tiga Island. The host on the fishing boat quickly explained the various game rules of Survivor. After being briefly attracted by the beautiful scenery of the blue sky, white clouds, blue sea, and jungle, Katzenberg, who was in the conference room, could not help but look at the door of the conference room. 10 minutes, it only took 10 minutes for the staff waiting in the office to get the preliminary viewership data from Nielsen Market Research. Although it was only 5 o'clock in the afternoon on the west coast of the United States, the prime time there had not yet arrived. However, after many years of data research and experience, Nielsen Company could not only accurately monitor the viewership ratings to the minute by installing viewership meters in tens of thousands of representative sample households, but also accurately calculate the national viewership ratings of a program by only collecting the viewership data from a portion of the sample households when different time zones could not be synchronized. Compared to the anxiety and anticipation of the people at ABC headquarters, the atmosphere in the villa living room of the manor in East Hampton, Long Island was quite warm. The family had just finished dinner. Eric, Virginia, and Joanna were sitting on the spacious multi-seater sofa with a little guy in their arms. Eva Pakula, who had wanted to squeeze together to join in the fun but was pulled up by her sister to sit on the single-seater sofa next to her, was holding a bag of potato chips in her hand. From time to time, she would smack her lips and tease Eric's little nephew, who was holding his father's fingers in his arms. Hawaii was sitting obediently on his mother's lap, staring at the TV screen without blinking. It was unusually quiet. Emma, who had been playing too crazily in kindergarten during the day, had already narrowed her eyes in Virginia's arms. The family chatted, and as ABC World News ended, the picturesque Tiga Island in Malaysia soon appeared on the TV screen. Eva, who was casually sitting cross-legged on the sofa, could not help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful." "Where is this?" Joanna and Virginia both looked at Eric. Although Eric did not participate in the specific production of Survivor, he still knew the relevant information like the back of his hand. He introduced, "This is Tiga Island in Malaysia, a primeval forest that has never been developed. Of course, it's beautiful." Eva immediately looked at Joanna expectantly. "Sister, why don't you bring Xianxia here for a trip next time?" Eva giggled and added, "And bring me along." Joanna rolled her eyes and ignored her younger sister's words. However, Eric shook his head and said, "This is not a good place to travel. Don't be fooled by its beautiful appearance, it's actually a snake island. There are no less than 10 kinds of deadly poisonous snakes on it. Of course, you can travel to other developed islands, but you can go by yourself. Don't bring your sister and Xianxia. Eva curled her lips. I don't have that much money for an overseas trip. Sister doesn't even give me living expenses now. You also won't let me participate in the Victoria's Secret show. Otherwise, I could earn more. Joanna glared at her younger sister. Eva, shut up. Eva immediately shrank her neck and did not continue. Eric shook his head and explained with a smile, you've only received some simple modeling training. You can do normal runway and print models, but with your standard, you won't be able to increase your popularity in a top fashion show like this. Instead, you'll be laughed at by the media. Of course, if you're not afraid, I can put you in temporarily. Eva stuck out her tongue and turned her head to look at the TV. She did not mention the Victoria's Secret show again. After Eric finished speaking, he turned his head and whispered into Joanna's ear, why don't you even give Eva living expenses? Joanna explained softly, I've already given her everything I can. Eva is not a child. She has to earn her own living. Eric nodded and did not say anything else. He realized that Westerners always pursued independence. Although Joanna cared a lot for her younger sister, she obviously did not want to let Eva live in her body. The thick-skinned Eva didn't dwell on the previous question either. Her attention was quickly attracted by the television program. After listening to the background introduction of the 16 contestants from various industries, she immediately pointed to the well-built former Navy SEAL in the first group and said, I think this guy will definitely become the champion. He's a Special Forces soldier, after all. He has no problem surviving in the wild. This is a bit unfair to the other members of the team. Eric looked at Joanna and Virginia. Do you think so too? Joanna smiled and did not answer. Virginia said, I think other than the two older contestants, this guy from the SEAL team is the least likely to win. Eva immediately became a little confused. Eric said to Eva, think about the rules that the host mentioned just now. Since you, an outsider, think that this guy is very likely to win, the other team members must have realized this as well. For the $1 million prize, they are very likely to vote this guy out in the tribe. Although Eva was a bit stubborn, she was not stupid. She immediately understood Eric's meaning and said, then, it can't be that the weakest one will get the prize, right? Eric reached out and stuffed the teething stick on the coffee table into the mouth of his baby son, who had just finished chewing his left hand and right hand. He said, the weakest one will definitely not get the prize. Just like Vicky said, in order to win in the physical challenge, they will definitely eliminate the weakest one in their group. But at the same time, the weaker ones will also join forces to eliminate the strongest contestants in order to maintain their competitiveness. Of course, things were not necessarily absolute. This show not only showed the struggle between man and nature, but also tested the unpredictable nature of human nature. These people come from all walks of life. They are all different races, beliefs, occupations, and personalities. No one can guess their own thoughts and choices. The highlight of this show is the strong drama and the ubiquitous suspense, and it is very real. Eva looked at the TV screen and saw that a group of players had a disagreement over whether to build a tent first or build a fire engine. With a sly look on her face, she looked at Eric and asked, this is a $1 million prize. Didn't you guys do something behind the scenes? Make arrangements? Like decide on something behind closed doors or something? Eric laughed and said, many ordinary viewers will definitely have this guess. Of course, the show will definitely guide the contestants to a certain extent, but the final winner will be naturally selected after 39 days of competition. You only see the $1 million prize, but what you don't know is that the production cost of this show is $10 million. As long as the ratings meet expectations, ABC can earn millions of dollars in advertising fees from this show every episode. The risk of fixing the prize is very high. Once it is exposed, credibility will be lost, and there will be no possibility of the show continuing to be produced. Think about it this way, do you think we need to do this kind of thing? While Eric was discussing this with the women in the East Hampton Manor, countless families on the East Coast jumped to ABC TV to watch the show on time because of Firefly Group sparing no effort in the early publicity. While they were attracted by the beautiful scenery of Dugga Island and the novel format of the show, they were also discussing all kinds of issues. At the ABC headquarters in Manhattan, the 10 minutes of the show's broadcast seemed so long, but it was also fleeting. The contestants in the show had already spent their first night on Dugga Island. A few mice were crawling around in the night vision camera. Katzenberg, Tom Murphy, Robert Iger, and others had already frequently turned their eyes to the door of the conference room. When Katzenberg, who was the most impatient, was about to get up and ask in person, the door of the conference room was knocked. A beautiful female employee in her early 30s came in with a form. "Mr. Katzenberg, Mr. Murphy, this is..." Before the female employee finished speaking, Katzenberg, who was sitting on the outermost side, had already snatched the form from her hand and couldn't wait to look at the paper. First place, The X-Files, instant viewership of 22.1 million. Although some expectations were dashed, this result was also expected. Tom Murphy, Robert Iger, and others also came over at this time. Alan and the other main creators could only wait anxiously outside for the big shots to reveal the results. They didn't dare to squeeze forward. Katzenberg's gaze quickly moved down. Second place in the instant viewership was Seinfeld with 19.9 million. It was a slight drop compared to the first episode, which was also very normal. Katzenberg continued to look down nervously. Together with Tom Murphy and Robert Iger next to him, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Survivor was lucky to be in third place with 17.8 million instant viewership. Without looking at the subsequent rankings, Katzenberg nodded to Tom Murphy and Robert Iger, and the three of them sat back down. 17.8 million, Katzenberg handed the form to the others. There was no joy or disappointment in his expression as he said, "Not a bad start. Next, let's wait for the viewership ratings of the half hour, and the second episode. I hope it won't disappoint." Most people who were originally a little relaxed when they heard the viewership numbers could not help but be nervous again. 17.8 million. If it was any other new drama, this viewership rating would definitely be very eye-catching. However, Firefly Group's early publicity for Survivor was completely on the same level as Friends, which was going to be broadcast next week. The marketing investment and production costs were almost the same. Therefore, this viewership rating, which was even heaven-defying for other new dramas, could only be regarded as the result of Firefly Group's early publicity. In order to test the market reaction of Survivor as much as possible, this reality show, like many other new dramas, used a 2-episode broadcast model. Although the start was not bad, the viewership curve of the show in the next 2 hours was the key to showing the true strength of this reality show. Compared to Katzenberg, who was obviously a little dissatisfied, director Mark Burnett, scriptwriter Charlie Parsons, and the other creatives of the show were already secretly happy when they saw the data on the form. For the current 4 major public television networks, if a show had more than 10 million viewers, it could continue to broadcast. At least it would not face the fate of being cut in half in the first season. The opening viewership of 17.8 million had far exceeded the expectations of Mark Burnett and Charlie Parsons. As long as the viewership ratings did not decline so miserably, it would not be a problem for this show to get renewed by ABC. Alan, who was parachuted to ABC by Eric as the deputy manager of the primetime program production department and also the producer of Survivor, saw this data. He only relaxed for a moment before his mood immediately became unsettled. Compared to others, Alan's pressure was the greatest. The failure of Survivor did not have much impact on Katzenberg and the others, but this matter was related to his future. As a parachutist, although he had once served as Eric's personal assistant, this halo could not prevent him from being ostracized by ABC's veterans. Alan noticed the expressions of Katzenberg and the others. He knew very well that they were comparing Survivor to Who Will Be a Millionaire, which was personally created by Eric. The average viewership of the first season of Who Will Be a Millionaire reached an astonishing 29 million, which was unbelievable. Under the proper management of Fox, even after 5 years, the viewership of this reality show still remained around 20 million. Compared to the amazing Who Will Be a Millionaire, the opening of Survivor could only be considered mediocre. However, of course, Alan had no intention of competing with the show personally produced by Eric. He only hoped that the viewership of Survivor would not decline. Even if it remained around 18 million, this result would allow him to firmly establish a foothold in his position. However, if the viewership dropped too much, even with Eric as a backer, this failure would make it difficult for him to stay in the position of Deputy General Manager of ABC's primetime program production department. While waiting anxiously, the contestants on the TV screen had already begun to scheme against each other. Perhaps this scene was very novel in the eyes of many ordinary viewers, but the people in the conference room at ABC's headquarters did not pay much attention to it. If possible, many people actually wanted to suggest that it was better to turn off the TV. Finally, when the contestants began to participate in the first physical fitness competition, the door of the conference room was knocked on again. P.S. In reality, the viewership of the first season of Who Will Be a Millionaire was 29 million. It was a miracle. In addition, Seinfeld, which was mentioned in this episode, had a viewership of 76 million in the finale. It's just that this sitcom's global popularity is not as high as Friends, so the average viewership should not be as high as Friends. I'm just saying this to explain that I've checked most of the data in the book in detail. Maybe I'll adjust it slightly according to the situation in the book, but I definitely didn't write anything randomly. After someone knocked on the door of the conference room, it was still the female employee who walked in. After the lesson just now, the female employee did not say much nonsense this time. She smiled and handed the results directly to Katzenberg. She said softly, "Mr. Katzenberg, this is the half-hour data." Although he was impatient, this did not mean that Katzenberg did not know the ways of the world. When he noticed the female employee's smiling expression, Katzenberg immediately realized something. He nodded slightly to the female employee and looked at the half-hour viewership data table. The first place was still the X-Files, but the viewership data had slipped from 1 million to 2 million. There was a drop of 900,000 viewers. The viewership data of Seinfeld, which was in second place, rebounded. It rose from 19.9 million to 26 million, an increase of 700,000. Immediately after, Survivor, which was in third place, made Katzenberg's sharp eyes suddenly light up. 19.1 million. Compared to the 700,000 increase of Seinfeld, the viewership of Survivor soared by 1.3 million in half an hour. Tom Murphy and Robert Iger, who were around Katzenberg, smiled at the same time. The viewership numbers actually increased by 1.3 million, Robert Iger said excitedly. Seinfeld only aired one episode, and NBC took over a brand new sitcom called Perfect Town. This new show that relies on Seinfeld as the lead director will definitely not be able to compete with Survivor. The X-Files also showed a decline in viewership numbers. If that's the case, maybe Survivor has the possibility of hitting 20 million viewers. The viewership data table was quickly circulated around the conference room. When the broadcast data came in, almost no one dared to speak. After all, everyone in the room was thinking of the incredible viewership of Who Will Become a Millionaire a few years ago. Even if everyone knew that comparing it to Who Will Become a Millionaire would only invite ridicule, the 17.8 million viewership data was already not bad. However, no one could guarantee where the viewership curve would go next. But now, with the release of the half-hour viewership data, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became lively. A group of executives expressed their opinions. As soon as Robert Iger's voice trailed off, another executive added, "Yes, the highest viewership for the first episode was 20 million. Although it's not as good as Millionaire a few years ago, it's definitely the highest viewership for a reality show in recent years." Another person said, "After the X-Files ends, there will be one more episode of Survivor. Perhaps this number will be higher. If the viewership ratings can reach 20 million, we must make good use of this gimmick. The publicity department should come up with a new marketing plan. Maybe we can use Survivor as the lead director for the new drama next week." Amidst the chaotic discussions, Alan, who had a joyful smile on his face, raised his fist and bumped fists with the director, scriptwriter, and other creatives of Survivor one by one. The slight increase in viewership meant that Survivor was basically a success. All the worries in the hearts of the creatives had disappeared. Katzenberg, Tom Murphy, and Robert Iger also came over to congratulate them. In the midst of everyone's excitement, the next half an hour seemed unusually short. On the color TV screen in the conference room, the first episode of Survivor had unknowingly ended. After a short commercial break, the opening credits of the second episode began to play. After about 10 minutes of data statistics, the door of the conference room was pushed open again. The eyes of the people who were whispering just now were focused on the female employee who walked in. Suddenly being stared at by more than 10 pairs of eyes, the female employee's face turned slightly red. However, she still waved the latest viewership ratings table in her hand and also excitedly reported the latest viewership numbers. Survivor's viewership ratings are 26 million. It has surpassed the X-Files viewership ratings by 100,000. It is ranked first. Wow. Although there were a few big shots present, there was still a burst of cheers in the conference room. After whispering a few words to Tom Murphy and Robert Iger, Katzenberg walked over and said to Alan and the others, "Alan, Mark, Charlie, maybe you can start preparing for the next season." Alan nodded. The viewership ratings for the first episode of the show had clearly started to rise, and the number of viewers had exceeded 20 million. The production of the new season was almost a done deal. Standing next to Alan, the screenwriter of Survivor, who was also the creator of the show, Charlie Parsons, was extremely excited. At the same time, he could not help but think of Eric. If Eric had not personally selected Survivor from a pile of ideas, Charlie Parsons would not have known if Survivor would have been able to hit the screen, let alone today's success. Thinking of this, Charlie Parsons could not help but say, "Mr. Katzenberg, I heard that Mr. Williams is currently in New York. Perhaps we should share this good news with him." Hearing Charlie Parsons's words, Katzenberg, Tom Murphy, Robert Iger, and even Alan's expressions became a little strange. Charlie Parsons looked at them in confusion. He thought about it a few times but did not realize that he had just said anything wrong. Of course, Katzenberg and the others knew very well where Eric was currently. However, they recalled the positive attitude that Eric had shown since he selected Survivor. Katzenberg and the others realized that for the television station, the premiere viewership of a new show reaching 20 million was indeed good news that was worth announcing. However, for Eric, perhaps this was something that was expected. Otherwise, Eric would not have maintained a strong attitude of support for this show from the beginning to the end. Noticing Charlie Parsons' confusion, Katzenberg communicated with Tom Murphy and Robert Iger with his eyes before replying, "Now, maybe, it's not convenient to disturb Eric. After the complete data of the 2 episodes are released, I'll give him a call." Katzenberg and the others thought that Eric, who had already created the ratings miracle of Millionaire, would not care too much about the premiere data of Survivor, so they did not intend to disturb Eric from spending time with his woman and child. Charlie Parsons, who did not know the inside story at all, thought of the various rumors about Eric. He thought that Eric was now in some gentle village, which was why the big shots in front of him had such strange expressions. Although he was envious of Eric's luck with women, Charlie Parsons quickly pretended to understand and smiled at everyone. Charlie tactfully didn't mention this topic again. Compared to the mediocre first episode, the second episode of Survivor brought out the hardcore food competition that many fans of the show in his previous life. Considering the audience's acceptance, the program team did not choose beetle larvae or animal embryos, which became more and more extreme later on. Instead, they chose live octopus tentacles. This was a very popular delicacy in East Asia. After the host introduced it, although the wriggling octopus tentacles on the plate made people a little scared, the people in the conference room did not feel much nausea. Instead, they watched the various embarrassing moments of the contestants in the show with relish or schadenfreude. Of course, although they put down all kinds of concerns and began to enjoy this reality show, everyone's attention did not leave the ratings data. When the female staff member came in at the half-past hour of the second episode to announce that the ratings of Survivor had reached 22 million, even Tom Murphy, who had always been conservative and reserved, could not help but shout to the assistant next to him, "Open the champagne." In the end, the highest ratings of Survivor that night were fixed at 23.6 million, which surprised the staff in charge of ratings statistics at Nielsen. After the broadcast ended, Katzenberg straightforwardly paid out of his own pocket and invited all the staff on duty in the ABC building to party all night in the headquarters cafeteria. The next day, Nielsen released more detailed ratings data for Tuesday. The premiere of Survivor topped the charts with a highest rating of 23. 75 million and an average rating of 21.12 million. It surpassed the second place, The X-Files, which had a highest rating of 22.1 million and an average rating of 20.96 million. It became the one-day ratings champion. Because the main viewership of The X-Files was concentrated in the youth audience, ABC was originally worried that the viewership ratings of Survivor would be lower than that of The X-Files among the core 18 to 49-year-old audience, and advertisers were often most concerned about the viewership ratings of this group of people. However, the real numbers were very surprising. Survivor's viewership ratings for the 18 to 49-year-olds that night had reached 8.7%, with a market share of 23%. This meant that out of the 120 million or so North American viewers aged 18 to 49, 8.7% of the 120 million viewers had watched Survivor, which accounted for 23% of the total 18 to 49-year-olds who had watched the show that night. The corresponding figures for The X-Files were only 7.1% and 17% respectively. Although these results were still impressive, they could no longer compete with Survivor. Behind the explosive ratings of Survivor, there was a heated discussion about the show among the public. In the following days, almost all Americans would hear the word Survivor more or less. Of course, the media would not let go of such a hot topic. The New York Times publicly praised Survivor as a real game that astonishingly gathered the collisions between humans and humans, between humans and nature. The Washington Post also praised Survivor for completely subverting the meaning of reality shows. This is the real reality show. As the popularity of the topic increased, ABC quickly announced the renewal of Survivor to the public. At the same time, they started the auditions for the next season of Survivor. With such a hot topic, Survivor's viewership for the next week reached a new high. The average viewership easily reached 25 million. The viewership for the sixth season of Friends also exceeded 20 million. The performance was very stable. In comparison, the results of the Emergency Room Story were somewhat inferior. It was also a 2-episode series, but the average viewership for the premiere of the Emergency Room Story was only 17 million. This result was not out of Eric's expectations. This was because the theme of the Emergency Room Story was relatively unpopular. Furthermore, it did not have the long-term accumulated popularity of Friends or the novel format of Survivor that made people's eyes light up. Of course, this inferior data was only relative to Survivor and Friends. As a brand new drama series, the viewership of 17 million viewers was already one of the best among the new dramas that aired at the same time in the fall. Moreover, the Emergency Room Story received very good reviews from the film critics and the audience. It was believed that with the accumulation of good reputation, the viewership of this medical drama would also rise beautifully. With the overall popularity of these shows, from Monday's Football Night to Thursday's Friends, ABC's high viewership Ace series once again increased the network's market share to an enviable level. The situation that several major competitors originally expected ABC to fall into a low viewership because of the merger with Firefly did not happen. Moreover, ABC's strong position was almost unshakable in the short term. This forced the executives of several major television networks to rack their brains to find ways to snatch viewership from other competitors. While the network's operations were flourishing, Eric had already returned to New York from Long Island to begin the final stage of preparations for the Victoria's Secret show. Although most of the arrangements in the Lexington Avenue munitions factory had been completed, there were still many things that required Eric's personal attention. Not to mention the testing of the lighting, setting, sound effects, and other stage effects, just the shooting schedule alone required repeated debugging. In order to collect enough editing material and achieve satisfactory results, the entire Victoria's Secret show venue needed to use at least 8 professional cameras at the same time for several camera positions, such as the front stage, backstage, fixed point, slide, follow, swing arm, and overhead shots. Although Eric had ready-made images in his mind for reference, just the testing of the camera positions alone took more than half a week, and there were only 4 weeks left in the entire Victoria's Secret show in early November. While Eric was working hard behind the scenes, the most attention in Manhattan was undoubtedly the 40 Victoria's Secret angels who could attract a lot of attention no matter where they appeared. And very coincidentally, New York had just held its Autumn Fashion Week in mid-September. If it were any other year, fashion media from all over the world might have left, but the upcoming Victoria's Secret show made these media people stay. It was not only because of the personal appeal of Eric, the crossover director, but also because the 40 top models in the industry were all absent from the New York Fashion Week. Not only did this year's Fashion Week pale in comparison, but it also made the media more curious about what kind of show Eric, an outsider, would make. Because of strict confidentiality measures, these media reporters who stayed in New York could not get too much inside information, so in the process of waiting, they had to spend a lot of energy on the angel supermodels who often appeared all over Manhattan. During this time, even if the angels occasionally appeared on the street in private, they would attract a lot of reporters. In the few public appearances, the swarms of reporters could even cause traffic jams on the streets. Although the preparation for the Victoria's Secret show took a few months, and they even missed the New York Fashion Week, which was very important for professional models, with the media resources of Firefly Group and Yahoo, the 40 Victoria's Secret angels were far more popular than most models in the industry. On the fashion section of Yahoo, detailed information and biographies of all 40 Victoria's Secret angels had been published in a special section for the Victoria's Secret show. In the past few months, it had accumulated a lot of clicks. Some of the sharper modeling agencies in the industry noticed this and set up special company websites, trying to promote their models in the same way. However, this kind of clumsy imitation did not have much effect. After all, compared to the huge traffic of Yahoo, the clicks of these hastily established company websites were completely negligible and could not achieve the publicity effect of Yahoo. Although more intensive publicity would be done after the Victoria's Secret show, before that, some of the Victoria's Secret angels were a little smug because of the sudden surge of fame. Once people were smug, they were no longer so down-to-earth and often liked to do things that were out of line. The munitions factory on Risington Avenue in Manhattan was an old building with dark brown brick walls. From the word munitions factory, one could tell what the building used to be. However, after World War II, the building, which could accommodate 5,000 people, was mostly used as a venue for concerts, plays, and gatherings. Inside the Arsenal factory, which had been tightly sealed, Eric and his old partner, Nick Frank, who was the director of photography for the Victoria's Secret show, were adjusting the camera on the slide track next to the runway. Emily, who was dressed in a professional suit, hurried in with her assistant. Her face was slightly tense, and she was holding a magazine in her hand. Hearing the sound of high heels behind him, Eric turned his head to take a look. Then, he focused his attention on the camera stand again. He casually joked with Emily, "Who provoked you? Don't tell me you're worried that Chris will dump you after staying in Finland for too long?" After the GSM system became popular, Nokia, which was the first to introduce mobile phone products in this communication system, entered a period of rapid growth. The various problems in the company's rapid expansion caused Chris to fly to Europe frequently. Recently, Chris also went to Nokia's headquarters in Finland. Emily ignored Eric's joke. She handed the magazine in her hand to Eric and said, "Look at it yourself." Eric waved his right hand. "I have engine oil on my hand. Just tell me." Emily had no choice but to pick up the magazine. She opened the cover and gestured to Eric. "Here." Eric glanced at it. It was a magazine called Vogue New York. On the cover was a street photo of a girl wearing a leather jacket and jeans uniform from the Victoria's Secret fashion show. After some identification, Eric smiled and said, "Heidi Klum. She looks pretty in the street photo." "Why?" Eric didn't forbid the Victoria's Secret angels from contacting the media in private to promote themselves, so it wasn't strange to see Heidi Klum's street photos appear on the cover of the magazine. However, when Emily flipped open the magazine and displayed an exclusive interview in front of him, Eric frowned slightly when he saw the title of Victoria's Secret show revealed. Eric took a tissue from the staff beside him and wiped his greasy hands before taking the Vogue New York magazine. Although he didn't forbid the Victoria's Secret angels from contacting the media in private to promote themselves, from the beginning, Eric had repeatedly emphasized that they absolutely couldn't reveal any details of the Victoria's Secret show. He even wrote these terms in the contract. Strict confidentiality measures could allow the media to maintain a strong focus on the Victoria's Secret show, thus achieving the best publicity effect. However, in this exclusive interview, Heidi Klum vaguely revealed the background music that Eric had personally produced and the unique wing design of the Victoria's Secret Angels, as well as other details that had never been publicly disclosed by the program team. Although some of the words were rather obscure, as long as one had a normal IQ, they would be able to guess. After reading the interview, Eric frowned even more. He shook his head and sighed, "These girls are really troublesome." Diane Kruger and the other girls who were waiting near the runway to test the shooting effects of the slide rail couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard Eric's old-fashioned words. After all, at least half of the 40 supermodels weren't younger than Eric. However, of course, the girls wouldn't talk about anything in front of Eric. Instead, they stuck their heads out and glanced at the magazine. They were all very curious about what trouble Heidi Klum had gotten into. After interacting with each other for a few months, they had all figured out Eric's temperament. Although Eric didn't seem to have any anger in his tone, they all realized that Eric must be very angry now. Emily didn't care about Eric's words. She said with a serious expression, "This exclusive interview in Vogue New York has been republished by many media outlets. Now, many people are discussing the details revealed in the article. Although Heidi Klum didn't reveal too much information this time, I think we should treat this matter seriously. If we don't deal with it." Emily glanced at the group of gorgeously dressed girls nearby and continued, "If we don't deal with it, more information will definitely be leaked." Eric obviously understood the seriousness of this matter. If they couldn't prevent similar incidents from happening again, these troublesome supermodels would definitely continue to leak more information to the media in order to gain attention. By then, the media and audience might have already lost interest in the Victoria's Secret show before all the details were exposed. "Get Heidi Klum to come here to see me." Also, Eric recalled and said, "Heidi Klum's current contract is under the Metropolitan Model Agency, right? Give the boss of this company a call and inform him of this matter." "Only Heidi Klum comes here? I think you should talk to everyone." After Emily finished speaking, she thought for a while and said, "Also, Heidi's actions have violated the contract. She should be punished." "Eric, you can't always spoil them. They're not my daughters. Why should I spoil them?" Eric shook his head and chuckled. He said, "Everyone is quite busy. It's enough for her to come here alone." Emily's expression was a little helpless, but she still walked away to make a call. Eric once again turned his attention to the camera on the slide rail. After discussing with Nickel about some details, he got up and said to the angels present, "All right, all of you beautiful troublemakers, go on stage. Let's test the effect." When the girls heard Eric's joke, they thought that his temper had passed once again. They all laughed and went on the wide runway. Half an hour later, a black car stopped outside the munitions factory. The model agent named Justin Perth and Heidi Klum got out of the car together. She said again, "Heidi, remember, you must insist that this was just an accident. You were deceived by that reporter from Vogue New York. Then, take the initiative to admit your mistake, understand?" Heidi Klum took out a small mirror from her handbag and tidied up her makeup. She said impatiently, "Of course I know, Justin. You've said it 100 times." Justin Perth still wanted to say something, but the girl had already shaken her off and walked toward the entrance of the munitions factory. Emily, who was standing outside and watching Eric test the effect of the camera, was the first to notice the arrival of Heidi Klum and Nickel. She wanted to reprimand them with a cold face, but she saw Heidi Klum walk directly toward Eric with her agent. A faint woman's fragrance wafted over. Eric, who was looking at the camera, raised his head and looked at Heidi Klum, who came to his side. He nodded slightly and gestured for her to wait. Heidi Klum obediently took the initiative to speak. She pointed at the few girls who were walking on the runway and said, "Mr. Williams, do you need me to go up as well?" Eric didn't answer. Instead, he waved his hand and gestured for everyone to stop. He said to Nickel, who was beside him, "The effect is pretty good. Set up the spare slide rail according to the parameters this time." After explaining this matter, he instructed everyone to rest. Eric brought Heidi Klum and Nickel to the resting area. Emily, who was a little worried, also came over. The others who already knew what happened tactfully stayed elsewhere. Seeing Eric pick up the New York Vogue magazine, before he could say anything, Heidi Klum immediately showed a pitiful expression. Mr. Williams, I'm really sorry. This was an accident. I promise there won't be a next time. The reporter who wrote this article is a friend of mine. She treated me to a meal that day, and I just casually chatted with her about the Victoria's Secret show. I didn't expect her to publish these things. I've already cut ties with her. Justin can testify. Justin Perth, who was beside her, quickly nodded. At this moment, Heidi Crumb, who was only 21 years old and still a little immature, had already displayed the excellent eloquence of a talk show host. Her tone even had the friendliness of a girl next door. Eric looked at Heidi Crumb's slightly playful and sexy lips with great interest. He simply put down the magazine that he had picked up. After Heidi Crumb finished blabbering, she noticed Eric looking at her lips. She took the initiative to curl her lips, revealing a beautiful arc. After a moment, Eric said casually, "Actually, I originally wanted to get Thomas to fire you. Heidi, it's written very clearly in the contract, and I've reminded you more than once to never reveal any details of the Victoria's Secret show to the media. But you still crossed the line." Thomas Zomer was the CEO of the Metropolitan Model Agency. Eric's first sentence made Heidi Crumb and Justin Perth's expressions change. Even Emily showed a different expression. She originally thought that Eric would just criticize her a little and be done with it. She didn't expect him to. Wait, there seems to be a originally. What about now? When Emily realized something, Heidi Crumb, who was originally shocked, also realized the meaning of Eric's words. She stammered, Then, Eric didn't keep her in suspense. He said, "But you're a model with a lot of potential. It's a pity to leave the industry, so I don't plan to do that." Heidi Crumb relaxed and squeezed the Prada handbag in her hand. She looked at Eric with tears in her eyes. She knew that Eric definitely wasn't done speaking. "However, it's definitely not suitable for you to participate in the Victoria's Secret fashion show this time. If you do something wrong, you can just change it. But if you do something wrong, you have to accept the punishment." When Heidi Crumb heard Eric's words, she suddenly felt like her life had been sucked out. She had just started her modeling career 2 years ago. Now, her career was rapidly rising. If she lost this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, she couldn't imagine where her career would go in the future. Thinking of this, Heidi Crumb's pitiful expression was no longer fake. She took 2 steps forward and grabbed Eric's arm. She begged, "Mr. Williams, please give me another chance. I'm really, really sorry. I promise there won't be a next time. You can punish me however you want. Just don't let me leave here, please." The girl didn't forget to use her body to gently rub Eric's arm as she spoke. Emily, who was standing at the side, moved her lips. She wanted to say something, but she didn't. As the boss of a fashion company, Emily had a lot of contact with the modeling circle. She knew very well that these beautiful babes weren't easy to deal with. This solution was actually the best. With this lesson, she believed that the other Victoria's Secret angels wouldn't do anything out of line again. As for Heidi Crumb's replacement, the modeling circle was so big that it wouldn't be difficult to find 1 or 2 replacements. "Don't be like this, Heidi. I'm not done yet." Eric stretched out his arm and pressed Heidi Crumb onto a chair. The girl thought that Eric's attitude had softened. She obediently followed Eric's force and sat down on the chair. There was a hint of charm in her pitiful expression. She looked at him expectantly. Eric picked up the magazine and casually flipped through it. He said, "You said in the article that you want to travel, right?" Heidi Crumb nodded. She didn't understand what Eric meant. "Then you should go out for a walk. It's already autumn in the Northern Hemisphere. Go to New Zealand. It's spring there." Eric thought for a while and added, "Come back at Christmas." The last glimmer of hope in Heidi Crumb's heart was shattered. There was only one last thought in her mind. What kind of place is New Zealand? After Eric finished speaking, he looked at her manager, Justin Perth, who was standing beside Heidi Crumb. He said, "You should come along too." After leaving the munitions factory in disappointment, Heidi Crumb stood beside the busy Lexington Avenue. She pursed her thin lips tightly and glared at a passerby who glanced at her. After a while, Justin Perth finished his call and walked over. His expression was also dejected. I've already talked to Mr. Zomer about this. Mr. Zomer got someone to book a flight tonight to New Zealand. In the original spacetime, New Zealand only became a popular tourist destination in Middle-earth after the release of the Lord of the Rings series. But now, to most people, New Zealand, which was located in the southern hemisphere, was no different from a remote village. Heidi Crumb kicked the lamppost beside her with all her might. She raised her chin and said, "I'm not going to a godforsaken place like New Zealand." "What is this? Exile? Haha. Who does Eric Williams think he is? King of Prussia? Since he has already fired me, why should I listen to him? Justin, didn't Dior want me to endorse a perfume last month? Let's go to France now." Justin Perth was a little helpless towards this spoiled girl who didn't understand the situation at all. He said, "Heidi, Dior wanted you to endorse it when you still had the Victoria's Secret Angel contract. Now that you've been fired, this endorsement is naturally gone." Heidi Crumb opened her mouth and said in a hateful tone, "So what if it's gone? Can't I find a job?" Justin Perth didn't directly answer this question. He spread his hands and said, "Before this interview, I reminded you that it's best not to talk about the inside story of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. But you didn't listen to me." Heidi Crumb was immediately unwilling. "Are you criticizing me? But you also tacitly agreed. Don't think that I can't tell. In the end, you're the one who makes the decision." Justin Perth suddenly became impatient. "So, if you don't want to go to New Zealand, then forget it. I'm going back to the apartment to pack my things." Heidi Crumb's eyes widened. "What? You're going by yourself? If I don't go, Mr. Zomer will fire me." Justin Perth took a deep breath and looked at the blonde beauty whom he had single-handedly pulled up. He patiently explained, "Eric Williams is of course not the King of Prussia, but he owns the largest media group in North America. He controls 1/3 of the television networks in the Federation and countless media resources. Heidi, do you know what kind of influence this means? Even the president of the Federation won't easily become enemies with such a media tycoon. Modeling agencies like us who rely more on media resources won't dare to do so. Yes, this is really an exile. You should be glad that Eric Williams is only punishing you and doesn't intend to drive you out of the modeling industry. But if you don't want to go to New Zealand, Mr. Zomer will terminate your contract. Under the pressure of Eric Williams, all the other top modeling agencies won't sign you anymore. Of course, you can still sign with those mediocre agencies or even go solo. But without the support of a top modeling agency, you won't be able to get any first-tier brand endorsements from those mediocre agencies. It's also impossible for them to fight for another opportunity like the Victoria's Secret fashion show for you. Under such circumstances, how far do you think you can go in this industry?" Heidi Crumb's originally indignant expression suddenly collapsed. "So, come to New Zealand with me. It's only 2 months. At least." With a bitter tone, Justin Perth looked at the model he had brought up single-handedly and said, "At least, the scenery there is really good." The news of Heidi Crumb being fired by Eric on the spot for violating the ban spread like wildfire. The Victoria's Secret Angels, who had been pursued by the media, calmed down when they heard the inside story. The Victoria's Secret fashion show had always attracted a lot of media attention. During this period of time, the darling of the modeling industry had suddenly fallen from the clouds. This kind of explosive news could not be hidden, and the Victoria's Secret fashion show team had no intention of hiding it. On the day Eric made this decision, Heidi Crumb's personal page on Yahoo was removed. Some of the publicity activities that required Heidi Crumb's participation were also changed. Edward Razek, one of the people in charge of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, even made an official announcement at the Plaza Hotel where the Victoria's Secret Angels were staying. However, this news obviously didn't satisfy the media reporters who were thirsty for any news about the Victoria's Secret fashion show. Countless inquiries from the media flooded in. All the people in charge of the Victoria's Secret fashion show and the Metropolitan Model Agency that Heidi Crumb belonged to were in an attempt to dig up more details. Almost all the media didn't believe that Heidi Crumb was fired because of the exclusive interview in Vogue New York magazine. Most people thought that the exclusive interview was specially arranged by the program team. After all, just like how various kinds of news would be released in stages during the promotion process to maintain the popularity of the topic, the article in New York Vogue was very similar to the usual movie promotion method. Some of the more sinister media even guessed that there might be some kind of scandal involved, so they became even more eager to dig up. However, no matter how many calls were made, and how many people who might know the inside story were contacted, all the news obtained by the media was exactly the same as the official statement. Not only was this the truth, but after this incident, the Victoria's Secret angels who had put zippers on their little mouths didn't dare to say anything to the media even in private. Some of the project team staff who knew about the incident wouldn't say anything. The Victoria's Secret angels had made a mistake, but at most, they would lose this opportunity. They had signed a stricter confidentiality agreement, so if they said anything, not only would they lose their jobs, but they would also receive a huge compensation. Other than the Victoria's Secret project team and the Metropolitan Model Agency, the only person who knew the whole story was Heidi Klum, who had been fired by Eric. However, when countless reporters began to contact Heidi Klum, they once again discovered a shocking fact. This Victoria's Secret angel who had just been fired had actually vanished from the face of the earth. Not only did all of Heidi Klum's contact with her manager fail, but even some well-connected reporters who managed to contact Heidi Klum's relatives in Germany were unable to find out her whereabouts. As a result, the media became even more excited, and all kinds of speculations became even more rampant. Although the regular large media outlets didn't dare to talk nonsense without evidence, countless tabloids didn't have too many scruples. In just a few days, all kinds of messy, inside story articles were churned out one after another. Among them, the most widely accepted theory was that a model who had resigned from a big show was pregnant by a media tycoon, and had to hide from the public to raise the child. In order to avoid lawsuits, the smart tabloids would definitely not use their real names. However, this kind of obvious hint was probably something that only a fool wouldn't be able to see through. Some of the news that spread through internal channels about Eric flying into a rage because of Heidi Klum's violation of the rules and exiling her overseas had become the fake news that the media and the public snorted in disdain. In the recent days, in the face of the current self-defeating media situation, many people who knew the inside story were gloating at Eric's misfortune. Of course, most of them definitely wouldn't dare to show it in front of Eric, but the relatives and friends around him didn't have such concerns. Even Virginia, who heard the news, teasingly asked if Kevin and Hawaii were going to have a younger brother or sister when Eric returned to East Hampton for the weekend. Compared to the millionaires who were usually middle-aged or even old, Eric, who had accumulated a huge amount of wealth before the age of 30, was really too eye-catching. In addition, due to Eric's profession and his unmarried status, all kinds of gossip surrounding him had never stopped. Therefore, in the face of the hot topic in the outside world, Eric quickly returned to his indifferent attitude. After all, once there were more lice, it wouldn't itch anymore. After Heidi Klum left, while continuing to rehearse the Victoria's Secret show in an orderly manner, filling in the vacancy became something that Eric had to deal with as soon as possible. The top supermodels in the industry who had originally declined the invitation to the Victoria's Secret show because of various concerns took the initiative to express their desire to join the show after seeing the soaring popularity of the Victoria's Secret angels and the huge boost to their careers. Those ordinary A-list and B-list supermodels who wanted to make a name for themselves were even more enthusiastic. Countless application letters flew to the Victoria's Secret project team. In a temporary office in the backstage of the munitions factory, Emily said to Eric, who was focused on studying a blueprint of the show, "Naomi Campbell's agent just called. He said that Naomi really wants to join the show and can even walk on the stage for free. However, she wants to at least have a chance to walk the opening and the iconic Victoria's Secret angel wings." Eric shook his head. The wings can be considered, but the opening is not. Not to mention the opening, there isn't even a closing. All the order of appearance has already been arranged. She can only fill in for Heidi Klum. You can reply to them like this. As for free, there's no need. According to her status, she should pay as much as she should. Emily nodded and took out her phone to dial a number on the spot. If it had been any other normal fashion show, Emily would have definitely persuaded Eric to agree. After all, Naomi Campbell was definitely one of the best in the industry. After inviting her to do a show, everyone would go their separate ways and there wouldn't be any more entanglements. However, it was different this time. Emily knew very well how bad Naomi Campbell's reputation was in the industry. She threw all kinds of tantrums and even arrived late and left early. The Victoria's Secret show was a whole that required careful planning. The models were not allowed to make any trouble, and Naomi Campbell was undoubtedly the type of person who was most likely to make trouble. After the call, Emily was just about to put her phone away when it rang again. After picking up the call, Emily mumbled a few words and then hung up with a strange expression. Eric, who had heard some scattered information from Emily's words, raised his head. He knew that this was another direct call to Emily. However, Emily's reaction this time was a little strange. "What's wrong?" Emily shrugged and said, "There's another suitable candidate. I think we can give this one a try." As there was less than a month left before the Victoria's Secret show, there was not much time for the latecomers to train. Therefore, Eric directly rejected the applications of the ordinary A-list and B-list models. From the beginning, he had planned to choose a substitute from the small batch of top supermodels. In the past few days, he had already considered most suitable supermodels. Hearing Emily's words, Eric was curious. "Is there a supermodel that we haven't thought of?" Emily nodded and said, "Stephanie Seymour, what do you think?" Eric was a little surprised. Stephanie Seymour was, of course, one of the top supermodels of this era. Moreover, this supermodel with a strong personality once led a group of ex-girlfriends to sue the lead singer of Guns N' Roses, Axl Rose, for youth loss compensation. This was a valiant act that left a deep impression on Eric. Of course, Eric also thought of Stephanie Seymour, but he dismissed the idea from the beginning. This was because this supermodel with a strong personality had recently hooked up with a big rich guy, the boss of the billion-dollar Brent Publishing Group, Peter Brent. Moreover, the two were already at the stage where they were talking about marriage. Although Peter Brent was more than 20 years older than Stephanie Seymour, Eric still admired this supermodel's skills. After all, most models had a beautiful dream of marrying into a rich family, but there were very few who could really realize their dreams. If I remember correctly, Stephanie Seymour is about to marry Peter Brent. Will Peter Brent be willing to continue participating in business activities with his fiancée? Emily knew a little more than Eric. She said, "Stephanie Seymour has been entangled with Peter Brent for a few years. She has always wanted to get married, but Peter Brent has always been unwilling." After they finally agreed, the two had a disagreement on the prenuptial agreement. Peter Brent was already the father of 5 children, and Stephanie Seymour probably wanted to inherit more money in the future, or get more compensation in case of divorce. "Since I received this call, I think this matter should have come to a conclusion." Eric couldn't help but shake his head. "It's like a business negotiation. What's the point of a marriage like this?" Emily, who was used to Western thinking and was used to this kind of thing, just rolled her eyes at Eric. "If you get married in the future, are you willing to hold a wedding without signing any prenuptial agreement?" Eric was suddenly speechless. He muttered, "This seems to be two different things, right?" "Of course it's the same thing." Emily curled her lips and said, "You men can't be the only ones to protect your property. We women can't fight for more benefits for ourselves, right?" Eric always found it difficult to resist Emily's sharp tongue. He spread his hands and said, "Well, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about Stephanie Seymour. Did she have a falling out with Peter Brent?" "Of course not. Stephanie Seymour's agent just told me that the two of them have already agreed on a prenuptial agreement. But I think Stephanie Seymour was not satisfied with the conditions offered by Peter Brent, so she kept the clause to continue her personal business." "This is really..." Eric was a little speechless. Then, he said, "Call her and let her try. If it works, she'll be the one." As one of the best supermodels of this era, Stephanie Seymour easily got the vacant seat. The announcement of the news once again caused a small stir. Similar to Eric's thoughts, many people guessed that Stephanie Seymour and the billionaire Peter Brent had broken up. But then, Stephanie Seymour and Peter Brent announced their wedding date in a high-profile manner. When asked if he supported his fiancée to continue her career, Peter Brent, the publishing tycoon, nodded graciously and said that he would personally attend the Victoria's Secret show. Filling the vacancy caused by Heidi Klum's sudden departure, the rehearsals for the Victoria's Secret show entered the final stage. several singers carefully selected by Firefly Records gradually joined the rehearsals. The show was expected to be held in early November after Halloween, and the official television broadcast was confirmed to be in early December. And with the last episode of the first season of Survivor as a lead-in, there were only 13 episodes in every season of Survivor. Because the first and second episodes were broadcasted simultaneously, the last episode would be broadcasted just before the December winter break. After ABC TV Survivor's viewership ratings became a hit, it maintained a high viewership rating for the next few weeks, breaking 30 million viewers. However, Eric knew that this was far from the limit of Survivor. In his memory, the first season of Survivor that CBS TV launched had a viewership rating of 50 million at the end. With such a show as a lead-in, Eric believed that the Victoria's Secret show's viewership rating would not be lower than 20 million. It should be known that in his previous life, the highest viewership rating of Friends was not the 52 million for the finale. It was the episode after the Super Bowl final was used as a lead-in. The Super Bowl had a very stable viewership rating of more than 100 million people. With the lead-in of the Super Bowl final, the viewership of Friends had reached 54 million. With the popularity of the Victoria's Secret show, the ordinary audience could only silently wait for the arrival of December to see the true face of this super show that had been hyped by the media for more than half a year. However, for some people, they were able to watch the show live in advance in November. As the date of the Victoria's Secret show approached, the news about the invitation to the Victoria's Secret show was hyped up again. In the original spacetime, the highest price for an invitation to the Victoria's Secret show was €10,000, and the subsequent parties were even more expensive. However, Eric did not intend to sell the invitation to the public this time. P.S. Many Westerners' prenuptial agreements were as strict as business contracts. In Hollywood, Spielberg paid his ex-wife $100 million for his first marriage, but the prenuptial agreement for his second marriage stated that if he divorced again, he could only compensate his wife $5 million. Pitt and Julie had been together for almost 10 years, and when they finally got married, the prenuptial agreement was also dozens of pages long. It was said that Tom Cruise's prenuptial agreement was even more bizarre. You can search for it, but you won't know if it's true. In Hollywood, marriage was relatively simple. Although he had married and divorced many times, no matter how long he had been married, he was very honest and gave half of his assets to his ex-wife. Therefore, it was said that he was the most popular ex-wife in Hollywood. Under normal circumstances, the invitations to the top shows of the 4 major international fashion weeks would not be sold to the public. Of course, there would occasionally be brands that would auction off some of the important seats in the front row in the name of charity. As for whether the money was actually used for charity, no one knew. The reason the invitations were not sold publicly was that the number of guests invited by these top shows was limited. At most, there would be 100 or 200 guests, and at least a few dozen guests. On the other hand, it was to maintain the high-end style and not just anyone could sneak in. However, the Victoria's Secret show this time was completely different. The Lexington Avenue Munitions Factory, which could originally accommodate 5,000 people, could still accommodate 1,000 guests after the Victoria's Secret project team's modification. The project team held several meetings to discuss how to distribute the 1,000 invitations. The special guests that had been confirmed for the show included celebrities, media people, critics, business partners, and so on, but there were less than 200 people altogether. In the end, there were more than 800 invitations left. Although Victoria's Secret was only a mid-range lingerie brand, after a few months of hype, with the current popularity of the Victoria's Secret show, even if they used the strategy of selling the invitations at a high price of $10,000 like in his previous life, they would definitely be sold out. There was no shortage of high-end consumers in this world. However, in that case, even if it was in the name of charity according to industry practice, they would definitely be ridiculed by the media for being crazy about money. In the end, the project team decided to accept public applications on Yahoo and select suitable guests to distribute the invitations. However, the premise was that the guests who received the invitations had to donate at least $1,000 to the charity designated by the Victoria's Secret brand. The Victoria's Secret project team would not directly handle the donations, so they could avoid criticism for making money. In Western society, except for a few outliers, most companies and celebrities were very careful and had to pay attention to their own public image. This was also the reason why countless charities had appeared. Although the Victoria's Secret project team only set a minimum donation of $1,000 and would not disclose the donation amount of any guests, they also added an additional condition. The 100 guests who donated the most would be directly invited to the Victoria's Secret show after party. From late September to the end of October, the project team had been in New York for more than a month. Under the skillful media manipulation of the marketing team organized by Eric, the continuous news surrounding the Victoria's Secret show pushed the topic of the fashion show to the peak. Throughout October, with the strong advertising effect of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, the sales of the hundreds of Victoria's Secret stores in North America increased by 100%. Last year, the entire Ltd Group's sales revenue was only about $1.5 billion, of which the Victoria's Secret brand's sales were about $1 billion. However, since the first half of this year, the sales of the Victoria's Secret brand had steadily increased due to the advertising effect of the Victoria's Secret show. The sales of the Victoria's Secret brand had exceeded $1 billion in the first 3 quarters, an increase of more than 30% compared to the same period last year. It was estimated that in the last quarter of the Victoria's Secret show, the annual sales of the Ltd Group's Victoria's Secret brand alone would exceed $1.5 billion in revenue last year. At the same time, the marketing model of cooperation with Yahoo's portal over the past few months had also steadily increased the daily traffic of Yahoo's portal. As 1995 approached, in order to prepare for the IPO, Yahoo gradually began to disclose the company's various operating data to the outside world. Although this rapidly rising high-tech company had already attracted a lot of attention, when the detailed number of Yahoo's users was disclosed, it still shocked the entire industry. Although the entire internet industry had begun to emerge, and in addition to Yahoo's portal, similar websites had begun to appear in the industry, but Yahoo was the only one with tens of millions of users. This kind of vague industry oligarchy made most investment banks envious of Yahoo's IPO dealership. Morgan Stanley, who had taken the initiative to contact Eric in an attempt to represent Yahoo's IPO, boldly offered a valuation of $5 billion, which was more than 5 times the price that Bill Gates offered when he tried to acquire Yahoo in the first half of the year. Back in New York, since mid-October, the rehearsals for the Victoria's Secret show had suddenly become tense. In the face of the first large-scale fashion show of such a large scale, although the early preparations were sufficient, all kinds of small problems still came one after another during the rehearsals. In the face of such a situation, no one would be in a good mood. Although Eric tried his best to endure it, on average, he would lose his temper several times a day. In private, the Victoria's Secret angels gradually formed a very unified name for Eric, Tyrant. An angel even inadvertently shouted it in front of Eric. In the face of the girl who realized her mistake and turned pale with fright, Eric could only twitch the corner of his mouth in the end. On October 31st, the traditional Western Halloween, the Victoria's Secret annual show held its final rehearsal in the Arsenal factory on Lexington Avenue. 40 Victoria's Secret angels, live performers, and 120 behind-the-scenes coordinators, photographers, and makeup teams were all present. There were also a few guests in the audience. As the British Honor Guard in red tuxedos beat the first drumbeat, the entire Arsenal factory in front of and behind the scenes moved. The busy backstage, nervous models, gorgeous stage, and all the other scenes were displayed on the 8 surveillance screens in the central control room. Eric had a few walkie-talkies beside him. His eyes were fixed on the screens, and from time to time, he would pick up a walkie-talkie and say a few words loudly. The final Victoria's Secret show would be edited into a standard 43-minute broadcast format, but in fact, the complete 6 performances and the changing of the scenery in the middle totaled more than an hour. When all the processes were finally completed, Eric was finally relieved. Picking up the walkie-talkie to inform the executive director to gather everyone in the stands, Eric wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, walked into the bathroom to wash his face, and then walked to the front stage. At this time, the Victoria's Secret stage had undergone a drastic change compared to when he first arrived. The entrance was a huge hard projector screen, and the tall arch was embellished with various eye-catching lights. The catwalk was sprinkled with dazzling silver sequins, like a gorgeous carpet covered with diamonds. The exquisitely arranged lights clearly separated the catwalk from the stands. Eric walked out of the arch from backstage and looked around. After thinking for a moment, he could not think of anything that needed to be improved during the rehearsal, so he looked at the staff gathered in the stands. Surrounded by hundreds of people, the Victoria's Secret angels in pink silk pajamas looked a little nervous. Many of them seemed to be recalling if they had made any mistakes just now. Eric originally wanted to jump off the catwalk, but after he stretched out his leg, he simply sat down on the catwalk. Looking at the hundreds of people in front of him who were quietly waiting for him to speak, he smiled and said, "Today is Halloween, have you thought about what you're going to dress up as tonight?" Many people looked at each other at Eric's somewhat abrupt reaction, but there were also some who chuckled cooperatively. Eric pointed at Diane Kruger, who was right in front of him. "Diane, do you have any plans?" Diane Kruger did not expect Eric to suddenly point at her. She was a little flustered and stammered, I am going back to sleep." Haha, there was a burst of laughter in the venue. Eric also smiled and nodded, this is also a choice. After being busy for a few months, everyone must be very tired. Moreover, they have to face a tyrant who can go crazy at any time. If it were me, I would also choose to have a good sleep after everything is over. Amidst another chuckle, Eric continued, however, I think all of you must have felt the changes that have happened to you recently. Diane, what endorsement offers have you received recently? Diane Kruger was a little embarrassed that Eric kept pointing at her to speak. She knew very well that she was not favored by the project team during the Victoria's Secret Angel selection. It was Eric who personally selected her and made her one of the 5 spokespersons for Victoria's Secret. Originally, she thought that Eric had some special thoughts about her, and she was also looking forward to Eric taking the initiative to ask to go on a date with her. However, a few months had passed, and none of the things she expected had happened. However, Eric's somewhat special attitude toward her did not change much. Although the 40 Victoria's Secret angels were as close as sisters on the surface, she knew very well that in private, almost all of them were jealous of Eric's special care for her. There were even some rumors about her and Eric. Although her mind was in a mess, Diane Kruger did not dare to ignore Eric's question. However, she had received too many endorsement offers recently. Even she was not too sure about them. Most of them were handled by her agent. After thinking about it, she carefully answered, I think there are Chanel, Armani, Dior. As Diane Kruger spoke, she could even feel the jealous gazes on her body. She suddenly stopped. Everyone present knew each other very well, and Diane Kruger was undoubtedly the luckiest one to reach the top in a single bound. Before joining the Victoria's Secret fashion show, Diane Kruger did not even have a single endorsement offer for an ordinary first-tier brand, let alone Chanel and Armani. Most of the time, she was just like many other ordinary models, shooting TV or print ads and participating in some fashion shows. Seeing that Diane Kruger had suddenly stopped, Eric did not pursue the matter. He looked at everyone and said, I think everyone has more or less received some brand collaboration offers. Perhaps, you occasionally feel that it is not enough to share the influence of this show with 40 people. However, I can say with certainty that you are definitely the luckiest 40 models out of hundreds of thousands of models in the world. Although spending a few months on this Victoria's Secret fashion show will reduce your income this year, I believe that by next year, your income will definitely increase exponentially. Moreover, the most important point is that your professional lifespan will be extended by many years with the influence of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. Of course, the premise is that you continue to be interested in collaborating with Victoria's Secret next year. Noticing that the Victoria's Secret angel sitting in the front row trembled when she heard Eric's last sentence, Eric could not help but laugh. Looking at the face that somewhat resembled Audrey Hepburn, he said with a smile, Paulina, don't be so nervous. I can tell you now that I will definitely not personally direct the Victoria's Secret fashion show next year. After this year's accumulation of experience, next year's preparation time will not take as long as this year's. Therefore, you will receive a more generous salary next year, but at the same time, your work will become easier. The Victoria's Secret angel named Paulina gave Eric a charming smile and said, Mr. Williams, I will definitely be back next year. Eric smiled and changed his posture slightly. He clapped his hands and said, now, let's talk about the dress rehearsal just now. I am very satisfied with everyone's final performance. As long as everyone still shows today's standard in 2 days, I am sure that we will definitely amaze the whole world." Amidst the excited cheers and applause, Eric pressed his hands together and said to everyone, "Tomorrow, everyone will take a day off. Of course, tonight is Halloween. Although you are not prohibited from participating in all kinds of parties, I still hope that everyone can go back and have a good rest, as Diane just said. I don't want any accidents to happen to any of you in the last 2 days. Now, everyone is dismissed." After finishing his words, Eric stood up on the edge of the tea stage and walked backstage. Most of the people present waited for Eric's figure to disappear behind the arch before they excitedly whispered and walked out. Emily, Edward Lazek, and Eric's assistant Kelly were just quietly listening to Eric's speech behind the arch. Now, they all came up to him. "Eric, do you think there is anything else that needs to be adjusted?" Emily had just been making arrangements on the spot and did not stay in the central control room with Eric. At this time, she could not wait to ask. After seeing the marketing ability of the Victoria's Secret show, Emily now attached much more importance to the Victoria's Secret show than Eric. Eric shook his head and said, "No, all the shooting effects have been tested. I just watched the whole rehearsal and did not find any problems. Moreover, there is nothing 100% perfect in this world. If there is any regret, just keep it. We have to give the media something to talk about in the future." Emily rolled her eyes at Eric and did not mention it anymore. She smiled and said, "What about you now? Are you going to East Hampton to celebrate Halloween with them?" "I just want to go back and sleep now," Eric answered and looked at Kelly beside him. "You go back with me. I have something to discuss with you." Under everyone's attention, it was finally the 2nd of November. The Victoria's Secret fashion show would start at 7 o'clock in the evening and end at 8:30 if everything went well. The after party would be held at the Gramercy Hotel, not far from the munitions factory. Since early morning, the media reporters stationed in New York began to gather near the munitions factory on Lexington Avenue. Just after noon, the roads within a few hundred meters of the munitions factory were packed with media from all over the world. After Firefly communicated with the New York Municipal Transportation Department, the roads between 2 blocks around the munitions factory were blocked early in the morning of November 2nd. Fortunately, the munitions factory was located at the southern end of Lexington Avenue, which was not a busy area in New York. The road blockage would not have serious consequences for the nearby public transportation. Therefore, the Municipal Transportation Department readily approved Firefly's request. The entire project team entered the munitions factory early in the morning of November 2nd to make the final preparations. Under the tight security, even the invited media had to wait until it was time to enter before they were allowed to enter. Most of the uninvited reporters could only wait patiently outside the munitions factory, hoping to get some useful information. Although the guests would enter at 6 o'clock in the evening, there was always a shortage of people in the world who wanted to get attention for various reasons. The place where hundreds of media reporters gathered was undoubtedly the focus of these people. Some of the reporters who had occupied good shooting positions since the early morning and had been waiting outside the munitions factory thought that they would not get any useful news until the afternoon. However, they had obviously underestimated the influence of this fashion show and the determination of some people to become famous. Throughout the day, there were all kinds of people trying to gain fame on the streets near the munitions factory. Of course, most of them were models. After all, there were only 40 lucky people in the Victoria's Secret fashion show. As a fashion capital, there were countless beautiful girls gathered here. Feeling the influence of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, these models, who had no chance to be on the Victoria's Secret fashion show, found another way. Some of the more capable models often led a small team to take various photos on the streets near the munitions factory, so that they could publish news such as "XXX attends the Victoria's Secret show" the next day. Even if they didn't have the opportunity to step into the munitions factory, no one would pursue this little trick of gaining fame. Young models without the ability could only dress themselves up, walk up and down the street, or pretend to wait for friends under the street lights for a few hours. Although most of the photos would be discarded by the reporters, as long as a few of them appeared in the newspapers and magazines, it was an opportunity for these girls. If they could attract the attention of some fashion tycoons, they could reach the sky in one step. This kind of thing was not unprecedented. Back then, Cindy Crawford relied on a few street photos taken by tabloid reporters to attract the attention of the fashion industry, and step by step, she reached her current position. In the face of these young models who gained fame, the reporters gathered near the munitions factory often maintained a proud posture of knowing the inside story. Occasionally, they would press the shutter a few times, as if they were bestowing a gift or slightly adjusting the shutter. But as dusk approached, they looked enviously at some of their peers who were arranged to enter the munitions factory in advance. All the media people were on high alert as they waited for the arrival of 6 o'clock. These people knew very well that with Eric's current status, even if he sent an invitation to the federal president, the Clintons probably wouldn't refuse the fashion show that he had personally produced. Although the Victoria's Secret project team did not announce any guest list to the public, the lineup of guests who would attend the Victoria's Secret show today was definitely very powerful. However, just as the hour hand moved to 5:40, an arrogant white limousine appeared at the end of the red carpet outside the munitions factory. The Westerner's concept of time was almost deeply ingrained. This somewhat abrupt move surprised everyone, but the flashes still went off like crazy. After the limousine driver got off, he respectfully opened the door. A baby-faced girl in a short pink trench coat couldn't wait to jump out of the car. "It's so lively," the little girl said to herself with a smile. Then, she waved to the nearest group of reporters. "Hi, everyone." Seeing the appearance of Drew, who had an unusually close relationship with Eric, the group of reporters boiled over. When they heard the little girl's greeting, there was suddenly a mess of responses. Someone asked loudly, "Miss Barrymore, are you here to cheer for Mr. Williams?" The little girl smiled and nodded, "Yes." Amidst the noise, a very bold reporter raised his voice and asked, "Miss Barrymore, what do you think of the scandal between Mr. Williams and Heidi Crumb?" The little girl's smile remained unchanged. "The things you wrote are quite fun. I don't have any opinions. As long as everyone is happy." This slightly sarcastic remark made some of the reporters a little embarrassed. Some people noticed that the little girl was standing at the end of the red carpet and didn't seem to be in a hurry to move forward. Puzzled, they were about to ask when the limousine door opened again and gave them the answer. The rear door of the limousine opened, and 2 beautiful blonde Russian girls with the same height and appearance walked out of the car. The twins were wearing the same dark-colored trench coat and black boots. Under their beautiful appearance, there was a heroic aura that was almost similar to that of a soldier. Although the little girl was still playful in recent years, she kept a low profile and almost never appeared in the media. Suddenly, she appeared in front of the reporters with the Russian twins, which immediately caused a slight uproar. "Miss Barrymore, may I ask who these 2 beautiful ladies are? Are they also models?" The little girl casually put her small hands in her pockets and walked leisurely on the red carpet toward the entrance of the munitions factory. She replied, "They are Natasha, not models. They are my bodyguards." Although they noticed the slightly cold aura exuding from the Russian twins, the 2 identical delicate faces made it difficult for them to believe the twins' profession. "Miss Barrymore, you must be joking. Or, are they going to play the role of bodyguards in a movie of the Firefly Group? Hee, your idea is very interesting. If there is a chance, I will let them try it out." With that said, the little girl walked to the entrance of the munitions factory with the twins. The tall guard waited for Drew to come closer, and without any intention of letting the little girl show her invitation, he took the initiative to open the anti-collision chain and respectfully let the little girl and the twins in. This action immediately caused some dissatisfaction. "Hey, big guy, don't tell me Drew Barrymore doesn't need an invitation," a reporter asked in a questioning tone. However, the only thing that the person who asked the question received was a roll of the eyes. The little girl walked into the outer hall of the munitions factory, picked up a pen and casually drew a few lines in front of the photo-taking wall. Some special reporters who were not ready to take pictures were surprised and left in a flash. Walking in the corridor leading to the backstage, the little girl looked at the surrounding decorations with great interest. Suddenly, she asked the twins behind her, "Natasha, how did it feel to be the center of attention just now?" The twins looked at each other, and one of them said, "Boss, it felt very awkward." "Hee, that's right. Just don't fall in love with this feeling. Otherwise, you will be very distressed." The twins nodded at the same time and quietly followed behind Drew. They both knew why Drew said that. Because even if they fell in love with this feeling, this seemingly harmless boss would not give them too many opportunities to enjoy this feeling. The trajectory of their fate had already been determined. With this thought in mind, the figure of the young man they were about to see appeared in the twins' minds at the same time. He liked to let them call him master. Although they knew that there was a hidden meaning behind it, they could not resist it too much. Instead, they were more in awe of him. This was because they knew that although the young man was young, he was a very, very powerful person. The wealth he had was even more than the money in the treasury of the Russian Federation after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Although this wealth had nothing to do with them, it gave them an unprecedented sense of security. After the little girl appeared, it was soon 6 o'clock. Limousines began to park outside the red carpet, which was not too long. The group of reporters surrounding the red carpet began to frantically press their shutters. New York's political and business celebrities, fashion tycoons, media executives, Hollywood superstars, and other key figures who rarely gathered together were all in the reporters' sights. Although Eric did not have any intention of letting these guests steal too much of the limelight from the Victoria's Secret angel, he did not refuse these people who took the initiative to come and support him. It was undeniable that the influence brought by the appearance of these big shots would definitely cause the media to fiercely discuss for a while. The topic of the Victoria's Secret fashion show would be maintained until the official broadcast in December. Time passed by minute. The special guests could still walk the red carpet, but most of the ordinary guests could only enter the munitions factory through other channels. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the 1,000 guests to all enter within an hour. As it approached 7 o'clock, Anna Wintour, the editor-in-chief of the American version of Vogue, sat in the front row on the left side of the runway and chatted in a low voice with Jane Wenner, the founder of Rolling Stone, next to her. However, her eyes were looking at the luxurious lineup of guests around her and the professional and gorgeous decorations in the venue. She could not help but feel a little emotional. Ever since she became the editor-in-chief of Vogue, no matter which fashion brand it was, as long as she appeared in the show, she would definitely be the most eye-catching big shot in the venue. Before those big shows, the main people in charge and designers would take the initiative to come out and greet her. But today, for the first time, Anna Wintour felt the long-lost feeling of being ignored. However, she did not feel angry or depressed because many people around her were far more famous and had a higher status than her. Not to mention the tycoons of other industries. Just not far from her was the big boss of Vogue's parent company, Condé Nast Group, Xi Newhouse. Anna Wintour, who used to be greeted by others, had just walked over to greet him. It was finally 7 o'clock. With a few light clicks, the lights in the hall changed rapidly. The VIP seats became dim, and the T stage covered with silver sequins became even brighter. Everyone's eyes turned to the huge arched door. In front of the hard projection screen behind the arch, special rock instruments had been installed. Anna Wintour could not help but think of some rumors. She had some doubts and expectations in her heart. Was Eric Williams going to perform on stage in person? However, she quickly threw this idea away. It was reasonable for Eric to direct a fashion show in person. If he were to perform on stage in person with his current status, it would be a bit out of line. Anna Wintour thought and whispered to Jane Wenner, the founder of Rolling Stone, next to her, "Jane, have you heard which bands will perform on stage this time?" Jane Wenner shook his head. "I don't know. Some news we received is that Firefly Group will launch some of its own singers." Jeffrey Katzenberg reorganized all the music departments of Firefly's subsidiary company some time ago and created Firefly Records. However, judging from the scandal some time ago, everyone knows that all the BGM of this big show was written by Eric Williams himself. His song New Divide a few years ago was simply amazing. I guess this song will never disappoint. I am very much looking forward to it. Anna Wintour nodded. She was not very interested in music. Instead, she was looking forward to what kind of interior show Eric would come up with this time. After the lights came on, Eric quickly came out and gave a short speech in person. Then he left in the applause. The lights in the venue changed again. The bright red light dyed the whole runway red. The whole venue seemed to be dyed a bright red. The crisp sound of drums rang out, and the British Guard of Honor walked out under the red lights and began to perform. Some people in the venue still maintained a strong curiosity. while others were already a little indifferent. What was the meaning of this? However, the sound that followed soon answered their doubts. When the drums became more and more rapid and left the runway, the announcer announced the first theme of the Victoria's Secret show, British Invasion. A few unfamiliar rock and roll young people walked on stage. The explosive music suddenly rang out. P.S. You can watch the 2013 Victoria's Secret annual show. The following scenes are mainly based on this episode. However, the main highlight of this episode is only the music. Most of the angels are average. If you want to see models and catwalks, look for the 2006 show. Giselle's opening was very domineering. The deafening surround sound system also resounded throughout the backstage of the munitions factory. The punk rock music was inspiring, but it also brought a strong sense of tension to all the Victoria's Secret angels. As long as they successfully completed tonight's show, they would usher in a new world in their career. However, if anything went wrong, it could also bring about a devastating blow to their career. As the opening Victoria's Secret angel, Diane Kruger even felt her hands and feet slightly numb. She pursed her pink thin lips and quickly drew a cross in front of her. Then, she took a deep breath and tried to relax herself as much as possible. Everyone go. Under the command of the executive director in the headset, the staff waiting next to Diane Kruger gently pushed the girl out of the venue and quickly turned their attention to the next Victoria's Secret angel. After a long period of strict rehearsal, Diane Kruger, who was slightly dizzy, almost instinctively walked to the stage. Her exquisitely made-up face revealed a charming smile that she had secretly practiced countless times. Under the warm atmosphere, with her appearance, there was a burst of applause and cheers almost without any signal. After a short pause at the exit, Diane Kruger walked to the shining silver runway with a strong personal style that had undergone the hellish training arranged by Eric. Among the 5 spokespersons of Victoria's Secret, Diane Kruger was the least famous one. Or rather, she was not famous at all before this. Therefore, since the announcement of the list, the industry had always maintained a strong interest in this petite and slightly immature girl who had just turned 18 years old. Almost everyone was sure that this girl who suddenly rose to fame had some kind of relationship with Eric. However, at this time, many people present still did not expect that Eric would let this unknown girl walk the opening. Most people thought that the opening supermodels of the Victoria's Secret fashion show would definitely only be chosen between the 3 top supermodels, Christy Dangton, Linda Evangelista, and Cindy Crawford. When they saw Diane Kruger appear on the stage first, many people had the same thought in their minds. This was too much of a favor. While some of the invited media personnel were already thinking about how to subtly satirize this matter, Diane Kruger's very obvious personal style of walking on the stage amazed many people. This was a kind of confident and domineering style of walking on the stage, with a steady but slightly seductive gait, almost unforgettable. It was a little unbelievable. Only people in the fashion industry knew how rare it was to have a model with a unique personal style of walking. Take Naomi Campbell for example. If it were not for her queen-like walk that made too many designers unable to stop, with her terrible personality, she would have been banned by the entire fashion industry. Many fashion tycoons who were invited here were even secretly confused. If such an excellent girl appeared on the tea stage before, she should have already stood out. There was no reason for her to be discovered by Eric Williams until now. Although they were puzzled, many people began to secretly make up their minds to invite Diane Kruger to work with them. While some people were paying attention to Diane Kruger's stunning walk on the runway, many people were also paying attention to Diane Kruger's angelic outfit. It was a British-style military uniform with a red jacket, black wings, white gloves, and a simple inner wear. The girl looked sexy and playful, especially when she made a playful military salute at the end of the runway, which made most people in the venue cheer again. Of course, some people appreciated it, some people cheered, and some people expressed disdain. Anna Wintour, the editor-in-chief of Vogue, who was sitting in the front row of the show, heard a woman comment behind her with some sarcasm, "So this is the angelic outfit that Eric Williams has been hyping for months. Does he really think that those with wings are angels?" Anna Wintour remembered that this woman's voice should be from the editor-in-chief of Metropolis magazine. She just smiled coldly at the woman's frivolous comment. There was only one basic purpose of any fashion show, and that was to publicize it. Many fashion shows on high streets that seemed to be shrouded in fog were not targeted at ordinary people at all. They were targeted at those knowledgeable fashion media, shopping malls, and other groups. Even most of the celebrities who were invited to support the show were just putting on an act. In fact, they did not understand it at all. Those exaggerated fashions only showed the design concept of a brand for the next season. Anna Wintour, who was used to those fashion shows on high streets, felt a moment of discomfort when she saw Diane Kruger's angelic outfit. This style of angelic outfit seemed to be too down-to-earth. However, Anna Wintour quickly realized that the real audience of this Victoria's Secret show was the ordinary TV audience. If Eric Williams dared to design a series of exaggerated outfits for the Victoria's Secret angels like those traditional fashion shows, it would definitely cause a lot of criticism from the ordinary audience when it was broadcasted in the future. The angelic outfit design that perfectly displayed the sexy figures of the Victoria's Secret angels and was very pleasing to the eye was the most approachable style. Most of the attention was firmly attracted by the gorgeous angelic outfits and the sexy figures of the Victoria's Secret angels. Sitting next to Anna Wintour, the founder of Rolling Stone, Jane Wenner, was firmly locked on the attention of several rock and roll youths on the stage. The arrogant punk rock style of "My Songs Know What You Did in the Dark" made Jane Wenner, whose love for music had been dormant for many years, feel his blood boil again. He seemed to think of many years ago. It was because of his fanatical love for the world-famous rock band The Beatles that he and a group of friends founded the now famous Rolling Stone magazine in the attic of a dilapidated printing plant. More than 20 years later, Rolling Stone magazine was no longer the pamphlet of fanzine it used to be. It had developed into a comprehensive media magazine covering many fields such as film, television, music, and so on. Jane Wenner had also changed from a hot-blooded youth to a rich publisher. When Cindy Crawford, who had closed the show, stepped backstage and the music finally stopped, Jane Wenner, who still wanted to continue, found himself unconsciously standing up. After realizing this, Jane Wenner suddenly looked around awkwardly. However, he soon found that many people around him had involuntarily stood up and applauded enthusiastically. After the first theme ended, the arch at the exit dimmed. Some figures began to nervously arrange various props, and the venue was filled with soft, soothing music. However, no matter which aspect of the show they focused on, everyone in the venue had strong expectations for the next theme. Amidst this kind of anticipation, the two major themes, Demon in the Dark and Pink Lady, which were released consecutively, once again brought a rich visual and auditory feast to the audience. Most of the audience felt that compared to participating in those high-street fashion shows that were just for style, this was the real enjoyment. At the same time, most people also noticed the 3 new songs with completely different styles that were released consecutively for the 3 themes. After the first punk rock song, Foo, the background music of Demon in the Dark was so imposing that it even caused the young women present to scream. When some people thought that the song seemed to be too rebellious, the third song, Stronger, was released immediately to make up for the regret in it. The 2 songs were simply echoing each other. The former described a girl with a strong personality who strongly criticized her unfaithful boyfriend, while the latter was almost the same girl talking about how the breakup not only did not hurt her, but also made her stronger. After these 2 themes, Anna Wintour couldn't help but say to Jane Wenner next to her, if it weren't for the fact that Eric Williams has so many scandals, maybe he really is a feminist. Jane Wenner just smiled slightly. Although the 2 songs that followed were still amazing, Jane Wenner was still looking forward to the rock band coming on stage again. So, in this kind of anticipation, the rock band came on stage again. However, when the majestic prelude of the Phoenix sounded, some people in the venue who were more familiar with symphonies couldn't help but open their mouths in surprise. Because they all heard that the rock accompaniment this time used the rhythm of many well-known composers of the former Soviet Union, Shostakovich's Symphony No. 7. Perhaps not many people have heard of Shostakovich's Symphony No. 7 in C major, but this symphony has another name, Leningrad Symphony. This majestic symphony was produced during the tragic defense of Leningrad during World War II. It was a complete war symphony. Music knows no borders, not to mention now that the once powerful Soviet Union has been reduced to ashes, so no one cared that Eric used Leningrad Symphony as the accompaniment. The audience in the venue became even more fanatical in the shocking music. After the theme ended, Jane Wenner, who sat down with everyone, couldn't help but sigh, Eric Williams is really a fucking genius. Anna Wintour didn't mind Jane Wenner's gaffe. She smiled and said, "Have you started to think of a special report for this show?" Jane Wenner nodded immediately. Not only that, he even planned to write the special report himself. However, after having this idea, Jane Wenner was immediately stunned. Anna Wintour asked, "What's wrong, Jane?" Jane Wenner shook his head and said, "Anna, we don't seem to know anything about these singers and the names of the new songs. If that's the case, how can we write the special report?" Anna Wintour thought for a moment, then realized something and said, "I understand." "What?" Jane Wenner asked eagerly. Anna Wintour said, "The purpose of this Victoria's Secret show is still to promote the brand. Although these songs are all composed by Eric Williams himself, he definitely doesn't want the media to pay too much attention to these new songs." Jane Wenner also showed a look of regret. "So, we don't know anything about these bands, singers, and the names of the songs. It's not easy to start a discussion on this. This move is really amazing. No wonder I didn't hear any introduction of these singers and music from the beginning to the end." Anna Wintour nodded. Eric Williams' marketing of Victoria's Secret this time is a classic. I even think that this case study will be included in many business school textbooks. So, he definitely won't let go of this marketing point of music. Maybe he's just waiting for the right time. As the two of them chatted in a low voice, the lights in the hall changed again. The original strong lights went out one after another, and specks of golden light lit up. The atmosphere in the hall became somewhat illusory, luxurious, and mysterious. It reminded people of those extravagant jazz parties in the United States in the 1920s. The classical and soothing prelude of "Young and Beautiful" gradually sounded with a sigh of a woman's humming. Cindy Crawford, who already had a bit of a classical beauty, appeared on the runway wearing the iconic pearl accessories of the golden era, a small round hat, and a crystal dress, creating a dreamlike scene of the past, making people feel as if they had returned to the past. Some of the older audience members in the venue didn't really like the slightly noisy music, but when this soothing Baroque tune slowly sounded, many of the older audience members couldn't help but reminisce about the past and feel a sense of loss. They were already middle-aged. They had already achieved success and had seen all the prosperity. However, the girl who had walked through the streets and alleys hand in hand with them back then had disappeared without a trace. Although this kind of regret was not heart-wrenching, it was always difficult to let go of. Thus, unknowingly, tears fell. After one song, facing the empty stage, the audience, who didn't pay much attention to the singer, suddenly had the desire to see the singer. However, they didn't know what the project team was thinking. Every time the male rock band went on stage, the singers of the female songs didn't appear. They only used the accompaniment mode. In the central control room backstage of the show, Eric looked at the image on the monitor in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Regarding the doubts of many people in the venue, Eric, of course, wasn't completely out of personal preference. Based on some experience in his previous life, in many of the annual Victoria's Secret shows, the female guests only had two effects when they appeared on stage. Either the female guests stole the limelight from the angels and were ridiculed as a special concert, or the angels of Victoria's Secret made the guests, who were usually relatively short, look like ugly ducklings. No matter which one it was, the effect was very bad, so Eric simply didn't let the female singer go on stage. Looking at the people nervously preparing for the last theme on the monitor, Eric picked up the only walkie-talkie on the console that could connect everyone's earphones and said a few words of encouragement in a warm tone. After putting down the walkie-talkie, he looked at Xiaomi and the twins in the central control room with him and said with a smile, "It's the last theme. Don't you want to go out and take a look?" Xiaomi, who was flipping through Eric's thick workbook, raised her small chin and said with a smile, "No, I prefer to see you." Eric shrugged helplessly and didn't say anything more. As the executive director's voice came out from the walkie-talkie, everyone's attention was once again turned to the monitor screen. As long as there were no mistakes with the theme, this show would be a perfect end. 5 of the 6 themes had already passed, and each of the 5 major spokespersons of Victoria's Secret had gone through an opening. The opening of the last theme, Snowy Fairy, was still handed over to Diane Kruger by Eric. Noticing that the girl on the monitor was once again nervously drawing a cross in front of her, Eric smiled. He was very satisfied with Diane Kruger's performance, and he believed that no one in the venue would question his preference for this girl at this time. The music of the last song, "I Know You Were Trouble," sounded, and Diane Kruger, like a snow fairy, walked to the front of the stage. Eric's gaze followed Diane Kruger's figure and moved to the camera monitor in the venue. In the fixed-point panoramic lens, everything was going smoothly. However, when Diane Kruger walked a quarter of the runway, Eric suddenly felt Diane Kruger's figure shake violently, and a silver high heel detached from her left foot. The moment her high heel fell off, Diane Kruger's mind buzzed. She felt as if she had been sucked out of her body, and the sudden feeling of emptiness almost made her collapse on the runway. I screwed up, I screwed up, I screwed up. I screwed up. I screwed up, this despairing thought flashed through Diane Kruger's mind countless times. She seemed to hear the mocking laughter of the audience, but no one shouted for her to stop. The lights were still changing, the music was still playing, and the artificial snow was still fluttering in the air. So, after a moment of hesitation, the girl tiptoed with her bare left foot and continued to walk forward. At this time, the months of rigorous training finally had its effect. Although she had lost one of her high heels, Diane Kruger's figure quickly regained its balance, and the confident and unique style of walking on the runway was once again displayed. The moment the high heel fell off, some people in the audience couldn't help but show a gloating expression. When Diane Kruger steadied herself, many people felt a little regretful. Why didn't she fall down? However, when Diane Kruger walked confidently to the end of the runway with steady steps, most people's moods gradually changed. Everyone couldn't help but wonder if they could do better than this girl if they were faced with such an unexpected situation. The answer was definitely no. The strong in adversity could always easily win people's instinctive respect, and the gloating mood was quickly replaced by admiration. So, when Diane Kruger began to turn around, the audience slowly burst into spontaneous applause. This kind of applause reached a climax when Diane Kruger finished her walk, and the warm applause even faintly suppressed the sound of the music in the venue at the last moment. Diane Kruger, who was basically following the professional instincts of her rigorous training, didn't feel the emotional changes of the audience at all. She forced herself to walk to the end of the runway, and just as her figure disappeared into the backstage entrance, making sure that the cameras in the venue couldn't track her, Diane Kruger's last bit of strength suddenly ran out. Tears gushed out of her eyes, and she collapsed weakly on the stairs leading to the backstage. In addition to the central control room where Eric was, there were 3 large screens scattered around the backstage to monitor the situation. When Diane Kruger's high heels fell, the backstage stage controller notified everyone through the walkie-talkie in just a few seconds. Diane Kruger was still on the runway, but there was already a commotion backstage. In the central control room, Eric's heart skipped a beat when he saw Diane Kruger's high heels fall. It was impossible for him not to be angry when something like this happened at the last minute of a perfect show. However, things had already happened, and Eric knew that being angry wouldn't help at all. Then, Eric noticed that Diane Kruger had quickly adjusted her state of mind, as well as the changes in the reactions of the audience. Eric's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. He rubbed the walkie-talkie in his hand and thought for a moment. Eric pressed the button to control all the communication channels and said in a decisive tone, "This is Eric Williams. All units, pay attention. Carry on with your duties. Do not panic. Nickel, ask your assistant to send that high heel to me, immediately." Putting down the walkie-talkie, Eric glanced at the scenes on the monitor screen that were quickly restored to their original order. After giving a few instructions to a staff member sitting in front of the monitor screen, he quickly walked out of the central control room. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Emily, Edward Lazek, and the others came up to him. Seeing Eric, Emily, who also looked a little upset, couldn't wait to say, "Eric, I just asked Donnie, who is in charge of logistics. If we redo the last theme, the artificial snow definitely won't last for 4 minutes. It will take at least half an hour to reassemble. What should we do?" Recalling the scene he just saw, Eric didn't stop walking and said, "There's no need to redo it. Call Tina over later. We need to have a good talk about this." Emily said in surprise, "What? There's no need to redo it, but, don't worry, Emily. I've already come up with some good ideas." As the few of them were talking, they had already arrived at the entrance that connected to the front desk. The Victoria's Secret angels who had completed their tasks walked back from the front desk from time to time. Almost all of them had a relieved expression on their faces. Diane Kruger was already sitting on the stairs. When she saw Eric, her slender body shivered a little. Her tears that had not stopped in the first place gushed out again. I'm sorry, Mr. Williams. I messed it up. I didn't do it on purpose. I don't know why that high heel. Why did it suddenly fall off? Eric sighed softly in his heart. Although he had already thought of a solution, this Victoria's Secret fashion show still didn't achieve the perfect effect that he wanted. Seeing that Diane Kruger still had that slightly heavy big wing on her back, Eric gestured to the two staff members and said, "Help Diane take the wing off. Also, where's that high heel?" Hearing that Eric was going to take the Victoria's Secret angel wings off her body, Diane Kruger's expression became even sadder. However, she didn't dare to say anything. She had messed up such an important task. Even if there was a reshoot, it definitely wouldn't have anything to do with her. The angel wings were quickly taken off. Without the angel wings as a foil, Diane Kruger's body looked even more delicate. Coupled with her heartbroken expression, anyone couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for her. Nickel, who was personally in charge of the photography at the front desk, quickly asked his assistant to send the high heel over. Eric instructed the staff around him to find a transparent plastic bag and put the high heel in it. Looking at the beautiful girl who was still crying in front of him, Eric walked up the stairs and sat down beside Diane Kruger. He gently reached out and pulled the girl over. Feeling Eric's action, Diane Kruger's body stiffened slightly. However, she quickly leaned over obediently. Leaning on Eric's shoulder, she inexplicably felt a little more at ease in her heart. Gradually, she stopped crying. When the little girl who came with Eric saw this scene, she couldn't help but pout her little mouth. At the same time, the expressions of the people around them were a little strange. However, before they had time to show any flirtatious expressions, they were attracted by Eric's next action. Some people even couldn't help but gasp. This was because Eric was carefully inspecting the high heel through the plastic bag. The last theme was still going on, and the music in the venue was still playing. However, the small area at the entrance of the backstage seemed to have created a silent vacuum with Eric's actions. Why is Eric inspecting that high heel? The sharp-eyed people around them had already noticed that the silver high heel in the transparent plastic bag had a shoelace in front. However, at this time it had already been broken in two. At the same time, the crowd had the same thought. Someone was jealous of Diane Kruger's special treatment, so they did something to the high heel to embarrass her. This kind of deception was actually very common in the fashion industry. In the circle, there were more than one cases where models pushed each other on the runway and caused each other to fall down. However, the crowd didn't expect that someone would dare to do this at Eric's big show. Most people noticed Eric's dignified expression and were a little quiet. However, Emily didn't have such scruples. She walked forward and took the high heel from Eric's hand. After looking at it carefully, she said with some uncertainty, "Eric, it looks like it broke naturally?" Eric also felt that the break of the shoelace seemed to have broken naturally, but he didn't believe that such a coincidence would happen. This pair of shoes had only been worn a few times during the final dress rehearsals. There were no problems during those times, but now it suddenly broke. This was too much of a coincidence. Looking at the several senior executives of the Victoria's Secret project team and the staff who were not far away, Eric thought for a moment and handed the high heel in the plastic bag back to Emily. "Contact the FBI and ask them to help do a trace test on the break of the shoelace to determine if it was an accident. If it was an accident, then forget it. Also, don't forget to ask them to take the fingerprints on this shoe." After thinking about it, Eric took off Diane Kruger's other shoe, put it in a plastic bag, and handed it to Emily. "And this one, see if anyone did anything to it." "I'll do it now. I'll try to get the results out tomorrow." Emily put away the high heel with a solemn expression and said, "I won't be participating in the rest of the party. You can help to host it." The group of people looked at Emily nervously as she hurried away with the pair of high heels. There was a feeling of a storm in their hearts. Eric just said that if it was an accident, then forget it. He didn't mention what to do if it wasn't an accident. However, they all knew very well that if someone did something behind the scenes, then Eric would never let it go. After Emily left, Eric waved to the people around him. The last theme is coming to an end. Everyone, go prepare for the curtain call. There's no need to gather here. Everyone returned to their positions. Eric then looked at Diane Kruger, who was still leaning on him. Can you still go on stage? You performed so well today. If you don't appear during the curtain call, then it'll be a pity. Although Diane Kruger had already realized that the incident on the runway just now was not her fault, the feeling of exhaustion after the strong stimulation was not so easy to recover from. After taking a few deep breaths, the girl still felt weak in her hands and feet. She had no strength at all to get up. Eric patted her shoulder comfortingly and said to Edward Razek, "Edward, let the rock band perform another song later. Postpone the curtain call for 5 minutes." Edward nodded, picked up the walkie-talkie, said a few words, and walked to the stage. Eric looked at Diane Kruger next to him and asked, "There are still 5 minutes left. Do you want to eat something? Maybe you'll feel better?" "Okay." Diane Kruger nodded weakly. She did not expect Eric to postpone the closing of the show for her. She could not help but blush. Eric looked up at the twins next to the girl. "Natasha, come and help Diane to the resting area." The twins were just about to move, but Drew reached out and stopped them. The girl sniffled and turned around to leave with the twins. She only said, "You can do it yourself." Eric shook his head and smiled. This girl hasn't been jealous for a long time. Eric almost forgot that all women were jealous. Eric looked at Diane Kruger, who was sitting next to him like a docile kitten. He shrugged and reached out to pick the girl up. Under the slightly surprised gaze of everyone backstage, he walked to the resting area. It was not until Eric put her on a chair that Diane Kruger, whose face was as red as clouds, said in a low voice, "Thank you, Mr. Williams." Eric took a stack of chocolates from the workbench and handed it to Diane Kruger. He smiled and said, "You're welcome. It's very comfortable to hold." This slightly teasing sentence made Diane Kruger's cheeks even hotter, but she still mustered up the courage to answer in a low voice, If you want, I can, anytime." Before she finished stuttering, she noticed a staff member rushing over with a few pairs of high heels. Diane Kruger had no choice but to shut her mouth. The performance on the stage soon ended. Under Eric's comfort, Diane Kruger gradually recovered her strength. The 40 supermodels walked on the stage together and completed the perfect closing of this fashion show. Although there was a small accident in the middle, for most people, this Victoria's Secret show was still very satisfying. The after-party at the Gramercy Hotel on Lexington Avenue was even more exciting for the guests who were lucky enough to attend. However, when many people were having fun at the after-party, Eric and all the people in charge of the Victoria's Secret show left the venue early and gathered in the conference room of the LTD Group headquarters in New York. Eric stood in front of the board in the conference room and pasted a huge photo that had just been printed on the board. Emily, Edward Razek, and the invited editor-in-chief of Yahoo, Tina Brown, all looked at it. It was a close-up photo of the Victoria's Secret runway. Everyone could tell that it was a live photo from the lighting and the audience. Of course, the most obvious sign was the eye-catching silver high heel that was left in the middle of the runway. Eric stood aside and quietly let everyone in the conference room admire it for a moment. After that, he asked, "So, what does everyone think of when they see this photo? What else could it be?" Of course, it was the shocking moment at the Victoria's Secret show tonight, Emily thought in her heart. At that time, she was next to a big screen backstage and completely experienced the whole process of Diane Kruger's shoe falling. At that time, she was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. The other senior members of the project team who were present felt almost the same as Emily. Some of them were even a little confused now. Why didn't Eric reshoot the last theme? It was a big show that had been carefully prepared for almost half a year. In the end, a shoe was left behind. It was simply terrible. As a bystander, Tina Brown's thoughts were different from Emily and the others. She looked at the photo that Eric posted and thought for a moment. Then, she spat out a word with uncertainty, "Cinderella?" That's right, Eric nodded approvingly, it's Cinderella. Although Eric and Tina Brown said so, the others in the conference room reacted one after another. The silver high heel that was left on the glittering runway in the photo was really like the crystal shoe that Cinderella left behind in the fairy tale. Seeing that everyone had reacted, Eric continued to explain, I've seen all the footage after Diane's shoe fell. Diane's performance was almost the same as when the shoe didn't fall. I believe that after the post-production editing, the scene that will be shown to the audience will still be amazing. Not only that, the incident of the high heel falling this time can also become a very clever publicity point. Speaking up to this point, Eric quickly picked up a pen and wrote a line of phrases on the board. He said, so, in addition to the established marketing strategy, we have to temporarily add a publicity branch. The code name of this publicity branch will be Cinderella Incident. Eric opened his eyes in a daze and realized that he had fallen asleep on the conference table. He propped himself up and saw that there were all kinds of documents, drawings, coffee cups, and a few laptops scattered on the wide conference table. Noticing that Eric had lifted his head, Tina Brown, who was tapping on the keyboard on the other side, smiled and greeted Eric good morning. Eric nodded in response and his mind gradually cleared up. Soon, he recalled what happened last night. Due to the sudden situation at the Victoria's Secret show last night, Eric added a Cinderella incident to the post-marketing plan of the Victoria's Secret show. After everyone finished the meeting, they began to contact various media to change the press release for the next day. Unknowingly, it was already the latter half of the night. Eric faintly remembered that it was already 4 o'clock in the morning when he could not take it anymore and fell asleep in advance. Looking at Tina Brown, who was busy quietly beside him, and the LTD employees who were still working in the work area outside the glass door, Eric asked Tina Brown, "Don't tell me that you guys didn't rest for the entire night?" Tina Brown merely smiled softly and turned the laptop screen in front of her to Eric. She said, "Eric, this is the topic that was rushed out from Boston overnight. Take a look and see if there's anything that needs to be changed." Eric saw the eye-catching silver high-heel picture on the screen. Although he wanted to take a hot shower and eat something right now, he was too embarrassed to reject Tina Brown's request. Just when he was about to pull the laptop over to take a look, a slight rumbling sound resonated in the conference room. Tina Brown raised her brow in confusion at first but realized something later on. She smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Eric. I forgot that you haven't eaten breakfast yet. Why don't you take a look at it later?" Eric did not reject her. Indeed, he did not have much energy to work with the combination of exhaustion and hunger. He began to miss Kelly all of a sudden. If it was any other time, the gentle and considerate female assistant would have definitely prepared breakfast for him. However, Kelly had returned to Los Angeles due to some urgent matters the day before yesterday. Standing up and stretching his body, Eric said to Tina Brown, "Have all of you had breakfast?" Tina Brown nodded and pointed at the steaming hot coffee next to her. "We ate an hour ago." "Oh yeah, there's a girl waiting for you outside the door." Eric walked out of the conference room. One of the twins, who was sitting on the sofa in the outer lounge area, quietly reading a magazine, noticed his appearance and stood up. Eric was already used to the twins always appearing together, so when he suddenly saw one alone, he suddenly felt a little unaccustomed. Realizing something, he asked tentatively, "Did the girl get into some kind of trouble, so you have to be cannon fodder?" One of the twins shook her head seriously. "No, master, the boss came last night. When he saw you working, he asked me to stay and take care of you." Eric thought that the little girl was quite considerate. He smiled and asked, "Are you the elder sister or the younger sister? And where did Drew go?" "I'm the older sister. My younger sister went to East Hampton with the boss." Eric nodded and understood that the one in front of him was Natasha. Perhaps it was because the twins were separated. Eric subconsciously thought of Natasha's younger sister's name, but in the end, he still could not remember. Many Westerners always had the belief that a long name would make them look cool. However, in reality, if the name was too long, it would only make people unable to remember it. It was not cool at all. "Forget it, I'll just treat them both as Natasha. They look exactly the same anyway." Eric and Natasha spoke very casually, but the LTD employees who were busy or pretending to be busy around them were all shocked when they heard a certain sentence from the twins. "Master. Master. Master, this form of address is really retro. Natasha, who had a cold temperament, had been sitting quietly on the sofa in the resting area for several hours. All the employees who were working overtime were silently guessing her identity. Some male employees even boldly went up to her and said a few words. Although Natasha responded politely, she clearly had an unapproachable temperament. Everyone could feel that this temperament was not arrogant, but it was still unapproachable. Everyone could feel that this temperament was not arrogant, but it was still unapproachable. Because the Russian girl's skin was as white as snow, and she exuded an unusual quietness that stood aloof from worldly affairs, it only took a few hours for the men in the work area to silently give Natasha the nickname Little Snowman. The moment they heard Natasha's name for Eric, the sound of heartbreak almost rang out in the work area. Eric felt the sudden silence in the work area and looked around in confusion. Everyone immediately moved under Eric's gaze, as if nothing had happened just now. Eric did not realize that anything was wrong for a moment. He took a big bag from the twins and opened it. In addition to toothbrushes and other customary utensils, there was also a bath towel. With a smile, Eric said to Natasha, "I'm going to find a place to take a bath. Help me prepare breakfast, anything will do." Natasha nodded and followed Eric out of the work area. When the two figures disappeared, a strange cry of regret and unwillingness suddenly sounded in the work area. God, punish these evil capitalists. Coincidentally, the door of another office suddenly opened at this time. Emily, who was talking on her phone and walking out, suddenly raised her eyebrows and apologized. She reached out and covered the phone with her hand. Her sharp eyes looked around in the work area and locked onto a certain unlucky guy. She angrily said, "Jason, it was you who was screaming just now, wasn't it?" Amidst the snickers, the young man named Jason stood up with a sullen face and said, "Sorry, Miss Brighton, I lost my composure." Emily was still very angry and even a little wronged. She raised her voice and said, "In the year since the acquisition of LTD, I haven't fired a single person. Not only that, all of your salaries have increased by 10%. Is there anything I've done wrong to you? It's just overtime. Didn't I also work overtime here? Why should God punish me?" Jason explained with a bitter face, "Miss Brighton, I wasn't talking about you just now." "Oh." Emily looked around, "Is there a second capitalist here? Do you think I'm an idiot?" There really was a second capitalist here, and it was a super capitalist. But Jason had already offended a little wildcat. He didn't dare to offend another Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Sorry, Miss Brighton, I'm very sorry." Emily was about to say something, but the phone seemed to have been hung up. Then it immediately rang again. "I don't owe you anything. If you think LTD's treatment is not good enough, then hand me your resignation letter." Emily glared at the unlucky guy and said this. She picked up the phone and hurried through the work area to the conference room. After Emily's figure disappeared, the work area was silent for a few seconds. After confirming that no big shots would appear again, there was a burst of gloating laughter. Eric returned to LTD's conference room after breakfast. The media information about yesterday's Victoria's Secret show had basically been summarized. Most of the mainstream newspapers had made a detailed report on the Victoria's Secret show. Many of the headlines were occupied by the Victoria's Secret angels in gorgeous angel costumes. In order to attract as much attention as possible, the newspaper editors racked their brains to find their own focus. Some paid attention to models, some discussed fashion, and some focused on music. Of course, there were also various comments in the media. The Washington Post praised the Victoria's Secret show as a gorgeous visual feast. The Chicago Sun's commentator disdainfully criticized the Victoria's Secret show as a jaw-dropping shameless farce. With the control of the powerful media resources in their hands, most of the negative comments barely caused any waves. Through the special feature of Yahoo, the largest media website on the internet, the report of ABC Television Network's morning news, the close cooperation of the Hearst Group, the News Corporation, the Washington Post, and other print media forces that were closely related to the Firefly Group, and with the full force of online media, television media, and print media, although the image of the Victoria's Secret show in the public's mind could not be considered perfect, it was definitely highly anticipated. Diane Kruger's shoe accident on the runway was quickly rendered into an industry story similar to Cinderella's fairy tale under clever marketing methods. Many ordinary people who did not pay attention to the Victoria's Secret show even began to look forward to Diane Kruger's shoe accident in the Victoria's Secret show. At the same time, the discount generated by the grand marketing that lasted for several months was also amazing. At the beginning of the year, when Chris took the absolute control of LTD with a sky-high valuation of $2.4 billion, most analysts in the industry were pessimistic about the deal and predicted that LTD's stock price would definitely fall again after the deal. However, these people only calculated the beginning and did not guess the ending. After the restructuring of LTD Group, the stock price did experience a fall in the initial period. However, after Eric announced the Victoria's Secret annual show, the sales of Victoria's Secret underwear rose at an amazing speed after 6 months of continuous marketing. Victoria's Secret was the most important brand under LTD. Even after the merger of LTD and Brighton Fashion, the Victoria's Secret brand still accounted for more than half of the new group. With the continued rise of Victoria's Secret underwear sales and brand awareness, LTD's stock market value began to rise slowly for 6 months after the initial fall of $2.1 billion. On the second day of the Victoria's Secret show, LTD's stock price rose by 7.5% again, and the stock market value was close to $3.7 billion. It was expected that after the Victoria's Secret show in December, LTD's total market value would exceed $4 billion. Most importantly, this breakthrough was not a capital bubble because LTD's stock price at this time was supported by a very solid brand value and product sales. After the initial acquisition, Firefly Investment and the Brighton family held 62% of LTD's shares. When LTD's market value exceeded $4 billion, compared to the initial total assets and cash expenditure of about $1 billion, the assets in the hands of Firefly Investment and the Brighton family had increased by $1.5 billion in just 1 year. This was equivalent to the net profit of the entire Firefly Group this year. When Fortune magazine revealed this series of data, the media, who were originally enthusiastically calculating how much loss Eric would suffer if he gave up on making a movie and turned to making an underwear show that had no commercial value at all, shut their mouths. After all, even if he made a movie that was comparable to the box office of Jurassic Park, it was absolutely impossible to bring in $1.5 billion in profits within a year. After the Victoria's Secret show, the most stressful period for Eric was finally over. When the follow-up media publicity was on track, Eric left all the trivial work of LTD to Emily and focused on editing the Victoria's Secret show on TV. At the same time, after November, the end-of-year holiday of 1994 was approaching. Some second- and third-tier film companies began to release their films in the second week of November. Firefly only released 2 films directly at the end of the year: Julia's return to the romantic film genre Runaway Bride and Nicolas Cage's Face Off. In addition to these 2 films, Little Girls Flower Pictures opened with Kevin Costner's version of Mission Impossible. Brian De Palma's skillful suspense technique matched with Kevin Costner's unique and restrained masculine temperament. Although the brand new Mission Impossible did not have Tom Cruise, it had its own unique charm. After law enforcement failed miserably during the summer, the results of Mission Impossible could be said to be related to whether he could continue to maintain his status as a celebrity. Therefore, Kevin Costner was also very attentive to the promotion of Mission Impossible. A month before the movie was released, he began to frequently travel around to promote it. The test screening of Mission Impossible also received a good reputation. Moreover, another thing that Eric was happy to see was that in the wind of the salary reduction that he instigated, Warner Brothers was forced by various pressures to quickly take over Kevin Costner's long-prepared future Waterworld. Just like in the original universe, they chose Hawaii as the filming location. In Eric's memory, it was because the frequent waves in Hawaii washed away the filming set built by the crew time and time again, causing the budget to finally be pushed to a jaw-dropping sky-high price. MGM originally planned to release Resident Evil at the end of the year. Although this R-rated zombie film was not in line with the style of the low holiday schedule, it often achieved unexpected results by going against the trend. What's more, the production budget of Resident Evil was only more than $30 million, plus the post-production marketing budget. The cost would not exceed $50 million. Through box office and video operations and other channels, there was not much pressure to recoup the cost and make a profit. As long as the first film made a name for itself and continued to produce sequels like the original, it could create a stable and profitable project for DreamWorks Productions. However, there were some problems with the post-production of this zombie film, and the release had to be delayed until the Easter period. Sony's executive vice president, Nobuyuki Ide, began to personally intervene in the film business of Sony in the second half of the year. By the end of the year, although Peter Guber still maintained his position as Columbia's CEO, he was basically a figurehead. Sony had begun to look for the next Columbia CEO with great fanfare. Michael Lynn, who had just resigned from Firefly Pictures in September, even received an invitation. However, Michael Lynn did not intend to get involved in the mess that was Sony Columbia. He only informed Eric of the news through a phone call. Although Peter Guber was destined to be kicked out, Sony did not slack off on the release of Columbia and Firefly's Game of the Brave. As the only CG-based special effects film at the end of the year, Sony obviously had high hopes for Game of the Brave. While the whole of Hollywood was busy dealing with the upcoming hot schedule, Eric only flew back to Los Angeles to attend a Firefly's year-end executive meeting. After that, he hurried back to New York and continued to work in the editing room of ABC's program production department. Other than promising to support the premiere of Julia and his wife's 2 films, Eric did not intend to get involved in the film's marketing. A boss who knew how to let go was a good boss. This was what Eric had learned from Warren Buffett recently. Warren Buffett had a very tacit relationship with many of Hathaway's companies. In an interview, when a manager of a subsidiary of Hathaway was asked why the subsidiary was doing so well, the manager's answer was very thought-provoking. The manager said that it was because Warren Buffett had forgotten that he had acquired the company, and he had also forgotten that the company had been acquired by Warren Buffett. As the scale of the assets under his name grew larger and larger, if he could not find a reasonable balance between delegating and seizing power, Eric would definitely be overwhelmed by the heavy workload. Many times, Eric even faintly felt this kind of pressure. At ABC's Program Production Center, Emily walked into a studio with her assistant, who was holding a thick stack of documents. She looked at the busy crowd recording for the Victoria's Secret show and waited patiently for a while. Eric, who had been notified, walked out of the crowd. Noticing the serious expression on Emily's face, Eric took her to a temporary office and asked his secretary to make coffee. He then asked, "Is there a result from that incident?" Emily nodded, then shook her head. She spread out the documents in her assistant's hands and handed them to Eric. "The FBI in Manhattan checked all the video information we provided, but they didn't find anything. There were too many people going in and out of the backstage in the last 2 days. In addition, there was no problem with the fingerprints. Obviously, the person who did this is very smart." The two were talking about the shoe incident on the night of the Victoria's Secret show. Although the media had rendered the time when Diane Kruger's high heels fell into a story similar to Cinderella's, the story behind the incident didn't seem so beautiful. According to the FBI's examination of the broken shoelace was indeed broken by someone. Eric read the report in his hand and asked, "Did they find out how the shoelace was tampered with?" Emily took out her handbag and took out a delicate nail file and a thin rope. In front of Eric, she gently scratched the rope with the file for a while and handed it over. "Here, it's like this. Someone used a nail file, so the broken part looks like it broke naturally. But according to the FBI's report, the direction of the broken shoelace is horizontal. If it broke naturally, the force of the broken shoelace should be vertical." Eric picked up the rope that Emily handed over, which was only connected by a little thread. With a slight tug, it broke into 2 pieces. He shook his head helplessly. "This is really..." Noticing Eric's eyes drifting to the nail file, Emily said, "There's no way to investigate this at all. Every angel in the makeup area had a set of tools, and..." Emily paused and said, "Inspector Linney from the FBI told me that unless we file a case with great fanfare, we won't be able to find any results at all. However, he also said that he's done everything he can for us. If we file a case with great fanfare, the media won't be able to hide it. They'll bear a lot of risks, and will definitely be criticized." Although the Victoria's Secret show had been over for a few days, the media's attention to it didn't seem to be waning. Before that, some tabloid newspapers had speculated about the fall of Diane Kruger's high-heeled shoes on the runway. Now, this matter had been rendered into a beautiful accident. If they investigated it with great fanfare, the fairy tale that had just been created would instantly collapse. If the FBI filed a case for investigation because of a shoelace, they would definitely be labeled as making a mountain out of a molehill by the media. This incident required the on-site staff to be questioned, and there was no way to invite a private detective to investigate. If that's the case, then forget it, Eric said as he shook his head and reluctantly held the nail file. Hearing that Eric had given up on the investigation, Emily breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that she wanted to protect the murderer, but with the current situation, no matter from which point of view, suspending the investigation was a matter of more advantages than disadvantages. After this matter was resolved, Emily immediately talked about something else. Eric, where do you plan to spend Thanksgiving? Malibu, Eric said as he recalled the situation last year. There was a look of anticipation on his face. He could gather the women together and sleep with them. This was a once-a-year opportunity, so he definitely couldn't miss it. I'll be in Malibu for Thanksgiving and in New York for Christmas. Why? Emily's shrewd and capable aura disappeared. She hesitated for a moment like a little girl and said, "Can you change your itinerary? For Thanksgiving? Accompany Chris and me to Maryland." Oh, it's best to bring Xianxia and the rest. Eric thought about it and understood what was going on. Jeffrey was currently living in seclusion on a farm in Maryland and rarely went to New York and Los Angeles. As filial sons and future daughters-in-law, Chris and Emily would definitely go back to Maryland to accompany their old man on Thanksgiving. However, as two young bachelors who were old in age, they would definitely be forced to get married every festive season. Eric laughed gloatingly and shook his head. No, I'm not going. Besides, this is for your own good. If I bring my family to Maryland to spend Thanksgiving with you, Jeffrey will definitely want grandchildren even more when he sees Kevin and Xianxia. Won't you guys be under even more pressure? Emily glared at Eric. Forget it if you don't want to go. I've never seen anyone gloat as much as you. Eric still had a smile on his face. Isn't Chris still in Europe? If you're really afraid of this, you can discuss it with Chris and ask him to find an excuse to come back after Thanksgiving. Emily said, Jeffrey personally called Europe. Chris has already agreed. Besides, even if Chris won't do what you said. Eric leaned back in his leather chair and spread his hands. Then I can't do anything about it. In my opinion, why don't you guys just get married? Even if you don't plan to get married, you can have a child first. I just turned 30, stop, you're too pretentious. If I didn't know better, I would think that you're only 13 years old. You're making those girls who became mothers in their teens feel bad. Emily glared at Eric and curled her lips. She stood up and said, I really don't have anything to say to you guys who are full of male chauvinism. I'm leaving. Eric sent Emily off and returned to the studio. Everyone had just finished filming some scenes and was resting. Eric checked the effects of the shoot and walked over to the 5 Victoria's Secret spokespersons who were resting. Today, they were going to record some highlights between each theme of the Victoria's Secret show. Although it involved other Victoria's Secret angels, most of the highlights were still focused on the 5 spokespersons. Noticing Eric walking into the lounge, the 5 angel supermodels sitting around the sofa drinking coffee greeted Eric together. Eric smiled and nodded. He watched Diane Kruger get up and pour him a cup of coffee. He thanked her and sat down on a single sofa nearby. He casually took out a manicure knife from his pocket and played with it a few times. He chatted casually with the others and started to manicure his nails casually. The 5 Victoria's Secret angels noticed Eric's actions and had different expressions on their faces. Christy Durrington and Linda Evangelista had a faint smile on their faces. Cindy Crawford's expression was a little puzzled at first. Then, a hint of understanding flashed across her face, but it was quickly covered up by a smile. Tyra Banks and Diane Kruger picked up their coffee cups and covered their expressions, trying to make their eyes look normal. Eric took in the expressions of the 5 women. His gaze paused on Cindy Crawford's face for a moment before he quickly looked away. He asked the women, "Is there a problem?" "Eric, that's not how you use a manicure knife," Linda Evangelista smiled and put down her coffee cup. She stretched out her slender fingers and gestured a few times. She said, "Your nails will look ugly if you do it like that." Eric finally understood why the 5 women had such expressions. He shrugged indifferently. Just as he was about to say that he didn't care if his nails looked good, he pointed at Cindy Crawford and said, "Cindy, help me demonstrate how to use it." Cindy Crawford looked at Tyra Banks and Diane Kruger sitting on her right. The two of them were closer to Eric than she was. Why did this guy ask her to demonstrate? Thinking back to just now, Cindy Crawford's heart suddenly jumped. She suddenly realized that her reaction just now must have caused this guy to misunderstand something. How despicable. How could he think that she was the one who did it? Even if Diane Kruger became popular in the modeling circle, she wouldn't be much of a threat to her. She wouldn't gain much by doing this. Cindy Crawford looked at Tyra Banks next to her. Although Tyra Banks debuted a few years earlier than Diane Kruger, her fame was not much higher than Diane Kruger's. Among the 5 spokespersons, the 2 of them were in a competitive relationship. If Diane Kruger screwed up, Tyra Banks would obviously benefit more among the 5. However, Cindy Crawford didn't dare to say anything on the spot. She just obediently got up and walked over at Eric's request. When she took the manicure knife from Eric's hand and was about to return it, she saw Eric stretch out his big hand to her. Okay, hateful man, Cindy Crawford was angry, but her face had already put on a very skillful expression of resentment. She gently squatted down to help Eric demonstrate how to use the manicure knife. Noticing this scene, Christy Dington immediately stood up as if she had just remembered something. She said, "I think I need to touch up my makeup. I seem to have put on a lot of lip gloss. I need to reapply it." Linda Evangelista found an excuse almost at the same time. The 2 women couldn't wait to get up and walk out. Tyra Banks looked at the actions of the 2 seniors, and although she did not find any reason, she also stood up and walked out. Diane Kruger, who also stood up, had a little resentment on her face. Shouldn't this kind of thing be done by me? Why did he call for Cindy Crawford? Soon, only Eric and Cindy Crawford were left in the lounge. Seeing the door gently closed, Cindy Crawford didn't stop what she was doing. She looked at Eric with a wronged expression and said, "I didn't do it." "I know." Cindy Crawford waved the manicure knife in her hand. "Then why did you?" Eric took the manicure knife and threw it into the trash can next to him. He said, "I knew someone was messing with me, but I couldn't investigate. I'm very angry now." "Cindy, what do you do when you're angry?" "Shopping." "Oh, what a typical woman. You're discriminating." Cindy Crawford's eyes flashed and asked, "What about you?" Eric reached out and pressed Cindy Crawford's shoulder. "Guess." Cindy Crawford lay on Eric's lap, looking very obedient. She felt Eric's fingertips brushing across her face as if he was stroking something. The woman said with some resistance, "You can't do this." Eric didn't force her at all. He withdrew his hand and said, "Go out and let Diane in." Cindy Crawford's body stiffened, but she didn't get up. She whispered, "Despicable man." Eric had a triumphant smile on his face. He gently patted Cindy Crawford's face and said, "Hurry up, I'll give you 15 minutes. During the editing of the Victoria's Secret show, the ratings of ABC Survivor continued to soar. In November, the average number of viewers per episode had exceeded 33 million. As long as there were no accidents, the Victoria's Secret annual show would have a very high viewership rating on the final episode of Survivor on December 6. At the same time, the Thanksgiving period officially kicked off on November 11. Many new films started shooting at the same time on this day. Although the number of tickets sold during the new year was much lower than during the summer, the intensity of the competition was much higher than during the summer. Julia once again ventured into romance films after 5 years. With the excellent reputation of the film and the remaining box office appeal of Pretty Woman, Runaway Bride received $28 million in the first week. Although this result wasn't amazing, the total box office exceeded $100 million. Compared to the production cost of $30 million, the return on investment of Runaway Bride could be said to be higher than many big-budget films. After Runaway Bride, Kevin Costner's version of Mission Impossible was released on November 18. Eric promised to support Xianxia, so he returned to Los Angeles on November 17 and appeared on time outside the Los Angeles Music Hall where the premiere was held. Compared to Runaway Bride, which could only be considered a medium-low budget film, the premiere of Mission Impossible was much grander. Walking out of the limousine, Eric walked across the long red carpet and casually accepted a few interviews before he was led backstage by the staff. Eric hugged the girl who floated over and greeted Amy Pascal and the others. He then chatted with the creators of Mission Impossible, Brian De Palma, Kevin Costner, and the others. Kevin Costner naturally didn't need to be introduced. Brian De Palma had been focusing on horror and thrillers that were difficult to import, so his reputation in the East was not so conspicuous. However, he had many classic films in his hands such as Carrie, Scarface, and so on. Moreover, there was another thing that interested Eric very much about this thriller director in his 50s. In his memory, a family of 3 originally from a noble family in the Soviet Union fled to the United States because of the political turmoil. The husband and wife soon divorced. The wife, who was once an actress, wanted to continue her career. Because of the language barrier, she ended up working as a maid in the home of Brian De Palma, a well-known Hollywood director. This maid named Galina Jovovich had a daughter named Mila Jovovich. Moreover, this story would continue and involve a large group of filmmakers. Every time Eric thought about this, he would feel that Hollywood was really small. Eric was chatting with everyone when a few people appeared at the backstage entrance and walked directly towards him. The leader was a Japanese man in his 50s. He was Nobuyuki Ide, who was about to take over Norio Oga's position as Sony's CEO. Columbia's CEO, Peter Guber, President Chong Peters, and other company executives followed him. However, Eric found that the person following Nobuyuki Ide was not either Peter Guber or Chong Peters, but another middle-aged white man with an unfamiliar face. Eric knew that Sony had begun to intervene in Columbia's affairs a few months ago, but he did not expect Nobuyuki Ide to suddenly appear here. Before he had time to think about the reason, Nobuyuki Ide had already come to his side. He reached out his hand with a smile and said in fluent English, "Mr. Williams, nice to meet you. I am Nobuyuki Ide." The English pronunciation of Japanese names was very strange. Eric could not distinguish the difference between the names of the other party. He had to shake hands with the other party and said in full, "Hello, Mr. Nobuyuki Ide. Welcome to the premiere of Mission Impossible. This should be my honor. The movie that Mr. Williams personally chose must be very exciting," Nobuyuki Ide complimented. Without waiting for Eric to thank him, he gestured to the middle-aged white man next to him to say to Eric, "This is Mr. Howard Stringer. He has accepted Sony's invitation to be the CEO of Sony's American branch. He will be in charge of all Sony's industries in the United States." Eric heard Nobuyuki Ide say the other party's name and confirmed who the middle-aged white man with glasses was. He was the first non-Japanese CEO of Sony after Nobuyuki Ide stepped down. "Hello, Mr. Stringer." After Nobuyuki Ide introduced Howard Stringer, he did not have any intention of introducing Peter Guber and Chong Peters, but he expressed interest in the others present. Eric had to introduce them one by one. When it was Amy Pascal's turn, Nobuyuki Ide did not hide the regret in his tone. "Miss Pascal, losing you is really Columbia's biggest loss. I hope you can seriously consider returning to Columbia." Amy Pascal was a little surprised by Nobuyuki Ide's straightforward invitation, but she only responded politely. After a brief conversation, it was time for the premiere. The staff began to guide the guests backstage to the screening room. Eric purposely lagged behind. When most of the guests had left, the female assistant beside him took the initiative to explain to Eric, "Nobuyuki Ide arrived in Los Angeles a week ago. We received news that Nobuyuki Ide personally brought an audit team to investigate Columbia's financial information. In addition, Nobuyuki Ide's other purpose in coming to Los Angeles should be to find the next leader of Columbia." Eric nodded and remembered the bespectacled middle-aged man that Nobuyuki Ide had specially introduced to him. He asked, "Do you know anything about Howard Stringer?" Kelly said, "Howard Stringer has been the president of CBS for the past few years. He just left a few months ago. He started out as a very good reporter. When he was the head of the CBS News department, the CBS Evening News had the highest ratings among the 3 major television networks at that time. In recent years, perhaps because of the internal instability of CBS, he did not make any outstanding achievements as the president of CBS." Eric thought for a while and asked, "How is he compared to Robert Agar?" Kelly shook her head, "I only have some basic information about him. If you need a detailed evaluation, I will get someone to do it tomorrow. Eric was not very interested in Howard Stringer, but he did not refuse the female assistant to collect more detailed information. He said, also, collect information about Nobuyuki Ide. Compared to the CEO after the decline of Sony, Eric was more interested in Nobuyuki Ide, the leader who brought Sony from its peak to its decline. Since Nobuyuki Ide suddenly appeared, he and Eric's seats were naturally arranged together. Eric had watched the new version of Mission Impossible several times, but he did not pay much attention to the screen. Nobuyuki Ide's mind was obviously not on the movie. During the 120 minutes of watching the movie, the two tried to sound each other out a few times. Eric almost understood the purpose of Nobuyuki Ide's visit, and Nobuyuki Ide obviously understood Eric's attitude. After the premiere, Nobuyuki Ide took the initiative to invite Eric when he was leaving. Eric, I will be staying in Los Angeles for a while. Do you have the honor to talk to me? Eric knew that since Nobuyuki Ide appeared in Los Angeles, the two sides must inevitably have a formal meeting. Of course, no problem. Ide, get someone to contact my assistant to confirm the time. Nobuyuki Ide smiled and agreed. After saying goodbye to Eric, he got into the car. After driving for some distance, Nobuyuki Ide's face was gloomy. In the past few days, in the process of reviewing the detailed information of Columbia, Nobuyuki Ide found that the problem of Columbia was much more serious than the headquarters thought. In the past few years, Peter Guber and Chong Peters ran Columbia. They did not make any decisions that were beneficial to Columbia Pictures at all. Instead, they unscrupulously drained the company's finances. The two men not only took a lot of salary and bonuses, but also squandered the funds that should have been used for the company's development on personal enjoyment. In the past few years, the total cost of Columbia's office decorations, private jets, and luxury yachts was as high as $170 million. If Peter Guber and Chong Peters worked hard to run Columbia, these expenses would not hurt the foundation of this veteran film company. However, the two of them had never put any effort into running Columbia. In the past 5 years, Columbia's only outstanding achievement was the film cooperation with Firefly. But these cooperation were not so simple. Sony had discovered that because of the cooperation between Firefly and Columbia, Columbia's overseas distribution network was half paralyzed. When Nobuyuki Ide remembered that his old rival Panasonic and Canada's Seagram Group were in the final negotiations for the Universal Pictures deal, Nobuyuki Ide could not help but want to retreat. But with Columbia's current situation, Sony had no way out. Columbia's current situation was not much better than MGM. Sony had spent $5 billion to acquire Columbia. If Sony sold Columbia now, even if they discounted the original purchase price, no one would be willing to take over. And even if someone was willing to take over, Sony would not dare to sell Columbia at a low price under the strong pressure from various parties. In this case, Sony could only grit their teeth and continue to operate Columbia. Although Sony was cheated by Firefly during the initial cooperation, but now, the rights to Men in Black, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Game of the Brave, and other films, and the distribution rights to Mission Impossible, Forrest Gump, and Night at the Museum were undoubtedly the most valuable resources in Columbia's hands. Although Nobuyuki Ide hated these Hollywood profiteers, he knew that if he wanted to maintain Columbia, he must make full use of these resources. Especially the sequels to Men in Black and Mr. and Mrs. Smith. These two blockbusters had grossed more than $500 million at the global box office. With the reputation of the first film, the sequels would definitely bring in considerable profits for Columbia. Nobuyuki Ide attended the premiere of Mission Impossible today to test Eric's attitude towards the sequels. Without Firefly's cooperation, unless legal means were used, it would be difficult to start the sequels to Men in Black and Mr. and Mrs. Smith. But Columbia was now in trouble, and Nobuyuki Ide didn't want to cause another lawsuit. However, when he thought of Eric Williams's ambiguous attitude during the premiere, Nobuyuki Ide couldn't help but rub his temples. Since this matter couldn't be solved in a short period of time, Nobuyuki Ide thought about the next leader of Columbia. He looked up and asked his assistant sitting in the front seat, Fujita, "Did you reply to Michael Ovitz's invitation?" "Yes, President, Mr. Ovitz has agreed to meet with you next Monday." With a wonderful plot and excellent marketing, Mission Impossible easily grossed 38.5 million at the box office in more than 2,900 theaters in the first weekend. Many media outlets gave very positive reviews to Kevin Costner's comeback after the failure of Law Enforcement. The LA Times even praised that Mission Impossible completely broke the shackles of the TV version. The plot is exciting, the scenes are dazzling, and Kevin Costner vividly portrays the image of a tenacious agent who comes back from the jaws of death. With the excellent reputation and box office in the first 3 days, evaluation agencies predicted that Mission Impossible would gross $160 million to $180 million in North America. Because another agent movie starring Kevin Costner, The Bodyguard, had a global box office of $410 million, and Mission Impossible was better in terms of quality and marketing. Therefore, box office evaluation agencies were more optimistic about the global box office of Mission Impossible. Most agencies predicted that the global box office of Mission Impossible would be no less than $500 million. The production and marketing costs of Mission Impossible were kept within $110 million, of which $40 million in marketing costs were shared by Flower Pictures and Columbia. Although Flower Pictures had invested $90 million in Mission Impossible, based on the global average box office forecast of $500 million, Flower Pictures would be able to recoup about $130 million just from the box office alone. If they recouped all of their costs, they would still bring in $40 million in profit. The income from the subsequent video and TV broadcast rights of Mission Impossible would be even more lucrative. In the new week, at Universal Studios in Burbank, Michael Eisner sat in his office early as usual. There was a hint of envy between his eyebrows as he read the weekend box office report that had just been sent by his assistant. After reading the report about Mission Impossible, Michael Eisner continued to look at the box office rankings, and his eyes fell on The Little Guy that was released at the same time by Universal. This was a project that Michael Ovitz personally handled after he became the president of Universal. The total box office for the first 3 days of this family comedy that used a man's pregnancy as a gimmick was only $68 million. Although it squeezed into the top 5 box office rankings, it was not even a fraction of the box office of Mission Impossible. Of course, Michael Eisner would not expect such a comedy with only a $30 million investment to be able to reach the box office of Mission Impossible. He just thought of Michael Ovitz's idea for this film. Michael Ovitz actually wanted to invite Arnold Schwarzenegger to be the male lead. With Arnold Schwarzenegger's net worth after True Lies, once Arnold Schwarzenegger was invited, the production and marketing budget of the film would also be raised at the same time. The production cost alone could reach $60 million. When the Little Guy project was confirmed, although Michael Eisner was still recovering from heart surgery and needed Michael Ovitz to help him manage Universal's affairs, he still firmly rejected Michael Ovitz's proposal. The two even had a private argument, and the decades of friendship also had a crack at that time. But now, looking at the box office data in his hands, Michael Eisner did not regret his decision. Instead, he was vaguely glad. The box office of The Little Guy was only $68 million in the first weekend, and the total box office forecast for this film was only $30 million. However, although this number was still less than the box office of Mission Impossible in the first weekend, The Little Guy would definitely still bring in a good amount of revenue for Universal through overseas distribution, video, and other peripheral channels. But if they had followed Michael Ovitz's suggestion, this project would have definitely caused Universal a huge loss. With this in mind, Michael Eisner could not help but count the series of ideas that Michael Ovitz proposed since he joined the company. He could not help but shake his head. Now, the negotiations between Panasonic and Seagram Group had entered the final stage. Michael Eisner once again made up his mind. No matter what, he had to kick Michael Ovitz out of Universal during this negotiation. Although the Golden Parachute agreement signed with Michael Ovitz under his leadership made Michael Eisner feel like he was trapped in a cocoon of his own making, but when he thought about Sony's recent secret contact with Michael Ovitz and Panasonic's eagerness to get rid of Universal, Michael Eisner became more confident in kicking Michael Ovitz out of Universal. The assistant's knock on the door woke up Michael Eisner from his deep thoughts. "Mr. Eisner, Mr. Bronfman from Seagram is here." With regards to Worldwide, both Panasonic and Seagram were very eager to make a deal. In the past few months, the two sides had already reached a preliminary agreement. They only needed to sort out the last bit of debt information and personnel differences before they could complete the final deal. In the past few months, Michael Eisner had been lobbying Edgar Bronfman, the head of Seagram, to help him kick Michael Ovitz out of Worldwide. For this reason, he did not hesitate to exaggerate Michael Ovitz's various inappropriate behaviors during his time as the president of Worldwide. Michael Ovitz was already used to using CAA's account to satisfy his own extravagant personal expenses. CAA was a private partnership company and did not need to constantly pay attention to financial reports like a listed company. As the founder of CAA, Michael Ovitz also had a very unique position in the agency. Therefore, no one dared to question his extravagant behavior. However, after becoming the president of Worldwide, Michael Ovitz did not realize that he had been promoted from a private company to an executive of a large listed company. Instead, he continued to maintain the lifestyle he had at CAA. He almost took it for granted that the expenses of decorating his luxurious office or giving expensive gifts to Hollywood celebrities should be reimbursed by Worldwide. This also created the first contradiction between him and Michael Eisner. Michael Eisner did not agree with Michael Ovitz's somewhat arbitrary behavior. At the same time, Michael Ovitz's strong desire to control at CAA also conflicted with Michael Eisner's strong personality. This was also the source of the conflict between the two. In the end, the conflict between the two confirmed the old saying that two tigers could not live on the same mountain. As the head of Seagram, Edgar Bronfman was certainly aware of this. After listening to Michael Eisner criticize Michael Ovitz not long after his arrival, Edgar Bronfman decided to kick Michael Ovitz out of Worldwide in advance before the deal was completed. Of course, Michael Eisner's lobbying was the result of this. However, as the head of a large consortium, Edgar Bronfman thought more about the stability of Worldwide after Seagram acquired the company. He did not want to buy a film company with many conflicts between the senior management. Although he was an outsider in Hollywood, Edgar Bronfman also knew that no matter what industry, internal management stability was necessary for a company to develop and grow. After Eisner finished speaking, Edgar Bronfman said, "Michael, I just want to know one thing. If you want Ovitz to leave Worldwide, how much will you have to pay?" Michael Eisner's face turned red and he coughed awkwardly. If it was not for the golden parachute agreement that he personally instigated, it would have been very easy to kick Michael Ovitz out of the company. This matter was ultimately his mistake, but Michael Eisner would definitely not admit this. Moreover, he had no choice when he made this decision. It was not easy for him to fully control Worldwide, and he did not want Panasonic to interfere with the management changes at Worldwide because of the heart surgery. According to the agreement that was signed, if Ovitz was asked to leave without any major mistakes, Worldwide would have to compensate him with $50 million in cash and another $50 million worth of stock options. After Michael Eisner finished speaking, he looked at Bronfman's expression and immediately added, "However, if Ovitz leaves voluntarily, Worldwide would have to pay a much smaller price. I heard that Sony is currently in contact with Ovitz and wants him to be the CEO of Columbia. It is very likely that he will leave voluntarily. Of course, even if Ovitz is not willing to leave voluntarily, we can also use this opportunity to add Ovitz's resignation into the agreement and let the Japanese bear the cost of his resignation." After listening to Michael Eisner, Edgar Bronfman tapped on the armrest of his chair and pondered for a moment. He said, "How about this, you organize the information about Ovitz that you have told me recently. In the afternoon, I will submit the information to Panasonic's negotiation team as evidence that Ovitz is no longer suitable to be the CEO of Worldwide. We will officially include the terms of Ovitz's resignation in the negotiation." Michael Eisner's face flashed with joy. He nodded and said, "I will prepare it now." At the end of 1994, Hollywood was once again in turmoil. Columbia's internal management began to shake, and Universal Pictures was once again faced with a change of ownership. The already eye-catching Flower Pictures lived up to expectations and stood out with the success of Mission Impossible. It was like another firefly that had begun to shine. Michael Ovitz put down the Hollywood Reporter in his hand and went through all the major events in Hollywood recently. He was disappointed to find that none of this had much to do with him. This made him involuntarily recall a few years ago when he was still the head of CAA. Not only did he have control over several major film companies, but he also single-handedly led Sony's acquisition of Columbia and Panasonic's acquisition of Global, two deals that involved billions of USD. But now, although he was very unwilling to admit it, Michael Ovitz found that after leaving CAA, it was as if he had suddenly been reduced from a Hollywood trader to a chess piece. After operating CAA for 20 years, Michael Ovitz had accumulated a net worth of hundreds of millions. But for someone like him who had been at the top of Hollywood for a long time, losing power was definitely 100 times more painful than losing money. Michael Ovitz knew very well that the moment he sold all his shares in CAA, it was impossible for him to return to the agent industry. After his friendship with Michael Eisner broke down, there was no point in staying at Universal. Michael Ovitz had to start thinking about his next step. Fortunately, the turmoil in Columbia gave him a chance to make a comeback. The car drove into the Columbia Film Studio in Culver City. As soon as Michael Ovitz got out of the car, Nobuyuki Ide had already come up to him with a few attendants. A few years ago, when Sony acquired Columbia, Michael Ovitz had already dealt with Nobuyuki Ide. Although he could feel that Nobuyuki Ide was filled with unconcealable fatigue and anxiety, Michael Ovitz still gave him a warm hug. There were obviously a lot of Asian faces coming in and out of the Columbia Film Studios administrative building. Nobuyuki Ide even brought Michael Ovitz into Peter Guber's former luxurious office, but Peter Guber and Chang Peters were not there. They sat down in the office, and after a simple greeting, Nobuyuki Ide said bluntly, "Mr. Ovitz, you must already know that Columbia is in a very bad situation now. Sony desperately needs a manager who can reverse the current decline. In Hollywood, any film company will go through ups and downs. Columbia has decades of accumulation, and it also has the support of a large corporation like Sony. It is only a matter of time before it recovers," Michael Ovitz said confidently. "Of course, the premise of all this is that this film company needs a qualified manager." Nobuyuki Ide nodded in agreement and said, "Then, Mr. Ovitz, since you accepted my invitation today, you must be very interested in the position of Columbia's CEO. Can you talk about how you plan to manage this company first?" Michael Ovitz thought for a moment and said, "With all due respect, Mr. Ide, as a film company, there is only one way to survive, and that is to produce outstanding blockbuster films. When I was at CAA, I successfully promoted dozens of film projects to Hollywood studios every year. I believe that in the whole of Hollywood, there are not many people who have more experience in film project management than me." Although the tripartite situation in Hollywood had greatly weakened CAA's dominance, Michael Ovitz's achievements in CAA were still obvious to all. The reason why Nobuyuki Ide chose Michael Ovitz was mainly because of his achievements in CAA. After listening to Michael Ovitz, Nobuyuki Ide nodded slightly and said, "Mr. Ovitz, since that is the case, Sony welcomes you to take over Columbia. What are your requirements in terms of annual salary?" "My requirements for annual salary are not high, as long as it is." After a pause, Michael Ovitz realized that Nobuyuki Ide did not want to hear Peter Guber's name, so he changed his words. "As long as it is the same as the previous CEO, it is fine. But I need to get the bonuses and dividends after the company's operating situation improves." Nobuyuki Ide was very satisfied with Michael Ovitz's conditions. He nodded and said, "Of course, as long as Columbia's operating situation improves, you will definitely get the compensation you deserve. So, is there anything else?" Michael Ovitz said, "Yes, and most importantly, I don't want the company to be restricted by external factors in the process of operating, so I need to have absolute autonomy in Columbia." When he heard the words autonomy, Nobuyuki Ide's body trembled. If he had not given the autonomy to those two bastards, Peter Guber and Chang Peters, Columbia would not have fallen to this state. Nobuyuki Ide had not had a good night's sleep for the past few days. After 5 years of squandering by Peter Guber and Chang Peters, Columbia's internal operating and financial situation had deteriorated to a shocking state. In order to reduce the losses and reduce the tax burden, Sony had to take measures to write down Columbia's assets. Based on the recent statistics, Columbia's assets would be written down by $2.1 billion. This also meant that Sony's annual financial report would have a huge loss of $2.1 billion. $2.1 billion USD. Sony had never suffered such a large loss since it was established half a century ago. Nobuyuki Ide did not dare to report this bad news back to Sony's headquarters. Chairman Morita Akio had just suffered a stroke a few years ago, and Nobuyuki Ide was worried that Morita Akio would be fine after hearing about this bad news. Now, when he heard the words autonomy from Michael Ovitz, Nobuyuki Ide felt a chill down his spine. He shook his head and said, "Mr. Ovitz, we can discuss other conditions, but please do not mention the autonomy again. You should have seen it for yourself. Sony had suffered a lot because of the management rights, and we will not let a single person manage Columbia." Michael Ovitz said, "Mr. Ide, you should know that I am different from Peter Guber. To be honest, I still do not understand why Sony hired those two incompetent people. I am confident that I can run Columbia well, but I need to have enough authority and trust. If Sony loses trust in the next manager of Columbia because of Peter Guber, I am sure that it will be hard for Columbia to recover. Hollywood is different from other industries. Hollywood studios need a paternalistic management style, and not the so-called modern management style. Look at the management structure of the 7 major studios, and you will know that I am not lying. Sony's attitude of letting Peter Guber go was not wrong. The biggest mistake was that you chose the wrong person." Nobuyuki Ide hesitated. He knew that Michael Ovitz's view was not wrong, but Sony had just been bitten by the viper. It was impossible for them to not be afraid of Nobuyuki Ide. "How about this? It's already dinner time, why don't?" Nobuyuki Ide was about to invite Michael Ovitz to dinner and continue their discussion when an assistant knocked on the door and walked towards the two people who were in the middle of their discussion. "President, I think you need to take a look at this," the assistant said and looked at Michael Ovitz with a strange look. He passed a fax document to Nobuyuki Ide. Nobuyuki Ide opened the document curiously. He knew that the assistant would not barge into this meeting for no reason. There must be some important information in the document. After hurriedly reading a few pages, Nobuyuki Ide raised his head and asked the assistant who was still waiting beside him, "Where did this document come from, and this information, is it accurate?" Today, after the negotiation between Panasonic and Seagram, this document began to circulate. Now, the assistant glanced at Michael Ovitz again, and there seemed to be a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. "Now, the entire Hollywood is spreading it. I think it should be accurate." Nobuyuki Ide nodded slightly and waved his hand to ask the assistant to leave. He carefully read the document in his hand and frowned. Then he sighed softly and passed the document to Michael Ovitz, who already had an uneasy look on his face. "Mr. Ovitz, let's talk about the cooperation later. I think you should deal with this matter now." Michael Ovitz took the document. After flipping through a few pages, his face changed. He stood up abruptly and said to Nobuyuki Ide, "Mr. Ide, I'm sorry, I think I need to leave." Michael Ovitz hurriedly walked out of the office. His body was trembling slightly as he got into his car. After instructing the driver to start the car, he opened the document again. He was getting angrier and angrier. The document in his hand listed a lot of evidence that he was not suitable to be the CEO of Worldwide. But from Michael Ovitz's point of view, this document was trying to ruin his career in Hollywood. Just the fact that he spent $2 million to renovate his office made Michael Ovitz feel that his chances of cooperating with Sony were very slim. This was because in the end, the media's biggest criticism of Peter Guber and Chong Peters was that they spent too much money in Columbia. But Michael Ovitz felt that he had the ability to enjoy such treatment. Many leaders in Hollywood also enjoyed such treatment. But after experiencing Peter Guber's extravagance, Sony would surely be wary of such treatment. Then, he poached other record companies to expand Universal's record business, increased investment in the TV department, and invited A-list superstars to cooperate with Universal. These were all suggestions that he had made before. In the eyes of the people who concocted the information, all of them became evidence of his desire for grandiosity. Although their friendship was broken, Michael Ovitz still didn't expect that Michael Eisner would use such drastic measures to deal with him in order to squeeze him out of Worldwide. "I had already decided to leave Worldwide. Why are you still doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me?" The more he thought about it, the angrier Michael Ovitz got. He picked up the mobile phone beside him and dialed Michael Eisner's number with trembling hands. When the call connected, Michael Ovitz gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fine. You have achieved your goal. Let me tell you, Michael. Don't even think about kicking me out of Worldwide. I will use a chain to tie myself to Worldwide's desk. The report accusing Michael Ovitz was on the headlines of almost all the first-line media outlets the next day. As a big shot in the agency industry who had single-handedly created CAA and used the packaging mechanism to greatly increase the cost of the entire Hollywood production, the report accusing Michael Ovitz of being incompetent caused a controversy. It was difficult for the outside world to understand what had happened in Hollywood. They could only find out through the media. The internal conflict that Universal had been trying to cover up finally broke out. The rumor that Michael Eisner had repeatedly denied in news interviews that he had a conflict with Michael Ovitz was also confirmed. Although most people could only see the surface of this matter, on the night of the incident, Eric knew the whole story in detail. Michael Eisner desperately wanted to use this deal to kick Michael Ovitz out of Global while Seagram was in the process of acquiring Global, so that he could consolidate his power. In order to reduce the cost of firing Michael Ovitz, Michael Eisner had the idea of letting Panasonic bear the cost of Michael Ovitz's resignation. For this reason, he had specially prepared such a report. As Sony's arch-rival in the electronics industry, Panasonic did not have the awareness of being a sucker like Sony. Therefore, they leaked the information that Michael Eisner had collated and tried to include in the negotiation terms to the media. Although Panasonic did not make any public comments on the information, through this action, their attitude was very simple. This was Hollywood's internal conflict, and Panasonic would not be able to pay for it. Panasonic acted as if they were going to leave and did not care about anything else. However, they had stirred up a mess in Hollywood. Although the report accusing Michael Ovitz was full of Michael Eisner's personal bias, the content was not fabricated. Therefore, after verifying the authenticity of the report, Sony immediately dismissed the idea of letting Michael Ovitz take charge of Columbia. Just like what Michael Ovitz thought when he saw the report, just the fact that he had spent $2 million to renovate his office made Sony, who had just experienced the pain of Peter Guber's squandering, give up on inviting him. For Worldwide, the irreconcilable conflict between the two leaders had been forcefully torn apart, directly delaying the last step of negotiations between Panasonic and Seagram. Both sides knew very well that if this matter wasn't resolved, it would be very difficult to reach the final deal. After being slandered by Michael Eisner, Michael Ovitz knew that it would be difficult for him to find another company. The hope of returning to the agent industry was even slimmer. Therefore, just like how he roared at Michael Eisner on the phone, Michael Ovitz started to go to work on time at Worldwide every day. It was as if he really wanted to tie himself to Worldwide's desk. However, he no longer had any direct communication with Michael Eisner. With the Golden Parachute Agreement protecting him, Michael Ovitz was like a hedgehog in Worldwide, making it difficult for people to bite him. Although he faintly regretted throwing out the report too hastily, Michael Eisner could not admit that he was in the wrong. Because in Western society, admitting one's mistake meant that one had to bear the responsibility. The helmer of a large corporation often only had one way to bear the responsibility, which was to admit his fault and resign. This kind of result was definitely not something Michael Eisner was willing to bear. Therefore, in the subsequent interview process, in order to gain the approval and support of the media, Michael Eisner completely abandoned the firm friendship with Michael Ovitz that he had once publicly declared, and openly discussed the accuracy of the report. After spending Thanksgiving in the hustle and bustle of the media, Eric hurriedly returned to New York to do the latest post-production work for the upcoming broadcast of Victoria's Secret annual show on December 6. Even so, Eric's eyes were always fixed on the City of Angels on the West Coast. If it had been a few years ago, Eric would have only been able to stand by and watch the mess that was happening in Hollywood. However, now he was thinking about how to further intervene and modify the structure of Hollywood through this incident. The development of the Firefly Group had reached a peak. Eric's next plan was to take control of the entire Hollywood step by step. This idea, which seemed whimsical to outsiders, was not unrealistic for Eric. First of all, Eric already had enough economic strength. Even if he did not consider the assets controlled by Firefly Investments, just the Firefly Group in the media field alone, the initial payment of the 2 asset sales this year and the annual operating profit of the group, excluding the necessary tax expenses, could still bring about $2.5 billion of free cash flow to Firefly. The operating cash flow of all the companies in the entire Firefly Group system was almost 3 times the free cash flow. With tens of billions of USD in cash reserves, if Eric was willing, Firefly could even take over the 2 companies in the hands of the Japanese, Columbia and Universal. However, if Firefly really did this, it would definitely cause uneasiness and fear throughout Hollywood and trigger an antitrust investigation by relevant agencies. Therefore, everything could only be done slowly in a subtle way. In this regard, Eric undoubtedly had another big advantage, and that was time. Even if it took 10 years to control the entire process of Hollywood, Eric would only be 35 years old by then. He would be in the prime of his life. Many people even just started their own careers at this age. Compared to the sunshine all year round in Los Angeles, just after Thanksgiving, the entire East Coast ushered in the first heavy snow of winter. Early in the morning, a black Chrysler was parked outside a high-rise apartment near Central Park at the entrance of 6th Avenue. Kelly got out of the car with the documents in her hands, gave a few instructions to the driver and assistant in the car, and walked into the high-rise apartment with her neck shrunk as she stepped on the road that had not yet been cleared of snow. She came to the door of Eric's apartment on the top floor and reached out to press the doorbell. After hesitating for a moment, the female assistant took out the key, opened the door, and walked in. The cold light after the snow stopped in the morning passed through the spacious living room covered by the glass curtain wall. At this time, the living room was filled with a lot of messy documents. The laptop screen on the coffee table in the middle of the living room was still on. This messy scene was out of place in this luxurious penthouse that overlooked the entire Central Park. Kelly even felt that she had suddenly arrived at the home of a Frankenstein monster. Taking off her thick windbreaker and boots, Kelly changed into slippers at the entrance and walked into the living room. At first glance, she saw Eric lying on the sofa in the living room with a blanket covering him, snoring loudly. This situation made Kelly feel both amused and puzzled. Sometimes, this little man's requirements for quality of life were as strict as those of a rich family's son, and he even had obvious misophobia. But sometimes, he was as casual as a homeless person, as if he was very satisfied with being able to eat and sleep well. Walking softly to Eric's side, Kelly gently put the documents in her hand on the coffee table, leaned over the sofa, and carefully stroked the messy hair in front of Eric's forehead with a gentle smile. She wanted to lean over and kiss him, but she was afraid of waking Eric up, so she did not move. Instead, she got up and walked to the kitchen. She quietly cut the bread and put it in the spit. Then, she heated up the milk. The female assistant was about to make an omelet when she felt a pair of big hands hugging her from behind. Kelly turned her head and allowed Eric to kiss her cheek. She smiled and said, "You're awake. Go and wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon." Eric was infatuated with the female assistant's neck and sniffed the mesmerizing fragrance for a while before letting go of Kelly, who was already weak all over, and walking to the bathroom. After a while, Kelly put the breakfast she had made in front of Eric and sat down on the other side. She then asked, "Why did you sleep on the sofa last night? What if you caught a cold?" Eric picked up the cutlery and answered, "I was thinking about some things," and unknowingly fell asleep on the sofa. Kelly curiously asked, "Was it something very important?" Eric nodded, but asked, "Is there any news from Hollywood today?" Kelly nodded and said, "Yes. Yesterday, Michael Eisner appeared on. This time, he even accused Michael Ovitz of being mentally ill. I really don't know what he is thinking. If Michael Ovitz is really as incompetent as he claims, how can CAA become what it is now?" Eric nodded and did not make any comments. Kelly continued. "There is also news from Columbia. Their financial audit had been completed. You will never guess that Columbia will face a $2.1 billion write-off. This will be Sony's biggest loss since its establishment half a century ago. Although this news is not made public, everyone in Hollywood is discussing if Sony will sell Columbia." This time Eric shook his head decisively and said, "No." Kelly was puzzled. Eric drank a few mouthfuls of milk and explained, "Last night, I had read through the information you had gathered about Nobuyuki Ichii. We all know that he will be Sony's CEO. Do you know what his management philosophy is?" Although Kelly was in charge of Nobuo Ide's information, she did not notice this. She asked, "What is it?" Nobuo Ueda's management philosophy is to let Sony move towards digital. Simply put, he wants Sony to focus on electronic products, entertainment media, records, and even the internet. Kelly blinked a few times and asked. But Sony's roots are electronic products like Walkman, VHS players, and video game consoles. If he does this, won't he? Eric smiled and nodded. You are right. If Nobuo Ueda insists on doing this, it will cause Sony's downfall. Eric couldn't help but think of the original spacetime. After the new era, because Nobuyuki Ueda neglected Sony's fundamental business strategy, Sony fell behind other industry competitors time and time again in electronic products such as MP3 players, personal computers, mobile phones, and other electronic products. In the end, other than high-end video cameras, Sony only had the PlayStation game console, which was their only product. Even so, they still faced strong competition from Microsoft's Xbox products. Kelly was not as confident as Eric. She said, I feel that Sony will not be so stupid. Even if Nobuo Ueda wants to do this, will there be any objections from the management? The board of directors of Japanese companies and Western companies are very different. The board of directors of Japanese companies are basically the company's internal management, and the Japanese culture is to obey their superiors. No one will object to the decisions made by the higher-ups. If not, there will be people objecting when Morita Akio bought Columbia for $5 billion US. But I feel that Sony is facing a $1 billion US loss, and Morita Akio will surely leave his position as the chairman. This way, after Nobuo Ueda takes over, no one will object to his management strategy. Since Nobuo Ueda wants Sony to go digital, then he will not sell Columbia. This is a good opportunity for us. Since the Japanese are not willing to sell, as an outsider, they will need a partner. Firefly can also continue to get profits from Columbia. I had thought about this last night, and I will discuss it with Katzenberg and the rest in the next few days. If the Japanese stay, it will only benefit us. That's why we need to take the initiative to lure them. Kelly smiled and suddenly thought of something. She hesitated for a while and said, Eric, the Japanese company's board of directors you mentioned earlier is very similar to Firefly's. Eric looked at Kelly's cautious expression and laughed. I had also thought about this last night. Kelly was surprised. What's the result? Eric shrugged. The result is that I am not even 25 years old. I don't need to think so far ahead. Kelly was stunned for a moment before she laughed out loud. That's right, Eric was not yet 25 years old, not 75 years old like Morita Akio. There was absolutely no problem with Firefly's current development, and Eric did not need to plan in this regard at all. In fact, I'm also thinking that although I can still maintain a clear state of mind now, 10 or 20 years later, I'm likely to be as stubborn as Morita Akio and buy Columbia at a high price. Then, I realized I am starting to have this tendency. That's why I reflect on myself. Kelly was surprised. Huh? Do you still remember Qualcomm? Eric asked. Kelly nodded. You did not mention it recently, and I thought you had forgotten about it. Recently, whenever he had free time, Eric would take the time to study the information of Qualcomm that Kelly had collected for him. As a technical illiterate who knew nothing about mobile communications, Eric also spent a lot of effort to understand the advantages of Qualcomm's CDMA system's code division multiple access technology compared to the time division multiple access technology of the second-generation communication systems such as GSM. At the same time, Eric also found that Qualcomm was currently at the lowest point in its development process. The mobile communications industry was rapidly shifting from the analog signal era to the digital signal era. The second-generation mobile communications technology was very mature and had entered the commercial stage. Although Qualcomm had proved the superiority of its CDMA technology over 2G through many experiments and tests, so far, there was not a single CDMA commercial operation network in the world. Recalling the information he had recently read, Eric said to Kelly, I found that I took Qualcomm's problem for granted. At first, I thought that since CDMA technology was better than GSM technology, and Qualcomm was now in a difficult situation, I would invest a sum of money in it and spare no effort to support Qualcomm's development. It would definitely make this company a leader in the industry. but the fact is more complicated than I thought. Qualcomm's current situation involves the development direction of the entire mobile communications industry in the Federation. The establishment of any mobile communications network involves billions or even tens of billions of dollars of investment. Once a certain communication system is established, even if this communication system is behind other technologies, it is still impossible to change in a short time. Therefore, the process of developing a communication standard involving a multi-sided game of interests is not something that can be decided by just saying my technology is better. There are too many cases in the world where bad money drives out good money. So, if I rashly invest in Qualcomm, it is likely that I will lose everything in the end. Kelly listened quietly to Eric's words. Eric had solemnly instructed her to collect information about Qualcomm. The female assistant had also studied Qualcomm's information in detail in private and had a deep understanding of Qualcomm's situation. Not to mention that the major communication operators in the United States were in dispute over technical standards. Qualcomm also had a conflict of interest with the operators. In the beginning, Qualcomm was like an outsourcing businessman that developed customized wireless communication solutions for communication companies. In this process, many communication operators held shares of Qualcomm through capital injection. This kind of interest relationship was actually a potential advantage for Qualcomm in the communication system competition. However, if Eric forcefully squeezed into the ranks of major shareholders of Qualcomm with his strong financial resources and diluted the shares held by the operator, it would definitely weaken the competitive advantage of CDMA. It might even cause Qualcomm to lose to standards such as GSM in the final mobile communication technology standard and become a marginal technology. If it were in the past, Kelly would definitely hope that Eric would not rashly invest in Qualcomm. But at this time, listening to Eric's introspection, the female assistant's tender eyes were filled with admiration. A man standing at the top of the pyramid could still maintain such sobriety and rationality. Kelly felt that she was a little obsessed with this little man. At the same time, she dispelled the idea of letting Eric withdraw. She said, "Eric, San Diego is only more than 100 kilometers away from Los Angeles. I mean, why don't you take the time to talk to Owen Jacobs, the CEO of Qualcomm, after you're done with the things here?" No matter how detailed the information we collect is, it certainly can't be compared with the information held by the founder of Qualcomm. Maybe you can get unexpected results after you get in touch. Eric looked at the female assistant and smiled. "Didn't you disapprove of my investment in Qualcomm?" "That was in the past. Now that you have a very clear understanding of this matter, there's nothing wrong with giving it a try. Moreover, I think that your point of view just now completely ignores your current personal influence. With the capital in your hands now, if you fully support Qualcomm, it will definitely be able to gain a greater advantage in the competition of mobile communication standards." Eric had originally given up the idea of intervening in Qualcomm. He only planned to slowly absorb a part of Qualcomm's shares through Firefly investment and become a moderate shareholder. But when he heard Kelly's words, he could not help but be a little moved. However, after considering his work schedule, Eric's face showed a helpless expression again. Even if he could find time to meet Owen Jacobs, he could not spend too much energy on Qualcomm. He had too many things to pay attention to now. Originally, this project could have been handed over to Firefly Investment, but Chris's personal energy was also limited. As several major companies under Firefly Investment began to develop rapidly, Chris was also very busy. In recent months, in order to solve the personnel and production adjustment problems caused by Nokia's rapid expansion, Chris had been flying for several months in a row. He only hurried back to the United States before Thanksgiving. Hearing Eric's concerns, Kelly reached out and patted the back of Eric's hand. She said, "Eric, there's still me. What about us? You don't have to take everything on yourself. Many of us can help you." "Okay." Eric grabbed Kelly's small hand that was about to withdraw and squeezed it. He said smugly, "In this case, maybe I need to plan well and allocate some of my energy to Qualcomm." Although he had made up his mind, the earliest meeting with Qualcomm's CEO, Owen Jacobs, could only be arranged after the new year. In December, commercial films such as Mission Impossible and Runaway Bride continued to reap the box office. With the advent of the awards season, Braveheart, which was originally handed over to Fox and operated by the Weinstein brothers, also began to be released on a small scale. Firefly also released Lion, the Professional, directed by Luc Besson, at the end of the year. At the same time, the turmoil in Hollywood continued. Sony finally announced a $2.1 billion write-down of Columbia Pictures assets. This news shocked the entire capital market. After the news was announced, Sony's founder and chairman, Morita Akio, submitted his resignation letter to the board of directors. Although in order to protect the reputation of the business tycoon who founded Sony, Sony publicly stated that Morita Akio's resignation had nothing to do with the Columbia incident, not many people believed it. At Universal, Michael Ovitz's resignation was a foregone conclusion. However, the issue of Michael Ovitz's sky-high severance pay eventually became a dispute between Panasonic, Seagram, and Michael Eisner. Panasonic believed that the Golden Parachute Agreement was Michael Eisner's personal mistake. Therefore, if Seagram insisted on Michael Ovitz's resignation, the compensation should be borne by Michael Eisner. Michael Eisner insisted that Michael Ovitz's Golden Parachute Agreement was approved by Panasonic's board of directors and had nothing to do with him. Seagram knew very well that Universal's future operations could not be separated from Michael Eisner. He could only put pressure on Panasonic and even vaguely threatened that if Panasonic did not compromise, Seagram would change his target to Columbia. While paying close attention to the situation in Hollywood, Eric completed the editing of the Victoria's Secret television broadcast version in early December and once again focused on the final stage of Victoria's Secret's marketing. In order to expand the influence of the Victoria's Secret brand as much as possible, after the editing of the television broadcast version was completed, Eric asked Firefly's distribution department to start producing videotapes of the television version. Before December 6, the first batch of 1 million videotapes had been produced. After the television broadcast was completed, they could immediately be distributed nationwide. December 6, Tuesday. Although it was long past the end of the working day, there were still many people gathered at ABC's headquarters on 66th Street. This was because today was not only the broadcast of the final episode of the first season of Survivor, which was likely to create a ratings miracle, but it was also the broadcast day of the long-promoted Victoria's Secret annual show. ABC had just experienced a fruitful fall season. The three ace shows, Friends, Survivor, and Emergency Room Stories, were aired one after another. Their viewership numbers were all in the red, and they firmly occupied the number one position in the market share of the public television stations. Among them, the reality show Survivor had created a new viewership miracle. The average viewership for the first 12 episodes had reached more than 33 million. Therefore, every employee who was asked to work overtime at ABC's headquarters today was filled with excitement and joy. Not only was it because the final episode of the first season of Survivor would bring high viewership ratings, but it was also because after the viewership numbers were released, the company's senior executives would definitely hold a grand party to celebrate. In the large conference room at ABC's headquarters, there were more than a dozen people gathered. However, compared to the broadcast of Survivor, this time, the people gathered in this conference room were mainly people from the Victoria's Secret project team. In addition to Eric, Edward Razek, Emily, and others, there were also 5 Victoria's Secret spokespersons who were invited. Because they knew that the final episode of Survivor was destined to be a huge success, ABC did not make it as big of a fanfare as when it first aired. Only Robert Iger appeared on the scene. Tom Murphy was already old, so he got off work early and went home. Katzenberg also did not fly over from Los Angeles. In addition to the Victoria's Secret TV show that started at 9 o'clock, the Yahoo portal would also open a popularity poll for the Victoria's Secret Angels. In the conference room, Cindy Crawford looked at Eric sitting at the conference table and skillfully tapping on the laptop keyboard to communicate with Tina Brown, who was also working overtime in Boston. She rolled her eyes and got up to go out for a while. Soon, she came back with a laptop. Behind her was a male employee with a fawning look on his face. He eagerly helped Cindy Crawford connect the network cable to the internet. When Linda Evangelista and the other women saw Cindy Crawford's actions, they surrounded her and gathered in front of the laptop, talking about it with great interest. Emily, who was sitting next to Eric, looked at the actions of the women and pulled Chris next to her with a sour tone. Beautiful women are really born with privileges. I also want a laptop. Why doesn't anyone lend me one? Chris, who was focused on reading a magazine, got up helplessly and said, "Okay, I'll help you borrow one." "Really, women?" Emily's beautiful eyes widened slightly. "What are you muttering about?" Chris didn't answer. He walked out of the conference room in a hurry, causing a series of laughter. Emily was also a little embarrassed. She could only pretend to look at her watch, then picked up the document in front of her and poked Eric, who was whispering to Eric, "Hey, Eric, the 1 million videotapes cost more than 5 million to produce. Do you think anyone would be willing to spend $30 to buy a short film that is only 40 minutes long?" Eric was also a little uncertain, but he had already thought of a solution. He said, "If no one wants to buy it, then give it away. Carry out various activities through the Yahoo portal, and even give it as a gift in the Victoria's Secret chain store." I didn't intend to use the videotape sales to make money. The 1 million videotapes are just like the internal mail order catalog of Victoria's Secret. The main purpose is still to promote. Of course, all the expenses for this year's Victoria's Secret show will be paid by me. From next year onwards, Ltd will have to pay for it themselves. Emily smiled and nodded. Because of the misgivings about the advertising effect of the show, Ltd had transferred the production rights of the Victoria's Secret show to Eric. Now, just based on the stock price, Ltd's market value had increased by more than $1 billion. Not to mention next year, even if Eric asked Ltd to compensate him for the production budget, the board of directors would definitely approve. Seeing her boyfriend come back with a laptop, Emily moved to the side. She thought of the episode of Survivor that was broadcast before the Victoria's Secret show and asked curiously, "Eric, how many viewers do you think the last episode of Survivor will reach?" As soon as she said this, everyone in the office, who had been doing their own things, quieted down at the same time and looked at Eric. Eric shrugged and pointed to the electronic clock on the wall of the conference room. He said, "Everyone will know in half an hour." I believe everyone will be shocked. There was a sigh of regret around. Robert Iger, who was sitting next to Eric, asked a few more questions with a smile, hoping that Eric could give a prediction. Eric just shook his head and said nothing. This made everyone look forward to the viewership numbers even more. After the last episode of Survivor was broadcast, the preliminary viewership numbers from Nielsen really surprised everyone. Survivor's viewership numbers had just reached 38 million last week, but the last episode had just started and the viewership numbers had already reached a high of 49 million. After that, it kept climbing. When the final results of the reality show competition were released, the viewership numbers had reached 56 million. Hearing this amazing viewership number, Emily looked at Robert Iger, who was excitedly standing in the corner of the conference room with a mobile phone in his hand. She asked Eric, 56 million, what will the viewership numbers of the Victoria's Secret show reach? Eric had already expected this, so he was not as surprised and excited as the others. He looked at the big screen color TV in the conference room and said, according to the experience of shows with high viewership such as the Super Bowl, the average viewership of the Victoria's Secret show should be half of that of the show. Of course, after such a long promotion, I think the viewership numbers will definitely be higher than usual. TSK, even if it's only half, it's still 28 million, Emily said excitedly. I'm looking forward to the stock market opening tomorrow. The market value of Ltd is only a little short of $4 billion. As she said that, the big screen color TV finished playing an advertisement. The screen flashed and the silver versus logo of Victoria's Secret appeared on the screen. After a line of subtitles that reminded the audience that they could participate in the Victoria's Secret show's popular angel vote through the Yahoo portal, in the night view of Manhattan, the sound of drums sounded from afar. The Victoria's Secret fashion show had adopted the strategy of binding marketing with Yahoo since the beginning. During the live broadcast with more than 40 million viewers, Yahoo's name would be mentioned in every theme of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. Yahoo's logo would also appear frequently in the camera. There was even a plot of the Victoria's Secret angel soliciting votes on Yahoo's voting page in the highlights. Under such unsparing joint promotion, relying on the strong ratings and popularity of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, the audience who wanted to have a deeper understanding of the beautiful underwear fashion show opened Yahoo's website as long as they had internet at home. In the editorial department of Yahoo's portal in Boston, the person in charge of Yahoo's website operations, Jeff Locke, and the editor-in-chief of Yahoo, Tina Brown, were looking at the real-time user visits on the website's backend. They were excited. After the live broadcast of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, the number of real-time users on Yahoo's portal increased by 50% in just half an hour. Halfway through the live broadcast, Tina Brown pulled the main person in charge of Yahoo's editorial department into the conference room and began to discuss how to further expand the influence of Yahoo's portal with the popularity of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. However, less than 10 minutes into the meeting, Jeff Locke barged in and said urgently, "Tina, this is bad. The Yahoo Forums server is down." Although she had been focusing on media content, Tina Brown had been working hard for the past 6 months since she joined the industry. Hearing Jeff Locke's words, Tina Brown realized the seriousness of the matter and stood up immediately. The last time Yahoo experienced an outage was a few months ago when the company launched its YCR instant messaging software. Due to a lack of estimation of the growth rate of its users, YCR's server crashed. At that time, due to the debate about the world's largest data processing center in Breaking Bad Girls, YCR's server outage became the focus of ridicule from its competitors. Who would have thought that in less than half a year, Yahoo would experience a similar situation again? Tina Brown stood up and followed Jeff Locke out of the conference room. She asked, "Have you informed Ian and Steve?" Jeff Locke took out his phone and dialed a number. At the same time, he explained, "I'll call them now." However, the technical department said it's not a big problem. We just need to restart the server. However, Tina Brown knew that things were definitely not as simple as what Jeff Locke thought. She shook her head and said, "Even if there's no technical problem, we'll definitely be in the headlines tomorrow." Jeff Locke was taken aback and smiled bitterly. The last time YCR's server crashed, Yahoo had lost a lot of face. Tonight, the website had a problem again at a time when everyone was looking forward to it. What followed was definitely a wave of mockery. After the call was connected, Jeff Locke briefly explained the situation to the CEO, Ian Neer. He quickly hung up and dialed Steve Mitnick's number. Due to the rapid expansion of the company, Yahoo's editorial department and headquarters were separated into 2 different office buildings. Tina Brown and Jeff Locke had just left Yahoo's editorial department building and were about to walk to the headquarters building nearby. Tina Brown's assistant quickly caught up with them with a phone in her hand. "Madam Brown, it's Mr. Williams calling." More than 10 minutes later, Yahoo's Victoria's Secret discussion area had returned to normal after the server reboot. The cause of the incident had also been identified. Victoria's Secret discussion area was a sub-community of Yahoo's fashion forum. The server where it was located could withstand a maximum of 1 million visitors. For the current internet environment, this user capacity was originally very ample. However, due to the underestimation of the number of users once again and the strong flow of traffic from the Yahoo portal's homepage, the number of visitors to the discussion area during the Victoria's Secret live broadcast skyrocketed. In the end, the number of visitors exceeded the server's capacity by more than twice. It formed a data flow that was like a flood breaking through a dam and instantly crashed the server. After the Victoria's Secret discussion area returned to normal, Yahoo had to remove the Victoria's Secret discussion area's direct link from the homepage before the server capacity was resolved. Fortunately, the server outage this time lasted for a short period of time. After everything was restored, although it was inevitable that there would be some complaints from users, it was soon taken over by normal discussion posts. At ABC's headquarters, the live broadcast of the Victoria's Secret show had entered its final stage. Eric hung up the phone and curiously opened the Victoria's Secret discussion area that had returned to normal. There were all kinds of topics on the page. It was as if he could feel the noise. "Can anyone tell me the name of the Victoria's Secret angel who looks like Audrey Hepburn in the second scene? Calling for votes for my Cindy. The YCR fan tribe has been opened. Welcome to join. I love the second and third songs so much. Everyone, come in and play with the lyrics. I only remember a few lines. I really want to collect all the lyrics. Did no one notice the Leningrad Symphony? Eric Williams actually used the Soviet war song as the soundtrack. Does it mean something? Why are there so many stinky men here? My friends from Baltimore, if you want to discuss bra styles, come to my YCR tribe. Tribe number 952-7149. Where is the Victoria's Secret store in Philadelphia? Please tell me. Sob sob, that Baroque music is so sad. I cried listening to it. But I still want to listen to it 100 times. What should I do? Everyone, pay attention to the TV. The Cinderella incident is coming. The Cinderella incident is coming. Diane Kruger's shoes are about to fall off. I want to lick them. Although only 20 posts could be displayed on one page, Eric could not help but smile when he saw some familiar topics on the page. Although the commercial prospects of online forums had always been poor, they were a great tool to gather the popularity of internet users. They could even become an important stronghold to guide internet public opinion. Just this alone was not something that could be compared to pure commercial potential. Eric was thinking about sorting out some of his memories about online forums and discussing it with Yahoo's management when the Victoria's Secret show on the TV screen finally came to an end. Soon, Nielsen also sent the final viewership figures. The average viewership of the Victoria's Secret show was 41.5 million. Because of the relentless hype of the Cinderella incident, the viewership figures reached the highest point of the show at 46 million when Diane Kruger's shoes fell off. The Super Bowl of the fashion industry. Early the next morning, the headline on the front page of the New York Post was such a blacked-out headline. The cover picture was also the opening scene of Diane Kruger wearing a bright red British-style military uniform. Since the first live television broadcast, the Super Bowl had a viewership of more than 100 million people every year. It firmly occupied the throne of the annual viewership figures in the Federation. Almost no program could shake the position of the Super Bowl. In the past, whenever a TV program tried to associate itself with the live broadcast of the Super Bowl, it was often disdained and ridiculed by the audience. But this time, the New York Post crowned the Victoria's Secret show as the Super Bowl of the fashion industry, and almost no one objected. Although the final viewership of Survivor reached 56 million people, which was 10 million more than the peak viewership of the Victoria's Secret show, the viewership of the Victoria's Secret show among the audience aged 18 to 49 years old was 26.8%, which was 6% higher than Survivor. Moreover, the viewership of the Victoria's Secret show was the core audience aged 18 to 34 years old. In the eyes of advertisers, the commercial value of the Victoria's Secret show was definitely far higher than that of Survivor. After the viewership figures were released, hundreds of domestic and foreign TV stations contacted Firefly on the same day in an attempt to buy the television broadcast rights of the Victoria's Secret show. HBO, a subsidiary of Warner Brothers, even offered a sky-high price of $5 million in an attempt to buy the cable television broadcast rights of the Victoria's Secret show in the United States. While paying attention to the viewership of the Victoria's Secret show, the media did not let Yahoo off the hook either. That night, Yahoo's forum once again experienced an outage, which inevitably became the focus of ridicule by several major IT companies. But these ridicule did not cause any damage to Yahoo at all. Instead, it once again increased Yahoo's public awareness. Many media outlets also realized the potential connection between Yahoo and Victoria's Secret in the process of branding that lasted for half a year. The commentator of US Weekly used a lot of space to analyze this exquisite joint marketing in detail. While Yahoo's traffic was steadily rising, analysts from several mainstream investment banks raised their evaluation of Yahoo's market value. After the Victoria's Secret show was held in Manhattan a month ago, the sales of Ltd's products and the company's stock price began to rise. After the television broadcast, the nationwide influence caused the sales of Victoria's Secret stores across the country to skyrocket. Ltd's stock price also skyrocketed by 22% in the following week, causing Ltd's market value to soar to $4.5 billion. However, while the Victoria's Secret show was a huge commercial success, it also attracted countless criticism. On the second day of the television broadcast, a large number of media people and conservative people, led by Thomas Peck, a commentator from the New York Times, criticized the Victoria's Secret show, which was full of sexual explorations, should not be broadcast on a national public television network like ABC. At the same time, the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, also received hundreds of complaint letters and phone calls, asking the FCC to ban ABC from broadcasting the Victoria's Secret show again and to punish ABC at the same time. The criticism and complaints from conservative people and the media about the Victoria's Secret show aroused a chorus of agreement, But there were also many opponents, especially in the online community dominated by young people. The conservatives' attempt to ban the Victoria's Secret show was almost universally reviled. Some women's rights groups also objected to the conservatives' accusations. This dispute lasted for more than a week and even set off several public cursing wars. Although there were no obvious violations of the Victoria's Secret show, under the pressure of all parties, the FCC had to meet with the heads of ABC and LTD to discuss ways to solve this problem. In a mature capitalist society, capitalists with 100% profits could commit all the sins in the world. This was actually an alternative embodiment of the power represented by capital. Therefore, it was impossible to ban a television show with more than 40 million viewers. The noise continued until just before Christmas, when the FCC and the producers of the Victoria's Secret show finally reached a compromise agreement. This year's and subsequent Victoria's Secret shows, if broadcast on public television, must be placed after 10 p.m., and must be marked with the TV-14 logo to remind minors that it was not suitable for them to watch. At the same time as these things were happening, another unexpected thing also surprised and delighted many people. A week after the Victoria's Secret show, 1 million videotapes of the Victoria's Secret show officially went on sale. Emily and others were worried that no one would spend $30 to buy such a videotape that was only about 40 minutes long. Eric even planned in advance to treat the slow-selling videotapes as a gift. However, on the day of the release, 1 million videotapes were sold out. Firefly's distribution department had to urgently allocate resources to quickly produce another 1 million videotapes and put them on the market. They were also sold out. Perhaps the repeated shortages had formed a potential hunger marketing effect. Some media outlets also followed the trend and reported on it. In less than a month, the Victoria's Secret show's videotape sales were close to the 7 million mark. Firefly's distribution department finally reacted and took the time to do a survey. They found that 75% of the buyers bought the videotapes for the 6 songs in it. In other words, these people basically treated the Victoria's Secret show videotape as a music album. After a detailed evaluation, Firefly's distribution department estimated that the Victoria's Secret show's videotape sales would eventually exceed 20 million. What kind of concept was this? Each videotape of the Victoria's Secret show was priced at $29.90, which was actually $30. 20 million videotapes would bring in $600 million in sales. Because the Victoria's Secret show was only about 40 minutes long, the production cost of a videotape was only half of that of an ordinary movie. Excluding the distribution costs and the profits reserved by the channel operators, each videotape would bring about $15 in profit to the distributor, which was equivalent to half of the videotape sales, $300 million. The media, which had been entangled in Eric's abandonment of the movie and the loss of hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue, were stunned to find that unknowingly, Eric had earned back this loss. The Victoria's Secret show music album that came out of nowhere also embarrassed music magazines such as Billboard and Rolling Stone. These well-known music magazines had their own weekly music charts, but in recent weeks, the weekly singles charts and other charts released by these magazines received a lot of boos. This was because none of the songs on these charts were from the Victoria's Secret show. In the hearts of music fans, any song from the Victoria's Secret show was strong enough to squeeze into the top of these charts. In this kind of one-sided booing, well-known musicians who originally wanted to release new singles at the end of the year postponed their plans. In fact, Billboard and other music media also had their own difficulties because Firefly Records did not take the usual route. When ordinary singers released a single, which one of them did not work very hard to chart through radio and TV stations? However, Firefly Records did not chart at all. So far, although the names of the 6 songs had been circulated, people still did not know which band or singer sang these songs. At Eric's request, Firefly Records did not disclose the specific information of these people. As a result, although the 6 songs of the Victoria's Secret show had been spread by music fans in private, and the videotapes of the Victoria's Secret show had been sold out one after another, except for a few public broadcasts by ABC TV and some cable TV stations that had bought the right to broadcast them, there was no trace of these 6 songs on TV or radio. If you don't chart, don't do PR, don't do publicity, and have no intention of showing your presence at all, how can I rank you? Just based on the sales of the Victoria's Secret show videotapes, after the Victoria's Secret show, Eric hid in Southampton to accompany his women and children. At this time, a pre-Christmas party was being held in the manor. In the living room, Emily hugged little Kevin intimately, but excitedly told Eric and the others about recent events. Jane Wenner of Rolling Stone can't reach you, so he can only call me. You don't know, but 2 days ago, he sounded a little pitiful on the phone. He said that if we don't chart those songs, their music magazines will lose their credibility. Eric, why don't you let Firefly Records release those singers in advance? Now is a good time. Anyway, Victoria's Secret has already gotten what it wants, so it's not a big deal if those singers steal some of the limelight. Eric leaned casually on the sofa, closed the magazine in his hand, and shook his head at Emily. In addition to the consideration of Victoria's Secret, this situation is actually good for those newcomers. If we start promoting now, the media will easily divert the focus of attention from these newcomers to other places. After Easter next year, let them gradually release their singles. By then, Victoria's Secret will have cooled down, and the media will focus more on these newcomers. Emily said, I think you must be worried about affecting the sales of the Victoria's Secret videotapes. But this result is really surprising. 20 million boxes of sales may eventually bring in $300 million of profit. $300 million, TSK. Although LTD's annual sales have increased a lot, the annual profit this year is only about $400 million. Eric smiled and said, wipe your mouth. You're almost drooling. It's useless to be envious. You were the one who willingly sold the copyright of the Victoria's Secret show to me, so the money is mine. While Chris, Virginia, and the others laughed, Emily curled her lips and said, this wasn't my decision in the first place. The ones who should be regretting it the most are the people on the board of directors. During the last regular meeting, those fellows wanted me to take back the copyright of the Victoria's Secret show. Although Emily's tone was very casual, after saying this, she looked at Eric with some hope in her eyes. The Ltd Group was acquired by Firefly Investment Company and the Brighton family through a hostile takeover. Although the two jointly held 62% of the shares and had absolute control, when Eric threw out the $20 million marketing plan to produce the Victoria's Secret show, it was immediately met with strong opposition from the other shareholders on the Ltd board. In order to avoid another internal turmoil within the Ltd Group, which had just completed a hostile takeover deal, Eric took the initiative to take over the matter. Even taking into account the possible reaction of the minority shareholders of Firefly, the production cost of the Victoria's Secret show was fully funded by Eric himself. From the establishment of the fashion show to the final television broadcast, the sensational effect it produced proved that the fashion show was a huge success. However, before the release of the Victoria's Secret show, no one thought that the fashion show itself had the potential to generate profits. Even though the high ratings after the Victoria's Secret show attracted a large number of TV stations who tried to buy the broadcasting rights, in order to expand the influence of the Victoria's Secret brand as much as possible, Eric's asking price for the broadcasting rights was very low. Some small European TV stations even bought the broadcasting rights for the Victoria's Secret show for only $100,000. In the end, the total revenue from this was only about $10 million, which was still not enough to recover the $20 million production cost. However, after the release of the Victoria's Secret show video, an unexpected situation occurred. The beautiful fashion lingerie, the collectible value of the videotapes of the show itself, the 6 songs that could hit the top of any music chart, and the thirsty marketing effect of repeatedly selling out of stock caused the popularity of the Victoria's Secret fashion show to far exceed everyone's expectations. Just in the United States alone, the sales of the Victoria's Secret fashion show could reach 20 million boxes, and the sales prospects in the vast overseas market were even more unpredictable. With the hot sales of the Victoria's Secret show video, just the sales of the video in the United States alone could bring Eric $300 million. Even if Eric's current net worth had reached tens of billions of US dollars, this money was an unexpected windfall for him. While everyone was amazed by the sales of the Victoria's Secret show video, the most regretful ones were the shareholders of Ltd who had strongly opposed the production of the Victoria's Secret show. It was estimated that those people could not help but have the urge to bang their heads against the wall when they heard the sales figures of the Victoria's Secret show video. If it weren't for their strong opposition, the income from the Victoria's Secret fashion show would have belonged to LTD. This income could almost double LTD's annual profit. What was more serious was that LTD would definitely not be able to get a share of the rich profits brought by the Victoria's Secret fashion show this year. However, because they had sold the copyright of the Victoria's Secret fashion show to Firefly, LTD would also not be able to share in the profits of any future Victoria's Secret fashion show. Therefore, Emily's attempt to take back the copyright of the Victoria's Secret show was not surprising. Although both parties were very close, Emily was still a member of the Brighton family. Business was business. If they could take back the copyright of the Victoria's Secret show, the Brighton family would also benefit in the future. In fact, from the beginning, Eric's plan was to produce a Victoria's Secret fashion show on his own and let LTD see the advertising effects. Then, he would return the so-called copyright to LTD and continue to operate it himself. He never thought that the Victoria's Secret fashion show would bring him such an unexpected windfall. But now, just like Emily's business, since the Victoria's Secret fashion show had achieved unexpected commercial success, Eric could no longer carry out his original plan. However, Eric also knew very well that the unexpected success of the Victoria's Secret fashion show could only happen once in a while because this year's success was achieved after Eric had spared no effort to mobilize the media resources of the entire Firefly Group and Yahoo's online media. He had also personally carried out the operation for half a year to achieve the final result. However, Eric could not continue to spend countless media resources to do this in the future. Even if he wanted to, the Victoria's Secret fashion show would lose its novelty and mystery, and the audience would not continue to buy it. At the same time, the format of the Victoria's Secret fashion show was very simple. It was not like the Super Bowl or the Oscar Awards ceremony, which could bring enough suspense to the audience every year. Therefore, this kind of success was completely impossible to replicate. Therefore, although the Victoria's Secret fashion show would definitely bring in some profits in the next few years due to the successful operation of the first edition, it could not be maintained for too long. Therefore, letting go of the copyright of the Victoria's Secret fashion show now was almost equivalent to selling a stock at its highest point. After thinking for a moment, Eric said to Emily, "If I'm willing to return the copyright of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, what kind of price can LTD offer?" "Huh?" Emily suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Eric in disbelief. She seemed to want to confirm if she had heard wrongly. Even Chris, Joanna, and the others looked at Eric in surprise. Although someone had proposed to take back the copyright of the Victoria's Secret fashion show at the last board meeting of LTD, Emily was also quite tempted. Otherwise, she would not have tested Eric just now. However, when she heard Eric say that he was willing to let go of the copyright of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, Emily still felt a sense of disbelief because, like many people, she did not have any expectations in her heart at all. However, she was only surprised for a moment. Emily recovered and asked to confirm, "Eric, is what you just said true?" Eric shrugged. "Of course, but if the price offered by LTD is not sincere enough, I will definitely not agree." "Well, we really haven't considered this situation." Emily smiled awkwardly and said honestly, "I need to go back and discuss it with the other shareholders." "However, Eric, you..." Emily said and gestured randomly. "You. How much do you want to be satisfied?" Eric said, "I'm not short of money now. If you pay in cash, I still have to pay income tax. It's not worth it, so the copyright of the Victoria's Secret fashion show can be considered an equity investment." Hearing that Eric wanted to convert the copyright of the Victoria's Secret fashion show into LTD's equity, Emily immediately showed a pitiful expression. "Eric, LTD sold the copyright to you at a symbolic price. Don't you feel embarrassed to ask for such a high price? Besides, you've already made so much money this time." Eric spread his hands and smiled. "If it weren't for the unexpected income from the distribution of the video, I would have lost $20 million this time. Moreover, I also used up so much media resources from Firefly Group and Yahoo Portal. So, I can take this money with a clear conscience. Now that I've turned a yellow bean into a golden bean, of course you have to buy it back at the price of gold, haha." When Emily heard Eric say this, she stopped making meaningless gestures and talked about business seriously. "Then, if LTD takes back the copyright, will you personally participate in the production of the Victoria's Secret fashion show? Eric shook his head. This kind of participation is definitely impossible this year, but I'm also a major shareholder of Ltd. If I have any good ideas, I definitely won't be stingy. Moreover, this year's Victoria's Secret fashion show had a very good start, so even if I don't participate next year, you'll definitely be able to pull in a heavyweight creative team. Just like the background song of the show, you can work with some top musicians next year. With the current influence of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, those singers will definitely be very willing to use the show as a platform for the release of new songs. Although a part of the revenue from the video will be shared by these singers, Ltd's revenue will definitely be equally generous. Also, don't forget that the most fundamental function of the Victoria's Secret fashion show is to promote the Victoria's Secret brand. The direct revenue from the show itself will definitely gradually decline, but the Victoria's Secret brand will continue to strengthen over the years and maintain a very strong position in its own field. Emily kept nodding. After listening to Eric, she joked, "Eric, I kind of want to get you to be the operations director of Ltd now." Everyone laughed. Eric also smiled and joked, "Then you definitely can't afford it." In the next few days, Ltd almost couldn't wait to come up with a proposal. In the end, the two sides reached a deal worth $225 million in equity. Eric was very satisfied with this offer. Originally, Firefly Investment and the Brighton family had an equal share of 62% of the shares. However, after this transaction, Firefly Investment's share had increased to 35%, becoming the largest shareholder of Ltd. The Brighton family's share had decreased slightly to 30%. Although many industry analysts were very keen to point out that the commercial success of the Victoria's Secret fashion show this year could not be replicated, the market's reaction was often very blind. Otherwise, there would not be a stock market bubble. Therefore, the conclusion of this deal once again stimulated Ltd's share price, causing Ltd's market value to break through the high level of $5 billion. However, this was something that happened a while later. After the Victoria's Secret fashion show was broadcast on TV, Eric's energy once again turned to Hollywood. With the arrival of Christmas, Firefly's Face/Off and Columbia's Game of the Brave were released one after another. Because Game of the Brave involved a lot of special effects, the special effects of the original version were obviously a bit rough. Of course, Eric did not want to repeat the same mistake, so he gave them a very generous budget. In the end, the production of the new version of Game of the Brave was much better than the original version, but at the same time, the budget rose steadily. In the end, it reached a high of $80 million, and $40 million was spent on marketing. In comparison, the final investment budget of Face/Off was only $60 million, and the marketing budget was much lower than that of Game of the Brave. However, after the two movies were released, there were some unexpected changes. Face/Off was released a week before Game of the Brave, and the box office for the first week was $36 million. At the same time, its exciting plot was unanimously praised by film critics, and the final box office could reach $120 million. Although the results were not as eye-catching as Mr. and Mrs. Smith, the film could recoup its production costs in the North American market alone. Through the overseas market, it could realize a profit in the box office, and the follow-up peripheral publicity would basically be a net profit. Then, Game of the Brave was released. This special effects blockbuster that Columbia had high hopes for also had a box office of $36 million in the first week. That's right, it was almost the same as Face/Off, and Columbia's initial box office forecast was that the film should have a box office of $45 million in the first week. The difference between reality and expectations was obviously huge. Moreover, compared to the good reviews of Face/Off, Game of the Brave did not have a good reputation among film critics. Many film critics said that the film was too noisy and that the director was too obsessed with the CG special effects. The CG special effects film market was not saturated yet, and many audiences were not affected by the bad reviews of Game of the Brave. In the second week, the box office for this special effects blockbuster only dropped by 26%, and the total box office of $62 million in 2 weeks was already very good. But according to the box office forecast, The final domestic box office of Game of the Brave was likely to stop at $140 million, which was $60 million lower than Colombia's estimated domestic box office of $200 million. After the $1 billion write-down incident, Sony already had a lot of resentment towards Hollywood. Although the box office of Game of the Brave was still able to squeeze into the top 10 box office of the year, and through various distribution channels, this film also had a very good profit potential, but the box office did not meet expectations, which was an indisputable fact. At the same time, because of the repeated setbacks in selecting the next leader of Colombia, Barry Diller, Amy Pascal, Michael Lynn, and other well-known Hollywood managers all rejected Colombia's recruitment. Sony felt that the whole of Hollywood was bullying them, and in the end, they could not help but throw a tantrum. The first thing that Sony did was to harden the negotiations with Firefly's Men in Black and Mr. and Mrs. Smith. They even publicly announced that if Firefly continued to deliberately delay the development of the sequels, Colombia would not hesitate to use legal means to protect their interests. Eric did not intend to make things difficult for Sony in the development of these sequels. He still hoped that Sony would continue to stay in Hollywood and contribute to the development of the film industry. However, Sony obviously did not think this way. As for Eric's struggle with the salary of the main producer of Men in Black, Sony had always believed that Firefly wanted to monopolize the copyright of Men in Black. Therefore, in a situation where the negotiations were fruitless, Sony instructed Colombia's temporary management to do something else. They requested to renegotiate the distribution contracts with Flower Pictures for Night at the Museum, Forrest Gump, and even the Mission Impossible series. The negotiations between Firefly and Columbia for the development of sequels to Men in Black and other films were personally handled by Katzenberg. With Katzenberg's tough character, Eric was not worried that Firefly would suffer in the negotiations. As for Columbia's so-called threat of prosecution, it was even less worth mentioning in Firefly's view. Once Columbia filed a lawsuit, the lawsuit would take a year or two to settle. Firefly could afford to wait, but Columbia dared not to. However, since Columbia was interested in Flower Pictures, Eric had to deal with it personally. Therefore, just after the New Year in New York, Eric returned to Los Angeles. Although Flower Pictures had no equity relationship with Firefly on the surface, it was a very important step in Eric's Hollywood expansion plan. The whole of Hollywood was actually very clear about the inside story of Flower Pictures. After all, the 7 major film companies basically monopolized the distribution channels. Without the support of the 7 major film companies, no new Hollywood player dared to make a film with an investment of more than $50 million. Otherwise, they would definitely lose all their money in the distribution process. However, the seemingly inconspicuous Flower Pictures did so. Not only did it produce 2 super big films with an investment of about $80 million, but it also got a share clause from Columbia that made many second and third-tier film companies envious. This was absolutely inseparable from the support of Firefly Group. The biggest reason why Flower Pictures dared to do so was that if the big investment film it produced could not get a reasonable distribution contract from the other 6 major film companies, Firefly could take over at any time. This was also the reason why Columbia chose to launch an attack on Flower Pictures after the New Year. Flower Pictures currently had 2 films to be released, Wonderful Night at the Museum and Forrest Gump. Columbia originally set the schedule for the 2 films to be released in the summer of 1995, but now it was the beginning of 1995. The release plans of the 7 major film companies for the summer had basically been determined, especially Firefly. This summer's Jurassic Park 2, Day of Independence and Toy Story 2 were all heavyweight films that required a lot of publicity resources. Once the negotiations between Columbia and Flower Pictures on the share contract collapsed, although Firefly could take over the 2 films from Flower Pictures, it would be impossible to spare enough resources to release the 2 films. The other major film companies might have the ability, but Flower Pictures would definitely not have an advantage in the share agreement. Then, in the end, the 2 films were likely to be delayed. The production cost of Wonderful Night at the Museum was $80 million, and the production cost of Forrest Gump was $50 million. If the film could not be released on time, the total investment of $130 million could not be realized in time, and the follow-up plan of Flower Pictures could not be carried out. This kind of domino effect would be a huge blow to Flower Pictures. In Los Angeles, Venice Beach, not far from Firefly Studios, in the office of Flower Pictures headquarters, Amy Pascal worriedly told Eric about the recent events. The reason given by Columbia is that the box office of Game of the Brave did not meet expectations, and the style of Wonderful Night at the Museum is very similar to Game of the Brave. If they follow the original agreement, Columbia said that not only will they not get a profit, but they will also face a loss. Therefore, they want to change the established agreement and increase Columbia's North American distribution share from 15% to 20%. At the same time, they also want to participate in the distribution of videotapes and TV broadcast rights. Thinking about it carefully, the story style of Game of the Brave and Wonderful Night at the Museum were indeed very similar. Both films had a lot of animals, giant beasts, and exotic plants. Even the special effects of both films were done by the same team under Digital Domain. However, the box office of Game of the Brave did not meet expectations, but it was not a problem of the film's quality. Although the reviews were not good, as a commercial giant that focused on CG special effects, the reviews had little impact on the box office. The main reason why the box office of Game of the Brave did not meet expectations was that the competition for the release schedule was too intense. Compared to the potential cooperation of the 7 major film studios during the summer to avoid internal friction, the competition for the Christmas slot in 1994 could only be described as fierce. On December 23, in addition to Game of the Brave, there were also Street Fighter, Little Women, and Love, which had a screen cap of more than $1,500, released at the same time. Relatively speaking, there were only 3 films released at the same time as Face/Off the previous week. A large number of new films released at the same time pushed the total box office of the 23rd to 29th to $188 million, which was the highest weekly box office of the end of 1994. However, in this week, there were 8 films that had box office of more than $10 million. Under such intense competition, Game of the Brave was still able to earn $36 million. The box office of the next week was only a slight 26% drop when the box office of the new films in the Christmas slot dropped. The box office performance could be said to be very good. If Game of the Brave had been released during the summer, when the competition was relatively relaxed, it definitely had the potential to hit $200 million. The reason why it did not meet the box office expectations was that it was born at the wrong time. Eric believed that Columbia definitely wouldn't be able to see this. Using the excuse that the box office of Game of Bravehearts didn't meet expectations to try to renegotiate the sharing terms with Flower Pictures was a bit shameless. After thinking for a moment, Eric looked up and asked, "What about Forrest Gump? What's their excuse?" Columbia thinks that Forrest Gump is more suitable as an Olympic film. Its box office potential is limited, so Columbia has been somewhat uninterested in the release of this film from the beginning. After Amy Pascal finished speaking, she looked at Eric and said, "Actually, Eric, I think so too. Forrest Gump is a very good film, there is no doubt about that. However, its inspirational and nostalgic film style seems to be more suitable for the end-of-the-year slot. The main audience for the summer slot is still young people. Therefore, what we should do now is to ensure the release of Wonderful Night at the Museum. If Forrest Gump is delayed to the end of the year, it may be a good thing for it to hit the Oscars next year. This film's American culture is too strong. Without the halo of an Oscar, the income from overseas distribution will definitely be very limited." Eric listened to Amy Pascal's analysis patiently. As a strong woman who could be the head of a big Hollywood film company in his previous life, Amy Pascal's personal ability was definitely very good. Her analysis of the commercial position of Forrest Gump was also very accurate. However, just like the famous chocolate saying in Forrest Gump, no one knew what kind of box office potential it would show before it was released. Fortunately, Eric happened to know, so he just nodded slightly and did not agree with Amy Pascal's analysis. Looking at the little girl who was sitting quietly by the side, it was rare for her to not act coquettishly or act cute, and patiently listen to their conversation in a serious manner. Eric asked without hesitation, "Drew, what do you think we should do?" When Drew heard Eric's question, he thought for a while and said, "This depends on what you think. Columbia is doing this to force Firefly to develop the sequels of Men in Black and Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Oh, now they must also include the sequel of Brave Game. If Firefly didn't get stuck on this issue, Columbia definitely wouldn't be entangled with Flower Pictures on the contract. After all, without these two films, Columbia will definitely not be able to find suitable films to fill the slot. They will also miss this year's summer slot. This is a lose-lose situation." Eric nodded and smiled. Actually, in the eyes of Hollywood, Sony is like a rich nouveau riche who wants to pretend to be cultured. This kind of character who is willing to spend money but does not have a big impact on the game rules in the circle will only benefit us. If the player behind Columbia is someone else, maybe we will not be able to do anything to them. So, I do not intend to force Sony out of Hollywood by restricting the copyright of those films too much." Amy Pascal showed a relaxed smile, and the little girl also spread out her hands. "Then what do we have to worry about? Just do as usual." Eric looked at their reactions and shook his head with a smile. He said, "You guys are too unambitious. From this incident, it can be seen that even your closest allies are sometimes unreliable. The reason why Columbia dared to do this is that even if Firefly wants to take over Flower Pictures, it will be difficult for them to do so in a short period of time. So, Flowers Pictures will have to rely on themselves in the end." Amy Pascal was a little surprised. "Eric, are you saying that we should release these two films ourselves?" "Of course not. You can only do this slowly. The most important thing is that Columbia should learn a lesson. The other major film companies in Hollywood should also understand this. If you do not have enough confidence, don't fall out with your partners." Drew shook his head. "Eric, we're all confused by what you're saying." Eric looked at his watch and turned to look at the TV in the office. "It should be about time. Do you have CNN here?" Amy Pascal nodded. She found the remote control and turned on the TV to find the CNN news channel. The scene happened to be cut from a piece of news about the auction of mobile telecommunications licenses. The host held a press release in his hand and said to the camera, "Latest news, at 10:15 p.m., Jeffrey Katzenberg, CEO of Firefly Group, and Howard Stringer, president of Sony's American branch, jointly held a press conference at the Columbia headquarters in Culver City. They announced that both parties will start the production of the sequels to Men in Black and Game of the Brave this year. Let's watch the live report from our correspondent in Los Angeles." The three of them stared at the TV screen. After a while, Drew said, "Eric, this is too sudden. If we had known, Amy and I would not have to worry about the release of Night at the Museum and Forrest Gump." The little girl's voice pulled Eric out of his thoughts. He did not immediately respond to Drew's words. Instead, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. After the call was connected, he said to the other end of the phone, "Kelly, I just saw the news about the mobile communications license auction on CNN. Find out what is going on. I want to see the details tomorrow." After a few simple words, Eric hung up the phone. He did not explain his actions just now. He continued the previous topic and said, "The reason why I asked Katzenberg to confirm this matter as soon as possible is to let some people understand that the next move of Flower Pictures has nothing to do with the copyright disputes of Men in Black and other films." Amy Pascal asked, "Eric, you mean, you don't want us to cooperate with Columbia?" Eric nodded and said, "Now that the dispute between Firefly and Columbia has been resolved, Flower Pictures will no longer be affected by the copyright dispute between Firefly and Columbia. If you look for a new distributor, there will be no risk of being taken advantage of. My plan is that the distribution of Night at the Museum will be transferred to MGM. I will personally communicate with Frank Marcheso about this. The distribution terms will be the same as Columbia's. MGM only has 007 in the summer, so there will be no pressure at all to release Night at the Museum. The overseas and peripheral operations of Forrest Gump will be handled by Firefly, and the domestic distribution will be handled by you. It will be a kind of training. Forrest Gump is more inclined to be an anti-Olympic indie film, so the distribution pressure will not be too great. The box office trend is more likely to be a long-term trend. You just need to get more than 1,500 canvases for the premiere." Amy Pascal listened to Eric's words and frowned slightly. she was a little hesitant. To put it bluntly, the distribution of a Hollywood movie was actually just a few steps. First of all, you needed to contact a cinema that was willing to show your movie. This was undoubtedly an innate advantage for the 7 major film companies. For the 7 major film companies, some promising movies often had signed distribution contracts with many cinemas as soon as the project was launched. They could even get a lot of advance money from the cinema companies. At the same time, this was also an important threshold that blocked most of the new players who wanted to enter Hollywood. Of the 7 major distributors, the cinema associations would take the initiative to seek cooperation. But if it was a brand new film company that wanted to distribute a film, they could forget about paying an advance fee or signing a distribution contract in advance. Even if they completed the production of the film, the cinema associations would not be very enthusiastic about screening the film. In the end, most independent films would not even have the chance to be released. This was because this involved the second key step of film distribution, marketing. The movie of the same quality, the same release scale, and the same schedule, the box office of the 7 major film distributors was often much higher than that of the second and third-tier film companies. The main difference was marketing. The 7 major film companies had a mature film marketing system. In recent years, the further integration of the media industry had made the overall media strength of the 7 major film companies far more than that of the second and third-tier film companies. Because the marketing of the movie was completed by the film distributor, therefore, under the situation where media resources were gradually gathered in the 7 giants, the cinema companies would even rather distribute mediocre quality movies produced by the 7 major film companies than to distribute excellent movies of small film companies. This was because the powerful marketing strength of the 7 major film companies could often make a mediocre quality movie far surpass the excellent movies of small film companies in the box office. However, although Flower Pictures was a Hollywood newcomer on the surface, the key problems that these newcomers might face were not a problem for Flower Pictures. Amy Pascal started from a small staff member of an independent production company more than 10 years ago and finally reached the position of vice president of Columbia. She was very clear about any key points of film distribution. She did not even need the help of Firefly. She could get enough theaters for Forrest Gump through her own connections. At this time, with the support of Firefly, the largest media group in the United States, the film's marketing problem was easily solved. Therefore, it was not difficult for Amy Pascal to handle the distribution of Forrest Gump in North America. But at this time, she just felt that it was not necessary at all, right? Wasn't it better to leave the distribution to Sony or MGM? As Eric said, MGM only had one 007 movie during the summer. It was not difficult to add another Night at the Museum to the distribution. Then, adding another Forrest Gump with a different style was also not a problem. Even if MGM could not handle 2 movies, they still had a few other big films. Without worrying about the distribution, the time saved by Flower Pictures was enough to prepare another new movie. Eric, of course, knew what Amy Pascal was thinking at this time. Other than teaching Sony a lesson, he also wanted to keep as much profit from Forrest Gump for his own people. In the original space-time, the box office of Forrest Gump in North America was $330 million. If it was handed over to any company to distribute, at least 15% of the distribution fee would be divided. This money was almost $50 million. More than 90% of Hollywood's movies squeezed out the last trace of profit, but it was not necessarily $50 million of income for the producers. Looking at Amy's expression, Eric smiled and said, "Actually, this is my personal suggestion. You and Drew can think about it. If you really do not want to go through so much trouble, then forget it. Just transfer the distribution contract to MGM." After hearing what Eric said, Amy Pascal made up her mind and said, "Eric, I will listen to you. I believe you are thinking about Flower Pictures." After the two reached an agreement, the little girl giggled and came over to hold Eric's arm. Although she would never have any objections to Eric's decision, the little girl also knew that if she listened to Eric's every word and had no opinions of her own, it would definitely hurt Amy Pascal's feelings. Flowers Pictures couldn't do without this manager now. After discussing the release of the 2 films, it was already close to noon. The 3 of them were planning to go out for lunch. As soon as they walked out of the meeting room, Eric met Tina Fey, who he had not seen for a long time. After Flower Pictures left Firefly, Tina Fey moved from being Drew's assistant to the management of Flower Pictures. She was responsible for the script review of Flower Pictures. After her job was settled, Eric rarely saw Tina Fey beside his little girl. Although both of them had a few intimate moments, Eric did not intend to keep Tina Fey by his side for a long time. However, since they met, Eric invited Tina Fey to have a meal together. There was a good restaurant near Flower Pictures' office building. The few of them sat down and ordered lunch. Eric smiled at Tina Fey, who was a little reserved. "Tina, are you still writing the script recently?" Tina Fey did not expect to see Eric suddenly today. They had not been in contact for a long time. Some of the feelings she had for Eric had faded a lot. She just felt that this man was becoming more and more dazzling and was getting further and further away from her. At this moment, when she heard Eric still talking to her in the casual and familiar tone, Tina Fey's reserve in her heart dissipated a little. She said, "I have some ideas, but I've been too busy recently. I don't have much time to write them down." Drew suddenly said, "Tina, didn't you tell me last time that you had an idea adapted from your high school life? Tell Eric and see what he thinks." When Eric heard this, he smiled and looked up. However, he thought of the Mean Girls written by Tina Fey. However, he also knew that Mean Girls was adapted by Tina Fey from a novel called The Queen Bee and the Lackey. At this moment, he was a little curious about what kind of high school script Tina Fey would come up with. Seeing that Eric, Drew, and Amy were all looking at her with great interest, Tina Fey smiled embarrassedly and said, "Actually, I was a very annoying girl when I was in high school. I was a little crazy and always dressed like a tomboy. However, I was actually very envious of girls who could dress themselves up beautifully." This idea is roughly a story of a girl's transformation. In Eric's opinion, Tina Fey's script idea had a lot of similarities with Mean Girls. It was a story about a rustic high school girl who tried her best to turn herself from an ugly duckling into a swan in order to adapt to a new living environment and to make the boy she liked notice her. It was still inseparable from the elements of friendship, love, and trust between teenagers. In fact, such a coincidence was not difficult to understand. A scriptwriter's script style must be closely related to a person's personality, life experience, and other factors. Although the original Mean Girls script was changed from a novel, as the scriptwriter, Tina Fey must have added a lot of personal stuff into it. Since there were so many similarities between the two stories, Eric said, "Tina, take some time to write this story down. I'll take a look at it for you when the time comes. Maybe we can make it into a movie." Since there was a complete image of Mean Girls in his memory, Eric could obtain the original author's information from the subtitles. As long as he checked the relevant information to make sure there would not be any copyright infringement, Eric could ask the scriptwriter to transform Tina Fey's script into the original Mean Girls script. Tina Fey's eyes lit up when she heard Eric's words. With Eric's current status, since he asked her to write the script, the possibility of this script being made into a movie was close to 100%. Amy Pascal, who was sitting next to them, also had a slight change in expression. She said with a smile, "Eric, Tina is now a member of Flowers Pictures. You can't poach her in front of me and Drew, right?" Eric shook his head and said with a smile, "That's true. Speaking of which, Tina's script is quite suitable for you guys to operate. After Mission Impossible, Flowers Pictures will definitely have sufficient cash flow. It's time to increase the production scale." Amy Pascal's words just now were actually a joke. If Eric had his eyes on a script, any other company could compete with Firefly. However, Flowers Pictures would definitely not do that. After all, Eric had given Flowers Pictures enough high-quality copyrights. Therefore, Amy Pascal was a little surprised when she heard that Eric had taken the initiative to push Tina Fey's script to Flowers Pictures so quickly. Eric watched the change in Amy Pascal's expression and explained, "It's actually like this. Firefly is currently planning to gradually streamline the production business. We plan to reduce the annual production to about 15 films in the next few years. Therefore, we may not have too much energy to estimate the development of this kind of youth campus comedy." This time Amy and the other two were a little surprised. After the merger with Disney, the number of movies produced and released by Firefly in recent years had been maintained at the scale of 25 to 30. Now that it was suddenly reduced to 15, it was almost a reduction in production by half. If it were major film companies like MGM or Columbia that were not doing so well announcing a reduction in production, no one would be surprised. However, Firefly Group had been in the limelight in recent years. It was too surprising for them to suddenly announce a reduction in production. Amy Pascal was stunned for a few seconds. She still asked in disbelief, "Eric, are you sure you're not joking?" "Of course not," Eric nodded and said seriously, "this is the result of careful discussion by the company's management because we found that the effect of the strategy of large-scale film distribution every year was not so obvious. Instead, it was an excessive waste of the group's internal resources. Take last year as an example. As of the end of last year, Disney Studios, Disney Animation, Firefly Pictures, New Line Cinema, Touchstone Pictures, Pixar Animation, Black Ant Productions, and some films imported through external channels, released a total of 29 films. The cumulative box office for the year was $1.55 billion, accounting for 25.8% of the total box office of $6 billion in North America in 1994. As they were talking, the waiter served the dinner they ordered. Eric had to pause his narration. Amy Pascal was amazed by the series of numbers that Eric casually reported. Unknowingly, Firefly's box office market share had accounted for a quarter of the total box office in North America. If this continued, Firefly might really recreate the situation of MGM during the golden age of Hollywood. This made her even more confused as to why Firefly suddenly decided to reduce production in such a good situation. After the waiter left, Eric continued, "Although this market share is very high on the surface, Firefly has already started to lose money on many films. Firefly's total box office revenue in North America this year was $1.55 billion, but just the 5 films, Saving Private Ryan, True Lies, The Lion King, The Runaway Bride, and Face/Off, accounted for $750 million, which was almost half of the total box office. If the scope was expanded, in addition to these 5 films, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles sequel, The King of Fighters, and other medium-sized productions had box office receipts ranging from $50 million to $90 million. The cumulative total of Firefly's top 10 films for the year reached $1 billion, accounting for 70% of the total box office share, and the profit brought by these 10 films accounted for more than 85% of the total box office profit. Next, the remaining 19 films only brought in $450 million of box office revenue for Firefly. The average box office revenue of each film is only $23 million, and the average production and distribution cost of these 19 films is $27 million. Although these 19 films can still bring some profit to Firefly through overseas distribution and videotape operations, the overall investment and output is very not cost-effective. After listening to Eric, Amy Pascal nodded as if she understood something. She said to Eric, "According to your analysis, Firefly's action of compressing the film production plan is definitely very wise. However, Eric, if Firefly does this, they may lose the first place in the box office market in the future. If it were other film companies, I don't think they would be willing to take the initiative to give up the first place in the market share." Eric smiled and said, "Fighting for the first place in the box office revenue is not very meaningful, and it is easy to be hated by others. Firefly pursues the first place in net profit. Firefly is now a comprehensive media group. Our future development focus in the film business is to produce more excellent films, and at the same time, we will put more resources and energy into the development of value-added businesses around films, so that every excellent film can maximize the benefits of the whole industry chain." In fact, Eric's decision was also the result of a detailed consideration of Disney's development strategy. In the original spacetime, after the new century, the number of films produced by Disney each year was not high compared to other film studios. However, because of the use of the premium strategy, they could almost rush out a few box office dark horses every year. Therefore, although the number of films produced by Disney was only more than 10, with the excellent operation of the whole industry chain, Disney's profits had always been among the top of several major film studios. After a while, Amy Pascal asked again, "But, Eric, don't you think the risk is also very high? If the production scale is reduced to half, Firefly may miss some box office dark horses." Moreover, if some of the key projects fail, Firefly's annual financial data will definitely be very ugly. Eric said, the box office dark horses with low production costs and high box office take up less than 1% of the Hollywood films that land in the cinema every year. This slim probability is not enough for Firefly to maintain a high-load distribution strategy. As for the possible failure of big projects, this risk still exists even if we don't reduce production. But now, the failure of one or two big productions won't have much impact on Firefly. Firefly is not a listed company, and we don't have to rack our brains to prepare beautiful financial reports for investors. We can completely run the company according to our own ideas. Amy Pascal nodded with some envy. However, Tina Fey suddenly said, "Hey, did you guys notice that the box office dark horses in recent years seem to be from Firefly?" When Tina Fey said this, the three women suddenly realized that this was actually the case. From the beginning of Home Alone, to Pretty Woman, to the peak of Jurassic Park, and last year's Lion King during the summer, ever since Eric's sudden rise, all the box office dark horses in Hollywood seem to have grown legs and gathered under Firefly. Looking at the curious and suspicious gazes of the few women, Eric spread his hands and smiled, "This is my personal talent. If you guys really want a reason, have you watched Men in Black?" Hee, Tina Fey could not help but laugh. She poked the little girl next to her who was also overjoyed. She even reached out and made a tentacle on her head and asked, "Drew, what's the color of Eric's blood? Is it sky blue?" The girl picked up the napkin and wiped her mouth with a naughty expression. Then, she lowered her voice mysteriously, "It's white. I've tasted it before, and it's a little salty." "Ugh." "Huh?" "Pfft." Cough cough, Tina Fey was stunned for half a second. Her face was instantly covered with a layer of red. She reached out and pinched the girl's ribs. Amy Pascal showed a puzzled expression, but she quickly covered her mouth and chuckled. Eric, on the other hand, could not help but spit out a mouthful of red wine. Fortunately, he immediately turned his head and walked around the table. However, because he held back that breath, he choked and coughed continuously. Looking at the little girl holding the napkin and approaching him with a weak expression, Eric was not at all confused by the little girl's expression. He unceremoniously knocked her head and said, "You're not allowed to make this kind of joke in the future. Remember, I'll never tell anyone that you're a Pandoran. Don't play dumb, you know that's not what I'm talking about." The waiter quickly came over and hurriedly cleared the table. However, the few of them were no longer in the mood to continue eating. They paid the bill and left the restaurant. Just like the Twilight series and the original Spacetime and Lionsgate's The Hunger Games series, for second and third tier film companies, a blockbuster film series could often make them rise. Although it was just a simple production company, a Mission Impossible with an estimated global box office of $500 million could continuously bring hundreds of millions of US dollars of cash flow to Flower Pictures. Flower Pictures' early launch of Mission Impossible, Night at the Museum, and Forrest Gump still needed to rely on cooperation with other film companies or external financing. However, after Mission Impossible, even if it took some time for cash to flow back, Flower Pictures did not have any pressure in terms of funding. In this case, expansion was almost imperative. Other than the idea of the youth school film that Tina Fey came up with at the last minute during lunch, Eric studied some of the scripts that Flower Pictures had recently collected with Drew, Amy, and the others that afternoon. The superheroes' copyrights that Flower Pictures had helped Eric to recover had been returned to Marvel Entertainment. The other copyrights for The Lord of the Rings, The Bourne Identity, and other copyrights had not reached the time to be developed yet. Therefore, if they wanted to develop new projects, they could only choose by themselves for the time being. However, good scripts were indeed hard to come by. The few of them surrounded the pile of scripts sent by the script manager and studied them for an entire afternoon. They did not find any that were outstanding enough, nor did they find any that were familiar in Eric's memory. After work, Eric did not return to Malibu because he had to go to Burbank early in the morning to attend the high-level meeting of Firefly. Instead, he planned to spend the night at the little girl's mansion in Beverly Hills. The twins drove the car onto the road, and the little girl, who was sitting in the back seat with Eric, laid on Eric's body softly. "I'm so tired, Eric. It's so troublesome to pick a script. You might as well write a few for us." Eric pinched the face of the girl who was resting on his lap and smiled. Do you really think I'm from Pandora? Drew turned his baby face and looked up at Eric. You wrote so many scripts in the past. Eric explained, it's different now. I don't have so much time to think about scripts. After being together for so long, the little girl could naturally tell that Eric was not being sincere. However, she had no intention of getting to the bottom of it. She believed that Eric must have had a reason to lie to her. Eric looked at the little girl in his arms with sparkling eyes and smiled. He did not say anything else. However, he was thinking about what Tina Fey said in the afternoon. The box office dark horses in the past few years have all come from Firefly. This casual remark made Eric wary because Tina Fey's words were not accurate. To be more precise, the box office dark horses in the past few years had all come from Eric himself, whether it was the ones he personally picked or the ones he personally wrote. The memory of his rebirth was Eric's greatest wealth and also his greatest secret. This was a society where the strong preyed on the weak. Eric would not feel guilty for taking out the scripts in his memory and claiming them as his own. However, he did not want this situation to continue and people would really think that he was an alien or something. Moreover, now that he had wealth and power, he did not have to do everything by himself. As long as the excellent films in his memory reappeared according to the historical trajectory, Firefly would have enough power to take these projects. Those copyright owners would definitely be more inclined to cooperate with a powerful company like Firefly. The car had unknowingly driven into the narrow mountain road of Beverly Hills. The slight bump pulled Eric back to reality from his thoughts. Looking at the little girl who had already closed her eyes in his arms, Eric smiled and reached out to touch the girl's eyelashes. Her bright eyes immediately opened. You haven't had dinner yet, and you're already sleepy? Drew rubbed her little head against Eric's body and said in a sweet voice, I just want to sleep in your arms. Oh, right, I just remembered. Regarding the sequel of Mission Impossible, have you contacted Kevin Costner? Yes, he wants $20 million and 20% of the North American box office. Eric did a simple calculation in his mind. If the sequel could achieve the results of the first film, Kevin Costner would probably take about $60 million from this project. This was really an exorbitant demand. In his memory, although Tom Cruise took more than $70 million from Mission Impossible, he had participated in the production and investment. And then? Eric asked again. The little girl tugged at the corner of Eric's shirt and said, what else is there? We'll give him 20%, and the distributor will take 15%. We'll only be left with 20%. The local box office is the fastest way for a movie to get back its funds. We're not those big movie companies that can slowly recover their funds through long-term operations. How can we give this share to him? That's why we broke off the moment we met. He should be shooting future Waterworld in Hawaii now. Hee, I just heard that the shooting of that film didn't go well. The set they chose was too stormy. A set of more than $5 million was destroyed by a big wave, and then it had to be rebuilt. Now the budget has been exceeded by a lot. The inertia of history was really powerful. Eric's lips curled into a smile. Perhaps the film with the largest budget before Titanic would be born on schedule. Patting the little girl's excited face, Eric said, then let's put this matter aside for the time being. If future Waterworld fails, together with last year's Enforcer, Kevin Costner will be saddled with 2 films that will make the investors lose a lot of money. It can't be done more than 3 times. When the time comes, he will definitely take the initiative to contact you. The little girl, who was leaning on Eric, giggled and snorted a few times, as if she was hatching some bad ideas. The car soon entered the Beverly Rosedale estate, and after a while, it stopped outside Drew's mansion. The little girl had just sat up when the twins sitting in the front passenger seat turned their heads and pointed outside the door of the mansion, saying, Boss, look. Eric and the little girl looked over together. The sun had already set, and in the dim light, a girl in a white windbreaker and jeans stood quietly in the open space outside the mansion's gate with a backpack on her back. The girl's figure was very petite, and it was obvious that she had not grown up yet. Seeing the car stop, the girl hesitated for a moment before carefully walking over. Eric was a little puzzled. Why would Christina Aguilera appear at the gate of Drew's house? He opened the car door and looked at the little girl inquiringly, but the little girl just shook her head. When she saw Drew getting out of the car, all of Christina's hesitation disappeared. She ran over excitedly, and when she noticed Eric getting out of the car from the other side, her face was filled with joy. Although her footsteps paused when she saw Eric, Christina quickly walked over to the little girl and said excitedly, "Drew, I thought you wouldn't come back today." The little girl hugged Christina passionately. Although the little girl was not tall, Christina looked even more petite. After a while, the little girl let go of the girl and smiled. "It's been a long time. Why did you come to see me all of a sudden?" Christina was about to speak when she saw Eric walking over. She quickly turned around and greeted him obediently, "Mr. Williams, hello." Eric just smiled and nodded, looking at Drew. Christina also turned her attention to the little girl, and said with a little sadness in her voice, "Drew, I am here to say goodbye." When the little girl heard Christina's words, she said in surprise and regret, "Goodbye? What's wrong?" Christina glanced at Eric and said, "The Mickey Mouse Club has been disbanded. Mom plans to bring me back to Pennsylvania to attend high school." "Oh, that's too bad." The little girl hugged Christina again. After letting go of the girl, she held Christina's little hand and said, "You can come and play with me anytime when you're in Los Angeles." "Well, it's too late now. I'll get Natasha to send you home." Christina was immediately stunned. She had been waiting in front of the little girl's house for many days. It was not easy for her to finally see the little girl. She did not even have the chance to say anything before she was asked to leave. When she saw one of the identical twins open the car door after hearing Drew's words, Christina was at a loss. She looked around frantically and looked at Eric pitifully. Since the merger with ABC, Firefly had been adjusting its TV business. However, for trivial matters such as the axing of some low-rated TV programs, unless Eric specifically requested, the relevant documents were often sent to his assistant's office to be classified and archived. After all, Firefly's TV business system had dozens of new programs eliminated every year. If he had not suddenly seen Christina, Eric would not have cared about these things. Seeing the girl who was about to be rudely chased away by the little girl looking at him pitifully, Eric shook his head helplessly. Although it was a little unreasonable for the little girl to do this, Eric knew that she was trying to protect him. However, Eric did not feel that some things needed to be overly cautious. He reached out and gently knocked the little girl's head. He smiled and said, "Stop joking around. Let Christina stay for dinner." "Wow, okay. The little girl rubbed her head and pouted unhappily. She got into the car and instructed the twins to open the door and drive the car in. Eric did not get into the car again. He waved at Christina, who was at a loss, and walked into the mansion with the little girl. 2 years ago, after the Jackson case broke out, Christina felt that Drew's attitude toward them had suddenly turned cold. Before that, Drew would often invite them to his house to play and occasionally bring them to some interesting parties. However, after that incident, all of that suddenly disappeared. Drew did not contact them again. Christina would occasionally bring Brittany to visit with her, but Drew's attitude toward them was no longer as warm. As for Eric, whom Christina had always wanted to see, she had not seen him even once after that incident. Christina originally did not have much hope in maintaining her relationship with Drew. However, the sudden disbandment of the Mickey Mouse Club forced her to take the initiative to look for Drew, hoping to get some help from him. Drew's whereabouts were a little erratic. Christina had been waiting outside Drew's mansion in Trousdale Manor for more than a week. Fortunately, she finally saw him, and she was even luckier to bump into Eric. Following beside Eric, Christina did not know what to say as she glanced at the man's silhouette from the corner of her eyes. She could only carefully look at the scenery of the mansion that she had not set foot in for a long time. She could not help but fantasize about when she could own a house like this. "You want to stay in Los Angeles?" The sudden voice startled Christina, but she quickly calmed down. She looked up at Eric and nodded honestly. "Yes, I don't want to go back to Pennsylvania to study. I like singing." Eric looked at the hopeful little face and said, "But you're still too young. You're not even 15 yet, right?" A hint of sadness flashed in Christina's eyes. She knew that her age was the biggest limitation she encountered now, but the girl still tried her best to defend herself. Mr. Williams, I could sing Mariah Carey's Vision of Love when I was 10 years old. Back then, they said that I could sing as well as she could. Although Eric had never heard of Vision of Love, he knew that Mariah Carey was famous for her difficult dolphin voice. However, he also knew that the young girl in front of him could sing as well as Mariah Carey. Christina, it's useless to have good singing skills. You're still underage. There won't be any record companies that will sign you. Christina's face suddenly turned gloomy. She could not help but think that it would be great if the Mickey Mouse Club could continue for another 2 years. When she turned 16, it would be easier for her to get a contract with some record companies. Christina turned to look at Eric, but she did not say what was on her mind. She knew that it would be useless even if she said it. The two of them walked to the door of the villa. Eric pushed the door open and let the girl in. The twins were already busy in the kitchen. The little girl's coat was hanging on the clothes rack. It seemed that she had gone to take a shower. Eric took a box of juice from the fridge and handed it to Christina, who was sitting on the sofa. He asked, Justina, are Brittany and the rest still in Los Angeles? Christina shook her head. I'm not too sure. The boys and girls in the Mickey Mouse Club had always been two distinct groups. The relationship between the girls was not that good. After the show stopped recording, they did not have much contact with each other. Eric sat down on the sofa and grunted when he heard this, but he was thinking about the matter at hand. Although the European and American music scene had always been in a state of blooming flowers, every period had its own genre. From the mid-90s to the early years of the new century, the most eye-catching genre in the European and American music scene was teen pop. The main representatives of this genre were the famous Backstreet Boys and Britney Spears. Christina also walked the teen pop route in the early stages of her career. Justin Timberlake also joined the teen pop group in the beginning. Now, Firefly Group had just completed the integration of its music resources and formed Firefly Records. However, with the advent of the internet era, the decline of the recording industry caused by the spread of online music was close at hand. Firefly Records was destined to never reach the heights of Warner Records, Universal Records, and Columbia Records. Under such circumstances, it was obviously not worth it for Firefly Records to spend a lot of resources on every genre of music like the traditional record industry giants. The best way out was to focus on packaging and cultivating a certain type of singer. And in the last decade before the decline of the recording industry, the most popular genre of music would undoubtedly be teen pop. In his memory, Disney's recording industry had always been lukewarm. Britney, Christina, Justin Timberlake, and even Vanessa Hudgens, Miley Cyrus, Selena Gomez, and others who debuted from the Disney Channel were all recruited by other major record companies. This was undoubtedly a big loss for Disney. After all, the reason why these people could become famous so quickly was inseparable from the Disney Channel's Cultivation. Christina saw that Eric was deep in thought and did not dare to take the initiative to disturb him. She sipped the juice in her hand. After a while, Eric raised his head and said to Christina, "How about this, Christina, you stay in Los Angeles for the time being. Someone will contact you when the time comes." Christina looked at Eric in surprise. "Mr. Williams, you mean, I can continue to sing?" Eric smiled and nodded. "Of course, but you definitely won't be able to release a record in the next few years. I'll get someone to arrange some suitable opportunities for you to appear in movies or TV series to maintain your popularity." In English, you and you were the same word. Of course, Christina could not tell that Eric used the plural. She thought that this was completely preferential treatment from Eric. The girl was overjoyed and pursed her lips. She raised her head and carefully looked around. She mustered up the courage to get up and move closer to Eric. Her face was slightly red as she whispered, "Mr. Williams, I can stay tonight. I just need to call Mom and tell her that I'm staying over at Drew's place." Eric raised his eyebrows and smiled. "What do you plan to do?" Christina's face turned even redder, but she mustered up the courage to look at Eric boldly and said, "I'll do whatever you want me to do." Eric smiled and reached out to pinch the girl's face. "Don't let your imagination run wild. I'm not interested in a little girl like you." Christina subconsciously shrank back and said, "You're lying. You obviously like me very much." "Oh? You When you were with Drew, she was even younger than me. Eric raised his chin towards Christina's back and smiled. You're mistaken. I was forced to do it. Christina blinked in confusion and realized something. She quickly turned her head and happened to see the little girl in a bathrobe looking at her with a smile. After dinner, Eric instructed Natasha to drive Christina back. Watching the car drive out of the mansion's gate, the little girl standing beside Eric took the few cassettes of songs that Christina gave to Eric before she left. She weighed them in her hands and said, Eric, you have to be careful. The Chandler family extorted more than $20 million from Jackson. Now, the family is living in a mansion in Manhattan. They don't have to work for the rest of their lives. I think if someone extorts you once, their children and grandchildren won't have to worry about food and clothing for the next few generations. My money isn't that easy to extort. Besides, there are so many things like this in the industry. How many people can expose it? In the past few years, the only case that got blown up was Jackson, and he was wrongly accused. Eric smiled, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his expression. Christina originally wanted to ask Drew to help pass some of the song samples she recorded to some of the record company's executives. After getting a promise from Eric, the girl left a few cassettes behind before she left. Back in the mansion, Eric casually stuffed a cassette into the player. Christina's cover of Foo was immediately heard. Compared to the original version and the Victoria's Secret show version in his memory, the girl's singing was even more shocking. The little girl hugged a pillow and went to Eric, who was typing on his laptop. She said, Christina's singing is really good, but I think it's hard for her to find her own niche. She's more suitable for the development of high-pitched female singers like Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey, but she's too short. Hee. The little girl was obviously just saying it casually, but she hit the nail on the head. In his memory, although height had nothing to do with Christina's height, it was true that she had never found a suitable development path for her music. At first, she was on the teen pop path. Although her first album sold more than 10 million copies, Britney's strong rise and Christina's consecutive teen pop failures made her try to change her style. After that, she never found a suitable niche. However, Eric pointed at the song Foo that was playing from the radio and said, Isn't this Kristen's musical style? Eric had already decided to let Britney and Christina walk on the original teen pop path. However, compared to Britney's sweet girl next door image, Christina could walk on the path of a slightly rebellious independent girl in order to distinguish herself from Britney. Since a lot of boy groups could exist in the original spacetime at the same time, as long as they were separated, it wouldn't be a problem to accommodate two teen pop queens with different styles at the same time. After spending a few hours organizing the information and ideas about teen pop in his memory, Eric sent them to the work email in his assistant's office. He told Kelly to add the topic to tomorrow's regular meeting. Then, he turned off his laptop and picked up the little girl who was sleeping soundly beside him to rest. The next day, at the regular meeting of the executives, after discussing in detail the topic of gradually reducing the scale of Firefly's film production in the next few years, Eric raised the question of the development direction of Firefly Records. After the original ABC and Disney's music resources were integrated, Firefly Records was in a critical period of development. The songs released by Eric during the Victoria's Secret show were amazingly successful, and it was easy for the management to accept Eric's suggestion to make full use of Firefly's advantages to take the lead in packaging a batch of teen pop singers. The meeting finally decided on two crucial plans for the future of Firefly Records. One was to recall the group of kids from the Mickey Mouse Club to evaluate and nurture their potential. The other was to issue an acquisition invitation to an inconspicuous subsidiary company under Sony Music, Jive Records. Strictly speaking, Jive Records was only a subsidiary of RCA, a subsidiary of Sony BMG Records. In the huge Sony music system, Jive was very inconspicuous at the moment. However, Eric knew that in the next 10 years, the most popular teen pop singers such as Backstreet Boys, Britney Spears, Justin Timberlake, and other singers were all from Jive. This didn't mean that Jive had any magical powers, but it was because the management team of this record company was very good at packaging teen idols and singers. They even privately proposed the company's operating slogan, "Carry on with the idols to the end." After a morning meeting, he had lunch with Katzenberg and discussed some trivial matters. It was not until the afternoon that Eric finally had time to learn about the mobile telecommunications operating license auction that he saw on CNN yesterday. Every country had its own radio regulations. Whether it was television media or mobile telecommunications, they all relied on radio transmission. Just like how different television stations had different radio frequencies, different telecommunications operators were also limited to operating within a certain radio frequency range. American television stations or telecommunications operators were authorized to operate within the corresponding radio frequency range from the FCC, Federal Communications Commission. These were the so-called licenses. In Eric's office at Firefly headquarters, Kelly, who was sitting on the other side of the desk, looked at Eric, who was carefully reading the basic information. Kelly, who was sitting on the other side of the desk, explained softly, in the 80s, the wireless spectrum resources for mobile telecommunications were all applied by the operators to the FCC, and then they were allocated by the FCC. However, in recent years, the mobile telecommunications industry has been rapidly rising with the support of digital technology. Most of the spectrum resources that the operators used to obtain from the FCC are no longer enough. With the huge increase in the number of applications for spectrum licenses, the Clinton administration realized that this was a good time to generate revenue. Therefore, the spectrum resources needed by the telecom operators were divided into 3 different classes of licenses, A, B, and C for auction. What you saw on CNN yesterday was the auction of A and B licenses, mainly for traditional telecommunications operators. These 2 classes of licenses brought a total of $75 billion to the Ministry of Finance. Eric raised his head and asked, "What about C tiers?" Kelly said, according to the plan given by the Clinton administration, the C-tier licenses were mainly auctioned to the emerging telecommunications operators to support the small and medium-sized enterprises in the early stages of entrepreneurship. However, the auction of the C-tier licenses was scheduled for 3 months later. Eric pondered for a moment and understood the crux of the matter. He laughed sarcastically. It was true that all crows in the world were equally black. In his previous life, Eric noticed that Unicom publicly complained that they were late in obtaining the licenses and thus missed the 4G deployment period. The situation in his memory was too similar to the current situation. The only difference was that one was a political game, and the other was purely an economic game. Currently, it was a critical period for the American mobile communication industry to upgrade from analog signals to digital signals. The traditional telecom operators already had a strong advantage. After getting the license and gaining a 3-month head start, the gap was once again widened. Those emerging telecom operators who had gotten a C-tier license could only dream of catching up. Eric could imagine that even if they got a C-tier license, the relevant small and medium-sized enterprises would only be swallowed up by the established telecom giants when the time came. Noticing the expression on Eric's face, Kelly could also guess what he was thinking. She smiled and said, "You must have guessed that the FCC did this because of the influence of the established telecommunications operators like AT&T and Sprint. However, there's something even more outrageous next." Eric was puzzled and asked, "What?" Kelly flipped through the thick folder on the table and found a document. She passed it to Eric and said, "Look, this is the FCC's detailed bidding document for the spectrum license auction. Turn to page 12, I've drawn a red line." Eric flipped to the page that Kelly mentioned and saw a paragraph marked with a red line. C-tier licenses will be auctioned separately in order to give more opportunities to minorities, women, township operators, and small enterprises to obtain a more level playing field. Eric read it a few times and did not find anything wrong with it. He raised his head curiously and asked, "What's wrong with this paragraph?" Kelly smiled and said, "You wouldn't have guessed it, right?" Right after the auction ended yesterday, someone made an issue out of this sentence. About 6 small enterprises that submitted their applications for C-tier licenses filed a lawsuit in the federal court at the same time. They claimed that the FCC's description of race and gender in the bidding document violated the United States Constitution's provisions on national equality and was suspected of discrimination. They requested the FCC to amend it and apologize for the offensive words. Eric was really shocked this time. He did not know that this was possible. After being reborn for so many years, Eric had some understanding of the United States legal rules. Since someone had filed a lawsuit, this matter was definitely not something that could be settled by the FCC simply amending the bidding document. Everyone had to gather their lawyers and study the United States Constitution together to see if this paragraph was really unconstitutional. The Constitution was so thick that it would take at least a month or two to go through it. This was the so-called evidence collection stage. After the evidence was collected, both parties would have to argue in court. Even if the district court gave a verdict, if one party did not agree with the verdict and continued to appeal, then the lawsuit would continue. In the end, after all this trouble, it would probably take more than half a year for the lawsuit to end. The auction of C-tier licenses was 3 months later than the auction of A-tier and B-tier licenses. Now that there was a lawsuit, it was estimated that the so-called new telecom operators would have to wait until at least next year to get their licenses. Okay, let's not talk about this. Eric put the bidding document aside and gestured to the office that he was in. It was not luxurious but was still exquisite and grand. He smiled and said, "I think it's a bit wrong for us to be discussing these issues. I'm now a capitalist, the kind that has no conscience." Kelly was amused by Eric's words. Eric wasn't wrong. It was only because this incident happened in the telecommunications industry that they didn't have much to do with. That was why they felt it was unfair to see this situation. However, if something similar happened in Hollywood, the Big Seven would definitely not hesitate to unite and strangle the latecomers that might threaten their position in the cradle. So, Eric, are you planning to get involved in the mobile telecommunications industry? Yesterday, when he saw the news of the mobile operation license auction, Eric was indeed very tempted. Now was the beginning of the mobile telecommunications industry's explosion. Investing in the telecommunications industry would definitely bring rich returns. However, from the example of the C-tier license auction, it could be seen that the water was too deep. Before he figured out the situation, Eric did not want to risk getting involved. Shaking his head regretfully, Eric rubbed the folder in front of him and said, "Let's not think about this for now. By the way, Kelly, have you contacted Qualcomm?" "Oh, I was just about to tell you." Kelly took out the memo and flipped through a few pages. She handed a note to Eric and said, "Qualcomm's CEO, Owen Jacob, is very interested in our contact. However, he has been in Korea recently and will only be back next week. He called me and said that he will fly directly to Los Angeles when the time comes. He hopes to talk to you face to face. Here, this is Owen Jacob's phone number in Korea. He said that you can call him at any time." Eric took the note and looked at it. He smiled and said, "Qualcomm is so eager. This is not a good habit. Aren't they afraid of walking into the tiger's mouth? Qualcomm is in a very bad situation now. So far, they have only won the opportunity to build a CDMA network in Korea. However, the telecommunications market in Korea is too small. It will not have much impact on the overall global communication technology standards. Moreover, a week before the spectrum license auction, AT&T just announced that it will build a GSM network nationwide. As the largest telecommunications operator in the Federation, the communication technology standards set by AT&T will definitely drive a group of followers. The technical maturity of GSM is much higher than that of CDMA. Once most operators switch to GSM, Qualcomm may even face bankruptcy. At this point, Kelly paused and said, "Firefly Investment will soon buy more than 1 million shares of Qualcomm's shares. If this continues, Eric, once Qualcomm goes bankrupt, these shares will become worthless." Qualcomm's first IPO in 1992 issued a total of 6 million shares in circulation, accounting for 30% of the total share capital. Because of the rise of GSM, Qualcomm's development had lagged behind in recent years, so there was no further financing. At the moment, Qualcomm's stock price was only around $17, and its total market value was only $340 million. To be honest, if he could buy all of Qualcomm, Eric would not hesitate at all. After all, just the revenue from the Victoria's Secret show alone could bring him more than $300 million in income. The entire Firefly Group, because there was no large-scale expansion plan for the time being, relied on the profitability second to none in Hollywood. Firefly Group was now facing a very happy problem, which was that they had too much money. 1 million shares is only 17 million, Eric said to Kelly, I plan to buy at least 3 million shares, so it will only cost $50 million US. This investment is equivalent to a medium-sized production investment film. It doesn't matter even if it loses all of it. Yeah, it really doesn't matter to you. Kelly also realized that she was a little worried. $50 million US was indeed nothing for Eric's current net worth. While the two were discussing, Eric's mobile phone on his desk rang. After the call was connected, Elizabeth's voice came from the other side. Eric said a few words and hung up. Kelly also heard some information from the conversation between the two and asked, "Miss Murdoch?" "Yeah, about the Golden Globe Awards and the Oscars. Saving Private Ryan and Braveheart are up against each other. Liz asked me to talk about the public relations for the two film awards." Eric stood up and Kelly thoughtfully took his coat. Eric reached out and put it on. He looked at the female assistant who was gently helping him button up. Eric inexplicably had the illusion that a wife was sending her husband on a date with another woman. He reached out and hugged Kelly's waist, smiled, and said, "It's so strange, why do I suddenly feel a little guilty?" Kelly smiled and did not stop what she was doing. She said with a little feminine emotion, "I just want to make you feel guilty." You can keep this to yourself. Don't tell anyone. Will it be troublesome for you if it gets out?" Eric nodded vigorously, "Very troublesome." After the popular New Year, the most important thing for Hollywood was undoubtedly to deal with the upcoming awards season. Compared to last year's Oscars, this year's awards season also did not have the so-called movie that everyone expected. Instead, there was a confrontation between Saving Private Ryan and Braveheart. Although the Oscar nominations had not yet been released, in the more important Golden Globe Awards nominations, the two films coincidentally received 5 nominations at the same time: Best Drama Film, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Screenplay, and Best Soundtrack. Mel Gibson's performance could only be regarded as average. Eric remembered that he did not receive a nomination for Best Actor in the original Spacetime. Now that there was such a nomination at the Golden Globe Awards, it should be the result of Weinstein's public relations. As early as more than a year ago, Eric and Elizabeth had a discussion about the strategy of these two films. However, plans could never keep up with changes. Many things still needed to be changed according to the current situation. Under Mike's reasonable operation, Braveheart was undoubtedly more successful in the box office than the version in the original Spacetime that won an award but lost the box office. Braveheart began to be released on a small scale in early December last year and continued to accumulate reputation and box office. During the Christmas period, Mike increased the release to 2,000 theaters. With the advertising effect brought by the Golden Globe Award nomination and the accumulation of reputation from long-term operations, the film earned more than $26 million in box office that week. It was just the first week. After the new year, and the total box office of Braveheart was close to $60 million. With the continued hot topic of the awards season, the box office of many year-end movies dropped significantly. However, the weekly box office of Braveheart remained firm and maintained a weak drop of about 20%. If this situation continued until the Oscars, the total box office of Braveheart was estimated to be about $120 million. With an Oscar, Braveheart was likely to be able to recoup all its costs through overseas distribution. Eric left the Firefly headquarters and went to an open-air restaurant in Beverly Hills that was frequented by Hollywood celebrities according to the address given by Elizabeth. Although it was afternoon, there were still many guests leisurely drinking coffee and chatting casually in the restaurant. Some of them were familiar faces. Seeing the waiter leading Eric in, many guests stood up to greet Eric. After exchanging greetings and passing through the crowd, Eric saw Elizabeth and Harvey Weinstein on the restaurant's balcony. They sat down at the table and ordered a cup of coffee. Eric looked at the gentle slope covered with shrubs, the Beverly Hills mansions scattered like chess pieces in his field of vision, and the city of Los Angeles in the distance. He nodded and said, "The scenery here is really good. No wonder there are so many guests." Harvey Weinstein said with a smile, "Eric, if you like, you can come here often in the future. The owner of this restaurant is my friend. I will ask him to give you a free meal." Eric gestured to the eyes that were still glancing at them and joked, "A free meal is definitely not enough. If I come here often, your friend may have to pay me advertising fees or something." Elizabeth and Harvey both laughed. If Eric really came here often, the number of customers trying to get close to him in the restaurant would definitely increase exponentially. It would be more useful than a billboard. The three of them chatted casually for a while before the topic gradually turned to the awards season. P.S. The C-tier license in the United States was delayed for a year and a half before it was auctioned. After that, there was no more. Until now, the main operators in the United States are still AT&T and Sprint. This reminds me of the situation 2 years ago when we opened up virtual operation licenses to private capital. At that time, everyone was hoping that Alibaba would come out and make trouble for the three big mountains or something. However, after the licenses were issued, it seemed that there was no more after that. Now it seems that it is more realistic to hope that Mobile Connect would really speed up and reduce the fees a few times. Not only did Saving Private Ryan and Braveheart coincidentally receive the same Golden Globe Award nomination, but the similarities between the two films could be found everywhere. They were both epic films, had the same profound theme, and had the same outstanding war scenes. Even the soundtrack of the film was composed by two of Hollywood's top musicians, John Williams and James Horner. Therefore, the popularity of the two films in the awards season was almost equal. Recently, the supporters of Saving Private Ryan and Braveheart were also arguing fiercely in the media. If Firefly and Fox were just competitors, then this year's awards season, both on the surface and in private, the two companies would be fighting fiercely for the most important film awards. This situation would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary expenditure on the public relations budget of both parties, and the final awards would not be in their best interests. However, because of the relationship between Eric and Elizabeth, the two parties had already formed a certain tacit understanding a long time ago. Eric, from the current situation, separating the Best Picture and Best Director awards is the most beneficial for both of us, Harvey Weinstein analyzed seriously. Saving Private Ryan is nearing the end of its global release, and the video of the film was released in North America 2 months ago. Therefore, I think the most suitable award for this film should be Best Director. Although this film is full of masculinity, Catherine is a woman. In the history of the Oscars, although there have been a few female directors who have been nominated, no woman has ever won Best Director. Therefore, if Saving Private Ryan wins Best Director, the sensation it will cause will be no less than that of Best Picture. After all, the Oscars already have 66 Best Picture nominees, but not one Best Female Director. In the next few decades, the Best Female Director award will only be Catherine. As long as Saving Private Ryan wins Best Director, this film will maintain a lasting influence for many years to come. Eric nodded. Although Harvey Weinstein did not mention anything related to the film's income, he was actually analyzing the pros and cons of the award from a business perspective. Once Catherine became the first woman to win the Academy Award for Best Director, Saving Private Ryan would have a very special place in the history of cinema. This meant that Saving Private Ryan would be unique until the second female Academy Award for Best Director appeared. Whenever someone thought of the Academy Award for Best Director, they would often quickly notice the only woman in it, and then they would also notice this film. This also meant that Saving Private Ryan would, for many years to come, bring Firefly profits through videocassettes, DVDs, and other peripheral channels far surpassing the profits of other films that won Best Director. Harvey Weinstein noticed Eric's approving look and continued, Braveheart is still in the screening stage, so the best film title is more important to us. If we do our own PR, with the strength of the two films, the final result will be difficult to predict. I personally think that the final result is likely to be the opposite of what we expect. This was because Saving Private Ryan was an American war film. Compared to Braveheart, which was about British history, Saving Private Ryan had a higher chance of winning the Best Film Award. In terms of Best Director, there are not many women in the Directors Association. Most of them are old men with a strong male bias. In this regard, Mel Gibson has a much higher chance of winning than Catherine. If we want the result to develop in the direction we want, after the Oscar nomination, we must reach some tacit understanding in advance. Although Braveheart, which was released at the end of the year, had the best timing compared to Saving Private Ryan, which had been out of North America for a long time. It could easily have the greatest media influence during the awards season. However, if the Oscar potential of the two films was carefully analyzed, Saving Private Ryan had the two advantages of an American theme and extreme political correctness. If the two sides did their own things in terms of Oscar PR, the result was really unpredictable. After Harvey finished speaking, Eric nodded and said, "Harvey, I will call Katzenberg tonight and ask the person in charge of the Firefly Awards PR to contact you tomorrow. You can communicate in private." Harvey Weinstein appeared here because he wanted to hear the promise of cooperation from Eric. After all, the best win-win situation was for everyone to happily share the cake. Otherwise, the final result would either be the opposite of what both sides wanted, as Weinstein had just said, or one side would be completely defeated. This was definitely not what the two companies with a very good relationship wanted to see. After confirming the main problem, Harvey Weinstein also talked about some details in a relaxed manner. "Eric, Ms. Bigelow is also the main producer of Saving Private Ryan, but I heard that she doesn't seem to have participated in too many public relations activities for the Golden Globe Awards recently. The Golden Globe Awards certainly don't matter, but if Saving Private Ryan wants to win the Oscar for Best Director, she should show up more. Even if she doesn't attend too many public relations parties in private, I think she should accept a few more public media interviews or something." The most important steps of public relations for awards included media publicity and private public relations with the judges. The ultimate goal was actually like an election, to pull votes from the judges through various influences. Weinstein's suggestion was, of course, very pertinent. Although Eric agreed very much, he still smiled and said, "Harvey, you may not know, but Catherine is a bit, well, she's kind of idealistic. She doesn't like this kind of activity very much, so I can't force her." Harvey Weinstein was stunned. If the operation was done properly, the post-production videotape and TV broadcast license of Saving Private Ryan could continue to bring in hundreds of millions of dollars of net income for Firefly. With such a big business, how could Firefly let the director do whatever she wanted just because of her idealism? However, Harvey quickly remembered some private rumors, and Catherine's beautiful face that had no traces of age at all appeared in his mind. He smiled knowingly and did not intend to mention this matter again. Elizabeth, who had been quietly listening to the two talking, suddenly muttered with jealousy, "She's already in her 40s and still idealistic. Does she think she's a little girl?" Eric almost choked on his coffee. He hurriedly placed the coffee cup carefully on the table and looked up to glare at Elizabeth, who was suddenly jealous. She glared back at him unceremoniously. Harvey Weinstein keenly sensed that the atmosphere was getting a little out of hand, so he tactfully got up and left. After getting a firm promise from Eric, the follow-up public relations details of the awards naturally did not require Eric's personal attention. Harvey would communicate with the relevant person in charge of Firefly. After getting up to send Harvey off, Eric and Elizabeth sat down again. When the two of them were alone, Elizabeth also realized that her temper just now was a little inappropriate, but she was unwilling to take the initiative to give in. She did not dare to look at Eric in the eyes. Instead, she looked into the distance, as if she was counting the number of mansions on the hillside. Eric waved his hand and asked the waiter to bring them a pot of coffee. He also followed Elizabeth's gaze and looked into the distance. After a moment of silence, Elizabeth suddenly became a little angry again. She stared at Eric and said, "Julia is right. You bastard, you don't know how to accommodate us at all." Eric felt a little puzzled. "Your Highness, what did I do wrong again? You should have taken the initiative to speak first. You actually need me to break the silence." Eric did not know whether to laugh or cry. "I thought you were thinking about life just now. I didn't disturb you. You're not a little girl, why are you thinking about these things? Why can some people in their 40s still be a little girl, but I can't?" Eric could only surrender. "Okay, you continue to have a little girl's mentality. This way, you might be as beautiful as Catherine when you're her age." "Yes." Elizabeth suddenly felt a little proud. "When I'm 40 years old, you can imagine what she will look like." Eric could imagine it now because he had seen it before. More than 10 years later, Catherine would be no different from now. If this woman could live her entire life as a vixen, she would not have wasted her life in this world. Elizabeth noticed the smile on Eric's face when he was deep in thought. She pretended to shiver in disgust and said, "You're really imagining it, and you can still smile. You're so perverted. No wonder people say you have that complex." Eric did not intend to discuss Catherine with Elizabeth anymore. He took the initiative to change the topic. "I saw that Mel Gibson was nominated for Best Actor at the Golden Globe Awards. It's already a bit of a stretch for his acting to be nominated for the Golden Globe Awards. You're not planning to get him nominated for an Oscar, are you?" Eric and Harvey did not talk about the public relations issues of the Golden Globe Awards at all. This was mainly because the Golden Globe Awards did not seem to be important to Saving Private Ryan. The influence of the Golden Globe Awards usually only existed before and after the awards, and then it would quickly be overshadowed by the influence of the Oscars. For a movie that was released in theaters, the media attention of the Golden Globe Awards might have a positive effect on the box office. However, this kind of positive effect did not have much of an impact on a movie that had already entered the post-production stage. For Saving Private Ryan, the most important thing was still the Oscars. After all, when any news of Saving Private Ryan appeared in the media in the future, it would often be mentioned because of the Oscar title. When Saving Private Ryan sold overseas videotapes or television broadcast rights, the buyers would often only care about the Oscars. Most of the time, even if it was just an Oscar nomination, it was much more valuable than the Golden Globe Awards. This difference was even more obvious in the actor awards. For example, in the original Spacetime, Xiao Lizi, who had been pursuing the Oscar for many years, many people did not even know that Xiao Lizi had already won the Golden Globe Award 10 years before he got his wish. When Elizabeth heard Eric changing the topic, she cleverly did not continue to harp on it. She said, "Speaking of which, Mel Gibson even quarreled with Harvey because of this nomination." Eric was puzzled. "Why?" Elizabeth said, "Didn't you just say it yourself? With Mel Gibson's acting skills, it would be very difficult for him to even be nominated for a Golden Globe." Ever since the Golden Globe nominations were announced, the media has been debating this matter. Mel Gibson wants Best Director and doesn't want a Best Actor nomination to affect his reputation. However, in order to increase the attention of Braveheart, Harvey still insisted on applying for Best Actor for him. Eric immediately understood. With such an outstanding film like Braveheart, its reputation had already been confirmed. Therefore, continuing to promote the film's reputation in the media would not affect the box office too much. At this time, stirring up some controversial topics to increase the popularity of the film could actually boost the box office. Mel Gibson's nomination for the Golden Globe Award for Best Actor was undoubtedly the so-called controversial topic that Weinstein had picked out. Many fans who were originally not very interested in Braveheart, after noticing the debate in the media, often bought tickets to enter the venue in order to find out what was going on. At the same time, Mike Mira had already confirmed that Mel Gibson would not receive the Best Director award. This kind of man-made controversy would not affect the established public relations strategy. In the original Spacetime, although the Weinstein brothers were known as the Oscar gods, in fact, it was more accurate to call them Oscar businessmen. This was because the most fundamental purpose of the two brothers operating the Oscar awards was for profit. As long as they could get more profit, the two brothers could not only win some PR awards for some films that were not necessarily good enough, but they could also use some means like now to ruin the nominations that were originally hopeful of winning an award. Eric knew that the Golden Globe was just an appetizer, so he asked, "Did you also apply for Mel Gibson's nomination for Best Actor?" Elizabeth nodded and said somewhat helplessly, "Mel Gibson disliked Harvey from the beginning. During the filming of Braveheart, he often complained that Harvey was too controlling. Joe Roth and I often had to personally mediate. When he heard that Harvey applied for Best Actor for Braveheart, he even scolded Harvey for being a greedy Jew to his face. Harvey was furious. We're all Australians, so we thought we'd have more opportunities to work together in the future. We've been trying to build a good relationship with Gibson, and Dad was the one who personally signed the contract for Braveheart. But after this, it will be difficult for us to work with him again. Mike Mira's performance this year has far exceeded our expectations when we acquired him. Between Gibson and the Weinstein brothers, we can only choose the latter. If they don't want to work with us, then so be it. If the film studio overindulges the big-name actors, they'll be the ones to suffer in the end. It's easy for you to say. Everyone is doing it. If we don't do it, we won't be able to get a good project. Fox isn't a firefly. You're just like a chef who runs a restaurant. Even if you can't hire a chef, you can do it yourself. You can even cook better food than the chef. But we can't do that. Eric smiled and said, "Your analogy is really apartment. You've been quite free lately. Why don't you come to Fox and cook a few dishes for us?" "Forget it. I can't even be bothered to enter my own kitchen now. I haven't heard any news about your next film after Jurassic Park. Are you planning to retire?" "Of course not. Didn't I just shoot a Victoria's Secret annual show? It's just that it didn't appear on the big screen. It was released on video. I heard that it sold well. Have you seen it?" Elizabeth nodded with a smile. "It may have sold 20 million units in North America. If it's a movie, it's likely to be at the top of the video sales chart this year. The songs in it are really nice. And those little beauties, TSK TSK. Hey, how many did you sleep with?" Eric looked like he was reminiscing. With a satisfied expression, he said, "Of course I didn't let any of them go. Every night, I change to a different one. Occasionally, I even have a few one-on-ones." Sigh, a pervert like me. Before Eric could finish, Elizabeth picked up a nut chocolate from the dessert plate on the table and threw it at Eric. Eric dodged with a smile. When he saw the chocolate hit the railing and scattered on the edge of the balcony, he said with a pained expression, "Throwing food around is really unethical." Elizabeth raised her chin. "Bite me." While the two were bickering, they suddenly heard a few soft squeaks. They turned their heads and saw a furry squirrel poking its head out of the balcony for a moment. Then, it carefully jumped up and picked up a piece of nut chocolate with its two front paws. It sniffed it and immediately ate it. Noticing that Eric and Elizabeth were looking at it, the little guy didn't run away, but it sped up its eating speed. Its cheeks were soon full. Although Beverly Hills was a residential area, the ecological protection was very good. There were all kinds of birds and small animals. This open-air restaurant built on a gentle slope was surrounded by fine shrubs. It was normal for these little things to be foraging for food. Not far away, the waiter noticed that Eric and Elizabeth's gazes were attracted by the squirrel on the balcony. Worried that these little things would upset the two big shots, he took the initiative to come over and chase the squirrel away. However, he was stopped by Eric with a wave of his hand. "What are you thinking about?" Elizabeth asked as she looked away from the squirrel because of Eric's gesture. "Nothing. I gave the little guy a name. What do you think of Scott?" Elizabeth's eyes darted between the squirrel and Eric a few times before she said with sparkling eyes, "I was the one who lured this little guy here." Eric smiled as he picked up another piece of chocolate and threw it over. When he saw the frightened little guy shrink back, he quickly picked up the chocolate that was bigger than his head and ran away. Then, he turned back to Elizabeth. "Since you were the one who lured him here, come. Brainstorm and make up a random story for me to see." Elizabeth stared at the edge of the balcony where the squirrel had disappeared with interest for a while and said intermittently, "Squirrel, chocolate. Looking for food, winter, and humans." Eric smiled as he looked at Elizabeth, who was racking her brains. Unknowingly, a story idea similar to robbing the nut shop was almost formed. However, it was definitely 1,000 miles away from Ice Age. Elizabeth used 10 minutes to come up with a story and was a little proud. She wanted to ask Eric what idea he came up with, but an uninvited guest appeared in front of him. Howard Stringer had just taken over the affairs of Sony in the United States. Because of the mess in Colombia, he had been in a state of heavy workload recently. He looked a little tired, but at this moment, he still looked like an elegant scholar. Under the guidance of the waiter, he came to Eric and Elizabeth. Howard Stringer shook hands with Eric and Elizabeth and smiled. "Eric, I'm sorry to be so presumptuous, but can I sit down?" "Of course, please sit down." Eric nodded. Since the other party had come looking for him, Eric would not be too unreasonable. He signaled the waiter to serve Howard Stringer a cup of coffee and asked, "Howard, why are you looking for me?" Eric had no intention of making small talk, so Howard Stringer did not beat around the bush. He said, "It's like this, Eric. Columbia received a notice from Flower Pictures this morning that they intend to cancel the distribution contract for Night at the Museum and Forrest Gump. I think this is completely unnecessary, isn't it? Howard Stringer came looking for him directly, so Eric did not push the blame to Drew and Amy. He said, Columbia felt that the original distribution contract was unreasonable. Let's part on good terms. I don't think there's anything wrong with this. Howard Stringer's tone was still gentle as he said, Eric, it's just a very minor disagreement. There's no need to cancel the cooperation at all. After all, Columbia and Flower Pictures have a good cooperation on Mission Impossible. Howard, Columbia started this matter first. Flower Pictures does not have the ability to take risks like Columbia. After you raised objections to the contract, Flower Pictures has already started to prepare for a retreat. If we go back to Columbia now, Flower Pictures will lose trust with our new partner. We can't do that. Howard Stringer knew that Eric was talking nonsense. If Flower Pictures found a new partner, such as Fox or MGM, these two companies would have leaked the news to the media. After taking a sip of coffee, Howard Stringer suddenly changed the topic and said, Eric, I just received news that Jive Records, a subsidiary of Sony Music, has just received an acquisition offer from Firefly. This should be true, right? Eric did not expect Firefly's management to be so decisive. They had just proposed this in the morning, and now they are attacking Jive Records in the afternoon. However, he wasn't too surprised. Jive Records had its glory days around 2000. Teen pop hadn't risen yet, and Jive's market value was less than $10 million. Compared to the entire Firefly group, it wasn't worth mentioning. When Eric heard Howard Stringer using Jive Records as a bargaining chip, he smiled and said, Howard, Katzenberg is indeed planning to acquire some potential record companies to expand Firefly Records. Since you said so, it must be true. But unless Firefly is going to acquire Sony Records, I will not interfere with these small matters. If you have any questions, you can call Katzenberg and the rest. Howard Stringer did not know that Eric was the one who ordered him to do this. When he heard what Eric said, he was a little hesitant. After receiving the news from Jive, Howard Stringer hurriedly asked someone to find information about this inconspicuous subsidiary company. He found that Jive Records had always been focused on black hip-hop music. Except for the industry gossip where they had the opportunity to sign Will Smith but unfortunately missed it, Jive Records had never cultivated any heavyweight black singers over the years. Perhaps it was because of their long-term inactivity in hip-hop that Jive Records management was recently trying to make a transition. Howard Stringer studied this company several times, but he could not find anything about Jive Records that attracted Firefly. Howard Stringer did not think that things were as simple as what Eric said. Howard Stringer looked at Eric, who was sitting opposite him, and decided to lay his cards on the table. He said, Eric, how about this? Flower Pictures' distribution contract with Columbia will remain unchanged. In return, I can sell Jive Records to Firefly. Columbia was a mediocre subsidiary. If they lost Night at the Museum and Forrest Gump, it would be impossible for them to find 2 more films to fill their summer slots. Columbia's performance was terrible. If they could not even maintain their performance on the surface, Sony's film business would undoubtedly be under greater pressure from investors. However, Eric still shook his head casually and said, Howard, I've said it before. I don't care about the acquisition of Jive Records. You don't have to use this as a bargaining chip. I'll say it again. Columbia was the one who started this. Since you're not willing to cooperate, we'll go our separate ways. Eric's stubbornness made Howard Stringer a little angry. He said, Eric, the contract between Columbia and Flower Pictures hasn't been terminated yet. If Flower Pictures wants to forcefully terminate the distribution contract, Columbia won't rule out the opportunity to use litigation to protect its interests. Eric suddenly leaned forward with a dangerous look in his eyes. Howard, listen to me. Don't do this. Otherwise, you will find that Columbia will face more trouble than Flower Pictures. Howard Stringer retorted. Eric, Columbia already has enough trouble. If we have no other choice, we don't mind adding more trouble. And then? Eric continued Howard Stringer's words. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he continued, then, you will find that the business in Columbia will be even worse. You are from the media industry, and EA hired you to revive Sony's entertainment industry in the US. If you can't do this, you will not be valuable to Sony. When Columbia's business becomes worse, Sony will have to find another scapegoat. That scapegoat can only be you. But now, you still have another choice. Tolerate this, and Columbia will only lose a summer slot. But the situation will not worsen, and Sony's higher-ups will be the ones to blame for losing the summer slot. So, Howard, what are you going to do? Howard Stringer leaned back in his chair and his eyes flickered. He didn't say anything for a long time. Eric ignored him and felt the setting sun on his body. He reached out and waved for the waiter not far away to ask for the menu. He discussed with Elizabeth in a low voice and ordered dinner. Then, he handed the menu to the waiter and said to Howard Stringer, "So, Howard, do you plan to stay for dinner?" Howard Stringer seemed to have been suddenly awakened. He shook his head slightly and did not say anything else. He got up and left. Eric only nodded and did not get up to send Howard Stringer off. Instead, it was Elizabeth who looked at Howard Stringer's figure and said, "Eric, aren't you afraid of pushing him into a corner? Since he can climb to the position of CEO of Sony's US branch, he will not do anything rash. But he will realize that the position of CEO of Sony's US branch is not as good as he thought. He will be depressed for a while." Although Peter Guber was kicked out of Columbia, Columbia will continue to live under Firefly's shadow for the next few years because of and other projects. Unless Howard Stringer decided to abandon his reliance on Firefly and develop his own film business on his own from now on. But the reality was, from Howard Stringer's memory of Columbia Pictures' performance after he took over Sony's American branch, it was clear that he did not have this talent. Columbia did not even have an outstanding manager. A few days later, Columbia accepted the termination of its distribution contract with Flower Pictures. Between fighting for the interests of Sony and protecting his own job, Howard Stringer obviously chose the latter. However, Firefly's acquisition of Jive Records had run into trouble. Sony Records had rejected Firefly's acquisition offer. However, Eric was not interested in Jive Records' signed singers or their music copyrights. Instead, he was interested in the management team of Jive Records, who created the peak of teen pop in his previous life. After the acquisition of Jive Records failed, Firefly turned to Jive Records' management team and promised Jive CEO, Barry Weiss, the position of CEO of Firefly Records. Although Sony Records knew about this and paid more attention to Jive Records, Barry Weiss did not hesitate to choose between the CEO of Firefly Records and a subsidiary of Sony Records. Soon, Jive Records' management team left Sony Records and joined Firefly. Los Angeles International Airport. The turbulence of the landing woke Owen Jacobs up from his sleep. After more than 20 hours of flight, he was exhausted. After more than 3 years of operation, and even a large part of the technology rights, Qualcomm received the support of the Korean government on CDMA. But because of the strong rise of GSM and the widespread popularization in Asia, Korea began to waver. Owen Jacobs had to go to Korea personally to deal with this crisis. Thinking of Qualcomm's current situation in North America, Owen Jacobs could not help but feel a little confused. AT&T, the largest telecommunications operator in the US, had established the GSM system as the mobile communication standard, which directly caused a group of smaller telecommunications operators to follow AT&T's footsteps. Qualcomm was almost on the verge of life and death. If they could not win over CDMA supporters in the US as soon as possible, even if Qualcomm had more advanced technology, it would inevitably go bankrupt. And now, the meeting with the young man was a crucial opportunity for Qualcomm. Owen Jacobs walked out of the airport with his assistant. Standing in the bright eyes of Los Angeles, Owen Jacobs relaxed a little. He looked around in the crowd and soon saw Aaron Salmasai, one of Qualcomm's partners, greeting him. The two hugged, then Aaron Salmasai took Owen Jacobs and Owen Jacobs to a black car. He ordered Owen Jacobs' assistant to drive, and Aaron Salmasai took Owen Jacobs to sit in the back. As soon as he sat down in the car, Owen Jacobs couldn't wait to ask, "Aaron, have you contacted Eric Williams?" Of course, Aaron Salmasai nodded and said, "Tomorrow at noon, Eric Williams invited us to have lunch together at the Malibu Point Manor." Owen Jacobs was a little anxious. "Tomorrow at noon, it's only 10 o'clock in the morning now. Why don't you make an appointment today?" Aaron Salmasai patted his old friend on the shoulder. "Hey, Owen, relax a little. You have been flying for more than 20 hours. You have to take a break." You don't want to meet Eric Williams in this state, right? Also, we have to discuss the plan again. This may be our last chance. If we miss it, our 10 years of hard work will likely be in vain. Owen Jacobs calmed down and nodded when he heard his friend say this. They drove all the way to a hotel in Santa Monica. Aaron Salmasai had already arranged a hotel room for Owen Jacobs and his assistant. After a simple wash, Owen Jacobs went to Aaron Salmasai's room. Aaron Salmasai asked Owen Jacobs to sit down on the sofa and turned to make coffee. As soon as Owen Jacobs sat down, he was attracted by a Fortune magazine on the coffee table because the cover of the magazine was a photo of Eric on the movie set. Owen Jacobs picked up the magazine and found a bookmark in the magazine. He curiously flipped to the page, but it was an article introducing the Firefly Group. Owen Jacobs casually glanced at it and was quickly attracted by the content. Aaron Salmasai walked over and noticed Owen Jacobs' focused expression. He carefully put the filled coffee aside and quietly sat down on the other side of the sofa. At the beginning of a new year, countless media outlets were looking back at the past and looking forward to the future. For financial media outlets, every new year was the time for them to tabulate and rank the economic data of the previous year. And the Firefly Group, which frequently made various big moves last year, was undoubtedly the focus of the financial media in the UA. Although Firefly had not announced the fourth quarter of last year and the annual financial report, based on the data of the first 3 quarters, Fortune magazine estimated that Firefly Group's 1994 annual revenue was likely to reach $18 billion, and the annual operating net profit would also be around $1.5 billion. At the same time, Firefly had 2 major non-operating income last year, $1.5 billion from the divestiture of paper assets and $2.5 billion from the auction of Disney's animation department. With such strong profitability, Firefly had already surpassed Time Warner Group, which was ranked second in Hollywood, and had become a veritable media giant. Aaron Salmasai patiently waited for Owen Jacobs to finish reading the article and said, "Are you surprised?" Owen Jacobs nodded and said, "More than $10 billion in cash reserves, $2.5 billion in discretionary cash flow. It's hard to imagine that Hollywood can produce such a profitable company. Eric Williams is only 25 years old this year, right?" "Yes, but this young man simply appeared in this world to create miracles. Just like the Victoria's Secret annual show that was hyped by the media at the end of last year. In order to operate the Victoria's Secret brand, Eric Williams spent $20 million on the luxury lingerie show in half a year. Originally, many people thought that the $20 million expenditure could only be earned back through the appreciation of the Victoria's Secret brand and the profits from product sales. But after the Victoria's Secret show was released, the sales suddenly exploded. The $29.9 per box of videotapes were expected to sell 20 million boxes. This alone could bring $300 million in income to Eric Williams. Later, Eric Williams returned the copyright of the Victoria's Secret show to Ltd. And received equity worth more than $200 million, Aaron Salmasai said with some emotion. He obviously did a lot of preparation work and learned a lot about Eric. Owen Jacobs was also a little emotional. However, he was already 62 years old and had experienced many things. Although he was shocked, his emotions were not too agitated. The two finished a cup of coffee and talked about business. Aaron Salmasai handed the prepared materials to Owen Jacobs and said, "This is the detailed plan. You can take a look first." Owen Jacobs flipped through the materials in his hands. The FCC had just held a spectrum license auction for established telecommunications companies not long ago. For these established telecommunications companies that had already obtained A-tier and B-tier licenses, Qualcomm's influence was very weak. It could not influence which mobile communication technology these established telecommunications companies used. Therefore, Qualcomm had mainly focused on C-tier licenses from the beginning. Compared to the A-tier and B-tier licenses that were only available to a limited number of companies, the C-tier license auction that had countless bidders would undoubtedly be very competitive. In the future, those small and medium-sized telecommunications companies that had paid a high price to win the spectrum licenses would definitely pursue more economical and affordable mobile communication technology in their actual development. Compared to GSM technology, CDMA had a great advantage in network construction costs and spectrum utilization efficiency. At the beginning, Qualcomm's worst-case scenario was that once CDMA technology was abandoned by all the established telecommunications companies, Qualcomm would strive to obtain commercial opportunities from C-tier license holders. However, after Eric expressed his interest in Qualcomm, one of Qualcomm's partners, Xianxia, quickly came up with a very bold idea. They planned to get enough financial support from Eric, and then buy all the C-tier licenses in one go. Then, by bundling CDMA technology, these spectrum licenses would be wholesaled to small and medium-sized telecommunications companies at a relatively low price. In this way, even if CDMA technology failed miserably in front of the mainstream telecommunications companies, CDMA technology could still occupy 1/3 of the mobile communication market with the promotion of C-tier licenses. Xianxia said, "I've already registered a company called NextWave. As long as I can pull in funds from Eric Williams, I'll let go of Qualcomm's affairs and focus on NextWave to prepare for all the C-tier licenses." Owen Jacob put down the proposal in his hand. Although Xianxia's tone was full of expectation, he knew very well that his old partner was just like him. In this matter, he actually had no confidence. Because of the private tacit understanding, the competition for A-tier and B-tier licenses was not intense. However, the FCC still auctioned a sky-high price of $3.75 billion. If they wanted to buy all the spectrum licenses in the auction process of C-tier licenses with a large number of competitors, they would need to prepare at least twice the premium compared to A-tier and B-tier licenses. This number was conservatively estimated to be $4 billion. After hesitating for a moment, Owen Jacob asked, "Aaron, how likely do you think Eric Williams will provide us with $4 billion of support?" Don't forget, the entire Qualcomm is not even worth $400 million now. Supporting a company with a market value of less than $400 million to implement a $4 billion huge plan, in the eyes of most people, was something that only a lunatic would do. Although they had prepared a set of words that had been discussed repeatedly, in fact, whether it was Owen Jacob or Xianxia, they did not have any confidence in their hearts. The reason why they forced out such a somewhat unrealistic plan was entirely because Qualcomm was now at a dead end. Since Eric Williams took the initiative to contact us, then this time we will definitely be able to get some support from him. Perhaps Eric Williams can help us lobby a mainstream telecommunications operator to accept CDMA technology. As for this plan, Xianxia comforted Owen Jacob, and at the same time, he comforted himself. Then, he looked at the plan that had been drafted, and a faint bitter smile appeared on his face. As for this, if we try it, there might be a 1% chance of success. But if we don't try it, there will be nothing. Los Angeles during the awards season could be said to be very lively. Unless they were filming and couldn't get away, most of the stars would gather in Hollywood during this period, either for the awards or to look for opportunities. All kinds of parties were held one after another. The stars were also enjoying the glory brought to them by their status after a busy year. However, the upcoming Golden Globe Awards were no longer attractive to Eric. He even knew the final results of some awards in advance. For example, The Lion King would win Best Picture in the musical comedy category, and for the follow-up Oscar Public Relations Strategy, Catherine would lose to Mel Gibson in the Golden Globe Award for Best Director. After all, even the Oscars with more than 6,000 judges had been affected by public relations factors, let alone the Golden Globe Awards with only more than 90 judges. Compared to the Golden Globe Awards, Eric was more concerned about the Super Bowl 29 finals that would be held at the end of the month. This year's Super Bowl finals happened to be broadcast live by ABC, which also had a certain symbolic meaning for the Firefly Group. Of course, the three films that Firefly was about to release in the summer, Jurassic Park 2, Independence Day, and Toy Story 2, also got the best Super Bowl broadcast advertising spots. The three summer lead films were basically completed. After the Super Bowl trailer, Firefly would conduct internal test screenings of these films and make appropriate adjustments according to the audience's reaction. Then, large-scale global distribution and publicity work would begin. Although he was not as busy with public relations activities as many of the film creators who were nominated for awards, Eric was also very busy recently. At the beginning of the new year, in addition to attending various important meetings, Eric also needed to personally participate in the development of Firefly's new film projects for the new year. After the hand-drawn animation department was auctioned off, after half a year of recruitment and training, the completely digital Disney animation department had begun to take shape. At the end of last year, a 6-minute 3D animation short film was completed, and the effect was very good. In addition to more than 200 trained digital animators, after coordinating with Pixar, Eric transferred a small team from Pixar, led by Peter Doggett, to Los Angeles to be in charge of Disney's animation department. Peter Doggett also came with an animation project that he had personally conceived, Monster Power Company. Although Pixar's most famous animation in the original spacetime was Toy Story, in Eric's opinion, Monster Electric Company was the work that brought Pixar's imagination to the extreme. The idea of the monster employees passing through the spacetime gates to absorb energy by collecting children's screams was amazing. Moreover, at the end of the story, the transformation of the monsters from scaring children to bringing joy to the children was completely in line with Disney's core spirit of bringing joy to the world. Therefore, this work could almost be said to be tailor-made for the new Disney digital animation department. After Peter Doggett demonstrated the story of Monster Electric Company to the management of Firefly, all the executives present unanimously agreed to immediately start the project and gave the maximum support in terms of production time and project budget. The two live-action movies that Firefly Pictures had already finalized, Titanic and The Matrix, had also entered the substantial preparation stage. In the studio that Firefly Pictures had specially prepared for Titanic, Cameron, who had rested for half a year and had only started work after Eric's repeated urging, was talking about his plan. I have carefully surveyed the environment of Rosarito. Firefly can build a base dedicated to shooting Titanic there. The Mexican side has agreed to cooperate with our work. I also plan to completely replicate the Titanic. This process will take about 3 months. However, during these 3 months, the crew can also shoot the corresponding indoor scenes in the studio. Eric stood in front of the workbench that was covered with draft shots. Looking at the exquisite model of the Titanic in the middle of the workbench, he suddenly interrupted Cameron. "Jim, are you saying that you plan to make a complete copy of the Titanic?" Cameron eagerly explained, "Of course, Eric, although the cost will definitely be higher, I think this is the only way to achieve 100% authenticity. If we completely use a model or a green screen for shooting, the visual effects will definitely be greatly reduced." Eric recalled the information in his mind and took the Titanic model from the workbench. He gestured with his hands and said, "Jim, I definitely agree to build the real Titanic, but there is no need to completely replicate it. You see, the two sides of the ship are almost exactly the same. We can just build one side. This way, we can save a lot of money, can't it?" Cameron took the model and thought for a while with his chin in his hand. He was still a little hesitant. "Eric, this way, we can indeed save a lot of money, but if we use one side as both sides, a lot of props, especially props with characters and logos, will have to be completely reversed during shooting. The work of the post-production special effects will also increase a lot. Correspondingly, the production cycle will also be extended. Compared to building a complete model of the Titanic, copying a set of props with characters inverted would definitely be much cheaper, right? Jim, you should know in your heart how big the project you want to shoot is. The budget of $150 million is absolutely unprecedented. This is also the highest budget Firefly can afford, so we should save as much as we can." Although Cameron was still a little reluctant, Eric's reason made him unable to refute. He compromised and said, "Okay, Eric, we'll do as you say." As they were chatting, a staff member gently knocked on the open door. "Mr. Williams, Mr. Cameron, Miss Wazey's makeup is done. Would you like to take a look?" Eric nodded. "Of course, let her come in." Soon, Rachel Wazey walked in surrounded by a group of staff members. Everyone in the studio was almost immediately attracted by Rachel's outfit. The dark purple wide-brimmed hat set off Rachel's face, making her look a little petite. However, this did not hide the pride and stubbornness unique to an English lady as she lifted her chin slightly. The double-breasted lapel suit and dress set off Rachel's slender figure. Compared to the slightly bloated figure in his memory, she was many times stronger. The white gloves and the umbrella in her hand just so happened to add a bit of elegance to Rachel. Facing the scrutiny of everyone gathered on her, Rachel did not have stage fright at all. Instead, she took a few steps forward with a demure smile on her lips. She elegantly reached out to Cameron. "Hello, Mr. Director, I'm Rose Devine Burkett. Nice to meet you." The standard British Cockney accent woke Cameron up from his daze. He almost subconsciously took Rachel's hand and shook it gently. Then he reacted and turned his head excitedly to Eric. "That's right, Eric, this is my Rose." Eric said teasingly, "I told you, Jim, my taste in choosing the female lead is 100 times better than yours." "I hope you don't develop this taste to choosing the male lead," Cameron retorted with a little mischievousness. His gaze turned to Rachel again. After the excitement just now, there was a little more pickiness in his eyes. He waved for the costume designer to come forward and said, "The style of this suit is very good. It's just that the white color is too monotonous. Are there any other colors?" The costume designer replied, "There's also a black and white striped suit. Mr. Cameron, do you want to try it on?" "Yes, I'll try it on later." Cameron nodded and walked around Rachel. Then, he shook his head and said, "Umbrella, the umbrella is wrong. 2. I remember that in the information I saw." Cameron was still trying to recall when the costume designer took the initiative to explain, "Mr. Cameron, your taste is really sharp. Miss Rachel should have a wooden long-handled umbrella, but we can't find that style for the time being. We can only order it in the future. Write this down. Don't forget." Cameron nodded, took a step back, and rested his chin on his hand. Eric knew that Cameron wouldn't be able to finish it in a short time. His attention left Rachel Wazy, and he waved to the petite figure beside Rachel. Although most of the people around them were paying attention to Rachel, there were still people who noticed Eric's actions. Carolyn's face was slightly red. She smiled at Eric in a somewhat reserved manner, but she still walked over. "Good morning, Eric." Eric moved to the side and let Carolyn lean against the wide workbench with him. He smiled and asked, "It should be working hours now. Are you missing work?" "Of course not." Carolyn shrank her neck. She knew that Eric was joking with her, but she still looked at Kelly, who was standing not far away, seriously. She raised her small face and explained, "I asked for leave from Ms. Haynes. Rachel just arrived in Los Angeles yesterday, and she needs my help with a lot of things. But I can go back to work tomorrow." Eric shook his head and smiled. "There's no need to be so anxious. You two good sisters haven't seen each other for so long. You can accompany her around Los Angeles this week. You can come back to work next week." Carolyn waved her small hand and said, "It won't take so long. It's only Tuesday today." Eric patted Carolyn's shoulder and said, "Don't reject it. Just take it as a reward for your work. Kelly has been telling me that your work is outstanding, and she wants me to praise you properly." Carolyn nodded her small chin happily, but soon she asked with some uncertainty, "Really?" Eric nodded with certainty and smiled. "Really? I've seen the information on Qualcomm that you're in charge of. It's very detailed." Carolyn's face turned red, and her small head lowered subconsciously. After a while, she mustered the courage to raise her head and said, "Eric, Rachel said that she wants to take time to treat you to a meal. Thank you for helping her get this role." "When? We know that you've been very busy recently." "As long as you have time." Eric said, "Then I'll let you know when the time comes." "Will Rachel be living with you?" "Yes, Rachel is living with Melanie and me for the time being. However, Rachel's agent is looking for a house for her. She said that it's not suitable for Rachel to live with us." Rachel's agency contract was directly signed under ICM through Eric's mediation. Hearing the rare little dissatisfaction in Carolyn's tone, Eric said, "If you feel that the agent is not doing well, call me at any time. I'll ask Kapoor to change her." "No, it's not like that." Carolyn quickly shook her head and said, "She's doing very well. I'm just a little regretful that I can't live with Rachel." Eric smiled and did not say anything. Carolyn had grown up with the meticulous care of her relatives and friends. She had a pure heart, and it was inevitable that she was a little too dependent on the people around her. After being criticized by Cameron, Rachel went up to greet Eric. Then, Cameron rushed her to change her model. Carolyn looked at Eric with some reluctance and followed him. Eric was about to continue discussing the preparation of the project with Cameron when Kelly walked over and said, "Eric, it's already 10 o'clock. You have an appointment with Qualcomm's Owen Jacobs and Aaron Salmasai at noon. Chris and Emily also called just now. They've already arrived at Sharp Corner Manor." Eric looked at his watch. It would take about an hour to rush back to Malibu from Praia Vista, and he still needed to prepare in advance. So, he said goodbye to Cameron and left Firefly Cineplex. He brought Kelly back to Sharp Corner Manor. The chef was already preparing lunch, and the twins were helping in the kitchen. The little girl and Emily were sitting in the corner by the glass wall, laughing and talking about something. Chris, who was sitting on the sofa and reading a magazine, was the first to notice Eric and Kelly. He stood up and waved his hand. After walking through the hall to the glass wall, the little girl and Emily also came over. After greeting each other, Chris did not immediately talk to Eric about Qualcomm. Instead, he took out a thick package and handed it to Eric. "Eric, my father asked me to bring this to you." Eric took it curiously. He felt that there seemed to be a book inside. It was a little heavy. He asked, "What is it?" The few of them sat down on the sofa. The little girl stayed close to Eric and took out the things in the package without any hesitation. It was a thick stack of split-screen sketches. When Eric saw the first one from the little girl's hand, he raised his eyebrows slightly and took the stack of sketches. Although the strokes of the sketches were a little rough, it was obvious that a lot of effort had been put into each of them. Eric could still easily tell that the content of the first sketch was a person lying in a nutrition chamber with tubes inserted all over his body. He continued to flip through the sketches. For each of the subsequent sketches, he could find a familiar scene from a certain movie in his memory. Chris looked at Eric's serious expression and explained with a smile, "Didn't my father set up a film investment project to support young directors? Every month, the agent will hand over some scripts for him to choose from. I went back to Maryland to visit my father last week, and he just happened to receive this package. After reading the sketches, he asked me to bring it to you. He also said that these two young people are very diligent. They obviously like your novel very much. Isn't The Matrix selecting a director? Maybe you can give it a try." Eric smiled and continued to flip through the hundreds of sketches in his hand. He asked knowingly, "What are their names?" Chris said, "They are two brothers. The older brother is called Larry Wachowski, and the younger brother is called Andy Wachowski. They have already produced a script in Hollywood." "Oh, there is their contact information in the package." As Chris said that, the little girl helped Eric open the package and took out an envelope. She handed it to Eric. Eric took the letter and read it. It was written to Jeffrey. The tone of the letter was sincere, hoping that Jeffrey could recommend them to be the directors of The Matrix. Chris then explained, "My father said that the two brothers were probably worried that if they sent these to Firefly, they would probably be disposed of like garbage before they could reach you. That's why they found another way to contact him." Eric put the letter and the sketches into the envelope. He smiled and said, "I will consider this matter carefully. But now, let's talk about the meeting with Owen Jacobs." Chris knew that with Eric's taste in movies, if the two brothers could really take on the role of the director of The Matrix, Eric would definitely not be stingy with this opportunity. Therefore, he did not say anything else and went along with Eric's topic. "I have bought 1 million shares of Qualcomm from Firefly Investment. However, there are only 6 million shares in the market after all. Our purchases during this period should have been noticed by others. Recently, Qualcomm's share price has risen to $19.60, an increase of nearly 15%, and the number of shares sold is decreasing. I'm afraid it won't be easy to continue absorbing 3 million shares in the market." Hearing Chris and Eric talking about the boring company data, the little girl obviously lost interest. She got up and pulled Emily and Kelly to the kitchen. Eric stepped aside to let the women leave. He said, "If you can't buy it, then forget it. If we can settle the next matter, we can ask Qualcomm to directly invest in Firefly to increase the number of shares." Chris nodded. He actually had the same idea. He said, in addition, I have also recently investigated the information of the three major operators, AT&T, Verizon, and Sprint. CDMA is definitely not going to work for AT&T. At the same time, a group of operators relying on AT&T will definitely follow it and choose GSM technology. However, Verizon and Sprint have not yet decided on the technical standard. As long as we can pull either of them into the CDMA camp, our investment in Qualcomm will be worthwhile. As for the C-tier licenses, according to the current situation and the somewhat ridiculous lawsuit, I think that this part of the licenses will eventually be swallowed up by the three major operators in the future. It is unrealistic for CDMA to seek a breakthrough in this area, Chris said and handed some prepared materials to Eric. He said, it is not impossible to pull Verizon and Sprint into the CDMA camp. This is the financial information of the two companies. You will understand after you take a look. Eric flipped open the information Chris handed over and began to read. Compared to AT&T, the telecom giant with a market value of more than $80 billion and annual profits of more than $4 billion, the other two large telecom companies trying to enter the mobile communications market, Verizon and Sprint, were far worse off. Verizon's predecessor was Bell Atlantic, which was dismembered from the original AT&T in the 1984 telecom monopoly case. After 10 years of development and integration, Verizon's current market value was $23 billion. However, in recent years, Verizon had been in a state of poor performance. Last year, it lost $754 million. In comparison, Sprint, which was not part of the Bell family, only had a market value of $10.5 billion. However, Sprint's operating conditions were far better than Verizon's. Its annual profits in 1994 reached $880 million. Perhaps because of this good performance, Sprint was ambitious enough to set up a nationwide wireless communications network. Therefore, during the auction of A-tier and B-tier licenses, the wireless spectrum licenses it obtained in the end even exceeded the combined value of the two telecom giants, AT&T and Verizon. Sprint would have to bear as much as $1.5 billion in spectrum licensing fees. This expenditure alone was equivalent to Sprint's net profit for 2 years if it maintained its current operating condition. After reading the information, Eric more or less understood why Chris said that it was not impossible to pull Verizon and Sprint into the CDMA camp. Although these two companies were considered giants in the U.S. telecommunications industry, they were far from being comparable to the big brother, AT&T. Due to several mergers and acquisitions in recent years, Verizon had accumulated a huge debt of $8.9 billion, which was equivalent to 38% of the company's market value. This was the main reason why Verizon had been losing money in recent years. This spectrum license auction had added another $600 million to its debt. If it wanted to complete the construction and successful operation of the mobile communications network, its debt ratio was likely to exceed 50% in the next few years. Sprint's situation was not that good either. Although its original operating condition was very good, the company's expansion in the mobile communications field this time was too big. The $1.5 billion in spectrum license expenses and the huge amount of funds needed to build a national mobile communications network in the next few years might even lead it to follow the same path as Verizon for a long time in the future. The rich and powerful AT&T did not hesitate to choose GSM technology as its mobile communications network standard. There was no need to consider factors such as the possibility that GSM would be eliminated by more advanced third-generation communications technology in the future. However, Verizon and Sprint, which were in a tight financial situation, had to carefully consider the cost factors of the technical standards they chose next. Although CDMA technology was not commercially available for the time being, many experimental evidence proved that CDMA had a huge advantage over second-generation digital communication technologies such as GSM in terms of spectrum capacity and network construction cost. Chris patiently waited for Eric to finish reading the information and said, in addition to CDMA itself, if Firefly shows interest in the telecommunications industry and publicly invests in Qualcomm, it is very likely that Verizon and Sprint will lean towards CDMA. Because with the further expansion of the debt burden of the two companies, whether it is debt financing or equity financing, the difficulty of obtaining funds will be greatly increased. Firefly has abundant funds in its hands that they desperately desire. Even if we do not provide direct financial support to the two companies, they will be inclined to cooperate with Qualcomm, which has the strong backing of Firefly. Eric nodded and leaned back on the sofa. His fingers gently rubbed the information in his hand, but some other thoughts appeared in his mind. No matter which country, the telecommunications industry was monopolized by certain giants. If it had not been for the famous telecommunications anti-monopoly case in 1984, AT&T would have been the company with the highest market value in the United States. Even if it had been split into 7 subsidiaries, AT&T, with a market value of more than $80 billion, was still one of the top 5 corporate giants in the United States. General Electric, which was ranked first, had a market value of more than $90 billion. In the United States, AT&T's monopoly did not occur with administrative support. If AT&T wanted to expand further, it would be restricted by the Federal Anti-Monopoly Department. However, even after a large-scale split, AT&T's monopoly status was difficult to break. After more than 100 years of development, AT&T had a perfect national fixed-line telephone communication network. This network was not only costly, but it could not be easily built in 3 to 5 years. Many emerging companies wanted to develop their own telecommunications business, and most of the time, they even needed to rent communication lines from AT&T. Under such circumstances, it was basically impossible for latecomers to catch up or even surpass AT&T. However, with the arrival of the new wave of technology, 2 important opportunities that could break the industry's pattern appeared: the rise of the mobile telecommunications industry and the internet broadband industry. At present, these 2 industries were in their infancy. Except for Eric, who was a transmigrator, no one knew what scale these 2 industries would develop to in the future. However, Eric knew very well that 20 years later, either the mobile telecommunications or the internet broadband industry would far surpass the fixed-line telephone business that AT&T relied on to maintain its monopoly. Even before Eric's rebirth, many households no longer installed fixed-line telephones. However, mobile phones and broadband had gradually become necessities in people's lives. Although the recent auction of C-tier licenses had been delayed due to the somewhat absurd lawsuit, it indicated that latecomers who wanted to enter the telecommunications industry would still have to face heavy industry barriers, both overt and covert. However, these barriers were nothing to Eric, who already had a huge amount of capital in his hands. In some online gaming terms, he did not need to start from scratch like those newbie accounts in the newbie village. Instead, he could spend money to buy a good high-level account and enjoy the game directly. Moreover, he currently had 2 good game accounts in his hands. Eric knew a little about the future prospects of these 2 companies. Verizon, Sprint, and AT&T would become the 3 giants of the American telecommunications industry in the future. He guessed that this future situation would be caused by the 3 companies, especially Verizon and Sprint, who were now sparing no effort in the mobile telecommunications industry. At this time, other telecommunications companies in the United States that were comparable to Verizon and Sprint, such as BellSouth and Northern Telecom, would also gradually be eliminated or swallowed up by other companies because they missed this important industrial revolution. Moreover, because the payment of spectrum licensing fees and the construction of a nationwide mobile telecommunications network would require a huge amount of capital, now was the best time to invest in these 2 companies. Eric also knew that this should be the final moment. If he missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult for him to get another one. Due to the arrival of the new technology wave, when the Nasdaq index began to soar in the next few years, whether it was Verizon or Sprint, they only needed to issue a small amount of shares in the circulation market to raise enough funds for their development. Therefore, it was impossible for them to bring in a major shareholder like Firefly, who could change the company's equity structure. Even if they were willing, with the skyrocketing market value of the 2 companies, Firefly would not be able to come up with enough funds. Chris saw that Eric had suddenly fallen into deep thought. He waited patiently for a while before asking, "Eric, what are you thinking about?" Eric came back to his senses, weighed the documents in his hands, and asked directly, "Chris, between Verizon and Sprint, which one do you think is more likely to accept our investment?" Chris raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to speak, the intercom near the 2 of them beeped a few times. Eric got up and pressed the intercom button. The voice of the manners guard came out. "Mr. Williams, Mr. Jacob, and Mr. Salmasai have arrived." In order to describe in detail the advantages of CDMA over the first-generation FDMA analog signal technology and the second-generation TDMA digital signal technology, we've made a model similar to a cocktail party. If we compare each communication channel of the operator to a cocktail party for social interaction, Owen Jacobs could not wait to promote Qualcomm's CDMA technology to Eric during the meal at the Sharp Corner Manor. The FDMA form of cocktail party allows only two guests to have a one-on-one conversation at a time. The communication efficiency of this technical form is extremely low. The TDMA form of cocktail party allows many guests to take turns to communicate with the other party at the same time. Although it improves the utilization of communication channels, in fact, only one user can be allowed to speak at a time. Our CDMA form of cocktail party completely breaks this limitation. It allows many groups of communication objects to communicate in different languages at the same time. Therefore, with this more efficient utilization of communication bandwidth, the cost of building a mobile communication network using CDMA technology will be far lower than the second-generation digital signal technology. There were 4 men and 3 women sitting on both sides of the long table in the dining room. Eric, Chris, and the others were listening carefully to Owen Jacobs' explanation. Only Xianxia seemed a little absent-minded. However, Owen Jacobs' simple description made it easy for her to accept the advantages of CDMA. She looked at Eric, who nodded slightly, blinked, and pretended to be curious. She asked with a serious expression, "Mr. Jacobs, since CDMA is better than the other two technologies, why did AT choose GSM as the technical standard?" Eric turned his head and glared at Xianxia, who was interrupting, but he didn't scold her. Instead, he looked at Owen Jacobs. Owen Jacobs didn't feel awkward at all because of this question. He smiled and explained, "Miss Drew, you paused for a moment just now. You must have some doubts about the term I said. Please allow me to explain it to you. The full name of GSM is the Global Mobile Communication System. It is a more mature digital communication technology developed on the basis of the second-generation TDMA digital technology. There are many reasons why AT chose GSM technology. The most important reason is that GSM technology matured earlier than CDMA technology and became commercially available. AT has very strong capital and doesn't have to worry about the construction cost of a mobile communication network, so they will choose GSM technology that has been widely promoted. So far, there is no mature commercial network for CDMA technology, which is also our biggest disadvantage. However, Qualcomm has accumulated 10 years of research and development experience in CDMA technology. We are very confident that CDMA technology is now very mature. As long as we can get a commercial opportunity, we can definitely prove the superiority of CDMA to everyone. Owen Jacobs' eyes fell on Eric at the end. Eric didn't immediately satisfy some of Owen Jacobs' expectations. Instead, he said, "Owen, do you know Nokia?" Owen Jacobs' expression changed slightly. Of course, he knew about Nokia, a communication equipment and mobile phone manufacturer that rose quickly from the edge of bankruptcy. He said, "If I remember correctly, Nokia's controlling shareholder is an overseas company called the Hawaii Fund, and the Hawaii Fund is an overseas investment fund set up by Firefly Investments." Eric nodded. His purpose of setting up the Hawaii Fund was to avoid the high corporate income tax in the United States by intercepting Nokia's future profits overseas, just like Apple. This method of tax avoidance was completely legal, so Eric didn't deliberately hide the fact that Firefly Investments was actually Nokia's controlling shareholder. Noticing a trace of doubt in Owen Jacobs' expression, Eric could roughly guess what the other party was thinking. Nokia had developed into one of the top communication equipment and mobile phone manufacturers in Europe in the past 2 years. Its strength was second only to Ericsson, but the gap was getting smaller and smaller, and there were even signs of overtaking it. The reason why Nokia rose rapidly in just over 2 years, in addition to the huge development funds injected by Firefly, was that Nokia was ahead of other communication manufacturers in the technical layout of GSM technology and the rapid popularization of GSM technology. GSM technology could be said to be the foundation of Nokia's rise. However, although GSM technology had been widely popularized in Europe and Asia, it was still in the initial stage of development in North America. Although AT, the largest telecommunications giant in North America, had identified GSM as its main mobile communication technology standard. The construction of AT's GSM network had actually just begun. Therefore, in Owen Jacobs' opinion, what Eric should do now was to assist Nokia in promoting GSM technology in North America and enter the North American market, not to extend an olive branch to GSM Technology's competitor, CDMA. Eric did not wait for Owen Jacobs to ask and took the initiative to explain. Owen, I know you must have some doubts, but in my opinion, there is no conflict between supporting the development of Qualcomm and Nokia, because GSM and CDMA are two completely different generations of mobile communication technology standards. Qualcomm and Nokia should also be two completely different companies. I even hope that Qualcomm and Nokia can form a close cooperation in the future. We will discuss these in detail in the future. I just mentioned Nokia for another reason. Although Nokia's current development is very rapid, in the second half of last year, Nokia also experienced a very major corporate crisis. Chris knows this better than I do. He has been working on this matter for a long time at the end of last year. Let him say it. Everyone looked at Chris. Although Chris was a little puzzled as to why Eric suddenly mentioned this matter, he still explained. Before 1992, Nokia only produced a few 100,000 mobile phones a year. However, after 1992, due to the strong market demand brought about by the popularization of GSM technology, Nokia's communication equipment and mobile phone sales have increased exponentially. Last year, Nokia's mobile phone sales alone reached 3.1 million units. The rapidly expanding production demand almost caused the collapse of Nokia's component supply chain. Therefore, Nokia's CEO, Yoma Alala, and I spent a few months at the end of last year to completely rectify Nokia's supply chain to ensure that Nokia's production capacity can meet the continuing expansion of the mobile communication market. Owen Jacobs had been racking his brains to promote CDMA technology, but he had never considered the long-term problem. However, when he heard Chris talk about the crisis Nokia experienced last year, he realized something. Eric also said at this time, as far as I know, except for some manufacturers who are still producing the first generation of analog signal mobile phones in the market, almost all the digital mobile phones produced by mainstream communication manufacturers are of the GSM standard. Qualcomm has been focusing on technology research and development for the past 10 years, and it does not have much ability to produce CDMA equipment. So, once CDMA technology is selected as the technical standard by any large communication operator, what does Qualcomm plan to use to cope with the sudden market demand of millions of CDMA devices? After hearing Eric's question, Owen Jacobs didn't know how to answer for a while. Although Qualcomm had always been generous in licensing CDMA technology, so far, there was no large-scale CDMA equipment manufacturer in the world. When GSM equipment manufacturers were everywhere in the world, even Nokia, which had a strong accumulation of production technology, almost collapsed its supply chain due to the rapidly expanding market demand, let alone Qualcomm, which was almost poor in equipment production capacity. In fact, Qualcomm had its own communication equipment and mobile phone factory, but most of the equipment produced in that factory was only used to meet the testing needs of CDMA technology. Nokia had its own supply chain to collapse, but Qualcomm's factory didn't even have a complete component supply chain. It often only purchased a small number of components according to demand. This situation couldn't support large-scale CDMA equipment production. It was conceivable that if the situation continued, even if those large telecommunications operators deliberately chose CDMA as their mobile communication technology standard, they would definitely turn to GSM technology again if they couldn't get enough CDMA communication equipment to build a mobile communication network. Seeing that Owen Jacobs didn't speak, Aaron Salmasai, who was sitting next to him, eagerly took the initiative to explain, Eric, the manufacturing difficulty of communication equipment is mainly the design and development of the core chip. In this regard, Qualcomm already has a very mature product. As long as CDMA technology can be promoted, Qualcomm can not only quickly build a factory to produce equipment in a short time, but also commission communication equipment manufacturers to do product manufacturing. Eric nodded with a smile and didn't raise any objections. The main reason he said those words just now was to draw out Aaron Salmasai's words at this time. It was true that technology research and development burned money, but in fact, the construction and operation of equipment manufacturing factories were more expensive. The $420 million that Nokia received from Firefly and the profits in the past 2 years were basically invested in the expansion of its factories. Qualcomm's main business after more than 10 years was not the production of communication equipment and mobile phones, but mainly focused on patent licensing and chip research and development. Eric knew these, but guiding Qualcomm to this path at this time was not in the interest of Firefly. Because if Qualcomm was not involved in the product manufacturing field, there was no need for large-scale equity and debt financing. It would be difficult for Firefly to obtain a large number of Qualcomm shares with capital advantage. Through the communication at the dining table, both parties had roughly determined their respective intentions. After lunch, Eric, Chris, and Kelly brought Owen Jacobs and Alan Salmasai to the study, and the two sides officially opened up to each other. Eric handed an equity document to Owen Jacobs and Aaron Salmasai, and said, "I have noticed Qualcomm since last year, and I am very optimistic about CDMA technology. During this time, Firefly has successively acquired 1 million shares of Qualcomm shares. We will report to the SEC and Qualcomm's board of directors in the near future. In order to show Firefly's sincerity and cooperation, I will inform you of this matter first." Owen Jacobs and Aaron Salmasai only flipped open the document symbolically and then looked at each other. They could almost see the disappointment in each other's eyes at the same time. Qualcomm had long realized that someone was buying Qualcomm shares from the recent abnormal fluctuations in the company's stock price. The board of directors and management originally thought that someone had gotten the inside information that the CDMA technology was about to be confirmed as the technical standard by large telecommunications operators, so they took the opportunity to enter the market and make a lot of money after the relevant facts were made public. Qualcomm only issued 30% of the tradable shares, so the board of directors was not worried about losing control of the company. Instead, they were quite excited because of this speculation and made some relevant preparations for it. Unexpectedly, the mystery was suddenly revealed now. The facts had nothing to do with the original speculation. CDMA was not internally confirmed by any telecommunications operator. The disappointment of the two could be imagined. However, after a brief disappointment, Owen Jacobs and Aaron Salmasai remembered Eric's identity again, and their mood improved. At least, the person who secretly bought Qualcomm shares was not a stock speculator, but a billionaire like Eric who was really interested in Qualcomm. As long as he could spare no effort to use his capital and influence to help promote CDMA technology, Qualcomm was very likely to get out of the current predicament. Of course, although he had been focusing on technology research and development, Owen Jacobs would never naively think that the 1 million shares Firefly already held could satisfy Firefly's appetite. This stake only accounted for 10.5% of Qualcomm's total share capital. He said, "Eric, since Firefly has done so much preparation work, I think you must have a detailed plan, right?" Eric nodded and said, "So far, no large telecommunications operator is willing to adopt CDMA technology as the technical standard of its mobile communication network. This is the main dilemma facing Qualcomm. Firefly can use the resources, media channels, and capital advantages in its hands as much as possible to help Qualcomm promote CDMA technology. However, at the same time, Qualcomm also needs to immediately solve the problem of its inability to mass-produce CDMA equipment. I don't want to see Firefly spend a lot of effort to get carriers to accept CDMA technology, only to move to the GSM camp again because CDMA equipment can't be supplied in time. Therefore, I suggest that Qualcomm immediately build a communication equipment and mobile phone factory from now on." Compared to Owen Jacobs, who focused on technology research and development, Aaron Salmasai put more energy into the actual management of Qualcomm. When he heard the first half of Eric's words, he was just a little excited, but because of the second half of Eric's words, he was distressed. He interrupted, "Eric, it's not that we haven't considered this aspect. We have also done detailed research. According to the original research results, building a factory with an annual output of 1 million CDMA mobile phones would require a total investment of $80 million US. We can't, Speaking of this, Aaron Salmasai noticed that Eric was looking at him with a smile, and suddenly realized something. He stopped talking and smiled awkwardly. Eric didn't mind Aaron Salmasai's interruption. He continued with a smile, "I know that Qualcomm definitely can't afford to build an equipment factory, but this money can be paid by Firefly. To be honest, Firefly helps Qualcomm promote CDMA technology, and we also hope to get enough returns. Therefore, I hope to increase Firefly's shareholding in Qualcomm through capital injection. Owen Jacobs had just realized this and asked, Eric, how much money is Firefly going to invest in Qualcomm? Eric said in a relaxed tone, according to what Aaron just said, a mobile phone factory requires an investment of $80 million. Qualcomm definitely needs to build a CDMA base station equipment factory at the same time. This investment is also $80 million, which is $160 million. The investment of only 2 factories is definitely not enough. Qualcomm also needs to establish a component procurement and product marketing system. Then, this expenditure is counted as $200 million. According to the current stock price, Qualcomm probably needs to issue 10 million shares to Firefly. Owen Jacobs did a mental calculation. If 10 million shares were issued, Qualcomm's total share capital would expand to 30 million shares. Firefly already held 1 million shares. By then, its shareholding in Qualcomm would increase to 40%. Although it did not achieve the controlling stake, Firefly would also become the most important shareholder of Qualcomm. In order to establish Qualcomm, Owen Jacobs had invested almost all his wealth. However, after many rounds of financing and the IPO in 1992, Owen Jacobs' Qualcomm shares were less than 1%. As long as Qualcomm could continue to survive, Owen Jacobs did not care much about the company's equity changes. He also knew that Firefly could not get enough shares and would certainly not do its best to help Qualcomm promote CDMA technology. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, Eric, I don't object to your proposal, but it involves additional shares. This matter will be decided by Qualcomm's board of directors. AT's announcement of joining the GSM camp had caused Qualcomm to lose more than half of its potential North American market. If Verizon, Sprint, and other companies also chose GSM, Qualcomm could only go bankrupt and liquidate. Firefly had bet a huge sum of $200 million on Qualcomm at this time. If it failed, the $200 million would be wasted. Eric believed that Qualcomm's board of directors should understand that Firefly's actions were equivalent to indicating that the entire Firefly system would spare no effort to promote Qualcomm's CDMA technology. Although the final capital injection plan would be adjusted, the possibility of Qualcomm's board of directors rejecting Firefly's capital injection was very low. Looking at his watch, Eric said, So, Owen, Chris and Kelly will be in charge of the specific matters. I hope to hear good news from Qualcomm as soon as possible. Owen Jacobs was about to say something when he felt Aaron Salmasai gently kick his shoe. He suddenly remembered the plan that they discussed yesterday and said, Eric, Aaron and I have another plan here. I hope you can take a look. Eric nodded and took the document that Owen Jacobs took out from his briefcase. After reading it carefully, he passed it to Chris and Kelly who were next to him. Owen Jacobs and Aaron Salmasai looked at the 3 people in front of them nervously. They were worried that Eric would directly reject the plan. After waiting for a while, Chris and Kelly finished reading the document. They then looked at Eric and did not make any suggestions. A huge plan involving $4 billion needed Eric to make the decision himself. Eric thought for a while and said, I think this plan is a bit idealistic. When Owen Jacobs and Aaron Salmasai heard Eric's words, their heartstrings relaxed. At least, Eric did not reject the plan on the spot. Eric did not know what the two were thinking. He continued, You must know about the lawsuit regarding the C-tier licenses. The reason for the lawsuit is very absurd, but it can still delay the auction of the C-tier licenses for a long time. From this point, it can be seen that the established telecom operators will not allow the small and medium-sized telecom companies to develop. Even if we buy all the C-tier licenses, the final users will still be AT and a few other telecom giants. Perhaps before the C-tier licenses are auctioned, these mainstream telecom operators have already determined the technical standards. So, this plan is not very meaningful for the promotion of CDMA. Owen Jacobs and Aaron Salmasai realized that Eric did not say anything definite. They waited patiently for him to continue. Eric did not keep them in suspense. He said, however, this plan can be our last move. If the next mainstream telecom operators do not choose CDMA technology, Firefly can start this plan and buy all the C-tier licenses. Then, we can buy a telecom operator and build our own CDMA communication network. At this point, Eric looked up at the two and smiled. Of course, the premise of all this is that our cooperation can be achieved smoothly. Otherwise, Firefly will not waste money on CDMA technology. Xianxia suppressed his emotions and asked, Eric, you mean, as long as Qualcomm accepts Firefly's investment, you will agree to implement this plan? Eric shook his head and smiled. I just said that this will be Firefly's best move. If we become a major shareholder of Qualcomm, Firefly will first choose to promote CDMA technology to established telecom operators such as Verizon. Firefly will only start this plan if these mainstream operators do not accept CDMA. When he heard Eric's words, Owen Jacobs was far more excited than Xianxia. CDMA was the result of his 10 years of hard work. In any case, Owen Jacobs hoped that CDMA could continue and not be quietly squeezed to death by GSM and other technologies. Eric, can I understand it this way? As long as Firefly becomes a major shareholder of Qualcomm, you will never give up on CDMA technology? Eric nodded without hesitation. Even if GSM really dominated the world, the technology would eventually be upgraded. The 3G communication technologies such as WCDMA and TD-CDMA in his previous life could not bypass the CDMA standard. Therefore, even if CDMA was temporarily defeated in this industrial upgrade, it would still be profitable to take over Qualcomm, who owned a large number of CDMA patents. Owen Jacobs was still a little worried. He said, Eric, can Qualcomm get a written endorsement of this promise from Firefly? Yes, Eric nodded again. Then, Owen Jacobs stood up and extended his hand to Eric, who also stood up. I will give you the good news as soon as possible. It was already evening by the time they saw Owen Jacobs and Selena off. Eric and the others returned to the villa's glass wall and sat down. They looked at the magnificent sunset sea view outside the glass wall. Chris asked, Eric, do you really plan to buy all the C-tier licenses with $4 billion? Eric took the freshly charged coffee from Kelly and smiled. I said, this is a last resort plan. Instead of buying the C-tier licenses, I would prefer to use the $4 billion to invest in either Verizon or Sprint. Eric brought up the topic that they were discussing before Owen Jacobs and Kelly arrived in the morning. Chris said, I'm afraid this is not going to be easy. Compared to high-cost equity financing, the old telecom operators prefer debt financing. However, the current needs of these two companies are very large, so your idea is not impossible. If you are sure to do this, I will start work on this as soon as possible. Eric nodded decisively. Let's talk to them based on the $4 billion investment. As long as I can get the shares of the two companies, I don't mind taking a little loss in terms of price. Chris smiled and said, $4 billion is too difficult. It's already good enough that they are willing to accept Firefly's $2 billion investment. $4 billion was equivalent to 40% of Sprint's shares. Even if Verizon was twice the size of Sprint, $4 billion was enough to buy 20% of Verizon's shares. Eric was also aware of the difficulty of this. He said, just do your best. While they were chatting, Drew and Emily walked in with big and small bags. The twins behind them were also carrying a lot of things. It was obvious that the two girls had gone shopping in the afternoon. Walking over, Emily looked at her boyfriend's shocked expression and put down the plastic bag in her hand before she explained, these are all Drew's things. I only bought a few of them, and they're all in the car. The girl immediately laughed and said, yes, it's just a few. It might be a little big. The trunk and the back seat are all stuffed. After teasing each other for a while, Chris and Emily were about to get up and leave. Eric did not ask them to stay. He walked them out of the villa. When they got into the car, he asked, when do you plan to go back to New York? Chris did not answer. He only looked at Emily. Emily explained, Victoria's Secret has been shooting commercials in Los Angeles. Also, Cindy will be attending the Golden Globe Awards ceremony. We will probably leave after the Golden Globe Awards ceremony. Eric said, why did the Golden Globe Awards only invite Cindy Crawford? The Golden Globe Awards originally wanted the five of them to present the Best Original Score award together, but then we received an invitation from the Oscar committee. They wanted the five of them to go on stage together. Between the Golden Globe Awards and the Oscars, of course we would choose the latter. Then the Golden Globe Awards took a step back and only invited Cindy. Emily said and got into the car. Then she poked her head out and said, "By the way, Eric, if you are free in the next 2 days, help me take a look at the effects of the Victoria's Secret commercial. We are doing post-production at Firefly Studios." "No problem. I will probably be there for the next few days. You can contact me at any time." After seeing Chris and Emily off, Kelly also took the initiative to leave. Back in the villa, the girl went into the room to check on the results of today's shopping. Eric sat on the sofa by the curtain wall and carefully sorted out everything that had happened today. The sun had completely sunk below the horizon, and the light gradually dimmed. After some time, he sensed a tall and slender figure walking over quietly. Eric raised his head and looked at Natasha's beautiful face. He gestured for her to turn on the nearby lights. Natasha quietly walked to the wall and turned on the lights. She said softly, "Master, dinner is ready." Eric nodded. Just as he got up, he remembered something and asked, "Where is the package that Chris brought me this morning?" Natasha said, "It's in the bookcase in the living room. Send it to the study after dinner." Okay. San Diego, where Qualcomm's headquarters was located, was in Southern California, less than 2 hours' drive from Los Angeles. It was very convenient. After Eric expressed his intention to invest in Qualcomm to Owen Jacobs, the two sides began close negotiations. In Eric's office at Firefly Studios, Kelly, who had just returned from San Diego, handed a memo to Eric and said, "Chris will be negotiating with several important shareholders of Qualcomm in the afternoon. He asked me to come back first. This is the result of our negotiations in the morning. Qualcomm's board of directors is only willing to accept half of the investment amount we proposed, but their attitude is not so firm. It should only be a matter of time before the deal is finalized." Eric opened the memo Kelly handed over and said, "Since we have officially started to contact them, this matter can't be hidden for too long. It's inevitable that something will happen if we delay it for too long. The only thing I care about is time. 1 week. I hope this deal can be finalized in the next week." Kelly said, "Eric, if the negotiations are compressed into a week, we will definitely be in a passive position." Eric shook his head and said, "This matter can't be resolved quickly. If it attracts too much attention, we will really be in a passive position. You continue to go to San Diego tomorrow and explain the pros and cons to Qualcomm." AT&T announced GSM as its technical standard as soon as it got the Spectrum license. The other operators who have gotten the Spectrum license will not hesitate for too long. If they miss the best time to lobby for CDMA because of their hesitation, we will not hesitate to give up on this deal. So, only 1 week. Once the news of Firefly's attempt to invest in Qualcomm spread, not only would it cause the stock price to skyrocket, but it might also cause people to follow suit. After all, Firefly's investments in Cisco, AOL, Yahoo, Nokia, and other companies in recent years were now very profitable. The capital market had already begun to pay close attention to Firefly's investment. If the negotiations dragged on for too long, and another company suddenly appeared in the process, it would be the biggest trouble. Kelly thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, I will prepare." Eric finished reading the memo and discussed some things to take note of with Kelly. He then picked up a thick package from his desk and stood up. "The Wachowskis will be here soon. You can come along too." Kelly caught up with him and asked in surprise, "Eric, are you really going to let them direct The Matrix?" Eric said, "It's not confirmed yet. Let's meet first. I still feel that this matter is a little too ridiculous. They are just two unknown screenwriters." Eric laughed and said, "I was once just a little-known screenwriter." Kelly said, "But you didn't direct a movie with such a huge budget right from the start. The budget for Home Alone was only $1 million. After that, there were Pretty Woman, Home Alone 2, Dark Battle, and Ghost. It was only until the 6th movie, Tornado, that you started trying to make a big-budget movie." Eric explained, "At that time, I was a little timid. If I directly made a big project with an investment of over $100 million and the box office failed miserably, I would not be where I am now." Kelly was still a little confused. "From The way Eric had directed from small to big, he had always been a very rational person. But this time, his behavior seemed a little irrational. Because of the great success of Jurassic Park, Firefly had high expectations for Eric's movie adaptation of The Matrix. The production budget was directly set at $100 million USD. Katzenberg and the others actually hoped that Eric would continue to direct personally, but Eric was interested in two Hollywood rookies who had not even directed a movie before. This was really puzzling. It was still the small restaurant near the administrative building where Eric often had lunch. As soon as he entered, the two brothers who were already waiting in the restaurant stood up, accompanied by an employee of the studio. Eric sent the employee in charge of accompanying them away and sat down opposite the Wachowskis with Kelly. Looking at the Wachowskis who were still men, Eric inexplicably had a strange feeling. Perhaps it was because of the cultural differences, Eric could not understand the thoughts of transsexuals. Feeling Eric's gaze, Larry, who looked thin and wore glasses, but was actually the older brother, looked at the package that Eric casually placed on the table and said, "Mr. Williams, what do you think of our idea of The Matrix?" Eric put away his strange thoughts and took out the storyboard drafts from the package. He said, "You can call me Eric. I think the ideas of bullet time and 360-degree rotation in your drafts are very cool. However, I feel that you did not completely adapt the movie according to my novel, but these drafts also did not give a detailed script. Can you tell me your specific thoughts on the plot first?" In order to avoid a clash of ideas, Eric's novel version of The Matrix didn't take the route of the movie version in his memory except for the name and the main plot. It also didn't have any profound philosophical thinking. Instead, it was mainly about the hero, Neo, who accidentally discovered that he was living in an illusory world and fought against the mother with his friends to return to reality. Hearing Eric's question, Larry said, "Eric, Andy and I actually had similar ideas in the past, but they were just scattered pieces. It was only when we saw your novel that we decided to turn our story into a screenplay. So, the storyboard drafts you see are the result of Andy and I combining your novel and some of our own ideas. We feel that compared to the novel version, this story should be able to be explored on a deeper level. It should be about reality and illusion, about the origin of life, and so on. It shouldn't just be a science fiction novel." Eric nodded and said, "Then, let's put my story aside and talk about your ideas, shall we?" "Of course not," Larry Wachowski said. "Here's what we're thinking. In the illusion created by the mother body, Neo was probably a programmer who was proficient in hacking. One day, a mysterious person suddenly contacted him. The Wachowski brothers excitedly began to talk about their ideas for the story. Eric interjected from time to time, and unknowingly, even Kelly was gradually drawn into the discussion. It wasn't until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that they remembered to have lunch. After filling their stomachs, Eric began to ask the Wachowski brothers about their specific ideas for the movie. The discussion went on until evening, and the Wachowski brothers finally left Firefly Studios. Eric asked the waiter to remove the coffee on the table and ordered dinner. Then, he asked Kelly, who was beside him, "What do you think of them?" Kelly thought for a moment and said, "They're two very creative people. However, if we shoot according to their ideas, the movie might be a little obscure. If it's made into a low-budget cult movie, it might become a classic. But as a big production with hundreds of millions of investment, it's hard to guarantee the box office." Eric nodded. The female assistant's eyes were very sharp. In the original space-time, in order to attract investment for The Matrix, the Wachowski brothers were very restrained when it came to the script. They just happened to combine the philosophical thinking and commercial elements that they wanted to express. Therefore, the audience saw a cool sci-fi blockbuster that didn't lack in content. The first film of The Matrix was released and immediately caused a sensation. Not only did it have a good reputation at the box office, but it also made the Wachowski brothers, who were originally unknown, a first-tier director in Hollywood. There was a very simple and crude rule in Hollywood. As long as you could make a movie that sold well at the box office, you could get everything you wanted. Therefore, after the success of the first film, the brothers became first-tier directors in Hollywood and gained full control over the production of the sequel. The producer, Warner, also agreed to the brothers' requests. Therefore, the brothers began to add their own ideas into the movie without restraint. While the sequel unscrupulously used special effects, the plot also became dark and obscure. The disastrous result of this extreme disharmony was that after 4 years of anxiously waiting, the fans finally saw 2 dog-eared sequels. After the second film, Reload, basically destroyed the series' reputation, the fans directly poured their disappointment on the third film. This made the final film, which was supposed to be the series' peak, become the series' worst movie in terms of box office and reputation. Recalling these things, Eric said to the female assistant, "I will personally check the script. I will definitely not let them do as they please." Eric, but after all, they do not have any experience in directing. According to the rough schedule of film production, if everything goes well, The Matrix will take about 3 months of shooting and 4 months of post-production. The pre-production will take about 3 months of preparation, so it will add up to less than a year. We still have a year and a half between now and next year's summer break. In the future, the publicity and post-production can be done at the same time. If the time is tight, maybe we can let them use this half a year to direct a low-budget film to practice. Eric nodded. That's a good idea. A year and a half. A year and a half, 18 months, 6 months, 1995, 1997. Kelly saw Eric's expression change continuously as he spoke, and he strangely muttered to himself. She stood up worriedly. "Eric, what's wrong?" Eric calmed down and forced a smile. He reached out and patted Kelly's little hand on his shoulder. "I'm fine. I just suddenly thought of something." "Are you really okay?" Kelly was still a little worried. She placed the back of her hand on Eric's forehead again. Other than some fine sweat, she did not feel anything strange. Eric smiled as he grabbed the female assistant's little hand and kissed it. "I'm really fine. I just suddenly thought that I might have overlooked something." After being kissed by Eric on the back of her hand, Kelly felt the surprised gaze of the waiter not far away. She blushed slightly and withdrew her little hand. She sat down again, but she forgot to ask Eric why he had lost his composure just now. Eric's expression quickly returned to normal, but he did not let go of the thought just now. Because of Kelly's inadvertent reminder, Eric suddenly thought of the production cycle of Titanic. In the original spacetime, after Titanic created a box office miracle, many production details were dug out by the media. Eric clearly remembered that in the original spacetime, Titanic in the original spacetime began preparations in the second half of 1995. The official filming began in 1996. Fox originally planned to release it in the summer of 1997, but Cameron delayed the production cycle again and again. In the end, it was delayed until the end of 1997 before it could be released. The entire production cycle was close to 2 years. Although the production budget for Titanic was approved at the beginning of the production cycle of $150 million, Eric was already mentally prepared that Cameron would definitely overspend. However, as long as it could bring about the same classic as the original spacetime, Eric did not mind Cameron pushing the budget up to $200 million again. However, he inadvertently neglected the fact that not only would Cameron overspend on the budget, but he would also overspend on the production cycle. Due to the auction of Disney's hand-drawn animation department last year, Firefly's annual animated film schedule was going to be interrupted next summer. If Titanic was not released as scheduled, Firefly's only summer release in 1996 would be The Matrix. In the past few years, the profits generated by Firefly's summer season movies accounted for about half of the annual movie business profits. This showed the importance of the summer season to Firefly's movie business department. If the scale of next year's summer movies suddenly shrank to 1/3 of the previous year, Firefly's movie business would inevitably be greatly affected. For this kind of thing, keeping a close eye on Cameron would definitely not have any effect. In the end, it would only make him roar a little louder on the set. Eric quickly made up his mind. It was better to prepare in advance. Moreover, fortunately, it was only the beginning of 1995. If he realized this in the second half of the year, it would definitely be too late to prepare a film that could carry the 1996 summer season. Under Eric's personal decision, the director of The Matrix was quickly confirmed to be the Wachowskis. Eric also followed Kelly's suggestion and asked the Wachowskis to shoot a low-budget film in advance during the early preparation stage of The Matrix to hone their directing skills. The Wachowskis were screenwriters, and they happened to have a script called Wild Flowers that they wrote themselves. However, the script had been sold to an independent production company affiliated with Warner Brothers, and with Eric's personal coordination and Firefly's agreement to co-invest, Warner Brothers readily agreed to hand over the directing rights to the Wachowskis. The negotiations with Qualcomm continued, and the news inevitably leaked in the next few days. Several major telecommunications operators expressed their close attention, and even AT&T's senior executives called through Warren Buffett to ask Eric's intentions. Although Qualcomm's share price skyrocketed, under Firefly's tough attitude, Qualcomm's shareholders and board of directors gradually began to compromise. In Hollywood, the Golden Globe Awards ceremony was imminent. Eric paid little attention to this matter. In order to prevent Cameron's Titanic from being delayed and not having a film to release next summer, Eric began to busy himself with the selection of scripts. Mr. Williams, the story goes like this. An officer of the Marine Corps led his subordinates to seize a batch of gas bombs because he was dissatisfied with the American government's treatment of the dead soldiers. He also took a group of tourists hostage on a prison island that had been converted into a tourist attraction. He used this to threaten the American government to pay a ransom of $100 million to compensate the dead soldiers. The abandoned prison was once called Devil's Island and was known for its tight security. In the process of rescuing the hostages, the FBI discovered that a former British agent was the only criminal who had successfully escaped from Devil's Island, so the FBI executives lied to the agent that he would be blackmailed by the American government on the premise that he led special forces into Devil's Island to rescue the hostages. In Firefly Studios, in Eric's office, a thin middle-aged man described his script idea to Eric and made some gestures from time to time. Eric listened quietly, but Jerry Bruckheimer, who was sitting on the other side, kept nodding. When the middle-aged man finished, he said, "Eric, what do you think of David's idea?" "It's great, isn't it?" Eric smiled noncommittally and said to the thin middle-aged man, "Mr. Weisberg, you can go back first. If there is a result, someone will inform you." The skinny middle-aged man looked at Jerry Bruckheimer and said to Eric, "Mr. Williams, you can imagine that the role of the old British agent will be played by Sean Connery, and the first 007 will play the role of the British agent. It's very gimmicky. The chemistry expert can be given to Nicolas Cage, and the director can be John Woo. His directing style is very suitable for this script. If it's shot with this kind of style, the movie will definitely be a hit." And Eric still did not say anything. Jerry Bruckheimer frowned impatiently and said, "David, listen to Eric. You can go back first. I will call you in the afternoon." David Weisberg felt Jerry Bruckheimer's displeasure and did not dare to pester him anymore. He got up and left the office. When the office door was closed, Jerry Bruckheimer said to Eric, "Eric, can you tell me your thoughts now?" "Jerry," Eric spread his hands and said with a smile, "you know my rules. I don't want the incident of the Throat Cut Island script to happen again." Knowing that Eric was looking for a script, in just a few days, Firefly received a large number of scripts from the script agent. However, learning from the past, in order to send the script to Eric, the script owner had to sign a strict intent contract with Firefly. After confirming that Eric had chosen the scriptwriter would not be greedy and sell the script to other film companies at a high price. Today, Jerry Bruckheimer suddenly came to him with a scriptwriter and said that he had a good idea to recommend to him. Thus, the situation just now happened. Jerry Bruckheimer said, "Of course I know, and I also think that the incident was originally a trap that you set for Michael Eisner. Am I right?" Eric shrugged. Even if everyone guessed it, he would not admit it. Jerry Bruckheimer smiled knowingly and then explained, "I have bought this script, so don't worry. As long as Firefly agrees to invest, there will be no problems." "Jerry, you all seem to have overlooked a problem. So far, I still don't know the name of this script." I neglected that, but the name of the movie at the stage of the script is often undecided. Of course, David has already given this story a name. It's called Life Ending Island." "Well, Life Ending Island," Eric repeated and said with a smile, "that, David Weisberg just said that Sean Connery, Nicolas Cage, John Woo, and you, the gold producer. In that case, have you calculated the budget of the film?" Eric did not know how much Sean Connery's salary was in Life Ending Island in the original spacetime, But he happened to know that Sean Connery got his first $20 million salary in The Sky-Stealing Trap. Even if it was lower now, it would not be too low. Cage's current salary was also about $15 million US. John Woo had directed 3 blockbuster films, and the director's salary was also not less than $10 million US. Jerry Bruckheimer, the gold producer, definitely could not do without $10 million US. Then, just the salary of the main producer of this film would not be less than $50 million US. Jerry Bruckheimer calculated for a moment and said, "Eric, the cost of the lead actor in this film is a little high, but the film does not have many special effects and big scenes, so the budget should be able to be controlled within $80 million US." Eric did not know how much box office Life-Ending Island had earned, but this film was one of the first batch of imported films in China at that time, so the box office in North America and the global box office should not be too bad. Eric tapped on the armrest of his chair and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, Jerry, only $80 million US. And you know, Firefly does not have the habit of signing a salary bonus agreement, so this $80 million US is all the production expenses." When Jerry Bruckheimer reported this budget, he actually raised it a little. According to his estimate, the film could probably be completed with $75 million US. Eric was not like the senior executives of the film companies he had worked with, who deliberately took away a main producer or reduced the budget by $10 to $20 million US to give the producer a hard time, which made him feel very comfortable. He nodded and said, "No problem, Eric, I am quite familiar with Sean Connery. I can help to persuade him to join this project. As for Cage and John Woo, you'd better personally say hello." The two discussed the project in detail. Jerry Bruckheimer was about to leave when Eric joked, "Jerry, in the past few days, people who come into this office have left 1 or 2 script ideas. You're not planning to leave just like that, are you?" Jerry Bruckheimer laughed and remembered that he did not have any urgent matters to attend to. Eric said so he sat down again, crossed his legs, and said casually, "I do have a script here, but it's a little old-fashioned. It's a crime-action film that imitates the 2 police male leads in Lethal Weapon. I originally planned to sell it to Columbia for a little money, and the budget is only $19 million US. Are you interested in hearing it?" Eric narrowed his eyes slightly and said with the same smile, "Oh, what's the name of the script?" "Jedi Cop." The outline of the script is about a pair of detective partners with different personalities who accidentally switch identities in front of an important witness while investigating a case. In order to win the trust of the witness, they have to switch identities during the subsequent investigation. Jerry Bruckheimer didn't notice the subtle change in Eric's expression. Compared with David Weisberg, who was a little long-winded when introducing Fatal Island, Bruckheimer skillfully summarized the story in a simple and clear way. The simple details also showed the huge gap between a gold medal producer and an ordinary screenwriter. That's a good idea. The 2 detective partnership has been proven to be very successful in Lethal Weapon and Beverly Hills Detective. The selling point of switching identities also adds an element of innovation to the story. Jerry, have you chosen a director? When Bruckheimer heard Eric's words, he couldn't help but sit up straight and ask, "Eric, you're not interested in this story, are you?" In the original Spacetime, Michael Bay and Will Smith, 2 heavyweights in Hollywood, became famous. Although it was only a low-budget crime film, it was enough to prove how outstanding it was. Of course, Eric wouldn't let it go. He nodded and said, "Why not? This story is very attractive, and the cost is not high. Maybe it can achieve unexpected results." Bruckheimer put away his chatty expression and became serious. He answered Eric's question. "You know, the Jurassic Park 2 project has just been completed. I've only recently made time to prepare for the next stage of the work. I got the script last year and showed it to Firefly Studios. They felt that there were too many similar films, so they didn't pass it. I didn't intend to hand this script to you. Contact with Columbia has just begun. Now, except for the budget, there's no director, actors, and so on. Firefly's film business was mainly handled by several major studios. Except for a few key films each year, Eric personally decided and supervised the production, but other low-budget films were not paid much attention to by Eric. Hearing that the script had been rejected by Firefly, Eric did not have any dissatisfaction with the production department, and Bruckheimer did not blame Firefly for being blind. Being in Hollywood, everyone knew very well that the person in charge of the film studio had to select a few dozen to 20 films from a large number of scripts to shoot every year. It was impossible to be 100% sure of the potential of all the scripts. Many Hollywood films that had a bumpy production process but eventually proved to be a hit were basically passed around by all the film studios in the early stages. Moreover, if it weren't for the memories of his previous life, Eric might have thought that this script was too cliché. Even two of the most famous series, Lethal Weapon and Beverly Hills Detective, had already made a bunch of sequels, not to mention those that had been lost in obscurity. How about this? Forget about the collaboration with Columbia. I think we can think about this project and put it at the end of the year. Firefly has only confirmed a Christmas release, 101 Dalmatians. Maybe we can put this film on Thanksgiving. Eric, Thanksgiving release? Are you kidding? Bruckheimer said in surprise. He originally expected that for such a low-budget crime action film, it would be good enough to get an Easter release. Even if it was put in the cold autumn release, it would not be surprising. The summer release and New Year's release were not considered at all. Of course not, Eric said. However, I haven't seen the script yet, so this is just a preliminary idea. In the end, it still depends on the quality of the film after production. If the idea is good but the film is bad, then there will definitely be no Thanksgiving release. Bruckheimer said, I'll call someone and have the script sent over. Eric looked at his watch and said, that's good, but I have something else to do next. If the script is sent over, I can only read it at night. Bruckheimer was not in a hurry. Of course, you take your time. I'll prepare for Brave into Deadly Island first. Let's talk about it when we have time. After sending Bruckheimer away, Eric was still thinking about this matter. The Brave into Deadly Island and Jedi Cop he encountered today were both directed by Michael Bay in the original Spacetime. It seemed that it was time to bring the explosive Bay to Hollywood. In the original Spacetime, although Michael Bay had always been ridiculed as the explosive Bay and was one of the most hated directors of bad films by film critics, in fact, Michael Bay was the darling of the Hollywood studio. This was mainly because Michael Bay had never been profound. He shot commercial films wholeheartedly. Not only could most of his films bring profits to the studio, but what was even rarer was that he never exceeded the production budget and shooting cycle. He gave people the feeling of an alternative Hollywood office worker. Thinking of Michael Bay, his thoughts naturally could not avoid Transformers. Eric suddenly realized that the copyright of this super blockbuster series with unlimited potential had not been obtained yet. However, the fame of Transformers was too big. If he wanted to get the copyright, it would definitely take some twists and turns. Just as he wrote these things down one by one in his work memo, Eric heard someone knocking on the office door. Then Emily poked her head in. Eric, it's been a few days. You're not going to stand me up again this time, are you? Eric put away the memo, got up and smiled at Emily who was standing at the door. You don't have to be so ruthless. You even used the trick of blocking the door. You still dare to say that? I just asked you to help me watch the commercial and you can delay it for so long. Eric walked out with Emily and said, for your matter, I've turned down all my appointments this afternoon, but there are always situations that can't be avoided. It's not like you don't know how busy I've been recently. Other than the death postcards and rattlesnakes, I've been like the male lead in Robert Altman's The Big Player 135 calls a day. If I persist for a year, it'll be 50,000 calls. Emily obviously had not watched The Big Player. She curled her lips and said, how can it be so many? Eric looked at Emily and smiled. If it's just helping you watch the Victoria's Secret commercial, you can just bring the videotape to my office. You insist on me going to the post-production studio. Do you have other plans? Tell me in advance. Otherwise, I won't cooperate when the time comes. A guilty expression flashed across Emily's face, but she quickly said righteously, shouldn't a smart man pretend to be confused at the right time? That's Chris's obligation. I can't control it. I didn't have any expectations for you, Emily said. It's like this. We found a candidate director for this year's Victoria's Secret show. He's very good at commercials and MTV production. He's also won some professional awards. We've only worked together on one commercial and haven't decided whether to give him the Victoria's Secret show. So, I wanted you to help me watch it. Eric shook his head and smiled. No, I think the truth should be like this. He wants to change his career to film, but he lacks connections in Hollywood. You want him to produce the Victoria's Secret show, so you sold me out. Emily had a helpless expression on her face. Alright. I admit that you're a little smarter than Chris. Is that okay? Eric stopped joking and said seriously, let's make it clear first. It's just a meeting. I can't guarantee anything. If you promise anything in advance, you'll have to deal with it yourself. I'm not stupid. How can I give a promise in advance? Moreover, creating an opportunity to meet you is the dream of many people. He won't be stupid enough to ask for anything else. Oh, it seems so. I'm a big shot now. Eric shrugged and asked, what's the guy's name? Michael Bay. Oh. Ah? Eric had just nodded, but he subconsciously raised his voice. His tone was full of unconcealable surprise. Michael Bay. What's wrong? Nothing. I think I've heard of him somewhere, Eric explained, but he sighed in his heart. Is today the day of the explosion? In the original space-time, Michael Bay used to be the director of Victoria's Secret commercials. The female lead of Transformers 3 was born in the Victoria's Secret Angel. After Emily's introduction, Eric learned that Michael Bay was a little famous in the MTV and advertising circles at this time. He had won a series of MTV and advertising awards. However, even if an MTV or advertising director reached the pinnacle, his position in the industry was far less than that of a film director. Even the position of a TV series director was not as good. Just like stage actors and TV series actors would sharpen their minds to enter the big screen, there were few MTV or advertising directors who did not want to become film directors. The most successful people in Hollywood in this regard were Michael Bay and David Fincher. Firefly Cineplex's post-production center. Eric saw Michael Bay's advertising work for the first time in the viewing room. With the long-term training in the MTV and advertising industry, Michael Bay had developed a strong personal style in color control, rapid camera movement, and lens editing. Moreover, as long as you watched Michael Bay's movies, you would know that he was very good at showing the curvaceous beauty of the female body. The scene of Megan Fox leaning over the hood of the Bumblebee in Transformers was a scene that almost all male audiences loved to talk about. Cooperating with Victoria's Secret for the bra commercial was simply a match made in heaven. After watching the 1 minute and 30 seconds commercial, Eric did not find anything dissatisfactory except for the mediocre creativity. Moreover, the creative aspect of the commercial was not Michael Bay's area of responsibility. When the lights came on, Emily, who was sitting next to Eric, was most concerned about Victoria's Secret. She could not wait to ask, Eric, what do you think? Eric looked at Michael Bay, who was sitting on the other side of Emily and looking like he was all ears. He nodded and said, the color, editing, and soundtrack are all very good. If it was just a 5-minute TV commercial, this film would be enough. However, this commercial as a whole lacks creativity. The 1.5-minute commercial is just a series of stiff accumulation of a series of sexy elements. I can't find any focus at all. Emily said, we're just going to cut the TV commercial. However, Eric, do you have any ideas? This? Eric shrugged and said, you can look for an advertising company and slowly choose one. I don't have more time to help you with this. However, think about those big-name commercials that have lasted for a long time. You'll know how important creativity is. So, you'd better pay attention to it. Emily was a little unwilling, but she also knew that she could not ask for too much. Eric had already created a huge and influential Victoria's Secret commercial for Victoria's Secret. It was impossible for him to waste too much energy in this area. So, she leaned back and formally introduced, Eric, this is Michael Bay. Michael Bay quickly took the initiative to stand up and extend his hand to Eric. Mr. Williams, it's a pleasure to meet you. Eric stood up and shook hands with Michael Bay. He smiled and said, the camera technique in the commercial just now was very good. Emily said that you will take over this year's Victoria's Secret fashion show. She hopes that you can create another impressive underwear show. I'll do my best, Mr. Williams. After saying this, everyone got up and left the viewing room. They walked through the long corridor, intending to go to the conference room on the other side. Michael Bay followed the crowd and looked at Eric, who was whispering to Emily, Edward Razek, and the others in front. He was a little disappointed, thinking that this opportunity had passed. But after a while, he saw Eric turn his head and wave at him. So, he quickly walked forward. There's nothing else for us to do now. Follow me. After Eric finished speaking, he did not follow Emily and the others to the conference room. Instead, he turned to the stairs and went straight downstairs. Michael Bay didn't know what was going on for a moment. He stood there in a daze for a moment until Edward Razek patted him on the shoulder with an envious look. Only then did he realize what was going on. Surprised, he followed without hesitation. After several years of development, in addition to the overly large studio area, the office areas such as the Digital Domain Studio, the Cinema City Administrative District, and the Post-Production Center had been surrounded by trees. Eric left the Post-Production Center with Michael Bay and walked leisurely along the forest toward the Administrative District. From time to time, he nodded to the staff who greeted him. Michael Bay took a small step and followed Eric closely. He knew nothing about Eric's character. Although he wanted to show off, if Eric did not take the initiative to speak, he did not dare to say anything. He just secretly looked at the young man who had suddenly risen in Hollywood in recent years. Although he was a few years younger than himself, Michael Bay could clearly feel that Eric had a calmness that did not match his age. He knew that this was definitely not an illusion, but he could not find any reason to explain it. He could only attribute it to the natural halo brought about by power and wealth. The unreachable Hollywood director in his previous life was now following him like a follower. As a person of two lives, and after so many years, the impetuousness when he had just risen had disappeared. Eric did not have too much superficial sense of vanity. He just sighed inexplicably. As they approached the administrative building, Eric finally said to Michael Bay, Emily said that you have won many awards in music, MTV, and commercial production. I also watched your commercial just now. You put a lot of effort into it. So, if you want to make a movie, your foundation must be enough. Michael Bay did not expect everything to be so easy. He almost jumped up in excitement, but he immediately realized that Eric had not finished his words. He gathered his thoughts and continued to listen. Eric smiled and said, You must be waiting for but, right? Michael Bay grinned and agreed. Eric said, There is no but there is one thing. For last year's Victoria's Secret fashion show, I spent more than half a year personally planning it. The foundation has been laid, so the production of this year's Victoria's Secret fashion show will be much easier. But I hope you can spend at least 3 months on it. Mr. Williams, I promise, I will never let you down. Just call me Eric. It feels weird to hear people who are older than me call me that in such a serious manner. He walked into the administrative building and came to his office. Eric's secretary in the studio saw him come back. She handed him a file and said, Mr. Williams, Mr. Bruckheimer just sent this over. Eric took the file and pushed the door open. He did not go to the desk, but sat down on the sofa in the reception area. He motioned to Michael Bay to make himself at home and said, What would you like to drink? Ask Gina to make it. Michael Bay had just sat down. When he saw the secretary looking at him, he stood up slightly and said politely, Coffee, just coffee. The secretary nodded and walked out. She did not ask Eric anything. Obviously, she knew his personal habits. Eric opened the file. Inside were the scripts for Brave Island and Jedi Cop. He handed the script for Jedi Cop to Michael Bay. Eric opened the script for Brave Island. Michael Bay did not know what Eric meant, but he still opened the script and read it carefully. After more than 10 minutes, Eric roughly read the script for Brave Island. He glanced at Michael Bay. If the script could be delayed for a year and handed over to Michael Bay, the original director, it would be a good idea. But in order to make up for next year's summer break, this plan had to be put on hold. Sensing that Eric had stopped reading, Michael Bay looked up and sorted out the content of the script. He planned to deal with Eric's possible questions. Eric pressed the script for Brave Island on his knees and asked Michael Bay, What do you think of this story? Michael Bay thought that Eric was also reading the copy of the script for Jedi Cop. He nodded and said, "It combines the crime elements of Lethal Weapon and the comedy style of Beverly Hills Detective. It's very exciting. It will definitely be a very good film. In that case, I'll ask Gina to make a copy of the script for you. Take it back and study it. I'll contact you in 2 days to discuss the establishment of the crew." When Michael Bay heard these words, his mind buzzed. After confirming that he had heard correctly, he asked in disbelief, "Wait. Eric, are you saying that you want me to direct this film?" "Yes, or do you think that you still need to continue to gain experience in the advertising industry?" Michael Bay quickly shook his head and subconsciously tightened his grip on the script in his hand. No, Eric, I don't need any more experience. I can take this job." Although he felt that Eric's decision was a little hasty, Michael Bay would never take the initiative to question it. Instead, he agreed decisively. Eric smiled and said, "That's it then. However, I have to remind you of 2 things. First, as I said earlier, you need to make 3 months for the Victoria's Secret show. Therefore, you need to complete this film before August." There were still 7 months left. Michael Bay recalled the plot of the script he had just read. There were not too many big scenes or special effects, so he nodded and said, "No problem. You must think that my decision is a little hasty, or even reckless, right?" "No, absolutely not. It's okay if you really think so. However, the second thing you have to remember is that as long as the quality of the film is good, the film will be released on Thanksgiving. In addition, Jerry and I will personally be the producers. We all care about our reputation. If you mess it up, you can only continue to shoot advertisements." Michael Bay's heart trembled. The excitement he had just now completely cooled down. He originally thought that Eric's decision was a little childish, but after hearing these words, he realized that the script in his hand was definitely a project that Firefly attached great importance to. Otherwise, the 2 big names, Eric and Jerry Bruckheimer, would not personally be the producers, nor would they release the film on the popular Thanksgiving. If the film was messed up, the media would only rush criticism to the 2 big-name producers. However, as a rookie film director, he would not be able to survive in Hollywood anymore. Eric looked at Michael Bay, whose expression changed, and said, "How about it? Do you still dare to take this job?" Michael Bay wanted to think about it for a few days, but he realized that this kind of hesitation would only disappoint the young Hollywood mogul in front of him. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded decisively and said, "Eric, I'll take it." "Very good." Eric nodded with satisfaction and said, "There is one more thing that you can rest assured. If there are problems with the film in the future, the responsibility will not be on you. Jerry and I will not vent our anger on you. So, you just need to do your best." This endorsement made Michael Bay, who was nervous, suddenly relax a lot. He quickly nodded and said yes. Half an hour later, Michael Bay left the administrative building of the studio. Walking in the forest of the studio, he felt the film script in his hand. The excitement of the opportunity suddenly surged in his heart again. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. For a moment, Michael Bay completely ignored the increasing number of pedestrians on the road as it was approaching the end of the working day. He clenched his fist and laughed a few times. He took a few quick steps and jumped up to make a shooting pose. However, he still could not help but grin, so he left the main road and rushed to the lawn in the studio. He took out the Motorola mobile phone from his waist and dialed a number in his address book without caring who was on the other side. As soon as he heard the voice on the other side, he said loudly, "Hey, man, can you guess what I just encountered? I got the script, the movie script. I'm going to shoot the movie soon. Eric Williams personally handed the script to me." "Oh, Eric Williams, the one in Jurassic Park, haha, I'm going to, sorry, really sorry, no, I don't buy insurance, no, I don't buy car insurance either." Under Eric's strong insistence, the capital injection negotiations with Qualcomm were finally finalized on the day of the Golden Globe Awards ceremony on January 21st. Qualcomm's shareholders and management also understood that the sooner they reached an agreement with the powerful Firefly investment, the better it would be for the promotion of CDMA technology. Therefore, they did not ask for an exorbitant price because of Firefly's urgent attitude. They only asked that the final capital injection amount of Firefly be determined. According to Qualcomm's share price the day before the deal was reached. After the news of Firefly's contact with Qualcomm came out, Qualcomm's share price soared by 21% in just 1 week, reaching $23.80 per share. Firefly Investment finally needed to pay $238 million for the 10 million additional shares issued by Qualcomm. This price was far beyond Eric's range of affordability. Therefore, he personally rushed to San Diego from Los Angeles early in the morning. After the signing ceremony in the morning, Eric, Chris, Owen Jacobs, and other senior executives of Qualcomm went into the conference room to discuss the next step of the plan. It was already 5:00 in the afternoon after discussing in detail the lobbying strategy for telecom operators and the construction plan of Qualcomm's CDMA equipment factory. Chris and Owen Jacobs had already agreed to meet with the CEO of Verizon tomorrow. After the afternoon meeting, the two couldn't wait to board the plane to Verizon's headquarters in New York. Eric sent Chris and Owen Jacobs off and returned to Los Angeles with his entourage. Taking down Qualcomm, Eric once again placed an important chess piece in the rising high-tech industry. In the original spacetime, although Qualcomm was much more obscure than high-tech companies such as Cisco and Yahoo that once had their own heyday, in fact, Qualcomm was the most profound of these companies because it almost completely monopolized the mobile communication technology of the entire generation. Even if it accidentally encountered a day of decline, it could still rely on the licensing fees of thousands of patents in its hands to make a large profit every year. Thinking of this, Eric's thoughts could not help but turn to Cisco, Yahoo, Nokia, and AOL that were already owned by Firefly Investment. According to the original historical development process, except for Cisco, the remaining 3 companies would gradually decline in the next few years. Eric had once read an article about the sudden decline of Nokia. In the development process of these high-tech companies, they lacked neither funds nor technology. The fundamental reason for their decline was a major mistake in the direction of the company's development. As long as he could maintain enough control over the companies in his hands, Eric was confident that he would be able to lead these companies on the right path for at least the next 20 years with the advantage of being reborn. The black Rolls-Royce sped along the Pacific Rim Highway between Los Angeles and San Diego. The setting sun swayed on the distant sea level, dyeing everything in sight a magnificent orange red. In the car, Eric kept his eyes closed, deep in thought. Kelly, who was sitting beside him, did not disturb him. She quietly flipped through a document in her hand. After some time, Kelly noticed that Eric suddenly opened his eyes and straightened his body. She looked up and asked, "What's wrong, Eric?" Eric turned his head and asked Kelly, "I remember that a few days ago, I saw a merger proposal submitted by the senior management of Cisco. Do you still remember?" Kelly nodded. "Yes, they intend to acquire a network switching company in Seattle. The initial negotiation price is $1.9 billion, and they're using the method of exchanging shares. What's our shareholding ratio after this transaction?" Kelly thought for a moment and said, "Cisco's current stock market value is around $16 billion. After the merger, it will exceed $18 billion. Our shareholding ratio will drop from 23% to 25%. Eric shook his head. Although their shareholding ratio had dropped to 25%, Firefly was still the largest shareholder of Cisco. However, their control over the company would become weaker and weaker. Cisco had always maintained a strong position in the industry in his previous life, and Eric would not purposely interfere with the management of the company. However, he also realized that he could not continue to let Firefly's shares in Cisco dilute, even if these diluted shares would still be a huge fortune in the future. "We can't lower it anymore." "No, not only can we not lower it anymore, we have to increase our shareholding in Cisco again. Contact Chris tomorrow and ask the management of Cisco to change the method of this merger. Switch to a cash and shares method to ensure that our shares will not be diluted again. Also, discuss a plan to increase our shareholding. It's best if we can increase our shareholding ratio to 30%. Kelly was puzzled. "Eric, aren't you planning to invest in the telecommunications industry? Based on the current scale of Verizon and Sprint, any one of them agreeing to invest in Firefly would require more than $1 billion in capital, If we increase Cisco's shareholding ratio to 30% as you said, considering the premium, we might need to invest $2 billion. Furthermore, there might not be any investors willing to sell their shares. Eric could not help but be generous in his heart. That was $2 billion. It was more than 20 times the initial investment that Firefly had made in Cisco. However, they could only get less than 10% of the company's shares now. It seemed that the good days of picking up scraps were gone forever. However, considering Cisco's future value, the additional investment now was definitely worth it. Firefly Group had just experienced a profitable fiscal year. Eric was still lamenting about having too much money a few days ago. Now, he realized that if they wanted to continue expanding, the funds in their hands were still far from enough. In the past, it was not that Eric had not thought of making some large investments, but he always subconsciously felt that the returns were not high enough and was somewhat resistant. However, at this time, he also had a feeling of enlightenment. Always thinking of picking up scraps was definitely not the right way to think about investment, but speculation. Just like the war in the era of cold weapons, it was okay to occasionally use a few surprise troops to win a few battles with fewer troops. However, if one kept thinking of winning by surprise, one would only end up in a crushing defeat. Firefly Group's profits should be enough to cover these plans. Even if it's not enough, I will consider financing from other channels. You just need to do what you need to do. Kelly nodded and wrote down Eric's instructions in a memo. Looking out the window, they were about to enter downtown Los Angeles. She asked, Eric, the Golden Globe Awards ceremony should have started. Do you want to go to the Hilton Hotel? Outside the window, it was already dark. Eric looked at his watch. It was 7:30. With his status, even if he rushed over at this time, he wouldn't be stopped outside the banquet hall. However, there was really no need for that. Looking at the female assistant beside him, who was wearing a black suit and gave off an intellectual aura, Eric smiled and asked, I won't join in the fun. Is Nina at the boarding school today? Kelly blushed and nodded slightly. Then let's find a place to have dinner first and then go to your place. The female assistant pinched the corner of her clothes. Her cheeks were rosy and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Let's just go to my place. It's easy to be bumped into if we eat outside, no problem, I'll listen to you. Without a doubt, this has nothing to do with the movie. This is just another male victory. Braveheart, a self-righteous film full of fictional historical facts, has completely defeated Saving Private Ryan, which is 10 times, 100 times better than it. The reason is simply because the director of Saving Private Ryan is a woman. It also once again proves the deep-rooted sexism in Hollywood. In Hollywood, as long as you are a woman, even if you do something that a man might not be able to do, you still won't be recognized. In the end, I just want to ask, is this really going to continue? On the second day after the Golden Globe Awards ceremony, a well-known female commentator in the Los Angeles Times published such a strong comment in her personal column. It received a lot of media discussion about gender discrimination, and there was no lack of questions and discussions about the Golden Globe Awards' shady dealings. The cause of this incident was that at the 52nd Golden Globe Awards ceremony, the highly anticipated Saving Private Ryan lost to Braveheart in the 4 categories of Best Film, Best Director, Best Screenplay, and Best Score. Only Tom Hanks successfully won the Best Actor award. Although many professional film critics knew that Braveheart and Saving Private Ryan could be said to be on par artistically, instinctively, a large number of film critics still leaned towards Saving Private Ryan, which had a stronger cultural identity. Because there were no strong competitors, Tom Hanks winning the Best Actor award was almost certain. Before the awards ceremony, most people's discussion focused on the 2 categories of Best Film and Best Director at the Golden Globe Awards. After Saving Private Ryan failed to win anything, some people's original sense of identity turned into disappointment and doubt. Because of the gender of the director, Catherine, many feminists also angrily protested to the Golden Globe Awards committee, and even called on Hollywood actresses not to attend the Golden Globe Awards ceremony. Regarding the media's doubts, the Golden Globe Awards committee, like many times in the past, did not respond at all. This kind of questioning about the awards happened almost every year. As long as it did not get out of hand, not responding was the best way to deal with it. If they responded, it would make them look guilty and make the matter worse. A few days later, the list of nominees for the 67th Academy Awards was announced. Braveheart once again caused a heated discussion in the media. This time, the focus of the controversy was Mel Gibson's nomination for Best Actor. At the Golden Globe Awards, Braveheart's nomination for Best Actor had already made many film critics criticize Mel Gibson's performance. They thought that Mel Gibson's performance could only be considered passable, and there was still a long way to go before he could be nominated. Originally, most of the media thought that the Oscars would not rashly award Mel Gibson a Best Actor nomination like the Golden Globe Awards, but the reality made many people feel as if they had eaten a fly. The film critics had not finished expressing their anger over the injustice of the Golden Globe Awards. At this time, they did not hesitate to point their guns at the Oscars, and there was another round of discussion about the fairness of the Oscars. Of course, ordinary people did not know how much had happened during this period. They just paid attention to the debate with relish. As the popularity of the topic increased, more and more media outlets began to follow suit, trying to attract audiences or readers. Most people did not notice that with the heated discussion, Saving Private Ryan, which had been out of theaters for a long time, quietly sold 670,000 videotapes in the following week. The sales volume was equivalent to the total sales of the previous 2 weeks. In just 1 week, Firefly had earned $20 million in videotape sales. At the same time, the weekly box office of Braveheart, which was still in theaters, suddenly increased by 60% from $7 million before the Golden Globe Awards to $11 million. The cumulative box office easily broke through the $73 million mark. The brothers Wayne and Stan were naturally overjoyed, and their little tricks became more frequent. In the whole matter, the most bitter person was undoubtedly Mel Gibson. The discussion caused by the nomination for Best Actor, as well as the controversy about sexism in Hollywood, had infinitely reduced his hopes of winning Best Director to almost nothing. He has already received $18 million in salary, and in the future, he will take another 10% of the profits. Fox does not owe him anything. Harvey wanted to spread the news about his Jewish discrimination, but I stopped him. If it weren't for the fact that we are all Australians, I wouldn't have cared. In Beverly Hills, in Julia and Elizabeth's mountaintop mansion, Elizabeth was wearing a refreshing white shirt and jeans. She leaned against a beach chair next to the swimming pool with sunglasses on. She spoke to Eric, who was reading a script on another lounge chair. Eric turned a page of the script in his hand and just nodded, indicating that he heard. Elizabeth pouted with some dissatisfaction and said, "Eric, I heard that you hired 2 new directors and gave one of them The Matrix. Aren't you afraid of screwing it up?" "To be precise, it's 3, Eric corrected her casually. "Of course I know." "Well, the Wachowskis, what's so special about them?" Hearing Elizabeth's sneaky voice, Eric smiled and said, "Don't worry about them. The 2 of them, 3 of them, have signed an option contract with Firefly for 3 films. For at least 5 years, they will definitely not take on films from other companies. Of course, unless I take the initiative to let them go." Since he had decided to hire the Wachowskis and Michael Bay, Eric certainly would not give them the chance to leave after shooting a film that was popular at the box office. Instead, he signed a common option contract with the 3 of them in advance, which stipulated that they had to direct at least 3 films for Firefly before they could switch to other companies. Of course, in order to maintain a good relationship with the 3 directors with good potential for appreciation in the future, Eric did not stipulate a low director's remuneration in advance like many option contracts. Although Eric advocated for suppressing the super-high remuneration of Hollywood superstars, he would not let the main film creators only work but not receive the remuneration they deserved. A win-win situation was the fundamental principle of a virtuous circle in the industry. The option contract Eric gave was not harsh, and the Wachowskis and Michael Bay signed it without hesitation. Elizabeth thought that Eric was talking about the traditional option contract, so she snorted and said, "I think you're the greedy Jew that Mel Gibson said." Eric did not mind the racial ridicule at all. He shrugged and said, "Who knows? Don't all people in Hollywood want to be Jewish?" As the 2 were chatting, Julia quietly walked over with a plate of cut fruits and placed it on the small round table to Eric's right. She gently pushed Eric to the side and squeezed with Eric to lie down comfortably on the wide beach chair. Elizabeth said unhappily, "Julia, where's my fruit plate?" Julia put her arm around Eric's waist and twisted her body to find a more comfortable position. She felt Eric's heartbeat and the warm sunlight and said lazily, "You can do it yourself. TSK, you're like a cat, and a cat in spring." Julia ignored him. Eric smiled and touched Julia's face that was pressed against his chest. "Kitten, meow. Meow, ugh, you guys are disgusting." Elizabeth made a retching gesture and looked impatiently at the script in Eric's hands. "When are you going to finish reading it? What do you think? You know, I've never been interested in things that I'm not interested in. Is this script bad? I spent a lot of effort and specifically looked up a lot of information about small animals." The script in Eric's hands was the one that Elizabeth came up with in a short period of time after they saw a small squirrel in the open-air restaurant that day. It was an idea similar to robbing the nut shop. During this period of time, Elizabeth found a few screenwriters to write the story together. It's not bad, but it's not eye-catching at all. If you want to read it, I'll get someone to give you a copy of the script that Disney is preparing. I'll show you what imagination is. Elizabeth leaned hard on the recliner and said, "Since you don't like this story, why did you ask Chris Wedge from Blue Sky Studio to come over?" I looked at the resume of that studio. Although they have done some special effects for big-name movies, they have never set foot in the field of animation. They can't be compared to the people from Pixar, right? Eric closed the script in his hands and picked up a piece of apple from the fruit plate to eat. He said, "Although your story is average, they can use it to practice. They can make a short film to train the team. You might as well give me some of the people from Pixar, just like Disney Animation." Eric shook his head and said, "Don't think about Pixar. However, I'm not giving this studio to you. We'll split it equally. I've already thought about it. I'll leave 10% of the shares to the management, and Firefly and Fox will each take 45%. You already have 2 animation studios." Eric smiled and said, "If it weren't for some of the animation ideas that don't fit Disney's distribution style, I wouldn't mind having another animation studio under Firefly." "Wow, you greedy Jew." The taxi stopped on the side of the road at the top of Beverly Hills. Along the way, the driver chatted happily with the black-haired middle-aged passenger who was wearing a well-ironed suit. Looking at the luxurious mansion outside the window, the driver teased, "Buddy, I didn't expect your destination to be here. A mansion of this scale in Beverly Hills must be either a superstar or a top Hollywood producer. You are definitely going to be rich." Chris Wedge was also in a good mood. He was even a little excited. He responded to the driver's words with a smile on his face. After paying the fare, he turned around and walked toward the mansion with a briefcase. After confirming the house number again, Chris Wedge reached out and pressed the doorbell. He waited patiently, thinking about the phone call from a few days ago. All of this started in 1987. That year, Chris Wedge was just 30 years old. He resigned from an animation studio and founded Blue Sky Studio on the second floor of a dentist's office. After 8 years of development, although Blue Sky Studio was still far from being comparable to the tyrants in the digital field and industrial light and magic industries, it had a small reputation in the film and television special effects industry. It had more than 100 employees, and last year, it also took on a part of the CG special effects production for Game of Bravehearts. A few days ago, the producer of Game of Bravehearts, who was in charge of contacting Blue Sky Studio, suddenly called him and asked if he was interested in computer animation. Chris Wedge had always been envious of his former friend John Lasseter's success in 3D animation. He had tried something similar before, so of course, he nodded without hesitation. That was how today's meeting came about. A female voice came from inside the door. Chris Wedge felt that the voice was familiar. He didn't have time to think about it. He quickly replied. The door opened, and a tall girl with a slightly rosy face appeared in front of Chris Wedge. The girl's long blonde hair was a little fluffy and messy. She looked lazy. She was wearing a loose beige knitted sweater with a wide-open collar, revealing a small piece of fair skin on her shoulders. Although the hem of the knitted sweater was a little wide, it didn't hide the 2 slender legs wrapped in white skin-tight jeans at all. Chris Wedge was stunned for a moment. When the girl frowned slightly, he suddenly came back to his senses and said awkwardly, "Miss Robert, nice to meet you. I'm your fan." Chris Wedge said and raised his right hand slightly. He looked at Julia's slender hand that was holding the door handle. In the end, he was too embarrassed to reach out his hand. Eric and Liz are waiting for you. Come with me, Julia responded. She reached out and pulled her knitted sweater, then turned and walked inside. Chris Wedge followed Julia through the corridor and the courtyard. At this time, he calmed down and recalled the situation when he saw Julia just now. He realized that the A-list Hollywood actress was not in a normal state just now. It was a little bit like she had just woken up, a little bit like she was drunk, or more like she was a little high. Chris Wedge was sure that he didn't smell the alcohol just now. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Even the afternoon nap time had long passed, so it was impossible that she had just woken up. Chris Wedge couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. As he walked around the path, he saw 2 figures standing up and walking towards him from the swimming pool in front of the mansion. Chris Wedge quickly cast those messy thoughts aside. Thinking about these things wouldn't do him any good. It would be even worse if his master guessed his thoughts. Looking at the young man and woman walking over, Chris Wedge eagerly reached out his hand to Eric, who was walking in front. Hello, Mr. Williams. Hello, Chris. You can call me Eric. This is Liz. You two should have spoken on the phone. Of course, Miss Murdoch, it's nice to meet you. Chris Wedge smiled and shook hands with Elizabeth. The 3 of them sat down at the round table in the courtyard. Julia served the 3 of them coffee. She was not in the mood to participate in the conversation. Instead, she lazily walked to the beach chair next to her and lay down. She then flipped through a magazine. Although Chris Wedge was a little confused about the relationship between the man and the 2 women in front of him, he carefully controlled his gaze and tried not to glance at Julia, who was not far away. You and Liz must have talked about the general situation on the phone. I also saw the special effects you guys did for Alien 3, Brave Game, and other movies. They were very good. I also know that during the production of Brave Game, you tried to invest in an animated short film from Columbia, but it was unsuccessful, right? Chris Wedge nodded. Yes, Eric. The studio I worked at in the early years used to do the animation outsourcing project for Disney. I've always been very interested in animated films. Elizabeth asked, if it was an investment for an animated film, you should have looked for Firefly. Why did you contact Columbia? Chris Wedge smiled awkwardly and looked at Eric. He did not know how to answer. After Elizabeth said that, she immediately understood. Firefly already had the best 3D animation technology in the industry. Under normal circumstances, they would not be interested in Blue Sky Studio. Eric did not seem to hear Elizabeth's question. He directly talked to Chris Wedge about 3D animated films. Chris Wedge had been well prepared for the past few days. He skillfully responded to Eric's various questions. He even took out a set of pre-prepared storyboards and showed them to Eric. Even though they already had some technical experience, an animation studio still had to start with short animation films. Pixar had accumulated enough experience after continuously producing short films such as Jumping Lights and Tin Soldiers before they started to dabble in animated feature films. Half an hour later, Chris Wedge put away the sketches and said, Eric, this short film only needs an investment of $3 million USD. As long as we can get the funds, I promise to come up with a work that can prove our ability to control animated films within half a year. Eric shook his head and said, Chris, I don't plan to invest in Blue Sky Studio. Chris Wedge had a disappointed expression on his face. He thought that the short film script he had carefully prepared was not approved by Eric. However, Eric continued, I plan to buy Blue Sky Studio. Chris Wedge immediately raised his head. Eric, you mean buy? Eric nodded with a smile on his face. Yes, purchase. Although Chris Wedge was not in the Hollywood circle, he still knew a little about the relationship between Eric and Elizabeth. He had always thought that Fox was definitely more interested in Blue Sky Studio. Even if Fox wanted to buy Blue Sky Studio, it should be Elizabeth who spoke on behalf of Fox. However, after half an hour of communication, Chris Wedge realized that Eric still played a leading role in this matter. This made him feel confused again. At this time, Firefly already owned 2 animation studios, Pixar and Disney Animation. Even if Firefly wanted to continue to expand in the animation film industry, it should be limited to these two studios. Even though Chris Wedge knew that he would not refuse this acquisition offer, he still asked carefully, Eric, can I know why? Of course, Eric explained, although the rating of animated films has always been limited to PG-13 because of the audience, Disney still has a lot of creative ideas. But for Disney, there were still many good ideas that did not fit Disney's core values. If these ideas were released by Disney, it would damage Disney's established brand image. Therefore, I plan to take out these ideas and hand them over to an animation studio that is completely independent of Disney's system. Then, I plan to hand them over to other film companies for distribution. Chris Wedge asked, aren't there many other film companies under Firefly? Disney is a very important brand in Firefly's system. If Firefly's other film companies release animated films, the audience will naturally associate it with Disney. What I want is to completely separate them. Chris Wedge nodded and looked at Elizabeth. He said, so, Eric, what are the acquisition conditions? In order to show our sincerity for long-term cooperation, we don't plan to fully acquire them. Firefly and Fox will each pay US $5 million for 45% of Blue Sky Studios shares. You can continue to keep 10% of the shares. In addition, Firefly will support Blue Sky Studio in terms of animation technology. The animated films produced by the studio in the future will be distributed by Fox. The offer price of US $10 million for 90% of the shares was far lower than Chris Wedge's expectations. After all, this studio was his 8 years of hard work. However, Eric's promise to provide technical support to Blue Sky Studio immediately made Chris Wedge less hesitant. After all, the top 3D animation technology in Firefly's hands was not something that could be bought with money. This was the fundamental reason why Firefly was able to monopolize the 3D animation film market in recent years. After thinking for a moment, Chris Wedge nodded decisively and said, Eric, I agree to this deal. Very good, I hope we can cooperate happily in the future. Eric stood up and shook hands with Chris Wedge. The two sat down again and Eric began to talk about his detailed plan. They talked until sunset, and Chris Wedge took the initiative to leave. The specific acquisition contract would be negotiated in more detail in the coming days. After sending Chris Wedge off, the two returned to the swimming pool. Elizabeth looked at Julia, who was still lazily leaning on the beach chair, and said, Eric, look at her. Chris Wedge just glanced at Julia more than once. I think he must be guessing that Julia seems to be high. If this gets out, it will be big news. Julia suddenly seemed to come alive. She threw the magazine in her hand at Elizabeth and retorted, You're the one who's high. I'm just a little tired. Haha, come on, let me check if you're really tired, Elizabeth said and pounced on Julia to grab her waist. However, Julia nimbly raised her foot and kicked her. Splash, Elizabeth was not prepared for this and her body tilted and fell into the pool. Ah, sob, Elizabeth, who was kicked into the pool by Julia, quickly poked her head out and leaned against the side of the pool. She said angrily to Julia, But I'm not going to live with you anymore, you vicious woman. You murdered your husband. Eric smiled and pulled Elizabeth out of the pool, urging her to change her clothes. He turned around and sat down on the beach chair that Julia was lying on. He reached out and put the girl on his lap. Julia, who had just regained her energy after being teased by Elizabeth, felt Eric's hand movements and softly moaned a few times. She was like a cat that had its bones removed, and quickly returned to her lazy and sleepy state. Elizabeth came back after changing her clothes and wiped her wet hair with a big towel in her hand. She looked at Julia, who was lying on Eric's body. This time, she did not provoke this cat that was about to flip out at any time. She sat down next to him and said, Eric, you've been talking about ideas for animated movies that don't fit Disney's style of distribution. Do you already have an idea? Eric picked up the magazine in Julia's hand and casually flipped through it. He said, I read a completely anti-fairy tale album some time ago. The author is William Steiger. You can start to get the adaptation rights for this album soon. What? You didn't say it clearly. Eric smiled and said, You'll know when you buy a copy tomorrow. That album is basically a complete reversal of Disney's fairy tales, but I think it's very interesting. It can be made into a special animated movie, but this animated movie can't be distributed by Disney or any of the film companies under Firefly. Otherwise, the brand image that Disney painstakingly created will be greatly affected. That's why I came up with the idea of forming an animation studio that is separate from Firefly. Elizabeth became interested. Oh, what's the name of this album? Eric said, Shrek. In the original Spacetime, DreamWorks Shrek was an animated movie made by Katzenberg after he left Disney in a fit of anger. It could be seen from the quality of the movie that the investment was not high, and the production was very rough. But unexpectedly, this low-budget animated movie that spoofed Disney's fairy tales unexpectedly became a box office hit. It even took the #1 box office in North America that year, and it also revived DreamWorks Animation, which was in imminent danger. Now, Katzenberg did not leave, and DreamWorks Animation had changed. Eric was almost certain that if he did not intervene, an alternative 3D animated movie like Shrek would not even appear in this world again. Recently, in order to find a project for next year's summer for Firefly, Eric had combed through some of the movies in his memory and naturally thought of this. Although Shrek, Ice Age, and other series had achieved box office results that were not inferior to Disney's animation in his previous life, these animated movies had deviated from the core spirit of Disney's animation. Moreover, the market for 3D animated movies was far from saturation. If he cooperated with Fox to take over Blue Sky Studio, not only would he be able to place animation projects that were not suitable for Disney into Blue Sky Studio, but he would also be able to maintain Firefly's influence over Fox through cooperation with Blue Sky Studio. Thinking of this, Eric thought of another matter. He said to Elizabeth, Liz, there's one more thing. Since you have Blue Sky Studio, are you interested in buying a toy company? Elizabeth was puzzled. Toy company? Why? In the future, the animation produced by Blue Sky Studio will definitely be related to it. Elizabeth stared at Eric for a few seconds, then curled her lips and said, You're talking nonsense again. Not many people would buy a restaurant just to eat steak, right? Okay. Eric smiled and said, Actually, it's because of the copyright in the hands of this toy company. You know Hasbro, right? Transformers, Elizabeth blurted out, but she immediately perked up. You mean Transformers? Eric nodded. You see, when I mention Hasbro, you immediately think of Transformers. This shows how popular this toy series is. If it's developed into a live-action movie, its potential will definitely be limitless. But we don't have to buy Hasbro. Can't we just buy the copyright of Transformers? Of course not. Copyright always has a time limit. Hasbro won't be stupid enough to sell the permanent copyright to you. Therefore, we can only buy Hasbro once and for all. After a few more years of development of special effects technology, I believe that the value of the copyright of Transformers will not be much lower than that of Star Wars. You're exaggerating. What movie copyright can compare to Star Wars? Elizabeth almost subconsciously shook her head. The influence of Star Wars was deeply ingrained in the minds of Westerners. Even Julia, who was lying on Eric's lap, shook her head gently. However, Elizabeth quickly reacted. If this sentence was said by anyone else, it would naturally not be credible. However, it was different when it was said by Eric. Eric, you can't be serious, right? Eric nodded firmly. Do I look like I'm joking? Elizabeth's eyes darted around. Then why doesn't Firefly buy Hasbro themselves? Eric shrugged and said, Firefly is too big of a target. If we make a move, not only will other people jump out to fight for it, Hasbro will also demand an exorbitant price. My plan is similar to Blue Sky Studios. Fox is in the light, Firefly is in the dark. Let's buy Hasbro first, then we'll split it 50-50. How about that? Elizabeth blinked shrewdly. What if I don't plan to split it with you? Eric pretended to be fierce and clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles. Then I'll have to use force. Elizabeth was not frightened by Eric's actions at all. Julia, on the other hand, affectionately pulled Eric's fist to her cheek and rubbed it. She whispered, Eric. Elizabeth looked at Julia with an expression as if she could not stand it. I think you should drag her into the house and beat her up first. Eric helplessly pulled Julia up and gently spanked her butt. Stop pestering me. Go make dinner. Okay, what do you want to eat? Whatever's in the fridge. Looking at Julia fluttering away, Elizabeth shrugged and returned to the previous topic. Since Eric looked so confident, she no longer doubted him. She asked, "How much does this company cost?" "I've checked. Hasbro's current market value is $2.9 billion US. If it's a friendly acquisition, it should be around $3.5 billion US. Even if it's a hostile acquisition, it shouldn't exceed $4 billion US. Also, I think with Fox's influence, the possibility of a friendly acquisition is still very high. But, it's $3 to $4 billion US. Elizabeth wanted to back out again. "Eric, I think we should buy the copyright of Transformers first and try to extend the copyright period. Is 20 years enough?" Eric shook his head and said, "Hasbro's operating condition is very stable. In recent years, the net profit has been around $200 million US. After the acquisition, with Blue Sky Studios' peripheral licensing and Hasbro's perfect toy production and distribution system, there will definitely be a lot of room for improvement in the future. Coupled with the huge potential of the Transformers copyright, it can be said that Hasbro is a company that is seriously undervalued. After the acquisition, even if we don't develop the film and television rights, we can recover all the investment in 10 years. If it weren't for the fact that Firefly has too many plans to carry out in recent years, I would definitely do it myself." Before Eric's rebirth, the global box office of the first 4 movies in the Transformers series was close to $4 billion US, and the peripheral profits generated by the movies were even more immeasurable. In his memory, after Disney took over Pixar, Marvel, and Lucasfilm, they also made an acquisition offer to Hasbro. However, Hasbro's price was too high, and the most important Transformers copyright was also in the hands of Paramount, so the deal was not completed. In recent years, special effects films had become more and more dazzling in Hollywood. Eric believed that someone would soon notice the Transformers copyright. If he did not get it in advance, he would only regret it when the time came. The longest Hollywood copyright authorization was 20 years, but Eric knew that 20 years later, Transformers would still be filming. Even if the production date was brought forward in this time and space, with the popularity of Transformers, the series would definitely exceed that of Harry Potter. Then, 20 years of copyright authorization was far from enough. What's more, Hasbro would definitely not agree to sell Transformers for 20 years. Instead of suddenly encountering the risk of losing control of the copyright when the Transformers series was at its peak in the future, it was better to completely take over the company at this time. The reason why this cake was shared with Fox was that, on the one hand, Firefly already owned Marvel's copyright gold mine, which was enough to develop for decades. There were also many animation and live-action film copyrights that could be developed. Even if they wanted to take all the profits, it was impossible to have enough time and schedule for release. On the other hand, Firefly's own development had reached a limit. Because of the restrictions of anti-monopoly and other factors, Firefly could no longer merge with other film companies with great fanfare. The way of cooperation became the best way for Eric to penetrate into the entire Hollywood system. In this way, while earning profits, Eric could also expand his control over Hollywood step by step. Just like MGM at this time, with the cooperation of many film projects, Eric's invisible power in this film company was not even lower than its CEO. If Eric spoke, MGM's major shareholder, Credit Lyonnais, would definitely not hesitate to replace the person at the helm of MGM. Large-scale mergers and acquisitions involving an amount of US $4 billion were far from what Elizabeth could decide. Even Murdoch had to consider it carefully. Although News Corporation had always been firmly in the hands of the Murdoch family, this was mainly because of Murdoch's excellent management ability that continuously brought profits to the shareholders. If Murdoch insisted on doing things his own way, the shareholders would definitely turn against him. After hearing Eric's idea of acquiring Hasbro from Elizabeth, Murdoch flew from New York to Los Angeles and spent a whole day discussing the matter with Eric. However, the outcome of the discussion was not satisfactory. News Corporation had always been focused on the media industry and had not been involved in other fields for decades. Hasbro was a toy company that had little to do with the media. Although the prospects described by Eric were very tempting, Murdoch was not a time traveler like Eric, who had seen the box office miracle of Transformers with his own eyes. Just based on the pie that was described, the old man still chose to reject it very cautiously. The final outcome of the discussion was that Fox would buy the copyright of Transformers first. In the next few years, Firefly could launch the acquisition of Hasbro on its own, and then the two sides would jointly develop a big movie. In the evening, Eric and Murdoch walked out of the Sharp Corner Manor side by side, followed by Katzenberg, Elizabeth, and Kelly. Murdoch had to fly directly back to New York later. Elizabeth, who was on the other side of Murdoch's luxury car, made a phone call gesture to Eric and followed in. As a filial daughter, of course, she had to personally send her father to the airport. Watching Murdoch's car leave, Katzenberg, who was standing next to him, said to Eric, "If Fox can make Transformers show the kind of profit you described, I guess Murdoch will definitely not hesitate to merge with Hasbro, or even cooperate with us." Unfortunately, he doesn't have this confidence. "Eric, I don't think this matter needs to be so troublesome at all. We can buy Hasbro alone now. We have enough funds in Firefly's account. Jeffrey, give up on this idea for the time being. I have already told you my thoughts in recent years." Eric shook his head with a smile and said, "Moreover, Firefly is now a giant far ahead of other media groups in Hollywood. We should slow down." Katzenberg didn't seem to be arguing with Eric. He knew that it was time for Firefly to slow down. In recent days, Firefly's 1994 annual financial report was released. Firefly's film, TV, peripherals, theme parks, and other business sectors had achieved a huge operating income of $18.7 billion US. Although it was regrettable that it did not exceed $20 billion US, it had already stunned many people. At the same time, the group's annual net profit was $1.67 billion US. The two figures had increased by 62% and 40% respectively compared to 1993. This was mainly due to the acquisition of ABC TV last year, which had increased Firefly's operating income by $7.5 billion US. After the acquisition of ABC, after nearly a year of business integration and redundancy, Firefly estimated that the 1995 annual revenue and net profit would exceed $20 billion US and $2 billion US, respectively. Such strong revenue and profitability had left the other competitors in Hollywood far behind. The most obvious comparison was Time Warner, who had been steadily suppressing Firefly a few years ago. Although Time Warner had been secretive about their financial information for 1994, Eric had already seen the relevant information at the first instance. In 1994, Time Warner's film business only brought in $3 billion US of revenue for the group, which was a 40% decrease compared to 1993. Warner Bros. Entertainment's highest-grossing film, The Ultimate Witness, only earned $105 million US, which was far lower than Firefly's North American box office, The Lion King, which grossed $310 million US. Its global box office share was also far from Firefly's. Dragged down by the sluggish film business, the entire Time Warner Group's 1994 annual revenue was only $8.3 billion US, far surpassed by Firefly by a whole $10.4 billion US. Furthermore, compared to Steve Roth, Firefly had always maintained a stable business. Last year, Time Warner had its first loss in recent years. Although the amount of loss was only $91 million US, which was not worth mentioning compared to the $8.3 billion US in revenue, it was already a very dangerous signal, indicating that the loss of Steve Roth was imminent. Time Warner had already begun to decline. Other than Time Warner, Paramount's parent company, Viacom, Fox's parent company, News Corporation, and Universal's parent company, MCA, were far from comparable to Firefly. Columbia's parent company, Sony, was much stronger than Firefly, but after Columbia's $2.1 billion US asset write-down at the end of last year, the market value of Columbia Pictures had already fallen below $3 billion US, which was not even one-tenth of Firefly's valuation by the media. As for MGM, it was even less of a presence. It could be said that Firefly was completely at the top of Hollywood at this time. Recalling these exciting data in his mind, Katzenberg could not help but look at Eric next to him. Everything that Firefly had today was due to this young man who had a keen eye in the film and television media. Although Eric had increasingly let go of the management of Firefly Group, everyone in the Firefly Group knew in their hearts that Eric was the soul of Firefly. Without him, there would never have been the miraculous rise of Firefly today. Although he was the CEO of Firefly Group, Katzenberg had always been very clear that he was better at micromanagement. He was definitely not as good as Eric in terms of judgment and control in the general direction of the group's development. Whether it was the acquisition of Disney or the merger of ABC last year, Eric's crazy acquisition moves had been questioned. Many people speculated that Firefly, which had a shallow foundation, might collapse because of this overly violent expansion. But in the end, Firefly not only swallowed these two industry giants, but also successfully integrated these two companies into Firefly's system. At this time, Eric made the decision to suspend expansion not only because his investment in the internet and other high-tech industries had absorbed a large amount of funds from Firefly Group. Although two large mergers and acquisitions were successfully completed and initially digested, the two large-scale mergers still caused some problems within Firefly that would take several years to solve. The reason why these problems did not erupt was entirely because Firefly's strong profitability temporarily offset all kinds of contradictions. After Murdoch left, Katzenberg was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he returned to the villa with Eric and talked about the recent headache-inducing matter within ABC. After the 3 hours of prime time from 8 to 11 o'clock, NBC and CBS both have late-night talk shows. The Tonight Show with Leno brings in $150 million a year in profits. The Late Show with David Letterman made an annual profit of $50 million, but ABC's 11 o'clock news program Nightline only made an average of $10 million a year. We used to have no good options, but lately, David? Letterman's contract with CBS was about to expire, and Roberts suggested that he be poached to ABC. Letterman was also very tempted by this suggestion. Our primetime program's viewership is very strong, and it can play a very good role in guiding his talk show. But as soon as Robert made the suggestion, David Cameron, the president of the news division, said, "What?" Weston barged into his office and quarreled with him. The two of them almost fought. The news department was an independent and complete department under ABC. It was responsible for the production of all the news programs on ABC. The profit margin of news programs had always been very low. In recent years, only CNN had broken this rule. However, the news department was the most important media channel for a media company. This kind of national media control tool was definitely not measured by profits. Even if they were operating at a loss, the major television networks would not easily eliminate their news programs. When Katzenberg mentioned the late-night news program, Eric didn't get excited just because of the huge profit gap between Nightline and the late-night shows on NBC and CBS. Instead, he asked cautiously, "Robert and David, the president of the news department, are you sure? What is the conflict between Robert and Weston? Also, bringing in David Letterman? If it's the Late Show with David Letterman, what about Nightline?" Katzenberg replied, "This is mainly because David is worried that once Nightline is eliminated, it will be the fuse that will cause the headquarters to shrink the news department. Besides Nightline, the news department has several other news programs with low ratings. If all of these programs are eliminated, the number of staff and budget of the news department will be reduced by at least 30%. The news department has always been a complete system, so it is difficult for the management of the department to accept that the original stable state is suddenly broken. As for Nightline, Robert's plan is to delay the news program by an hour and put it after the late shows. Delaying it by an hour is a terrible idea. It would be better to just cut it off. If I were David, I would probably have a falling out with Robert too." Eric shook his head and smiled. Nightline's original broadcast time was 11 o'clock p.m. Delaying it by an hour and airing it in the wee hours of the morning, it would completely enter the TV station's garbage time. After considering it for a moment, Eric said, "You personally call David? Talk to Weston about this matter. Don't drag it out and aggravate the conflict. Just say that it is my promise. The headquarters will not make any large-scale changes to the news department. Even if Nightline is eliminated, the news department will not have any large-scale layoffs." Katzenberg asked, "What about the extra staff?" Eric thought for a while and said, "There are already two major professional news channels in the industry, Fox News and CNN. Professional news channels need to scale up to be profitable. The reason why Fox News can rise so quickly is because of the media resources of the entire news corporation all over the world. We don't have any advantage in this aspect, so we won't do ABC News Channel. However, there is no professional news website on the internet. I think we can start from this aspect. Although ABC's news department can't support a 24-hour news channel, it is more than enough to set up a professional news website. Carson asked, Eric, isn't Yahoo a news website? Eric shook his head and said, Yahoo is a comprehensive information platform. The news section is only a small part of Yahoo's business. Yahoo will produce some content, but most of the information comes from the internet. It's like an online supermarket that distributes content from other websites. Katzenberg nodded as if he understood. He made up his mind to go back and study the relevant information. Eric said again, the internet is likely to be the main media channel in the future. Let David Weston pay attention to this matter. Weston took this matter seriously. If there were any problems with the construction of the website, he could contact Yahoo for help. Back then, when Ted Turner CNN was founded, many people thought that CNN didn't have any profit prospects at all. In the end, the cake that should have belonged to the major television networks was given to this latecomer. The situation now is very similar to that time. Almost no one has noticed the potential of professional news websites on the internet. ABC has entered the scene early, and it might be able to reach the heights of CNN in reality. Eric was very clear about the future of the internet. Compared to search engines, e-commerce, and other fields, news websites didn't have much profit prospects. More importantly, they could be used as a tool for online public relations. This was what Eric valued the most. However, he wouldn't say it out loud. Otherwise, the news department wouldn't have put in so much effort to develop this business. The most important purpose of Eric's proposal was to provide another development direction for the news department and resolve the internal conflicts caused by the adjustment of Nightline and other businesses. However, Katzenberg was a little excited by Eric's proposal. At this time, the internet wave had begun to rise. As the head of a media group, Katzenberg was also exposed to more and more relevant information. Creating a news channel to compete with CNN in reality was something that Katzenberg knew that ABC definitely didn't have. However, if he could seize the opportunity and create a professional news website on the internet that was not inferior to CNN in reality, it would also be a very fulfilling thing. Eric, if this is the case, I will take time to personally take charge of the ABC News website. With this business, David shouldn't make any more trouble, and the adjustment of Nightline can be carried out smoothly. Feeling Katzenberg's complacency, Eric didn't want to discourage him. He thought about it and said, how about this? Firefly can set up another subsidiary company to be responsible for the affairs of the news website. It will be easier to go public in the next few years. Eric, why do you want to go public? Haven't you always been against it? Katzenberg asked curiously. Going public was, of course, to make money. Under normal circumstances, the profit prospects of news websites were not clear, and it was almost impossible to go public alone. However, the next few years would be different. With the rise of the internet wave, any internet concept company would be sought after by investors. Eric didn't expect the ABC News website to achieve much operating income, but if he didn't take advantage of the internet bubble to make a big profit in the financial market, it would be a waste of his prophetic advantage. However, Eric couldn't tell Katzenberg what he was thinking, and he didn't want to talk nonsense. He only said, Jeffrey, I can't explain it to you now, but you'll understand in a few years. This was not the first time Katzenberg had heard Eric say something like this. Later, Eric was often right, so he no longer questioned Eric. Instead, he continued to ask Eric about his specific thoughts on the establishment of the news website. They chatted until the sun sank into the sea level outside the glass curtain wall. Katzenberg and Kelly then said goodbye and left together. Eric looked at the time. There was an Oscar reception for Saving Private Ryan in the evening, so he went upstairs to change into a suit and hurriedly left Malibu for Beverly Hills. The venue of the PR reception was in the luxury area in the northwest of the Hollywood Open Air Theater in Beverly Hills. Eric had just arrived outside a mansion when he saw the familiar white BMW sedan in front of him. Bigelow had just handed the car keys to the valet and was about to walk into the mansion when he saw the black Rolls-Royce driving over. He glanced at it subconsciously. Eric rolled down the window and waved outside. Catherine smiled and nodded. She stopped and waited for Eric to get out of the car. "Carter, you can get off work now. You don't have to wait for me here," Eric said to the driver before getting out of the car. He then got out of the car with a box. Catherine stepped forward and hugged Eric gently. When she saw Eric's car leave directly, a trace of doubt flashed through her eyes, but she did not say anything. She just looked curiously at the square box in Eric's hand. "Do I have to bring a gift?" "That's bad. I thought I didn't need it, so I didn't bring it." "Of course not." Eric shook his head and looked Catherine up and down. The last time they met was last year during the project discussion on Band of Brothers. Unfortunately, because the project budget of Band of Brothers was too high and the theme was not suitable for a public television station like ABC, most of the executives opposed it in the end. Eric did not insist and could only put it aside for the time being. Because he had been too busy in the past few months, he had only spoken to Catherine occasionally on the phone. After not seeing her for a few months, Catherine still did not change at all. She was wearing a simple black corset dress, black high heels, and a simple red string around her wrist. Just by standing there, she still gave off a quiet and restrained feeling. Catherine felt the change in Eric's eyes. Although they had not seen each other for a long time, after experiencing it so many times, it had almost become a conditioned reflex. She subconsciously wanted to take a defensive posture. However, Catherine quickly noticed that Eric's eyes did not have the aggressive look that she remembered deeply. She relaxed a little, but she inexplicably felt a faint sense of loss. Such an outstanding man like him, what kind of woman can't he find? He must have already. Such a thought involuntarily popped up in her mind, but halfway through, she quickly extinguished it completely. A trace of imperceptible panic flashed across her face, and her eyes dodged as she said to Eric, "Let's go in." Eric raised the box in his hand. "Don't you want to know what's inside?" "What is it?" "I'll tell you after the banquet, but I can reveal some things first. This is a gift for you." "Gift?" Catherine paused and looked at Eric. "A gift for me?" Eric just smiled faintly and raised his arm slightly. "All right, let me keep you in suspense. Let's go in." Catherine looked at Eric's raised arm and hesitated whether she should do anything. "Don't tell me you won't even give me this much face?" "I'm a man. It hurts my self-esteem." In the end, Catherine reached out to hold Eric, but she seemed to be unwilling to give up and added in a low voice, "Little man." After Catherine finished speaking, she couldn't help but chuckle. She felt as if she had returned to a few years ago when the two of them got along in the 60 Soho Hotel in Manhattan. Then, Catherine thought of the white scarf. It turned out that he had already given her a gift. That scarf was still quietly placed in her closet at this time. Occasionally, when she went to some cold places, she would take it with her. However, she rarely realized that it was a gift from someone, as if it had become an inconspicuous part of her life. Eric felt the woman leaning slightly on his body relax, and joked, "You know, Catherine, in some stories, the woman who often calls a man beside her little man often ends up in a miserable state." Catherine's character determined that she wouldn't be interested in certain types of movies and literature. When she heard Eric's words, she asked seriously, "Miserable, why?" Eric felt the woman's somewhat naive gaze and coughed dryly. He didn't answer directly, but nodded again and said with certainty, "Yes, very miserable." Perhaps because Eric's expression was too serious, Catherine didn't think about it at all. She just curled her lips and said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Male chauvinist. The people in the villa received the notice and came out to greet them. Eric and Catherine stopped chatting and focused on dealing with these people. However, it was mainly Eric who brought Catherine to socialize. Catherine had no experience in such gatherings. When she was surrounded by too many people, she would even show an expression of discomfort. This cocktail party was arranged by Eric and Francis Coppola? Coppola had contacted him, and through many collaborations, Eric's relationship with the Coppola family had always been quite good. Since it was a public relations cocktail party, it naturally couldn't be held with great fanfare. The mansion on the mountainside was scattered inside and outside, and there were only about 20 guests. Many of them were middle-aged and elderly people similar to Coppola's age. The aging of the Oscar jury was already a well-known fact. Of course, the guests weren't all directors, actors, producers, and Hollywood outsiders. There was no music in the hall, and there weren't many waiters shuttling back and forth. There were a few long tables on the lawn filled with buffet food and drinks. Everyone gathered in small groups and chatted in low voices. Since they had agreed to come, it was equivalent to making some implicit promises, so there weren't many people who directly talked about the Oscars. Eric brought Catherine to socialize in the crowd and came to the long table on the lawn, intending to take some food and rest for a while. Just as they were chatting in low voices, Coppola came over with a bearded middle-aged man in his 50s. Eric, Catherine, let me introduce you. This is Terrence Malick. Merrick, Tyrone, this is Eric, and this is Catherine. Hello, Mr. Malick. You can call me Eric. Eric raised his eyebrows slightly and shook hands with him calmly. After they greeted each other, Coppola pointed to the round table next to the mansion's pool and said, Eric, shall we talk over there? Of course. Eric smiled and nodded. He couldn't help but look at Terrence Malick again. Malick had a vague guess in his heart. Terrence Malick? Malick used to be one of the famous directors in the 1970s. His Day in Paradise won the Best Director award at the Cannes Film Festival. After Day in Heaven, Malick suddenly retired for some unknown reason. It had been almost 20 years since then. In the original Spacetime, Terrence Malick? He would return in 1998 and direct a war film released in the same year as Saving Private Ryan. There were two common translations of the war film's title. The more artistic one was called The Thin Red Line. The more popular one was called Red Alert. The four of them sat around a round table, and Coppola said to Eric and Catherine, It's like this, Tyrone has been preparing a James Jones movie all these years. The script has been written for a World War II movie based on Jones' novel, but he hasn't been able to find a suitable director. Because I filmed Apocalypse Now, he still hopes that I can direct, but I don't have enough energy to deal with this kind of war movie. After watching Saving Private Ryan, Tyrone thinks that maybe Ms. Bigelow can give it a try. Eric and Catherine were interested in James? Jones was no stranger to them. James? Jones used to be the screenwriter of another classic film about the Normandy landing, The Longest Day. In order to prepare for Saving Private Ryan, the two of them found this film and watched it together. Hearing what Coppola said, Eric was basically certain that Tyrone Malick was working on the movie that Malick was preparing was Red Alert in his memory. In the original Spacetime, Red Alert was only released in 1998. Eric guessed that it should be Terrence? Malick had not been able to find a suitable director, so he had no choice but to do it himself. Moreover, not only was Red Alert released in the same year as Saving Private Ryan, but it was also in the running for the 1999 Oscars. Unfortunately, there was no clear winner between the two films. Both films lost to the Weinstein brothers' Shakespeare's Love, which was the pinnacle of Oscar publicity. Catherine heard Coppola's introduction and turned to Tyrone Malick. Malick said, Tyrone, can you give us a brief introduction of this script? Of course, James Jones? Although Jones' original novel is not an autobiography, it is basically based on his experience when he was serving in the Guadalcanal Island in the South Pacific. You can read the original novel later because I've made major changes to the plot of the original novel. Compared to Saving Private Ryan, which explores the value of war, my script hopes to analyze the impact of cruel war on human nature. The story mainly revolves around a unit called Charlie Infantry Company. Eric felt that Catherine's attention was getting more and more focused. She quickly ignored him and Coppola and talked to Tyrone Malick as if no one else was around. Malick discussed it in detail, and he knew that the woman was fascinated. The impact of war on human nature. What a philosophical proposition. It was simply the favorite of a certain artistic young woman. He exchanged glances with Coppola, and both of them smiled. They did not disturb them, and instead quietly and patiently listened to their conversation. After a full half an hour, the discussion finally ended. Catherine turned her head with great interest and asked, Eric, what do you think of this story? Yes, the story is great. Firefly is very willing to invest in it. Tyrone, have you made a rough budget? As soon as Eric finished his words, Catherine glared at him. She had hoped that Eric would talk about the script, but she didn't expect that this hateful man would directly ask how much the film would cost. What a killjoy. Eric felt a little helpless. He thought to himself, sister, you're a deity. You don't need to live, but I'm a businessman. Terrence? Malik, on the other hand, didn't share Catherine's dissatisfaction. When he heard that Eric was willing to invest, he was already very satisfied. They had been preparing for this project for so many years. They had contacted several film companies, but they had all rejected the project because of the high risk. Sometimes, Malik almost wanted to give up. Eric, the film's investment is about $50 million US. I've shown the script to some famous actors, and many of them are very interested in it. Sean and John Pan? Travolta has given an accurate promise. As long as they can get the investment, they are willing to join the film. Sean? Sean and John Pan? Travolta was now an A-list superstar. If the two of them could join the film's box office would be guaranteed. Was this also Terrence? Malik's motive for revealing this information? Eric knew that in fact, the original cast of Red Alert was even more glamorous than Sean and John Pan. Sean and John Pan? Travolta and George? Clooney, John? Cusack, Woody? Hudson, Adrian? Brody and other Hollywood stars. Although history had changed, Eric believed that as long as Catherine could successfully win the Oscar for Best Director this time, although the $50 million US cost was a little expensive compared to the film's box office potential, with the support of the new Oscar for Best Director and the halo of famous actors, the film would not have a problem recovering the cost and turning a profit through various channels. Terrence? Malik thought that Eric was hesitating. He also knew that a $50 million US investment was already considered a big production, but the story did not have many commercial selling points. He thought for a while and said, Eric, if you think the risk is too high, Firefly only needs to invest $25 million US and agree to distribute the film. I can find another $25 million US investment. That's not necessary. Eric quickly made up his mind. The film's investment was high, but there was not much pressure to recover the cost. Firefly could not always invest in commercial films. It was necessary to make some high-class award-winning films. He said, Firefly can bear all the investment, but I have a condition. Terrence, I hope that in addition to being the scriptwriter, you can also be the film's producer. The former best director of Ken was coming back after 20 years. This was also a very important publicity stunt during the film's release. However, the most important thing for Eric to put forward this condition was not this point, but Terrence Zeus. Instead, he cared about Terrence's qualifications. Hollywood was a place that placed a lot of emphasis on seniority. Projects that involved veteran directors and producers were usually able to attract powerful stars to join them. Take Woody Allen for example. Ultraman and Robert? Ultraman. Their films had always been famous for their magnificent lineups. Although Terrence Malick had not made an appearance for 20 years, his qualifications and connections were still there. Otherwise, he would not have been able to meet up with him today and be the film's producer. Terrence Malick would definitely be able to pull together a stronger cast for the film. Terrence? Malick knew that the producer Eric was talking about was not the kind of executive producer who only had a name and did not participate in the actual production of the film. He had not participated in the production of a film for 20 years. In this project, he had always wanted to be the scriptwriter. However, after going through so many setbacks, the situation had finally taken a turn for the better. Malick's insistence in his heart weakened a lot. Kathleen's eyes looked at Eric and Terrence Malick. Malick turned around and tried to persuade him. Tyrone, we had a good chat just now, didn't we? I also hope that you can participate in this project. Many of the creative ideas that Kathleen had talked about just now happened to coincide with his. Working with a like-minded director did not seem that difficult to accept. Terrence Malick? When he heard Kathleen's words, he did not insist. He nodded and said, Okay, Eric, I will personally take on the role of producer. Then, I hope that everyone will have a good cooperation. Eric smiled and raised the goblet in his hand. Because it was not a purely entertainment cocktail party, the participants were older. After 10 o'clock, the guests began to leave one after another. Eric and Kathleen sent the guests off one by one. Finally, Coppola got into his car and left the mansion. Then, Kathleen felt that something was wrong. She looked at the few waiters who were cleaning up the mess and asked, "Eric, where is the owner?" Eric pointed at himself and said, "Here, right in front of you." Kathleen was amused by Eric's actions and said, "Why did you buy a house here? You can consider it an investment. Other than this place, there should be some other places." Eric knew that Kathleen was not really interested, so he only said a few words. But in fact, other than the Sharp Corner Manor, Eric had bought 60 to 70 mansions in Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, and Malibu in Los Angeles, as well as Manhattan in New York. In the 1990s, the mansions in the American metropolises were mostly priced in the $1 million range. However, Eric knew that in his previous life, even though the subprime mortgage crisis in 2008 caused the American housing market to be depressed for a long time, the prices of mansions in metropolises like Los Angeles and New York had maintained a strong upward trend because they attracted rich people and investors from all over the world. 20 years later, mansions with prices in the hundreds of millions were commonplace. The investment at this time would return 10 times or even dozens of times in the future. Of course, in addition to investment, the purchase of real estate could also offset personal income tax on the other hand. In order to avoid taxes, Eric tried his best to avoid dividends from both the Firefly Group and Firefly Investments and kept the funds in the company's account. Even as the chairman of the Firefly Group, Eric only took a symbolic salary of $1. However, the series of films that he participated in as a director, producer, and screenwriter still brought him a large amount of related income every year. Just like the Victoria's Secret fashion show that just passed, because it was a personal investment, most of the revenue from the video sales would be included in Eric's personal income. Just this alone would bring him $300 million US. Chris had once provided a series of investment plans for Eric, but because of the deep-rooted Eastern culture, Eric finally chose to invest in real estate. He also enjoyed the feeling of having his own house no matter where he went. Sure enough, Catherine was not interested in these things. When she heard Eric's words, she just murmured in a low voice. Back in the courtyard, the two sat at the round table by the pool and continued to talk about Red Alert. Eric no longer talked about the boring budget data. Only then did Catherine realize that this little man's in-depth analysis of the film was no less than her own. It was as if he already had the entire film in his mind after just listening to the script once. Unconsciously attracted by Eric's topic, and unconsciously diverted by Eric, Catherine did not realize that she had begun to talk about the past that was gradually fading away. When she was a child, her father, who wanted to be a cartoonist, taught her to draw with paint and became interested in painting. Later on, her experience of studying at the San Francisco Art Institute and working, living, and studying in New York for 10 years. She became interested in movies and began to shoot short films, and then, memories were often the best thing to open a person's heart. It was late at night, just in the beginning of spring. The surroundings were quiet, and there was not even the sound of insects. The orange lights in the mansion's courtyard seemed to be more and more mysterious. A cool breeze blew, and in the faint chill, Catherine suddenly realized that the surrounding atmosphere was becoming more and more strange. The little man in front of her still had a faint smile on his face, but his body faintly exuded a kind of loneliness that wanted to blend into the night, making people involuntarily soften their hearts. Perhaps because she instinctively sensed some danger, Catherine stood up subconsciously. Eric raised his head in confusion and looked at the flustered woman. "Catherine, what's wrong with you?" Eric, it's very late. "I should go back," Catherine said in a slightly trembling voice. She made up her mind that if he asked her to stay, she must refuse. Well, her tone must be firm. Eric looked at his watch. It was already 11:30. He got up and said, "It's very late. I remember that you always go to bed at 10 o'clock sharp, right?" Catherine shook her head subconsciously. "No." "Well, yes." Eric smiled and said, "By the way, do you still remember the gift I mentioned when we first came?" Let's go, I'll take you to see it. Eric, can we do it tomorrow? It's too late now. Eric walked into the villa and said, just a few minutes. It's already so late anyway. There are still things to do tomorrow. Catherine looked at Eric's back and had no choice but to follow him. When they came to the living room, Eric took out the box that he had put in the cupboard and said, it's going to be the Oscars soon. I know that you definitely won't remember these things, so I prepared a dress for you. I personally designed it. Come and take a look. What do you think? As Eric spoke, he carefully picked up a light gray silk embroidered dress from the box. This was completely based on his memory of the dress that Catherine had worn when she won the Best Director award. Catherine stood by the side, but her eyes noticed the heart-shaped embroidery of different sizes on the dress. She panicked again and said, Eric, my agent said that he has already contacted a dress sponsor for me. I'll go and try it on in 2 days. Oh, then try this on first. You can wear whichever one you think is prettier. Then, I'll bring it back. If it doesn't fit, it needs to be modified as soon as possible. Just try it on here. I also want to see the effect. Eric looked at the woman's hesitant look and smiled innocently. You can't not even give me this much face, right? This is my painstaking effort. Then, okay. Catherine's tone softened again. She held the box that Eric handed over and followed his guidance into a room next door. After dawdling for a while, the woman, who had changed into the dress, carefully walked out with the hem of her dress. She didn't know when the music started playing in the living room. The sound was very low, but Catherine could clearly hear that it was the song Young and Beautiful. The innocent and desolate singing made people want to throw everything away and lose themselves to the fullest. Although there was an image in his memory, Eric still had a strong sense of amazement when he saw the woman walking out in the dress. Catherine's tall figure was almost a perfect interpretation of the golden ratio. Her beautiful face, which had no traces of age, was still faintly blushing. Seeing Eric get up and walk over to her and reach out to her, Catherine unconsciously threw away the hem of her dress and put her right hand on it. Then, the woman felt in a daze that she was pulled into Eric's arms and moved gently to the music. The music was played several times. Catherine gently knocked her chin on Eric's shoulder and whispered in his ear, Eric. The little man's voice also sounded in her ear. I haven't decided yet. I don't want to be tricked into bed by you like this. I want to go home, the woman's voice trembled slightly. There was no trace of her previous competence and strength. She was more like a small beast that had fallen into a trap, pitifully begging the hunter to let it go. Eric's heart suddenly softened. He whispered, okay, I'll take you home. I don't need you to take me home. I have a car. Okay. Eric loosened the woman's waist and said, the dress definitely doesn't need to be changed. Go and change first. You can't drive in this dress. A few minutes later, Eric stood under the light yellow street lamp outside the mansion, watching the white car gradually disappear into the distance. Catherine drove the poor BMW with an imposing manner that made it look like the car was fleeing in panic. Eric smiled and sighed softly. He didn't know what he was feeling now. It was past 12 o'clock. In addition to the dim street lamps, there were only a few lights on the street in the residential area. Turning his head to look at the gate, although the villa had all the living facilities, Eric didn't want to live here alone. Inexplicably, he suddenly looked forward to a lively environment, so he thought of the little girl who was always lively. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. After a few beeps, although there were 2 microphones in between, a lively atmosphere came to his face. The little girl still didn't rest. Although it was already early in the morning, she was still at a party somewhere. Eric, it's so late. Why are you still calling me? The girl's tone was a little guilty. The background sound was getting lower and lower, and soon disappeared. Eric knew that the girl must have hidden somewhere quiet. With a doting smile on his face, he scolded, it's so late, and you're still crazy. Be careful that you'll have dark circles tomorrow. I won't. I'm just happy today. Hee, what can I do for you? Ask Natasha to pick me up. I'm here on Carmen Street in the Hollywood Hills. It's the house we saw together last time. There's a cocktail party here tonight. Everyone left, and I'm the only one left. Oh, I'll be right there. Wait for me, the girl said. Without asking anything, she hung up the phone in a hurry. In the Trousdale manor, the party atmosphere in Drew's mansion was completely different from the style at Eric's place. A series of fluorescent lights in the courtyard completely drove away the darkness of the night, and the sound of music could be heard within a radius of dozens of meters. Fortunately, this was an isolated hill. Other than Elizabeth's and Julia's mansion next to it, there were no neighbors too close. Elizabeth's and Julia's mansion had not been sold. It had been empty all this time, so no one had reported it for disturbing the residents. Because Eric didn't like other men appearing in this mansion, this girl would only invite a group of her best friends when she held a party in her own house. She did have a lot of best friends, and the group of girls was having fun crazily. Some were singing, some were dancing, some were splashing in the swimming pool, and some were even hugging and kissing each other. If a man appeared here, he would definitely have a nosebleed. When Natasha passed the ringing cordless phone to the girl, she was being chatted by Gwyneth Palpatine. Although they were both Spielberg's goddaughters, Paltrow's status as a servant girl was far from being reliant on Spielberg. Gwyneth, on the other hand, was different. However, as for Gwyneth Palpatine, she had some thoughts and kept in close contact with the girl. Seeing Drew holding the cordless phone and hurrying away with a happy and flustered expression, Gwyneth Palpatine immediately knew who the person was. Paltrow was smart enough to realize who the caller was. His eyes flashed, and he followed him without leaving a trace. Seeing Drew go into a room, Gwyneth Palpatine came out of the room. Paltrow fetched a glass of wine from nearby and waited quietly outside. After a while, the door opened and Drew walked out. Gwyneth? Palpatine immediately put on a gossipy smile and went up to her affectionately. Drew, is that Eric's call? Yes, the girl replied, ignoring Gwyneth Palpatine. She walked to Mike in the middle of the courtyard and turned off the music. Christina Aguilera, who was singing just now, took the microphone from the microphone. Aguilera took the microphone from his hand and slapped it hard. After a few muffled thumps from the subwoofer, everyone quieted down. The girl reached out and pulled Christina into her arms, giving her a girly kiss. She then giggled and said into the microphone, "Hey, babes, that's all for today. I'll give everyone 10 minutes to go home. If you're too slow, I'll get Natasha to throw you out of the house. And those few drunk ones, whoever takes them away can sell them for supper on the way." That's all. The girls all knew the girl's personality. Although she was smiling when she spoke, if it was more than 10 minutes, this crazy girl would definitely throw them out. Therefore, they didn't hesitate and prepared to leave. There was no lack of girls who joked, "Drew, is your man coming back?" The girl waved her small hand. "Yes, my king is coming, but he doesn't need you little bitches to serve him. So, get lost." There was also a girl who boldly said, "Drew, I'm still a virgin. Can I stay and serve our king?" "Get lost, I'll break it for you with a beer bottle tomorrow." "It's already been 2 minutes, 8 more minutes." Another girl said in a sweet voice, "I really want to be thrown by Natasha. They look very strong." "You damned girl, I'll get Natasha to break your leg before throwing you out. Do you want it?" "Drew, you're so violent." After only 5 minutes of such a commotion, the group of girls had basically dispersed. The little girl personally stuffed Christina, who was not yet old enough to drive, into a sports car and watched them leave. After checking inside and out to make sure that no one was left behind, she ordered 2 maids to clean up as soon as possible before leaving with the twins in a hurry. Eric waited for about 20 minutes before a red sports car appeared at an intersection not far away and stopped in front of him in the blink of an eye. The car window rolled down, and the girl didn't even bother to open the door. Her small body directly crawled out of the car window. Eric hurriedly reached out to catch her and carried her out of the car. She habitually snuggled up to Eric for a moment before she sniffled and said with a smile, "Eric, you smell like a woman. Did you get kicked out of bed at the last moment?" Noticing the flash of embarrassment on Eric's face, the girl couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Haha, I actually guessed right. Poor thing. Let little Drew hug you. Don't cry." Eric didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he slapped the girl's little butt. Looking at the red face that was drunk, he said, "It's so late. Hurry up and go home to rest. Okay, let's go home. Carry me to the car. Eric hugged the girl with one hand and pulled open the door to put her in. However, he didn't directly get in the car. Instead, he walked to the front and knocked on the driver's window. The window rolled down, and the twins asked, "Master, what's the matter?" Eric only glanced at them to make sure that the twins didn't drink. He nodded and said, "It's nothing. Let's go." Eric, no need to look. How could I let them drink? It's dangerous to drive after drinking. Ugh, I'm a little dizzy. I need a hug. Eric got into the back seat and felt the girl's small body immediately press against him. He reached out and patted her small head. He smiled and said, "I really want to knock you silly." Haha, it's useless even if you knock me silly. I can still guess what you're going to do when you raise your hand. Feeling the car start, Eric smiled and raised his hand. Come, guess what I'm going to do. Lying comfortably on Eric's lap, the girl pulled Eric's big hand to her face and gently nibbled on it twice. She giggled and said, "Too deliberate. I'm not guessing." The sports car drove on the winding mountain roads of Beverly Hills for more than 10 minutes before entering Trussdale Manor. Eric was talking to the girl with his head lowered. Natasha, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned around. "Master, someone's at the door." Eric looked up and saw a black SUV parked outside Drew's mansion. The little girl sat up when she heard Natasha's words. She looked over and smiled. "Gwyneth? Paltrow, you must have forgotten something when you left." Eric was puzzled. "What did you forget?" "How would I know?" The lass's smile did not change. "In any case, it's fine to pull anything. As long as there's an excuse to return, it'll be fine." Eric instantly understood. He smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing the lass's red sports car parked in front of the mansion, Gwyneth, who was sitting in the SUV, took a deep breath and opened the door. Paltrow took a deep breath and got out of the car with an apologetic look on his face. He walked towards Eric and Drew. "I'm so sorry, Drew. I left my bag at your place. I have an audition form in my bag tomorrow, so I had to come back to get it." The lass held Gwyneth's hand affectionately. "It's okay, Kate. It's already so late. Why don't you stay here tonight? Won't I disturb you?" Gwyneth's words were directed at Eric. Eric was speechless as he looked at the two girls who clearly didn't have any feelings for each other but were like sisters. He just nodded and saw the door open. They walked into the courtyard. "Gwyneth?" Seeing that Eric didn't want to talk to him, a hint of disappointment flashed across Paolo's eyes. However, he quickly changed his expression and dealt with the girl who was still holding his hand. "Let's go in," the lass said to Gwyneth. She even asked the twins to drive Gwyneth's car into the garage. Paolo drove the car into the garage. Eric walked into the courtyard and saw the two maids who were still busy with their tasks. He knew that the lass was having a party at his place. The two maids didn't know much about Eric's personality. When they saw him, they couldn't help but feel nervous and worried that they would be scolded. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Eric wasn't near Ojo. He waved his hand and said, "Go get some rest. You can clean up tomorrow." The two maids breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, nimbly finished the work in front of them, and quietly disappeared. Eric heard the two girls chatting behind him. He had no interest in joining them. He took off his coat and threw it on the sofa. He went upstairs to run the water for a bath. After a while, Natasha, who was holding Eric's coat, quietly appeared at the door of the room. She hung the coat on the hanger and walked over. "Master, let me do it." Eric got up and let Natasha watch the water. He walked to the sink and took out his toothbrush. He squeezed some toothpaste and asked, "What is Drew doing down there?" "Chatting with Miss Paolo." "It's so late. You can talk to them later." "Let them talk tomorrow." "Okay." Natasha nodded. Seeing that Eric was brushing his teeth, she focused on the bathtub. She filled it with water and tested the temperature of the water. Then she quietly left the room. After brushing his teeth, Eric took off his clothes and soaked in the bathtub. He closed his eyes comfortably under the stimulation of the warm water. After a while, he felt the door of the room being pushed open. The lass quickly jumped into the bathtub. Eric pressed the girl's restless body into his arms and said with a smile, "Stop fooling around. It's already so late, Gwyneth." "Where's Gwyneth Paltrow?" "She's sleeping in the guest room." "Eric, are you going to do a night raid? Maybe she'll be looking forward to it." "I'm not interested." "Since you don't like her, why are you being so perfunctory?" The lass rubbed against Eric's shoulder and said, "It's very interesting to see her trying to get close to me even though she hates me." Eric patted the lass and said, "Don't go overboard. If you don't like it, I'll just ignore her." Eric shook his head. "No need." "But why did I hear you call her Kate just now?" "That's her Christian name. My godfather gave it himself." Eric curiously asked, "Oh, then what's your Christian name?" "I just casually met a goddaughter when I was filming E.T. At that time, I was already 8 years old. How could I have a Christian name?" "She was born and raised in a famous Hollywood family. When she was baptized, her name was given very formally in the church." Feeling that the lass's mood was inexplicably low, Eric leaned over and kissed her baby face. "It's okay. Why don't I give you a Christian name?" "Okay, do you want me to call you Dad?" Don't call me that." "Hee hee." The lass twisted her body again, creating a splash. "You obviously like it. I can feel it." Eric reached out and held the lass down again. "If you continue messing around, I'll throw you out." "Hee hee." The lass laughed a few times and stopped messing around. She said, "By the way, Eric, I got a very cool script today. It cost a whole $500,000. Help me take a look." "Tomorrow." "Don't you know what time it is?" "Just one look." The little girl became more and more energetic as time passed. As she spoke, she climbed to the edge of the bathtub, grabbed the shampoo bottle, and knocked on the edge of the bathtub. She called out repeatedly, "Natasha, Natasha." The twins' voices came. "Boss? Help me get the script today." "Okay." A moment later, the door was gently pushed open. Natasha walked in with a script in her hand. However, there was a faint blush on her usually quiet and beautiful face. Her eyes were slightly averted, and she did not dare to look at Eric, who was soaking in the bathtub. Although there was a layer of foam floating on the bathtub and nothing could be seen, Eric also felt a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to ask Natasha to quickly leave, the lass stretched out her 2 white little arms and asked Natasha to help her dry them with a towel. She said, "What are you shy about? I'm Eric's, and you're also Eric's." Natasha responded in a low voice, "Yes, boss." After the twins left, Eric asked, "What did you do?" The lass did not directly answer. She smiled and said, "If you don't want them, I'll give them to someone else." Okay, I won't give them to someone else." "Haha, let's read the script." The lass held the script in one hand and handed a dry towel over with the other. Eric dried his hands and took the script from the lass. When he opened it, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There was only one word on the cover of the script, "Scream." On the screenwriter column was a name that Eric was very familiar with. Kevin Williamson? Williamson. Fortunately, the lass turned around to hang the towel, so she did not see the momentary surprise on Eric's face. Otherwise, she would have guessed something. When the lass turned around, Eric asked casually while flipping through the script, "Where did you get this script?" "Recently, everyone has been fighting for it." However, when the price reached $350,000, a few major studios have withdrawn. Only a few independent production companies are still competing. "I think this script is very cool, so I directly bid $500,000 to get it." A script by a famous Hollywood screenwriter could be sold for $2 to $5 million. However, due to the box office potential, the price of a horror film script was usually not too high. Although Scream was a box office hit in the original spacetime, just based on the current situation, the asking price of $500,000 was a little high. A horror film script would be considered good if it could be sold for around $200,000. Even if it was more exciting, it would not exceed $400,000. This was why several major film studios would withdraw at the price of $350,000. The lass once again guessed Eric's thoughts from his expression. She explained, $500,000 is not just for this script. It also includes the contract for 2 more sequels. There are also 2 other similar scripts. In total, there are actually 5. Hearing the lass's words, Eric's previous thoughts vanished into thin air. Seriously. How could this lass be at a disadvantage? Eric could guess the screenwriter, Kevin Williamson's thoughts. In Hollywood, as an unknown screenwriter, $500,000 was definitely a huge sum of money. There were thousands of scripts in Hollywood every year. Many screenwriters often fell silent after 1 or 2 works. They might not be able to earn $500,000 in their lifetime. Kevin Williamson must also be thinking of getting more from this script. However, $500,000 for 5 films. When Scream was a box office hit, Kevin Williamson would definitely regret it in the future. Feeling the change in Eric's mood, the lass also laughed proudly and said, "Eric, what do you think of me playing the role of the girl who is killed at the beginning of the script?" Eric leaned against the edge of the bathtub and flipped through the script in his hand. He asked calmly, "Why do you have this idea?" "I just think it's very interesting. I haven't acted in a movie for a long time, and this role won't take long." "Well, if you like it, then do it. By the way, how's the script for Tina's Mean Girls coming along?" "It's already started preparations. We plan to release it at the end of the year. As for Scream, if the shooting goes well, we plan to release it at the end of the year. If no one is willing to release it, we'll do it ourselves." "Oh, and the sequel to Mission Impossible. 2 days ago, Kevin called?" Kirshner's agent called and said he wanted to talk about the sequel. Eric asked, "How did you reply to him?" The girl laughed. "Of course we're ignoring him. Everyone knows that there's a big problem with future Waterworld. Although it's barely finished filming, we heard that the movie cost $130 million during the filming period. I heard that the original director was so scared that he quit. Now the post-production costs are at least $30 to $40 million, right? Kevin Durant? Kirshner definitely wants to sign the sequel to Mission Impossible. If future Waterworld fails, he'll have some protection. I won't let him succeed. Even if he wants to talk, he'll have to wait until future Waterworld is released, hee. With Scream and Mean Girls, me and I will be busy for a long time. There's also the Forrest Gump that's going to be released during the summer. We also have to participate in the promotion of Night at the Museum. There are too many things to do." Warner Brothers was forced to take on Kevin because of the collective strike of the big-name actors last year. The future Waterworld that Kirshner had been preparing for would definitely be regretting it now. The final production cost was $170 million, and the promotion cost was at least another $30 million. The total cost was $200 million. Warner Brothers needed to recover $600 million worldwide to recoup the cost from the box office. Based on Eric's memory of the movie, $600 million worldwide was impossible. It was good enough that it didn't fail miserably. When the box office was low, even if it was a blockbuster that cost $200 million, the revenue from the peripheral video and TV licensing would definitely not be high. It was almost certain that Warner Brothers would suffer a huge loss on the movie. Eric couldn't help but think of Warner Brothers' summer release list this year. In addition to future Waterworld, there were also Batman Forever, Thief of Fire, Fair Game, and Secret Order of Evaporation. Apart from Batman Forever, Eric didn't remember any of the other movies selling well worldwide, at least in terms of box office. However, the cost of each of these 5 movies was higher than the last. Putting aside the $170 million cost of future Waterworld, Batman Forever cost $120 million because of the cast of stars. Secret Order of Evaporation was also paid a huge amount by Arnold Schwarzenegger. Schwarzenegger's high salary was also $100 million, and Thief of Fire was $70 million. Fair Game, which was accidentally messed up by Eric last year, had the lowest production cost, but it was still $50 million. From Eric's point of view, these films were definitely not worth the high production costs. Although Time Warner's film business revenue would be greatly increased due to the continuous bombardment of the 5 summer blockbusters, in terms of profits, Eric was almost certain that compared to last year's loss of only $91 million, Time Warner's loss this year would definitely be greatly increased. Semmel's life would become more and more difficult. Perhaps Firefly could do something while Time Warner's performance was low. After all, Time Warner had something that Eric coveted but Firefly did not have. Lying on a strange bed in a strange room, Gwyneth thought to herself. Paltrow tossed and turned for a long time. His mind was in a mess. Anticipation, yearning, jealousy. Although she was Spielberg's goddaughter, Gwyneth Paltrow had always been disdainful of Drew. She was just a girl who relied on her surname to make a living in Hollywood. However, Drew's good luck in the past few years had driven her crazy with jealousy. Just thinking about the multi-million-dollar mansion that she was in, Gwyneth Paltrow gritted her teeth. She didn't know when she would be able to buy a house that belonged solely to her. In the past few years, she had been deliberately lowering her status to date Drew, but this little B*TCH had not even been able to bring her an audition opportunity for a big-name film. She hated him even more. B*TCH, wasn't she just hooking up with Eric Williams? I must snatch him away. He didn't know how long he had been plotting in his mind, but the sky outside the window was starting to brighten. Gweenies? Only then did Paltrow fall into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the sunlight had already filled half of the bedroom. In a daze, she picked up her watch and looked at it. It was 9:30. Gwyneth? Paltrow suddenly sat up and hurriedly washed up. He sat in front of the dressing table and carefully dressed himself. He silently prayed a few times in his heart that he hadn't left yet. Otherwise, he didn't know when they would meet again. That little B*TCH had never taken the initiative to introduce Eric to them. Williams. Some girls had begged her many times to take them to the Sharp Corner Manor, but they had all failed. She dressed up carefully. Gwyneth? Paltrow walked out of the guest room. There were no traces of the party last night inside or outside the villa. It even seemed empty. She walked all the way to the living room. Paltrow didn't meet anyone. Just as she was about to go out, she saw one of the twins coming down with a few clothes. Seeing her, they stopped and greeted her politely. Although she was a little jealous of the twins' flawless faces, Gwyneth? Paltrow still asked calmly, Natasha, where is Mr. Williams? Miss Paltrow, Master is outside. Gwyneth? Paltrow was stunned. She asked hesitantly, You called him Master? The twins nodded. Their expressions didn't change. They asked, Miss Paltrow, do you want breakfast? Help me prepare a fruit salad with some honey and a glass of milk. Heat it up a little. 40 degrees would be best. Oh, and send it outside later. I want to eat in the yard, said Gwyneth. Paltrow digested the way she had just addressed Gwyneth. Feeling the respect from the twins, she subconsciously ordered like a mistress. Okay, Miss Paltrow. Natasha nodded. She turned around and walked away quietly. Gwyneth? Paltrow stood there in a daze for a moment. It would be great if she could always have such a gentle servant to serve her. She quickly pulled herself together and walked out of the villa. Outside the villa was a square swimming pool. There were lawns and shrubs on both sides. The west side led to the main entrance. There was a large open space for temporary parking. A small road extended to the east. It led to a triangular viewing deck that overlooked the entire Los Angeles. Gwyneth? Paltrow immediately saw Eric sitting at a long table on the deck. He seemed to be on the phone. There was also a laptop, a fax machine, and a pile of documents on the table. The other twin sat quietly on a chair at the entrance of the deck. She held a book in her hands and lowered her head to read quietly. Although this scene was a little strange, Gwyneth? Paltrow still walked over without hesitation. However, when she reached the entrance of the deck, she was stopped by the twin who stood up. Sorry, Miss Paltrow. The boss is on the phone. Although she knew that they weren't the same person, the completely different attitude of the two identical girls still made Gwyneth feel a little uncomfortable. Paltrow was a little unhappy and insisted, I just want to say hello to Mr. Williams. I won't disturb him. The twins still shook their heads quietly. They didn't intend to let her pass. She noticed that Eric also looked over. Gwyneth? Paltrow hurriedly waved at Eric eagerly. Eric smiled and nodded. He said a few words to the person on the other side and hung up the phone. Natasha, let Gwyneth come over. Yes, master, Natasha replied softly. She quietly moved to the side and sat on the chair again to quietly read the book in her hands. Gwyneth? Paltrow walked up briskly, but quickly stopped. She greeted him in a very ladylike manner. Morning, Eric. Morning. Eric smiled gently. He didn't mind her being so friendly. He sat down in front of the laptop and opened a document. Gwyneth? Paltrow was originally sitting on the other side of the long table. When she saw Eric sit down opposite her, she immediately got up and walked over to him. She glanced at the interface of the laptop and happened to see the YCR software icon on the desktop. She said, Eric, you use YCR too? I have it too. Can you give me your number? Sorry, Gwyneth. This is for work. I don't add personal friends. Gwyneth? Paltrow persisted. Oh, don't you have a personal number? Eric decided to ignore Gwyneth Palpatello. He looked down at the document in his hand and asked, Didn't you say there was an audition last night? Gwyneth Palpatello? Palpatello was not embarrassed at all. She leaned on the table and looked at Eric. I suddenly feel that the script is terrible. I don't want to go. Eric, I heard that you've started preparing for The Matrix. I've read that novel many times. Do you think there's a suitable role for me? This woman really thought too highly of herself. Eric smiled and said, How about the female lead? Gwyneth Palpatello? Palpatello's eyes lit up. Really? Eric shook his head without hesitation. No. Gwyneth Palpatello? Palpatello did not seem angry at all. She even patted Eric's shoulder. Eric, you're so bad. Eric still had a lot of work to do. He did not have time to coax a woman, let alone one he did not feel anything for. Just as he was about to lose his patience and kick her out, he heard the girl's voice behind him. Kate, I didn't expect you to wake up earlier than me. Hi, Drew. Good morning, Gwyneth Palpatello said. Gwyneth Palpatello greeted the girl. Eric felt the girl pounce on his back. He turned his head and kissed the girl's cheek that she had stretched out to him. Then, he gave her a subtle look. The girl giggled and let go of Eric. She reached out and grabbed Gwyneth Palpatello, who was lying next to Eric. Palpatello said, Kate, let's go and have breakfast. Natasha has already prepared it. Gwyneth Palpatello? Palpatello did not want to leave, but she did not dare to reject Drew's invitation. She could only reluctantly get up and leave. Eric turned his attention back to the document in his hand. This is a directional bond financing contract, which is also Chris and Owen's. It was also Owen and Jacob's recent lobbying efforts. The content of the contract was that Firefly would provide $300 million in directional bond financing to Verizon Telecommunications to purchase CDMA base station equipment and mobile communication network solutions from Qualcomm. The term of the bond was 5 years and the annual interest rate was 3%. After paying a huge licensing fee for the mobile spectrum license, except for AT&T, which was not short of money, the other telecommunications operators all faced the problem of a shortage of funds in the process of upgrading their communication networks to digital. Firefly already owned 40% of Qualcomm's shares. As the largest shareholder that far exceeded the other shareholders, it almost had absolute control over Qualcomm. The financing contract in his hand was actually equivalent to the price that Verizon offered Firefly to switch to CDMA technology. Although Verizon had a huge debt of nearly $9 billion, it did not hesitate to reject Firefly's investment plan. This decision was not difficult to understand. For a company with a very broad development prospects, the cost of equity financing was much higher than bond financing. Firefly Group, for example, although also had a huge debt, if Firefly Group was short of money, Eric would still choose to issue bonds instead of introducing other shareholders to share Firefly's future dividends. As long as Verizon survived these difficult years, after the completion of the mobile communication network, its operating conditions would quickly improve, and its huge debt would slowly be digested. However, this contract also had a sense of looting a burning house. Because of the huge debt, Verizon had to raise public financing again. The annual interest rate had to be at least 6% to ensure the success of the financing. However, the annual interest rate of this directional bond financing was only 3%. If Verizon agreed to this contract, just the interest alone would cause Firefly to lose $10 million a year, not to mention the principal of $300 million. If it was invested in other places, it was not impossible for it to multiply several times in 5 years. Eric did not know how CDMA technology broke out in the original spacetime, but at this time, he could not refuse this contract. Chris had just communicated with him on the phone. As long as he signed this contract and pulled Verizon, the second largest telecommunications operator in North America, into the CDMA camp, it would have the effect of reviving Qualcomm. As long as the news was announced, the stock price of Qualcomm would rise by at least 100%. Eric did not care much about the skyrocketing stock price of Qualcomm, because Firefly would never sell its Qualcomm shares easily. What he valued most was the rapid promotion of CDMA. Thinking of this, Eric remembered another thing that Chris said on the phone. Although the investment proposal was rejected by Verizon, Sprint's attitude was not so firm. Although Sprint achieved huge profits last year, its overly aggressive layout in the mobile communication business caused widespread concern among investors. Most industry analysts believed that if Sprint built a nationwide mobile communication network on a large scale according to the established plan, the huge upfront investment would make it impossible for the company to generate any profits in the next 3 to 5 years. If the bet failed, and the mobile communication industry did not reach the expected scale of the industry, Sprint was likely to fall into bankruptcy because of its aggressive expansion strategy at this time. These factors greatly reduced the success rate of Sprint's debt financing. No investors were willing to buy the company's bonds that might fall into bankruptcy in the next few years. Sprint could only choose to raise funds by issuing shares. At a cocktail party in New York, Chris had contact with a director of Sprint. The director told him that Sprint could issue 10% of the total share capital to Firefly, but the asking price was $1.6 billion, 60% higher than the current share price of Sprint. Of course, this price could not be the final transaction price, but if Firefly wanted to reach this deal, it would definitely pay a certain premium. Eric was even more willing to buy Sprint's shares from the public market, but compared to Qualcomm's total share capital of 30 million shares, Sprint's total share capital was an astonishing 3.6 billion shares, 120 times that of Qualcomm. Most of the stockholders were foundations that would not sell their shares easily for investment purposes. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to become a major shareholder through the circulation market. Thinking about this, Eric wrote a series of numbers on the notebook next to him. The $300 million debt financing from Verizon to buy Sprint's shares should require at least a 30% premium, $1.3 billion. The plan to increase the shareholding of Cisco, which had been brewing during this period, required an even larger capital of $2 billion. Just these alone, the total cost was $3.6 billion. In addition, Yahoo's CEO, Ian Gurney, had also contacted Yahoo's CEO. Recently, through phone calls and emails, Eric discussed some of Yahoo's management's views on the company's future development plans. According to their ideas, in the next few years, Yahoo would also become a big money spender. Even if Firefly Group maintained an annual profit of $2 billion in the next few years, with Eric's 73.7% stake in the company, he could only get $1.5 billion in dividends every year. Although there were a few other extra income, it was not enough to support these plans. After thinking for a while, Eric could only decide to take one step at a time. If it really did not work out, he would reduce the scale of some of the plans. Eric, what are you thinking about? The little girl appeared next to Eric again without him noticing. Gwyneth Paltrow was still next to her. Gwyneth Paltrow. Nothing, just some random things, Eric answered vaguely. In the presence of outsiders, he would not be as casual as he usually was. If some things were leaked out, it would likely cause unnecessary trouble. The little girl did not mind. She took the freshly brewed coffee from Natasha and poured Eric a cup. She said, "Eric, I'm going to the company. Will you leave today?" Eric shook his head and said, "No, I'll wait for you to come back. Then I'll leave Natasha for you. If there's anything you need, just let her do it." Eric smiled and said, "I don't think so. You can take them with you. It feels weird to separate them." "Okay, there's a maid's phone under the coffee table in the living room. They live in the Coldwater Canyon nearby. If you need anything, you can call them and ask them to come over," the little girl said again. She turned around and was about to leave. When Gwyneth Paltrow did not move, she said, "Kate, come with me. I'll take you to my company." Realizing that there was a chance to be alone with Eric, Gwyneth Paltrow could not leave easily. How could Paltrow leave so easily? He said, "You go first, Drew. I'll leave by myself later. I'm going to Burbank." "We're going different ways." "Oh, all right then." The little girl nodded. She didn't even hesitate to speak in front of Gwyneth. She did not care about Gwyneth Paltrow's face and winked at Eric playfully. Then she walked towards the car that the twins had already driven out of the gate. After the sound of the engine, only Eric and Gwyneth Paltrow were left in the mansion. The two of them. "Eric, can I sit here?" Gwyneth Paltrow asked. Without waiting for his reply, Paltrow sat down beside him. Eric felt a headache coming on. The little girl was being naughty again. She knew that he did not like this woman, but she still kept her. "Eric, the twins are both called Natasha." "That's interesting," said Gwyneth. Gwyneth Paltrow quickly tried to find something to talk about. Eric answered casually, "The older sister is called Natasha. The younger sister's name is too long and in Russian. No one can remember it, so they're used to calling her Natasha." "Oh." Gwyneth Paltrow seemed to be interested. "Then when the two of them are together, how can you tell who is calling who?" "They're the same. Why should they? When they're together, they'll call her Natasha. The older sister will agree." "How interesting. It would be great if I could have such a pair of servants," said Gwyneth. Gwyneth Paltrow did not hide the envy in her voice. Eric smiled and turned to look at Gwyneth Paltrow. A strange thought flashed across Gwyneth Paltrow's mind. He could not help but look up again. Only then did he grasp the thought. 7 Deadly Sins. Although he had been combing through the movies in his memory, Eric realized that he had forgotten about this classic movie. Moreover, according to the information in his memory, 7 Deadly Sins was released in 1995. At the very least, filming should have started by now. However, the female lead was here, and the male lead was still in the TV industry. Eric had not heard of 7 Deadly Sins. If it were not for the fact that the female lead did not have a strong presence in the movie, Eric did not know when he would have remembered it. In the original spacetime, 7 Deadly Sins caused a sensation as soon as it was released with a dark and desperate plot. It earned $300 million at the box office worldwide at a cost of $30 million. It was also an iconic work for New Line Cinema to become a first-tier film company. Gwyneth Paltrow? Seeing Eric looking at her strangely, Paltrow's expression changed slightly. She said in a reserved tone, "Eric, what are you looking at?" "Nothing," Eric said and picked up the phone next to him. "Sorry, Gwyneth. I need to make a few calls." "Gwyneth Paltrow?" Paltrow's expression was a little bitter. "Do you want me to leave?" Eric nodded. However, remembering that she had just helped him remember a movie that had escaped the net, Eric did not want to be so harsh. He said, "You can go to the living room and watch TV for a while." "Gwyneth?" Paltrow felt that Eric's tone had softened. She was smart enough not to pester him anymore. She got up and walked into the villa. Eric held the phone and thought for a while. He called the person in charge of New Line Cinema and asked if there was a Drew named Kevin Walker's screenwriter information. Since the big boss had personally called, the person in charge of New Line Cinema did not dare to ask too much. He just dutifully followed Eric's instructions to find out the relevant information. Eric quickly found and Drew. "Kevin?" According to Walker's information, this screenwriter already had a movie that had been released under his name. It was called 6 Degrees of Tremor. In addition, Eric also successfully found the name 7 Deadly Sins. The script for 7 Deadly Sins did not deviate from the original track. It was still in the hands of New Line Cinema. However, the person in charge of New Line Cinema had been a little hesitant about this project, because the script was too dark and there were not many selling points. In addition, they had not been able to find a suitable director, so it had been shelved. Moreover, New Line Cinema's budget for this script was only $8 million USD. They wanted to make it a low-budget cult film. Therefore, this small project did not appear in front of Eric at all. Eric also knew that as his status rose, he would definitely not be able to see a lot of things that he could have seen. This was something that could not be changed. After all, he only had so much energy. It was impossible for him to take care of everything. He ordered the person in charge of New Line Cinema to fax the script over and asked him to contact David directly. Eric only hung up when Finch came to see him. Gwyneth? Paltrow was not in the mood to watch TV. He kept looking over from the villa. When he saw Eric hang up, he could not wait to walk out. When he came to Eric's side, he saw that the fax machine on the long table was making light clicking sounds. Eric flipped through the script page by page and noticed that Gwyneth Palpatine was still pestering him. In order to prevent her from continuing to pester him, he took out a few pages of the female lead scenes in 7 Deadly Sins and handed them to her. Here, take a look. Are you interested? Gwyneth? Palpatine took it in surprise and said excitedly, Eric, is this for me? Eric shrugged. If you're interested, I'll give you the role. Gwyneth? Palpatine did not say anything else and quickly looked down at the few pages of the script in her hands. However, she was soon disappointed. After Eric handed her a few pages, he did not continue to give her the script. This meant that the female lead only had a few scenes. She had acted in a few movies and knew some common sense about scripts. After a little calculation, she knew that these scenes added up to less than 10 minutes, and the role did not have much room to play. It was just some daily interactions with the male lead. Basically, it was the kind of role that the audience would quickly forget after watching it. Not to mention, this script seemed to be a low-budget crime thriller. A female lead with less than 10 minutes of scenes in a low-budget crime thriller. If someone else gave her this script, Gwyneth Palpatine would not be so picky. Perhaps Paltrow would not be so picky and would accept it after a little consideration. She was still self-aware. With the influence of the Paltrow family in Hollywood, at most, they could only help her get some low-cost female lead roles in independent film companies. Her parents' connections were basically unable to touch the films produced by the 7 major film studios. Even her godfather, Spielberg, had only let her make a cameo appearance in Captain After that, she had not been able to get any roles in Spielberg's films in the past few years. However, this script from Eric was far less than Gwyneth Palpatine's. Palpatine expected. With Eric's status in Hollywood, as long as he helped her pull some strings, she would be able to get the lead actress role in an A-level production, even if it was a film company that was competing with Firefly. Gwyneth? Even Gwyneth Palpatine did not doubt Eric's influence. The script in her hands gave her the feeling of a billionaire taking out a 1-cent coin. Eric read the script in his hands and compared it with the differences in his memory. He inadvertently glanced at Gwyneth Palpatine, who was holding a few pages of the script with a disapproving expression. Palpatine could probably guess what she was thinking and smiled in his heart. She had helped him think of this film. If she was willing to take the role, Eric did not mind giving her the female lead role as a reward. However, if she did not like it, Eric would not do anything else. Gwyneth Palpatine's memory? Paltrow had a lot of films, but none of them left a deep impression. Even Iron Man's Little Pepper. Eric knew that the main reason why Marvel chose her was because she was cheap. In a commercial film with a production cost of over $100 million, it was rare to see an Oscar-winning actress with a salary of $3 million US. Even if it was a pure actress who did not have a strong box office appeal, after winning an Oscar and then acting in a commercial film, her salary would not be lower than $3 million US. Perhaps this also indirectly proved that Gwyneth Palpatine was not as good as Gwyneth Palpatine. Gwyneth Palpatine's acting skills. Gwyneth Palpatine? Paltrow didn't know what Eric was thinking. Seeing that he was focused on reading the script in his hands, he didn't disturb him. He flipped through the papers in his hands in boredom, thinking about how he should open his mouth and get closer to Eric. After a while, she was getting impatient. Then, she heard the doorbell ring. Eric also raised his wrist and looked at his watch in confusion. It had only been half an hour since he called the new line. He thought that David? He thought that even if David Fincher was in Los Angeles, he would not arrive until noon. He did not expect it to be so fast. Hearing the doorbell ring a few times, Eric looked up and saw Gwyneth Palpatine. Palpatine. Gwyneth? Palpatine sat there in confusion for a moment. She quickly got up and smiled politely. Eric, sit here. I'll go open the door. Seeing the woman walk away, Eric's lips twitched. He also got up and tidied up the scattered documents on his desk. 3 years ago, he was lucky enough to be chosen by Fox. Scott and James? Cameron took over the lead role of the third film in the Alien series from the hands of two great directors. Vinci had originally planned to go all out, but in the end, he was greeted with a bucket of cold water. The cost of Alien 3 was more than twice that of the previous two films. After the film was released in North America, the box office and reputation of the film were the lowest in the series. Also, during the filming, David Fincher had various conflicts with the producers. Fincher realized that Hollywood was not that fun. After the box office failure of Alien 3, David Fincher had to leave. He had to leave Hollywood temporarily to continue shooting music videos. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Although he had received some film offers during this period, most of them ended in the negotiation stage. The conflict was basically centered on the control of the film. David Fincher? Vinci did not think that the failure of Alien 3 was entirely his fault. At that time, not only did he not have the final editing rights, but even the rights to modify the script were in the hands of Fox. The final film was not at all what he had originally conceived. That experience also made David Vinci very frustrated. Fincher made up his mind that if he could not get enough creative rights for future film offers, he would rather not shoot. Today, he was discussing the production of a music video with a singer living in Beverly Hills when he suddenly received a call from an unknown number. It was Eric? Williams wanted to see him, David Fincher thought. The first thing he thought was that the other party must be joking. Everyone in Hollywood knew about Eric? Williams. That was for sure. But he was also sure that Eric? Williams could not have known him. After some communication, he finally realized that this was most likely true. So, he hurriedly said goodbye to the singer and drove to the location mentioned on the phone. Until he rang the doorbell, David Fincher's doubts were still there. Fincher's doubts did not dissipate. He thought of some recent rumors in Hollywood. Heard that, Eric? Williams gave Firefly's key film project next year to 2 rookie directors. Although the media's comments on this matter tended to be cautious, in private, many people were looking forward to seeing Firefly fail in this matter. Then, Eric? Williams suddenly found him, it must be related to the film. The door of the mansion opened and a woman in a black knee-length dress appeared in front of him. Fincher pulled himself together and reached out his hand to her, but for a moment he was speechless and did not know how to address her. Hello, I am Gwyneth Palpatine. Gwyneth Palpatine? Palpatine also did not know David Fincher. With Fincher's identity, looking at the other party wearing a white loose long-sleeved t-shirt and sweatpants, he did not show contempt at first and politely shook hands with him. I am David Fincher. Mr. Williams asked me to come over. Although he said so, David Fincher still felt guilty. He could not help but doubt the phone call not long ago again. If it was a prank, today would be a big embarrassment. Fortunately, reality did not disappoint him. Gwyneth Palpatine? Palpatine nodded and let David Fincher in. Vinci let him in, closed the door and said, "Follow me." Seeing David Fincher? Vinci walked over, and Eric stood up to greet him. They shook hands and gestured for him to sit down at the long table on the balcony. Seeing Gwyneth? Palpatine also wanted to sit down. Eric helplessly pointed at the coffee pot on the table. Gwyneth, can you make 2 cups of coffee for us? Oh, okay. Gwyneth Palpatine was stunned. Pallet was stunned for a moment. He picked up the coffee pot reluctantly and only bared his teeth angrily when he turned his back to the two of them. Eric turned his attention to David Fincher. The current David Fincher? Fincher did not look like a middle-aged uncle. He was in his early 30s, thin and tall, and dressed like a hippie. Looking at David Fincher? Eric directly handed the script of 7 Deadly Sins to him and smiled. I think you must be wondering how I found you. However, let's not talk about these boring details. I have seen Alien 3 and happen to have a script in my hand. I think you can give it a try. Although we are still unfamiliar with each other, I think we will definitely get to know each other in the future. Oh, you can call me Eric. Eric's words also made David Fincher relax. Vinci relaxed and took the script. He also smiled and started to read it. Gwyneth? Palpatine dawdled for a while before bringing the coffee over. Eric took the tray and said, Gwyneth, if you are not in a hurry to leave, you can watch TV for a while. Gwyneth? Palpatine paused for a second. This time, he did not hold back. He curled his lips in front of Eric, but he still obediently walked into the mansion. He walked into the living room and kicked the sofa with all his strength. He said angrily, seriously, asshole, do you think I will steal your script? Eric sat on the side, drinking coffee and quietly working on his email for about half an hour. Fincher put down the script and said, Eric, I finished reading it. Oh. Eric sent out the email he just wrote. He closed the email interface and turned to David Fincher. Fincher asked, what do you think? The theme of the script is pessimistic and dark, but the plot structure is very clever. Maybe we can make a very special film. Before Eric answered, David Fincher's expression changed. Vinci calmed himself down and said seriously, Eric, although I really hope that I can work with Firefly and you, there is one thing that I want to make clear. Please. Eric gestured for him to go ahead. David Fincher? Fincher said, 3 years ago, my work with Fox was not very pleasant. The whole shooting process was spent in arguments and disagreements. I don't think Alien 3 is my work. I don't want this situation to happen again. So, if you just want to find a director who will completely follow your will, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to work together. Eric nodded and said, I understand. James Cameron? He also doesn't admit that Piranha 2 is his work. You two are quite similar. Then. You can tell me your request first. David Fincher? Fincher did not expect Eric to be so easy to talk to, but he did not dare to ask for too much. From the bottom of his heart, he still really wanted to work with Eric. After thinking for a moment, David Fincher said, I want to change the script. Vinci said, I hope to have the right to make appropriate changes to the script, and I don't want anyone to tell me what to do during the shooting. Also, I saw that the budget of this film is only $8 million USD. This is far from enough. As a drama film, we must have enough budget to invite good actors to support this film. As for the final editing rights. Speaking of this, David Fincher felt that it was too much to ask. He scratched his head and hesitated for a moment before saying, if possible, I want to participate in the final editing. Then, let me tell you my request. Eric listened with a smile and said, the directors who have worked with me before all know my habits. If you continue to work with me in the future, this principle will not change. First, we will discuss and reach an agreement on the script. At this stage, you can propose your own changes. As long as I think it is reasonable, I will accept it. Since I want you to direct this film, then I recognize your shooting style. So, as long as the script is confirmed during the preparation stage, I will not interfere too much with the director's shooting. But my request is that once the script is confirmed, I don't want the director to make any major changes during the shooting stage. This way, we can limit our differences to the early preparation stage. If we can't reach an agreement, we won't waste too much time. In addition, the budget is not a problem. As for the editing rights, I can't make too many concessions in this regard. I retain the final editing rights, but I usually delegate the most power to the director. In this regard, you can talk to the directors who work with me, and you will have a rough idea of how much power I can delegate. Eric's relationship with Cameron and Roland? The final editing rights of Emmerich and the others' films were usually given to them. This was because the two of them were purely commercial directors and didn't have much personal will to express. But for David Fincher, Eric had some reservations. David Fincher's personal style had always been very strong. The film Seven Deadly Sins in his previous life was the result of a game between him and New Line. If he gave it to Fincher, the result would probably be David in his previous life. After Vinci's Seven Deadly Sins, the failed mind games that was completely based on one's personality. Eric and David Vinci chatted until the afternoon. After confirming most of the details of Seven Deadly Sins, David Vinci no longer had his initial hesitation. Eric's cooperation method, which seemed very bold in other Hollywood studios, made him feel very comfortable. Before he left, he gave a definite promise to direct the film. After leaving their contact information, Eric personally sent David Vinci off. At noon, the little girl did not come back. She only made a phone call and was intimate with him. She even insisted on ordering takeout for Eric from afar. However, Gwyneth Paltrow did not leave. After sending David Vinci off, Eric did not want to spend any more effort to deal with her. In the eyes of those small-time actors with no background, the Paltrow family could definitely be considered a rich family in Hollywood. However, in Eric's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. Both sides did not have any relationship, so Eric did not need to give any face. After David Vinci left, Eric politely asked her to leave. Since she did not like the female lead of Seven Deadly Sins, Eric did not insist on using the original cast. In Eric's view, this seemingly insignificant role was actually the turning point of Gwyneth Paltrow's career in Hollywood in his previous life. Even if she relied on her family's influence to act in 10 small independent films, the influence it brought would definitely not be comparable to Seven Deadly Sins. After all, independent films that only grossed 1 or 2 million at the box office, or even had the chance to be released, basically could not bring much fame to the actors. For actors with mediocre qualifications, the best way to maintain their careers was to show their faces in blockbuster movies. Once they had enough popularity, they would also have box office appeal. Only then would they be able to get better movie contracts. As for how far Gwyneth Paltrow could go in Hollywood if she missed out on this film, Eric did not care. In the following days, until the Academy Awards ceremony, Eric spent his time busy with script discussions, auditions, budget meetings, and a series of other things. The Oscar PR for Saving Private Ryan was secondary. After confirming Seven Deadly Sins, there were 7 films that Eric needed to pay direct attention to that had entered the substantial production stage. These included Titanic, The Matrix, Life-Ending Island, Jedi Cop, and Seven Deadly Sins, which were scattered across several labels under the Firefly Group. In addition, there was also Men in Black 2, which was a collaboration with Columbia, and Thunderbolts 2, which was produced by DreamWorks Productions, which was a collaboration with MGM. In addition to these live-action films, Blue Sky Studio successfully completed the transaction and was affiliated with 20th Century Fox. The inside story of the deal quickly spread in Hollywood. Knowing that Blue Sky Studio would receive full technical support from Firefly in 3D animation, it naturally aroused envy. There was no film company in Hollywood that did not covet the 3D animation technology in Firefly's hands. During this period, Fox also quietly obtained the film rights of Shrek. At the same time, Eric also gave the idea of Ice Age to Chris Wedge in advance. These 2 popular animated film series alone were enough to feed Blue Sky Studio for 10 years. During this period, the only thing that did not go well was the copyright of Transformers. Elizabeth wanted to quietly negotiate with Hasbro for the live-action film adaptation rights of Transformers, but Hasbro was different from other copyright holders. As a world-class toy giant, although they knew that once the live-action version of Transformers was filmed, it would play a great role in promoting the sales of their toy series. However, Hasbro was not soft-hearted at all when it came to the conditions. Not only did they ask for a huge copyright fee, but they also limited the production scale of the film and asked for joint investment in the film. Of course, Elizabeth would not compromise easily. As soon as the two sides were in a stalemate, the news quickly spread in Hollywood. There was no shortage of smart people in Hollywood. When the news spread, some people noticed that Elizabeth was the one leading the copyright negotiations. Some people sensed that there was a firefly behind this matter, so the result was predictable. There was a rush, and Hasbro was also immediately waiting for the best price. In order to show their innocence, Firefly also joined the competition. However, Eric did not give a high price, and the desire for competition was not too strong. Because of the limitations of special effects and other aspects, it was far from the time to produce the live-action version of Transformers. In fact, the best time to produce Transformers was 10 years later. Even if it was earlier, it would be best to put it after 2000. Before that, if they wanted to produce the live-action effects in Eric's memory, the cost would definitely exceed $200 million. Otherwise, the effect would only be passable. Eric did not believe that the other major film companies would have the courage to invest $200 million in a movie. Moreover, even if they had the courage, it was impossible for them to have special effects that were ahead of the industry in the digital field. As for the special effects company that produced the live-action version of Transformers in his previous life, Industrial Light and Magic, at this time, was far behind in the digital field. Without these prerequisites, even if the other major film companies snatched the copyright and forced the project to start, the chances of success were not high. If they failed, the copyright would naturally be shelved. It was only 1995, and there was still a lot of time. Who knew what would happen during this period? It was late March, and the Oscar awards were approaching. However, before that, the most sensational event in Hollywood was the Canadian Seagram Group. After more than half a year of negotiations, they finally reached a deal with Panasonic to acquire Panasonic's MCA Group and its Universal Pictures for $7.5 billion. This deal should have been completed at the end of last year, but because of the Michael Ovitz incident at the end of last year, the parties involved in the deal argued for a long time about the huge amount of compensation for Michael Ovitz's departure. There was even news that the negotiations had broken down. The deal was delayed for more than 2 months, but in the end, it was completed smoothly. Although Panasonic, Seagram, and Universal did not reveal the details of the compensation agreement with Michael Ovitz, it was not a secret to Eric. Michael Ovitz eventually received $120 million as compensation from Universal, which was shared by both Panasonic and Seagram. At the same time, Universal CEO, Michael Eisner, also signed a new employment contract with Universal during this period, voluntarily reducing his options and bonus ratio for the next few years. Although the dispute was finally resolved, there was no winner in this incident. Panasonic and Seagram were naturally furious about the $60 million that they had taken out for no reason. Michael Eisner was also very depressed about his salary being reduced. As the apparent beneficiary of this incident, Michael Ovitz was actually the biggest loser. If he had not left CAA in the first place, Michael Ovitz could have received tens of millions of dollars in dividends every year with only half of CAA's shares. In order to join Universal, Michael Ovitz left with nothing and sold all of his CAA shares. He wanted to make a name for himself on a broader platform, but he was chased out of Universal in less than a year. The other major film companies in Hollywood had no intention of accepting him, so it was even more impossible for him to return to the management industry. CAA would not welcome back the king who had already retired. The stable monopoly of ICM, WMA, and CAA had also cut off his path of starting from scratch. It could be said that Michael Ovitz, a formidable figure in the entertainment industry in the 80s, had completely lost his career in Hollywood. Losers could only be quickly forgotten, but the upstarts in Hollywood couldn't wait to make their presence known. After the deal was completed, the head of Seagram Group, Edgar Bronfman, quickly sent out invitations and held several consecutive grand parties at Universal Studios in Burbank. It was quite a bit of a welcoming of the new power. It was the early days of the Oscar Awards ceremony, so celebrities gathered in Los Angeles. Naturally, there were many attendees. Night had just fallen, but the party hall inside Universal Studios was already filled with people. There was a steady stream of guests coming from all over Los Angeles. Edgar Bronfman was happily greeting the important guests in the hall when he was stopped by Michael Eisner. Beside Michael Eisner was a middle-aged white man in his 30s. Edgar, this is Alan Hassenfeld, the CEO of Hasbro that I mentioned to you before. Michael Eisner enthusiastically introduced the two. Alan, this is Mr. Edgar Bronfman from Seagram Group. Seagram Group and Hasbro actually had some similarities. Both companies were family businesses and were controlled by the founder's family. Seagram Group was founded by the Bronfman family in the early 20th century, and Hasbro was also founded by the Hassenfeld family in the early 20th century. Although Universal had gone through a few months of turmoil, everything still had to go on. During the acquisition negotiations, Panasonic had also proposed that since the conflict between Michael Eisner and Michael Ovitz was irreconcilable, then the one with the cheaper penalty should be kicked out. Michael Eisner was undoubtedly the cheaper one. In the end, Edgar Bronfman forcibly protected Michael Eisner. Panasonic was going to leave Hollywood, so naturally, they had no scruples. However, Seagram Group knew that Michael Eisner, who had already made a name for himself at Universal, was definitely more valuable than Michael Ovitz. In comparison, the difference of tens of millions of dollars in penalty was nothing. Therefore, Michael Eisner was also eager to prove the correctness of Seagram Group's decision. Therefore, he was particularly eager to fight for the copyright of Transformers. He could be said to be one of the first people to realize that the copyright of Transformers might be related to Eric. Moreover, even if this matter really had nothing to do with Eric, after a period of detailed research, Michael Eisner also discovered that the Transformers toy image, which had a worldwide reputation, would definitely have great commercial potential if it was made into a live-action movie with the current popular CG special effects technology. It was completely worth it for Universal to snatch the copyright at all costs. Edgar Bronfman had already heard Michael Eisner's detailed evaluation of the copyright of Transformers. When he heard him introduce Alan Hassenfeld, he was also very eager. Michael Eisner was eager to make some dazzling achievements to prove himself, and so was Edgar Bronfman, who had bet most of his family's resources on Hollywood. Alan, I hope you can have a good time tonight. Edgar Bronfman shook hands with Alan Hassenfeld with a smile and said, regarding the copyright of Transformers, I hope you can carefully consider it. Universal is very sincere in cooperating. Of course, Hasbro also very much hopes to reach a cooperation with Hollywood. Alan Hassenfeld's eyes were shrewd. He did not give any answer and answered ambiguously with a smile. Edgar Bronfman did not seem to feel Alan Hassenfeld's perfunctory response. His smile remained unchanged as he said, in that case, Alan, how about we play golf together tomorrow? We can talk about it in detail then. Edgar, I may not have time tomorrow. I can only apologize. Alan Hassenfeld shook his head. Michael Eisner knew that it was impossible to reach any agreement on such an occasion. The most important thing was to entertain Alan Hassenfeld well. He noticed that Alan Hassenfeld's eyes were looking at the surrounding crowd from time to time and said, Alan, if you want to know any of the guests here, maybe I can introduce you. Alan Hassenfeld smiled and did not speak. He just gently brought the red wine in his hand to his mouth. Edgar Bronfman's eyes flashed. He realized that Alan Hassenfeld had appeared here without a female companion. After thinking for a while, he said, Alan, the girls in Hollywood are very enthusiastic. You must not be restrained. If any of the actresses you are interested in is not here, we can help you contact them. As they were talking, there was a commotion at the entrance of the party hall. The three of them could clearly feel that everyone's eyes around them had turned in that direction. Some guests were even walking towards the door. Michael Eisner and the other two looked over curiously. At the entrance, 5 dazzling girls walked into the party one after another. Like 5 mermaids, they instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Although there was no lack of beauties in Hollywood, these 5 tall girls were dressed in gorgeous haute couture dresses and high heels. Coupled with 5 delicate and flawless faces, they immediately showed a kind of glamorous momentum. It was as if they had instantly attracted the brilliance of all the women in the hall. Looking at the 5 enchanting beauties not far away, Edgar Bronfman could not help but sigh in his heart again at Eric Williams's taste. Although they were not movie stars, the media still paid a lot of attention to these 5 Victoria's Secret angels in Hollywood recently. They would also be presenting the first award of this year's Oscars as guests. Moreover, in many people's opinion, with their current popularity, there was almost no threshold for them to enter the film and television industry. Not to mention Eric Williams's glittering connections. If they showed the intention of acting in films and TV series, the film companies that were interested in them would definitely not be stingy with their movie contracts. In the past, if supermodels wanted to act in movies, they could usually only get some insignificant roles. This was because even if they reached the peak of their fame in the circle, they often did not have much public awareness. But under the operation of Eric Williams, these 5 Victoria's Secret angels had completely jumped out of the supermodel boundary. At this time, they were completely national-level sexy idols. Thinking of Eric Williams, Edgar Bronfman had mixed feelings. Of course, it was impossible for him not to invite him to the recent party. In order to show his importance, after sending the invitation, Edgar Bronfman personally called him. But Eric did not attend the previous parties, and he did not know if he would appear today. When Michael Eisner saw the appearance of Cindy Crawford and the other 4 women, he also had mixed feelings in his heart. When they first met, the young man who seemed a little arrogant to him now not only stood at the peak of Hollywood, but also spread his strong influence outside of Hollywood, and he was still racking his brains to think about how to stabilize his position in Hollywood. However, Michael Eisner's sigh did not last long. His attention quickly turned to Alan Hassenfeld. It was meaningless to think about these things that had become facts. The most important thing was to do the things in front of him well. Noticing that when the CEO of Hasbro looked at the 5 women surrounded by people, his eyes also had the same unconcealable eagerness as a man, Michael Eisner thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. He reached out and pulled Edgar Bronfman beside him, secretly giving him a look. Michael Eisner said to Alan Hassenfeld, "Alan, these 5 beauties should be the most beautiful in the world. Let's go and get to know them." Edgar Bronfman did not understand Michael Eisner's meaning, but he said very cooperatively, "Yes, in the recent selection of the most beautiful female stars of the year in some magazines, the 5 of them are basically in the top ranks. It would be a pity if we don't get to know such beauties." With the two's urging, Alan Hassenfeld no longer refused. He nodded and said, "I'm also looking forward to getting to know them." While the 3 of them were talking, the 5 Victoria's Secret angels, surrounded by different guests, had gradually scattered around the hall. Michael Eisner took Alan Hassenfeld directly to Diane Kruger, who was wearing a burgundy evening dress. Seeing Michael Eisner and the other 2 walking over, the guests around Diane Kruger sensibly took the initiative to leave. Diane Kruger's manager whispered a few words into her ear. The girl nodded slightly and gracefully shook hands with Michael Eisner and the others. "Mr. Eisner, Mr. Bronfman, thank you worldwide for inviting us to this party." The agent didn't introduce Alan Hassenfeld, so Diane Kruger greeted Michael Eisner and Edgar Bronfman first. "Miss Kruger, it's the honor of this party to have you here." After complimenting them, Michael Eisner gestured to Alan Hassenfeld and took the initiative to introduce him. "This is Mr. Alan Hassenfeld, the chairman and CEO of Hasbro." Diane Kruger's burgundy gown made her look like a blooming rose. Her delicate face had a hint of immaturity and childishness. This contrast made many mature middle-aged men feel tempted. Alan Hassenfeld's eyes were filled with obvious eagerness. He held Diane Kruger's little hand and said, "Miss Kruger, you're so beautiful tonight. I've seen your performance at the Victoria's Secret annual show. It's really tempting. I'll definitely be there at the end of this year. Will you still be attending this year's Victoria's Secret show?" Diane Kruger felt that the other party seemed to have held her hand for a little longer. She was a little surprised. This was the first time she had been so obviously pestered. With a polite smile on her face, she pulled her hand back slightly and replied, "Yes, Mr. Hassenfeld. I've signed a 5-year contract with Victoria's Secret." "Oh, that's great." Alan Hassenfeld didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed when the girl shook off his hand. He continued to speak politely. After chatting for a while, Michael Eisner used the excuse that there were guests and walked away with Edgar Bronfman. Turning to a slightly quieter corner, Edgar Bronfman couldn't wait to ask, "Michael, did you make a mistake? That's Eric Williams' woman." For this kind of party, if one deliberately didn't bring a female companion, it was usually with the intention of being sexy. In order to get the rights to Transformers, if Alan Hassenfeld took a fancy to any of the female stars present, as long as it wasn't one of the top big names, Worldwide only needed to matchmake them and promise some cooperation in the film industry. Alan Hassenfeld would be satisfied. Hollywood was chaotic, this was a well-known fact in the circle. However, many people knew that some women couldn't be provoked. Diane Kruger, a girl who had just turned 18, had rocketed from an unknown model to one of the 5 most famous supermodels in the United States and even the world in less than half a year. If it was said that she had nothing to do with Eric Williams, who was behind her, no one would believe it. Therefore, people who knew a little bit of the inside story labeled Diane Kruger as Williams. Even if they coveted her, no one dared to do anything. Because of Eric's strong influence, Elite, who was in charge of the girls' modeling agency, and ICM, who was in charge of her entertainment agency, protected her like a princess. Many people could feel that compared to the other 4 Victoria's Secret spokespersons, Diane Kruger's brand endorsement and commercial invitation were often the most difficult. Michael Eisner was well aware of these things. When he heard Edgar Bronfman's question, he looked at the crowd around him and whispered, "Of course I know that she's Eric Williams' woman." Imagine, if Alan Hassenfeld were to hit a wall in front of her, or even further discord with Eric Williams, would the film companies under the Firefly system still be able to get the rights to Transformers? Born in a wealthy family, Edgar Bronfman knew from a young age that business competition had always been unscrupulous. If you wanted to play a business war game warmly, the result would only be a crushing defeat. After Michael Eisner finished speaking his thoughts, he easily agreed. However, a trace of concern still arose in his heart. He looked at Alan Hassenfeld, who was still entangled with Diane Kruger, and said, "Don't try to be clever and end up making a fool of yourself." "No. Michael." Eisner shook his head and smiled. "This is a public place. Everyone is respectable. It won't be a big deal." On the other side, Alan Hassenfeld had just begun to immerse himself in Diane Kruger's beauty. After a series of unsuccessful attempts to court her, he quickly discovered something unusual. Recently, because several major film companies were competing for the rights to Transformers, Alan Hassenfeld was invited to many internal parties in Hollywood. Of course, there were some enthusiastic receptions. In the process, he discovered that the beautiful faces that he used to see in movies or on TV were not so unattainable. Some people even took the initiative to approach him after hearing his identity. However, the attitude of the girl in front of him was completely different. Alan Hassenfeld could clearly feel the very formal etiquette she used to treat him. Moreover, in the past, the managers and attendants of female celebrities would tactfully leave after a round of introductions. However, Diane Kruger's manager had no intention of leaving at all. Instead, he looked at him with a bit of vigilance. Aaron Harsenfeld, who was gradually waking up from his lust, sensed these details and slowly realized that something was amiss. Many of the people around him looked like they were watching a good show, making him realize that there was something fishy going on. Although he liked beauty, Alan Hassenfeld was definitely not willing to cause unnecessary trouble. He even acutely sensed that Michael Eisner's motive for bringing him directly to this girl might not be so simple. Aaron Harsenfeld had originally planned to get up and walk away to figure out what was going on, but when he looked at that youthful face that made his heart flutter, he still felt a little indignant. After a slight hesitation, he asked, "Diane, may I ask if you have a boyfriend?" Diane Kruger opened her mouth in a daze. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. During these days, she clearly felt the special treatment she received. At the same time, she also knew the fundamental reason why she received these preferential treatment. It was because people regarded her as Eric Williams' woman. From last year until now, even without deliberately inquiring, she could feel his omnipresent influence in Hollywood. This powerful influence even allowed her to enjoy the meticulous care of everyone around her just because of some scandals between the two of them. Immersed in this princess-like treatment, unconsciously, even she silently acknowledged her identity. It seemed that she really should be his woman. What's more, there was no harm in being his woman. However, Alan Hassenfeld's sudden question was like a silver needle that came out of nowhere, popping the dream bubble that she had built as if she had hypnotized herself. A trace of fear appeared in her heart. If in the future, the people around her who treated her with respect and took care of her discovered that she had nothing to do with him, what would the result be? Suddenly, she felt as if she was in a free fall, falling. It was the same feeling she had when she woke up from a dream. Heaven, the mortal world, hell. In contrast to Diane Kruger's sudden daze, ICM's agent, Susie Dean, who had been standing beside her, heard Alan Hassenfeld's question and finally understood that this guy in front of her really didn't know anything. It was no wonder he was so entangled. Susie Dean knew about the recent fight over the copyright of Transformers, so she didn't want to cause any unpleasantness with Alan Hassenfeld. Because of their relationship with UTA in the past, Firefly and ICM had been very close over the years. The reason why ICM was able to compete with the two veteran agencies, CAA and WMA, and rapidly expand its client base to nearly 3,000 people in just a few years was inseparable from the support of several film companies in Firefly's system. Kapoor Sid had smoothly become ICM's CEO because of this. Many of UTA's agents in ICM even called Eric Williams Big Boss in private and were proud of it. This showed the influence Eric Williams had on ICM. If this matter affected the ownership of the copyright of Transformers, Diane Kruger and Alan Hassenfeld would be fine. However, her agent, who didn't handle this matter well, would be in trouble. When Susie Dean heard Alan Hassenfeld's question, she thought that this shrewd girl would subtly hint at her relationship with Eric Williams. However, she inexplicably began to stare blankly. Left with no choice, Susie Dean was just about to speak up for her client when she sensed an obvious anomaly in the party hall. It was as though an invisible hourglass had suddenly flipped over. The guests were like grains of sand that were affected by gravity as they quickly gathered at the entrance of the hall. "It's Eric Williams. I didn't expect him to come. Let's go over quickly. Maybe we can say hello. Katie, help me look at the eye makeup I just touched up. Is it? Hey, don't go." After a buzz of discussion, everyone quickly realized what had happened. Even some guests who were self-conscious couldn't help but move their feet and turn to where everyone's attention was focused, hoping to be the first to notice Eric when he arrived. Diane Kruger, who was in a daze, immediately woke up when she heard Eric's name. She had been held back by Alan Hassenfeld since she arrived and hadn't been too far away from the entrance. She only turned her head. Although most of her line of sight was blocked by the wall of people, she still caught a glimpse of the figure in the crowd. Susie Dean saw that Alan Hassenfeld's attention was also attracted by this sudden movement. She swallowed the words she was about to say and reached out to pat Diane Kruger. "Diane, Mr. Williams is here. Let's go over." Okay," Diane Kruger blurted out subconsciously and panicked again. They hadn't seen each other for months. What if he became cold to her? There were so many people here. Once that happened, many things couldn't be hidden anymore. Looking at the figure surrounded by people, Diane Kruger shrank back a little. She was like a prisoner on the eve of her execution, only hoping to live a little longer. "Susie, there are too many people. Let's go over later," Diane Kruger said after hesitating for a while. Susie Dean couldn't possibly know what she was thinking. Seeing that it was a group of men squeezing around Eric, she nodded. "Then we'll go over later." In the middle of the crowd, Michael Eisner and Edgar Bronfman, who had taken the initiative to welcome Eric when they heard the announcement, accompanied him on both sides. Although they had a warm smile on their faces, they felt a little uncomfortable. For the past few days, they had been the center of attention, but when the young man beside them appeared, he easily stole all the limelight. In the hall, whether it was Hollywood superstars, famous directors, or gold medal producers, they all rushed forward to greet Eric very eagerly. Since the beginning of the year, Firefly had released the movie production plans intensively. Eric could be said to have a batch of the most popular movies in Hollywood. Firefly had made a large number of directors, actors, and even producers famous over the years. Even the most individualistic film critic couldn't ignore the large number of cooperation opportunities contained in these movies. In addition to these people, the rich people who had attended Hollywood parties in the past could often use their huge wealth to maintain a sense of superiority in front of these Hollywood natives. After all, no matter how glamorous these people seemed on the surface, they were often just pawns in the operation of capital. In the past few days, Edgar Bronfman, who had successfully taken over Universal Pictures, had actually maintained this proud thought. However, Eric's appearance had hit this pride in his heart without a trace. After acquiring MCA, Edgar Bronfman bet almost 70% of Seagram Group's assets on it. But at this time, the entire MCA Group, including Universal, was only worth $7.5 billion according to the transaction price with Panasonic. The latest issue of Business Weekly valued Firefly Group at an astonishing $45 billion, which was more than the combined market value of Time Warner and Viacom, and 6 times the market value of MCA. Just based on the assets of Firefly Group, Eric Williams' net worth reached $33 billion, and his assets outside of Hollywood also exceeded $10 billion. On the list of the 400 richest people in North America published by Forbes magazine, Eric Williams' net worth of $46.5 billion left Bill Gates, who was ranked second, far behind. In front of such a young man, it would be difficult for anyone in the world to find any sense of superiority. After accompanying Eric around the venue, Edgar Bronfman and Michael Eisner parted ways with him and walked to the other side of the party hall. Looking at Eric, who was still surrounded by a group of people, and feeling that there was obviously less people around him, Edgar Bronfman knew that it was impossible for him to catch up with Firefly in a short time, but he was still very unwilling to give up. He said to Michael Eisner beside him, "Michael, after paying the relevant acquisition fees, Seagram Group still has about $1.5 billion in cash left. Which direction do you think we should expand in next?" Seagram Group's acquisition of MCA was mainly funded by the $9 billion from the sale of DuPont's shares. After paying Panasonic $7.5 billion, they still had $1.5 billion in cash left. Edgar Bronfman originally did not plan to immediately invest this money in Hollywood, but seeing Eric's limitless glory, Edgar Bronfman was envious and unwilling to give up. At the same time, he could not help but have the idea of quickly expanding the Hollywood industry. Michael Eisner could feel Edgar Bronfman's feelings at this time, and he was also feeling the same. He said, "Edgar, you know that Fox and Firefly recently acquired Blue Sky Studio together. Firefly already has 2 animation studios, Pixar and Disney, but they are still sparing no effort to support animation companies outside of Firefly. Also, last year, Viacom spent a huge sum of money to acquire Disney's hand-drawn animation team from Firefly. From all these, we can see the future of animated movies. I think we should first set up Universal's animation department." Edgar Bronfman nodded and said, "Do you have a detailed plan? We can imitate the Blue Sky Studio they are supporting this time and also acquire a relatively good special effects studio. CG special effects and 3D animation are similar in many aspects. Then, we can poach some skilled animators from the 2 studios under Firefly. Although Pixar and Disney's salary is very generous, as long as we are willing to pay a high price and put them in important positions, we can definitely poach some talented people." Michael Eisner had been thinking about this for a long time, but this plan would cost a lot of money. 2 years ago, Panasonic was not willing to spend this money at all. Thinking of this, Michael Eisner added, "But Edgar, I need to say in advance that animated movies are not that easy to make. We may need to invest hundreds of millions of US in the early stages. Also, I can't guarantee that the first animated movie will be a big success. This requires enough accumulation." Edgar Bronfman did not lack a long-term vision. Since half of Hollywood was working hard to develop animated movies, if Universal wanted to become bigger and stronger, they could not turn a blind eye to this. He nodded and said, "The funding is not a problem. You can prepare a plan as soon as possible." Eric, who was surrounded by the crowd, did not know what Edgar Bronfman and Michael Eisner were discussing. Even if he knew, he would not be too worried. For a 3D animated movie to be successful, many factors were needed. Creativity, technology, team, funds, and time were all indispensable. In his previous life, after Pixar's Toy Story became a huge success, several other major film companies tried to produce 3D animated movies. However, other than Disney, in the past decade, the only company that could be considered a success was Blue Sky Studio. The long production cycle and high production cost of animated movies were important factors that limited other film studios from developing this business. Even Time Warner quietly gave up after trying to invest in a few animated movies but to no avail. Fox was stimulated by the success of Toy Story a few years ago and set up their own animation department. Elizabeth specifically mentioned it to Eric. After the deal with Blue Sky Studio was completed, Elizabeth also suggested that Fox's animation team be merged into Blue Sky Studio. Eric did not object at first, But after watching Fox's animation department produce an animated movie called Frozen Planet, he completely gave up the idea. Frozen Planet had nothing to do with Ice Age. It told the story of a space military academy that was attacked by extraterrestrial forces after the nuclear war when mankind entered the space age. The creativity was good, but the animators' standards were terrible. In Eric's opinion, the animation that had been completed was not even as good as Disney's TV animation. Hearing Eric's evaluation, Elizabeth simply dissolved the entire animation department. Of course, the millions of dollars that had been spent on this would definitely be wasted. If Fox's animation department was like this, the situation of other film studios that wanted to make animated movies would not be much different. With a glass of red wine in his hand, Eric patiently dealt with the overly enthusiastic guests around him. At this time, he also realized that his appearance had very unkindly stolen the spotlight that should have belonged to the host of this party. Firefly's Burbank headquarters was only 2 kilometers away from Universal Studios, separated only by a highway. Eric stayed at Firefly's headquarters to discuss the production of The Matrix with the team until 7 o'clock in the evening. When he was about to leave, he remembered that Edgar Bronfman had personally called him a few days ago to invite him, so he decided to come over and join in the fun. However, he did not expect such a situation. After more than 10 minutes, the guests around him gradually dispersed. Diane Kruger waited patiently with a nervous heart. When she saw that the big shots around Eric had finally left, she took a deep breath and tried to put on a nice smile. She lifted the corner of her dress and walked over. However, when Diane Kruger made this move, the other 4 mermaids in the party surrounded Eric almost at the same time. Their current status was personally raised by Eric. There were too many people just now, and they were too weak to squeeze in. Of course, they had to be the first to greet him. Looking at the 5 most dazzling beauties hugging and kissing Eric in succession, while feeling envious, some ordinary customers who thought it was their turn to go up and get acquainted with Eric stopped in their tracks and continued to wait helplessly. "Hey, Eric, good evening. Linda, your dress tonight is really beautiful. Cindy, your black dress is also great. Oh, and Christy." After Cindy Crawford hugged Eric, she smiled and said, "Eric, why do you only praise our clothes? Are we not beautiful?" "Of course not. You are all perfect girls that I personally selected." Eric smiled. Chatting with beauties was much more comfortable than being surrounded by a group of men. After greeting Linda Evangelista, Cindy Crawford, Christy Durrington, and Tara Banks, he looked at Diane Kruger, who was standing outside the 4 of them and seemed to be a little nervous. He stretched out his hand and said, "Diane, what's wrong? Don't you want a hug?" Diane Kruger quickly went forward and hugged him intimately. The girl realized that although Eric's attitude towards them was not cold, if that was all, she was no different from the other 4 girls. In a short moment, Diane Kruger made a bold decision. As soon as Eric let go of her waist, she turned sideways and reached out to hold Eric's arm. During the production of the Victoria's Secret show, Cindy Kruger and the other girls felt that Eric treated Diane Kruger specially. When they saw Diane Kruger's intimate action, they were not surprised at all. However, Eric raised his eyebrows slightly. Although Cindy Kruger knew that she could not be as intimate with Eric as Diane Kruger, she still felt a little unhappy when she saw Diane Kruger's action. She looked at Eric and pretended to ask casually, "Eric, why did you come alone?" Eric had only decided to attend this party on the spur of the moment. He had wanted to bring his female assistant, but Kelly had to go back to have dinner with her daughter, so he had to come alone. He thought that he would meet his women at the party, such as Nicole. Because of the collaboration on The Mummy, Nicole had a close relationship with Worldwide. It was impossible for her not to attend such an occasion. However, Eric had miscalculated. Nicole had attended the party a few days ago. It was impossible for her to attend every party. Of course, she did not come today. Other than Nicole, Eric looked around and didn't find any other woman. However, he could not say this to Cindy Kruger. Eric just reached out and hugged Diane Kruger, who was holding his arm, and said with a smile, "Isn't this my date?" Cindy Kruger was bold. She reached out and held Eric's other arm. "In that case, I'll be your date too." Eric blinked with a naughty expression and said with a smile, "Okay, all 5 of you together are fine." This kind of obvious double entendre caused the girls to show some anger on their faces, but they didn't walk away. In the crowd, Hasbro's CEO, Alan Hassenfeld, did not take the initiative to greet them. He waited very patiently. However, after seeing Eric and Diane Kruger's intimate actions, he gradually understood something. After a while, Alan Hassenfeld took a glass of wine from the waiter's tray and walked toward Eric. The girls around Eric saw someone walking over so insensibly. Although they were unhappy, they took the initiative to make way for him. When Diane Kruger saw Alan Hassenfeld walking over, she could not help but tighten her grip on Eric's arm. Alan Hassenfeld nodded slightly at Diane Kruger and reached out his hand to Eric. "Hello, Mr. Williams." "Hello, Mr. Hassenfeld." Eric reached out and shook his hand. When Alan Hassenfeld heard Eric blurt out his surname, although he had expected it, he was still very surprised. He said, "Mr. Williams, do you know me?" Eric smiled and said, "I don't have the habit of pretending not to know someone." Alan Hassenfeld laughed a few times, but his mind was quickly calculating. Eric Williams knew him. Then, the rumors were most likely true. Recalling the small actions of Edgar Bronfman and Michael Eisner, Alan Hassenfeld turned to Diane Kruger and said, "Miss Kruger, I'm really sorry. I didn't know about your relationship with Mr. Williams. When Edgar and Michael introduced you to me, I thought you were single." Diane Kruger was puzzled by Alan Hassenfeld's sudden words, but she still responded politely, "It's okay, Mr. Bronfman." Diane Kruger didn't understand, but it didn't mean that Eric didn't understand. Although Cindy Crawford didn't know Alan Hassenfeld's identity, she also understood the meaning behind his words. Edgar Bronfman and Michael Eisner had introduced Alan Hassenfeld to Eric's woman. Obviously, they wanted to create a conflict between him and Eric because of the woman. When Eric heard Michael Eisner and the others play such a dirty trick, he was a little displeased. However, he didn't show it. Michael Eisner didn't succeed in driving a wedge between him and Alan Hassenfeld. But at this time, Alan Hassenfeld said this with the idea of giving him a taste of his own medicine. He wanted to create a conflict between him and Michael Eisner. If Firefly and Universal fought over the copyright of Transformers because of this matter, Hasbro would be able to benefit from it. Few people who could become the CEO of a large corporation were fools who would roll up their sleeves and act recklessly after being instigated. Alan Hassenfeld wasn't, Michael Eisner wasn't, and of course, Eric wasn't either. Seeing that Eric's expression didn't change, Alan Hassenfeld didn't know if he didn't understand the meaning of his words or if he did, but he remained calm. After thinking for a while, he probed again, "Mr. Williams, since you know me, Firefly must have been paying attention to Transformers for a long time, right?" Eric said, "Transformers, it's indeed a very interesting toy series. I played with Transformers when I was a child." "Oh, then what do you think of the prospects of developing this toy series into a live-action movie?" Alan Hassenfeld asked. Eric shrugged. "I don't think Transformers has any movie development value now." Alan Hassenfeld frowned. "Mr. Williams, can you tell me your reason?" "Reason?" Eric smiled and said, "After I heard that someone was competing for the copyright of Transformers, I was very interested. So, I asked the technical department to do some relevant evaluation. Do you know what the result was?" "I'd like to hear the details." Alan Hassenfeld made a show of listening attentively. End of chapter 697. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.